Chapter 1. The arrival of Bai Jing at the Dadan family in the archipelago of Shambadi. Just days before the meeting with the Straw Hat crew, Brook was performing at a grand concert. Before him lay a sea of spectators. A veritable throng, they chanted his name in unison. King of Souls. King of Souls. King of Souls. Amidst the multitude, a solitary figure stood apart. Seemingly untouched by the surrounding cacophony, he emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of the underworld. Bai Jing. An orphan on a tempestuous night, he had been engrossed in the latest episode of a pirate saga. However, a thunderous roar split the sky. A bolt of lightning struck, and he found himself transported to another realm. Whether it was the lightning that catalyzed this transformation, he discovered an uncanny anomaly within himself. It appeared he had acquired the abilities of the Rumble fruit. Not only had he flawlessly inherited Enel's powers, but he also possessed the potential for fruit awakening. He had even rehearsed the awakened form in his mind. Most astonishingly, he wielded the powers of a devil fruit, yet remained unharmed by seawater and sea prism stone, not at all like a typical landlubber. This peculiar endowment rendered his existence akin to that of a character in a video game. As the concert concluded and the audience dispersed, Bai Jing lingered alone. Brook stood atop the stage. With his scheming agents lurking behind him, Brook cast a curious glance at Bai Jing, his voice resonating from beneath his skeletal visage. Would the young man care for an autograph? Bai Jing nodded, producing a blank sheet of paper from his hand and extending it toward Brook. Brook leaned down to accept it. At that moment, Bai Jing's hand brushed against Brook's, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The objective is achieved now. It remains to see if it can come to fruition. A surge of unearthly energy quietly enveloped him. The frigid essence of the netherworld suddenly erupted forth. Brook was taken aback. This aura mirrored that of his own fruit, yet its power seemed even more formidable. After attaining his aim, Bai Jing uttered a perplexing statement that left Brook bewildered. I have helped fulfill your captain's regrets. Upon his arrival in this new world, Bai Jing realized his constitution was remarkably unique. A message resonated within his mind. Trace the origin of the fruit. Perfectly replicate its abilities without truly consuming it merely by touching a devil fruit user. As long as he made contact with a fruit user, he could flawlessly mimic their abilities, and this did not count as having consumed a devil fruit. Thus, he shattered the notion that one could only possess a single devil fruit's power, allowing him to harness multiple abilities. In essence, he could embody a multitude of devil fruit powers while remaining unaffected by the ocean with a spirit of experimentation. Bai Jing pondered whether the Rumble fruit could allow him to traverse the underworld and resurrect the deceased. Months later, Bai Jing successfully awakened the powers of the Rumble fruit. Resurrecting the dead, it seemed, was not beyond the realm of possibility. East Blue, Goa Kingdom. Corp Mountain. Here lies the inception of the tale, the very place where Luffy and his two brothers were nurtured under the care of the bandit Dadan. Dadan played a maternal role during the brothers' formative years. Bai Jing, solitary and resolute, arrived at the threshold of the bandits' abode. His figure was slender, yet his demeanor exuded unwavering determination. He pushed open the grand door, revealing a gathering of bandits encircled around a large cauldron, vying for the meat simmering within the iron pot. Do not snatch. Do not snatch. That piece is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Ha! You all bicker. As for the meat, I shall take it first. Amidst the chaotic tussle, the door swung wide, drawing the attention of the raucous crowd to the entrance, where a suspended morsel of meat lingered in midair. A petite silhouette stepped boldly inside. Bai Jing surveyed the room, his gaze settling on a plump woman. Engrossed in her drink, she possessed a broad physique. Her orange curls tied up at the back of her head, adorning her ears were golden earrings, and a cigarette perpetually dangled from her lips. She wore a white shirt paired with deep green checkered trousers and brown boots, her neck adorned with a red beaded necklace. Who else could this be but Dadan? Who else could have wept so profoundly upon learning of Portgas, the Ace's demise, striking down the one she feared most throughout her life? To this day, Bai Jing vividly recalls the scene when Dadan confronted Carp, delivering a punch that sent him flying. A display of her formidable strength against her lifelong terror. In her grief, she clutched Carp's collar, incessantly demanding, he was right there in that battle, before their very eyes. What did you do? What did you do? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice hoarse with anguish. Why? 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 With every question, her fists relentlessly pounded against Carp's face, one blow after another, as her cries echoed. Why did you abandon Ace in his time of need? Is your mission more important than family? Carp, what kind of naval hero are you? You are nothing but scum. Now, in her current state, she was drunk and still enveloped in sorrow. Turning her gaze toward the dark-haired boy, she paused momentarily, then impatiently retorted, You little brat, this is a bandit's den. Are you seeking death? It had been over 2 years since Ace's death by Jing had come solely to offer Dadan a glimmer of hope, a means to alleviate her suffering with unwavering conviction. He declared, Sabo is not dead, he has become the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. Dadan's corpulent visage registered disbelief, her drink slipping from her grasp and shattering upon the ground at that moment. She remained unaware of the rumors surrounding Sabo's supposed capture and demise. I feel that Sabo must be alive, it is, but a false rumor in any case. Bai Jing was certain that the news of Sabo's death was mere fabrication. Even if he had perished, Bai Jing believed he could expend considerable effort to resurrect him. She hastily advanced, her towering stature overshadowing Bai Jing by a full head. She gazed downward, gripping White Jing's collar, and exclaimed, Is it true? White Jing nodded. It is true. He was completely unfazed by Dadan's aggressive demeanor after all. As a devoted fan of the sea, he understood the significant role Dadan played in the growth of Luffy and his brothers clearly. Dadan was skeptical. With force, she attempted to shove White Jing aside, though White Jing's body was merely 18 years old. He possessed the power of a fruit. The crackling energy of the thunder fruit surged around him, transforming him into a streak of lightning that flickered to the side. Dadan's emotions grew increasingly unstable, her voice strained. She began to roar, I don't believe you, you little brat. How dare you come here and deceive me? While I'm still in a good mood, you better get lost. As she finished speaking, the surrounding mountain bandits glared at White Jing with ill intentions. White Jing paid no heed to Dadan's outburst. Instead, he spoke contemplatively. When Luffy and the others were constructing their treehouse base, you would secretly sneak in at night to tuck them in. Upon learning that Ace and the others had provoked the Sapphire Pirates, knowing how perilous they were and fearing for the brothers' safety, you took your family to the Uncertainty's terminus to rescue them after sustaining grave injuries. It was Ace who carried you home. Dadan stood frozen in place. What White Jing recounted were mere memories from the past. She gazed at him incredulously, wondering how this young boy could possibly know everything she had done. White Jing smiled gently at Dadan. Upon his handsome visage lay an abundance of tenderness. Beneath Dadan's fearsome exterior lies a heart that is kind and deeply loyal. His form transformed into a lightning arc and vanished, leaving behind a lingering phrase in the air. Ace is not dead. There remains hope, and one day we shall reunite. Within the room, silence enveloped all. Dadan stood motionless, her eyes vacant. Uncertain thoughts swirled her mind. The surrounding bandits dared not move, standing vigil with Dadan. After a while, Dadan's gaze was complex as she murmured softly, Can I truly trust you? Ace, it was supposed to be in Sabo. It was meant to be Chapter 2, the awakening of the underworld fruit, 9 hells of the underworld. The following day, White Jing departed the mountains and returned to Windmill Village. He visited the banquet bar run by Makino, ordered a drink, and soon left. He even took a jug to go. Makino regarded this unfamiliar face with curiosity, yet chose to remain silent. Such peculiar individuals were not uncommon. After White Jing left, he kept the jug of liquor secured at his waist. After all, reuniting necessitated fine wine, did it not? He murmured softly, Then let us find a secluded spot. The underworld fruit, it leads to the 9 hells of the underworld. Ace, Luffy's brother, who would have thought that one day I too would have the chance to mend everyone's regrets. Of course, it is also one of my own regrets. As a spectator of pirates, he arrived in an uninhabited place, an empty forest. Due to the awakening of the fruit, the soul has departed from the body. If the physical form is left unguarded, one cannot fathom the extent of the devastation it may endure. However, he finds himself unable to trust the pirates and bandits, leaving him with no choice but to rely on his own strength. The world of pirates is far from the idyllic portrayal found in anime. Pirates epitomize brutality and slaughter. While there exist virtuous individuals, they are vastly outnumbered by the former. Acts of arson, murder, and plunder are rampant. In just a few short months, he has witnessed countless atrocities committed by pirates against villages, seizing resources without remorse. An aura of chilling cold emanates from him, causing the surrounding trees to freeze into solid ice under the weight of this terrifying coldness. His soul gradually sheds its corporeal shell, leaving only the physical body behind. The dark golden soul, shimmering with brilliance, gently merges with the essence of this realm. Before him, a guiding presence imbued with the aura of the underworld drifts softly. Behind it glides swiftly, traversing a frigid spring and a shattered ancient bridge. Countless gray souls float above the ancient bridge, yet he passes unnoticed. His dark golden figure, shrouded by the aura of the Huangquan fruit, remains concealed as long as he refrains from revealing himself. This is the secret to his ability to resurrect others. She can carry away their souls across this ancient bridge. The bridge connects the world of the living with the underworld, symbolizing the 2 realms of existence, the world of light and the realm of shadows. Who could have imagined that the awakening of the Huangquan fruit would truly grant passage to the underworld and allow for the retrieval of lingering souls? Bai Jing murmurs softly to himself as he floats by, unnoticed by all following the continuous guidance of the underworld's essence. He crosses the ancient bridge and arrives at a nebulous expanse below lies an endless, chaotic black sea. In this tumultuous sea, waves surge violently, and some souls are unceremoniously cast into the abyss, utterly consumed. Unable to reincarnate, Bai Jing feels a twinge of concern. Do you think Ace might also be submerged in this black sea, unable to be reborn? He continues to follow the guidance of the underworld's aura, gradually descending into its depths. This must be the legendary Huangquan. He muses. Oh, he exclaims in surprise. Ahead, there stands a colossal city. Bai Jing gazes in astonishment at the horizon of the Huangquan, which reveals vast and sprawling cities. He slowly enters the first city, where the streets appear untouched by time. Countless lingering souls traverse the pathways, maintaining their appearances and memories from their previous lives, however. Such souls are but a small fraction. Only those who were exceptionally powerful in life can retain such form. Ordinary individuals have mostly been absorbed into the Huangquan, their memories eroded. Entering this city to await reincarnation, these fragments of memory materialize in his mind. Following the awakening of the Huangquan fruit, he too shall be treated as one destined for rebirth. As the aura of the underworld gradually dissipates from him, his true form is revealed. The passers-by merely cast a fleeting glance at Bai Jing before continuing on their way. Absorbed in their own affairs within the streets, Bai Jing paid no heed to them, searching for Ace's presence within the vast city. Along the way, he encountered numerous acquaintances, mere minor characters among the pirates, those who had met their demise at the hands of others. Such individuals were not worthy of his intervention. Their deaths were inconsequential. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. The mountain bandit Sig. Though feeble in strength, he possessed an audacity that led him to provoke Shanks. In the narrative, Shanks dismissed his taunts, causing Sig to arrogantly believe that his own power rendered Shanks too intimidated to retaliate. In a quest for vengeance on behalf of Shanks, Luffy sought out Sig, only to be captured by him. This transgression provoked Shanks, who, unwilling to tolerate the assault on his subordinate, assembled his crew to annihilate Sig's pirate band. Sig, fleeing with Luffy, encountered the Sea King and was swallowed whole, resulting in Shanks losing an arm in the process. Although Sig ultimately perished, trading a mere arm for the downfallen emperor is a feat that speaks to his unwitting strength. Yet, Bai Jing found him repugnant. Stealthily, he approached Sig's side, enveloped once more by the aura of the Nine Hells. As if he were a specter not meant to exist in this realm, he surged forward, delivering a forceful kick to Sig's posterior, exclaiming, "Damn you!" Feeling unsatisfied by his initial assault, and emboldened by the concealment of the Nine Hells, he unleashed another powerful kick. "How dare you threaten Luffy? How dare you strike Shanks to the ground with a bottle? He'll be damned if I don't kick you to death." Bai Jing relentlessly pummeled Sig with 3 powerful kicks, and upon finishing, spat disdainfully before departing. Spit. Meanwhile, Sig lay bewildered on the ground, staring vacantly around and shouting, "Who did this? Which scoundrel dared to ambush your grandfather, Sig? Do you not know he is worth an 8 million berry bounty? Well, you still dare to rise and shout." Bai Jing, invigorated by the encounter, temporarily set aside his quest for Ace, recognizing the difficulty of locating him in such an expansive city. Instead, he resolved to teach this arrogant mountain bandit a lesson. Sig had struck Shanks down with a bottle, and now he found himself felled by Bai Jing's foot. By the syllogism of his actions, he could now claim to have bested Shanks himself. With a swift motion, he delivered another flying kick, sending Sig sprawling across the ground. Following that, he assumed a soccer-style stance, delivering a heavy kick to Sig's head, all the while shouting, "Damn you!" On the eerie streets of the Nine Hells, an absurd spectacle unfolded. Sig was kicked back and forth, his head spinning in one direction while his body was propelled in another. "Ah, damn! Which son of a gun ambushed your grandfather, Sig? Bastard, one does not strike the face. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me, esteemed one." Yet he was alone on this street, still shouting after being kicked, while the onlookers regarded him with bemusement. Noticing Sig's surrender, Bai Jing felt a sense of relief and casually applauded before departing. Chapter 3. Encounter with Little Oz, Clue to Ace. Little Oz. Boom. Boom. Once again, this fellow, how did he arrive here? Such a colossal frame. Is this a member of the giant race? In the northeastern corner of the street, the tremendous noise drew Bai Jing's attention. He murmured softly, "The first awakening of the Huangquan fruit. My time in this realm of the Nine Hells is undoubtedly limited. The essence of the Nine Hells within me is already dwindling. If I cannot locate Ace within a day, I must return my soul to the realm of the living, otherwise I shall remain forever ensnared in this abyss of the nine hells. Due to the brevity of time since he acquired the Huangquan fruit and the limited time for its development, he could not adeptly harness the essence of the nine hells contained within it. One must gradually accumulate and utilize in the realm of the living. Only by storing the endless essence of death and chill can one prolong their existence in this realm of the nine secluded abysses. There seems to be some commotion over there. Let us first investigate that direction. As Bai Jing dissipated the ethereal aura of the nine hells from his being, he hastened towards the northeastern corner of the street. There, at the corner, stood an oddly shaped man with two horns protruding from his head, awkwardly surveying the destruction he had wrought upon the surrounding edifices. His elongated fangs jutted from his mouth, his skin bore a pale green hue, and his flowing red hair cascaded down his back, accentuating his long lashes. Towering in stature, he belonged to the ancient giant race, significantly surpassing the typical giants. Adorning his neck was a skull pendant, and he was clad in warrior armor, wielding a formidable blade. Upon Bai Jing's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of this giant. Was it not the captain of the Whitebeard crew, Little Oars? On his back rested the straw hat crafted by Ace, a testament to the gentleness of Ace's spirit. Ignoring Whitebeard's counsel, Oars had journeyed to Marineford, fully aware that his immense physique would render him a target. Yet, in a valiant attempt to rescue Ace, he charged towards the execution platform alone, only to be gravely injured by the combined might of the warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Gecko Moria. His right foot was severed, and his body pierced. Ultimately, Oars succumbed to his injuries, as the Navy laid a trap to ensnare Whitebeard and his crew. Oars' colossal form caused his blood to seep into their encirclement system, impairing its mechanisms. Moreover, as he approached the execution platform, he inadvertently prevented the complete sealing of Whitebeard and his allies, aiding in the diversion of the Black Mobadik into the encirclement, only to be struck down by cannon fire once more. Thus, his life came to an end. Surrounding souls regarded Little Oars with ill intent. This reckless giant had laid waste to numerous streets and structures. Fear not, for soon the law enforcement would arrive to escort this spirit to the underworld, denying him the chance of reincarnation. Such was the fate of those who disrupted the order. What sort of aberration is this? Who could say? With such a fearsome visage, one could speculate that he might have once been a malevolent spirit himself. It was unfathomable that such a monster could grace the city of the underworld and retain the possibility of rebirth. How preposterous! Upon hearing these remarks, Oars, already known for his tempestuous temperament, felt a flush of anger rise upon his verdant visage. Yet, constrained by the laws of this underworld city, he found himself paralyzed. Clutching his blade in confusion, his eyes betraying a sense of panic. He could perish, but what would become of Ace? Originally, Bai Jing had intended to rescue Ace, but upon encountering Little Oars, he could not simply stand by in silence. As the captain of the 16th ship, his prowess was at the level of a vice admiral. Hearing that they intended to send Oars to the underworld without the chance of rebirth was unacceptable. With an overwhelming surge of nine hells aura emanating from him, he enveloped Oars within its depths. Most of the ethereal energy encased the giant's immense form, gradually causing his silhouette to fade from sight. Bai Jing felt a twinge of regret. Initially, he could have stayed for 24 hours, yet now he was limited to a mere 18, which was already pushing the boundaries. Nevertheless, his presence lingered in the vicinity, though rendered invisible. The surrounding individuals, upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of Little Oz, were enveloped in confusion, pondering, where has he gone? Where could he possibly be? Just moments ago, he was right here. It was utterly bewildering. Bai Jing, enveloped in the aura of the nine hells, approached Xiao Ozi, lifting his gaze to meet the latter's eyes. Given Xiao Ozi's presence here, it was conceivable that he bore some connection to Ace. He inquired, "Do you know where Ace is?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ozi lowered his head, a cautious glint in his eyes transforming into a fierce intensity. For the sake of others, he might temper his demeanor, but when it came to Ace, he would categorically withhold any information. Moreover, the fact that this individual recognized Ace left him uncertain of whether they were friend or foe. With a weighty tone, he responded, "How do you know Ace? Who are you?" Thanks to the shroud of the nine hells aura, their bodies and voices remained imperceptible to outsiders, allowing for a secure conversation. Bai Jing bestowed a gentle smile, declaring that not only did he know Ace, but he could also reunite Ace with his brethren. "It sufficed for you to understand that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Observe how I am currently aiding you through this predicament. You will take me to Ace, and everything will become clear to you." He would be at a loss for words, unable to articulate that he is merely a traveler from another realm, drawn by his passion for pirates, seeking to rectify every grievance within the pirate saga. Who would believe such a tale? It would be a miracle if this young man did not end up cleaved in two. Little Oars maintained his cautious demeanor, his vigilance unwavering despite Bai Jing's words. Instead, he inquired once more, tightening his grip on the long blade. This was quintessentially Little Oars, dedicated to guarding Ace, his true brother, willing to risk his very life. During the War of the Summit, he bore the brunt of bullets, all for the sake of rescuing Ace. Bai Jing sighed softly, realizing that his attempts were futile. He pointed at the hat behind Little Oz and remarked, "This hat was personally crafted for you by Ace, wasn't it? For the sake of Ace. You endured countless bullets and ultimately met a tragic end. Such a deeply sentimental fool. Do you not yearn to return to the real world with Ace? Do you not long to witness the reunion of the three brothers, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo? And do you not miss the others from the Whitebeard crew? The immortal Marco still walks this earth, burdened by guilt and sorrow. Do you not wish to return and see him? Do you not desire vengeance?" Bai Jing spoke. And through a series of rhetorical questions, Oz gradually lowered his guard, only to find an unexpected surge of anger rising within him. During the tumultuous times of the war on the top, it was that accursed navy that had slain Ace, that had taken their father from them. With his suspicions eased, young Oz's gaze softened as he looked at Bai Jing, although he remained perplexed as to how Bai Jing possessed such knowledge. Including the fact that his straw hat had been crafted by Ace, he chose to believe him nonetheless. He too longed to return to the real world, to witness the reunion of Ace and the three brothers, to behold Ace's joyful countenance. It must be said that this simple giant, young Oz, was truly devoted and loyal, his heart solely dedicated to his brothers. He spoke, "Come with me." Bai Jing observed the efficacy of the plan and nodded, following closely behind Little Oz. Enveloped by the ethereal mists of the Nine Nether, his movements and all sounds were rendered imperceptible. Chapter 4. The Encounter with Ace and His Evasions Under Oz's Guidance. The two traversed the streets, arriving at a secluded corner of the northeastern city. The dilapidated manor stood in disrepair, overgrown with weeds. Yet it was precisely this state of neglect that rendered it uninhabited. The spacious estate could comfortably accommodate Oz's substantial physique. Within the open courtyard of the manor, a young man stood anxiously outside, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something, his face betraying a sense of urgency. Upon spotting Little Oz's return, the tension gradually dissipated from his expression, and he exhaled deeply in relief. "Ah, I wondered where you had gone. With such a large frame, should anything have happened, it would have disturbed the rules of the underworld city." Bai Jing emerged slowly from behind Little Oz. Upon recognizing the young man before him, he allowed himself a relaxed smile, finally having found him. The young man wore an orange cowboy hat adorned with emblems of both joy and sorrow. His black hair framed freckled cheeks, a trait inherited from his mother. As familiar as ever, he stood bare-chested, with the letters ASC tattooed on his left arm. This bore a distinctive cross, a symbol not belonging to his name, but rather a tribute to his sworn brother, Sabo. Ace's back was etched with the insignia of the Whitebeard pirates. Little Oz spoke, "This person wishes to see you. He is the one who helped me through my predicament. I would have certainly been apprehended by the enforcers for damaging the structures, but thanks to him, I managed to avoid a troublesome confrontation." Ace paused, noticing the softness in Bai Jing's gaze, and bowed deeply in acknowledgement. This gesture was a result of the etiquette he had learned since Sabo's passing. In order to care for Luffy, it was this very upbringing that endowed him with such gentleness. "Thanks to you, my brother," he said. "Come, let us step inside and converse as a token of my gratitude." Bai Jing nodded, as this aligned perfectly with his intentions. When it comes to discussing matters, how could one hold a conversation outside the door? The three entered the courtyard, while the imposing figure of Little Oz could only stand in the center. To accommodate Little Oz, both AIC and Bai Jing set up a simple gazebo in the middle of the courtyard. AIC poured 2 glasses of fine wine for Bai Jing, raising his cup high and expressing his gratitude. "Thanks to my brother, I toast to you with this glass." Bai Jing did not refuse. He raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then, he spoke directly, "I can take you back to the original world." Upon hearing this, Ace was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he burst into laughter, seemingly in disbelief. Could it be that what this brother said was true? He fixed his gaze intently on Bai Jing's face, searching for any hint of deception. If it weren't for the fact that he had saved little Oz, the average person would undoubtedly have dismissed him. Wasn't this pure nonsense? Entering the realm of death, and still hoping to return? Did he take him for a child of 3? Bai Jing spoke, his words resonating with undeniable truth. Gradually, the ethereal aura of the 9 hells enveloped him. His essence, under its guidance, began to levitate, dissipating entirely into the ether. Ace, witnessing this, couldn't he help but express his astonishment. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. Having lived a full life, he believed that a simple reincarnation would suffice. Settling down, navigating the rigors of life, he thought, would leave him with no regrets. But returning, who would he encounter? His father had perished to save him, and many from the Whitebeard pirates had also sacrificed their lives in his defense. Upon his return, would anyone recognize him? What face could he show to them? A self-deprecating smile flickered across Ace's face, tinged with an indescribable loneliness. The burden of having involved the entire pirate crew weighed heavily upon him, plunging him into a ceaseless cycle of guilt and anguish. Even as a soul, he found himself ensnared in an abyss of suffering. Observing this, Little Oz spoke up, "You are not to blame. We are all family. And that is what our father wished." This sentiment stirred within Bai Jing memories of a poignant moment amidst the chaos of piracy. One of Whitebeard's sons, Spider, was deceived by the Navy and subsequently turned against him, delivering a grievous blow. This very wound precipitated a steep decline in Whitebeard's condition. Ultimately, instead of exacting vengeance upon Spider, Whitebeard embraced him tightly, his gaze imbued with kindness, proclaiming, "Even so, I will love you, my son." A tearful moment indeed. However, this does not serve as an excuse for Ace's evasion. He is currently fleeing from reality, escaping his past. Bai Jing slowly began to speak, his tone insistent and unyielding. "What if I could bring Whitebeard back to our original world? What if I could return the souls of the deceased?" Ace listened, yet he slowly shook his head in response. "Due to our nature as spirits, we once endeavored to locate our father's soul. However, after an exhaustive 2 years scouring this realm of the underworld, we were unable to find his essence. Moreover, in this realm of death, our abilities can still be wielded." As he spoke, a flicker of soul flame manifested in his hand, a representation of the Mera Mera no Mi's powers, albeit in a different form. This exemplified the balance of yin and yang. Ordinarily, with Sabo consuming the Mera Mera no Mi, Ace's powers would have vanished. Yet, even now, he could still harness them. He continued, but no one dared to provoke a reaction, for there were enforcers present, capable of entirely suppressing our abilities. Regardless of how formidable one may have been in life, here, one must remain subdued, whether like a dragon lying low or a tiger in repose. The Soul Snare Staff could eradicate all of one's powers and imprison them in boundless darkness, leading them into the underworld, condemned to an eternity without rebirth. Bai Jing was hearing for the first time about the distribution of powers in this world of death. It was also the first time he learned of the enforcers. No wonder Little Oz had just shown such apprehension towards them. Bai Jing countered, "Is this realm of death limited to merely the city of Yellow Springs? Have you ever sought out the other cities?" Upon his arrival, Bai Jing observed the myriad of cities scattered throughout the realm as he traversed the Yellow Springs. His presence in this particular city was certainly a matter of serendipity. Thus, it was understandable that Ace and Little Oz had not ventured to other cities. Upon Bai Jing's inquiry, the two were filled with intrigue, for they had indeed never stepped foot in any other city. As they were unable to even exit the gates of their own, Bai Jing declared with unwavering confidence, "I am capable of achieving this. For now, I shall escort you back. Once my 9 nether energy is restored, I can venture to other cities and resurrect the Whitebeard." The two fell into an unusual silence. Seemingly lost in profound contemplation, Bai Jing did not intrude upon the two, nor did he remove the flask of liquor strapped to his waist. He poured a glass onto the table and downed it in one swift motion. Initially, he believed this act would sway Ace and Little Oz to agree with him. However, Ace slowly shook his head instead. A look of guilt and anguish marred Ace's countenance. He could not shake off the memory of how his actions had ensnared others in an endless abyss of suffering. He lowered the brim of his hat, tears brimming in the corners of his eyes. Due to his ethereal nature, the tears could not flow freely. It seemed that throughout my life, bearing the title of the Demon's Child had been a curse. Anyone who drew near to me would inevitably face boundless misfortune. Sabo experienced it. So did my father. And others were no exception. I am the Demon's Child. Those who approach me are destined for sorrow. Chapter 5. Bai Jing's Inquiry. Fire Fist Ace weeps. Bai Jing let out a soft sigh, initially believing that the news of resurrection would invigorate the two of them beyond measure. Yet, the scene before him was anything but uplifting. It was precisely for this reason that Ace became ensnared in his own emotional turmoil, retreating into a self-imposed isolation to escape reality. Little Oars, of course, remained by Ace's side, mirroring his every sentiment. It was inconceivable to persuade Ace for the sake of a stranger's plight. Nevertheless, Bai Jing harbored his own contemplations. Today, Ace's resurrection was a certainty. No one could alter this fate, as Bai Jing firmly asserted. His eyes reflected a profound depth and contemplation. Like many fans of the sea, he had believed that following the climactic battle at Marineford, Luffy would rescue Ace and that the ordeal had reached its conclusion. We had all believed this. We had thought this battle was our victory. Yet, in the end, with Ace's demise and Whitebeard's fall, we were left with the stark realization that it was all but an illusion. Rising to his feet, he laughed heartily. He had once envisioned Fire Fist Ace as a formidable individual, only to discover he was, in fact, a coward, a man bereft of trust. Ace remained silent, offering no rebuttal. Little Oars, too, refrained from further comment. Bai Jing exclaimed, "You, Ace, are nothing but a coward, who claims that Sabo is dead. Do you not know that Sabo did not perish, but instead became a member of the Revolutionary Army?" These words ignited a glimmer of hope in Ace's eyes, which had previously been devoid of light. In disbelief, he responded with fervor, "Is that truly the case? I always sensed that in this vast abyss of death, I could not find that kid. I had thought he ascended to heaven, yet it turns out he is still alive." Bai Jing, relentless and unwavering, continued to speak. "Do you realize how long your brother Luffy has languished in despair due to your demise? Are you aware of the multitude who mourn and suffer because of your death? Yet here you stand, with opportunity laid before you, willingly succumbing to degradation and decline." His gaze burned with intensity as he advanced, relentlessly interrogating. "You and Luffy once vowed to meet at the pinnacle. Was that merely empty rhetoric? In Impel Down, you fought alongside Jinbe, entrusting him with the care of your brother Luffy. Was that insincerity, a mere facade? And what of Au from Wano, to whom you pledged your promise? Now lost to death, was that also a falsehood? And Yamato, with whom you once shared a drink, have you now forgotten? So many who hold you dear, so many whom you cherish, yet you now choose to evade. Huh? The great Fire Fist Ace, reduced to this." Bai Jingxin, consumed by fury, struck the table with a thunderous force, arcs of lightning dancing across his body. His fruit ability had transcended into this realm of death. At this moment, Ace had shed the despondency that had earlier enveloped him, awakening to a flicker of resolve. Indeed, so many cared for him, and with so many cherished individuals awaiting his return, what reason did he have to wallow in despair and evade his fate? Although he had indeed departed from life, faced with such an opportunity, could Ace truly be so fearful of death? Was he not still the renowned Fire Fist Ace? At worst, it would merely be another death, one he had experienced before. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Jing intensified his fervor. "Are you aware that after Whitebeard's demise, Blackbeard seized Whitebeard's fruit abilities, simultaneously acquiring the powers of the Dark Fruit and the Tremor Fruit? He has now ascended to the status of Emperor of the Sea. The one who murdered Whitebeard and usurped his powers roams freely. Can you truly stand idly by and watch? Do you realize how many lives were lost when the immortal Marco led the remnants of Whitebeard's crew against Blackbeard? Diamond Jozu also perished as a result. Do you not seek retribution for him? Do you not yearn for vengeance?" At this juncture, Bai Jing paused, filled with empathy. He too harbored resentment. "Furthermore, are you aware of the profound anguish that Carp endured upon your death? He was overwhelmed by Sengoku, rendered immobile, bearing the weight of justice that lay upon his shoulders. The burden of those two words, justice, pressed heavily upon him, causing him immense suffering. This is your grandfather, who, when you were but a child, aspired for you and your brothers to embark on the path of the Navy, so that you would not be hunted by them in the future. Alas, fate took a different turn. He sought to protect you in the manner he cherished. Do you not know that had you uttered the word grandfather in the end, the outcome would have undoubtedly been altered? Allow me to inquire, do you harbor hatred towards Carp for not saving you in the end?" The moisture at the corners of Ace's eyes deepened, yet being a sole entity, no tears flowed. However, the boundless agony he felt had long since dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of guilt. His voice trembled, a rare sight for the fiery ace to exhibit such emotion. With a hoarse voice, he confessed, "I do not harbor hatred. I only resent my own recklessness. When my father advised me against pursuing Blackbeard, I disregarded his counsel. I resent my cowardice, my tendency to evade responsibility, and I loathe that I came to understand the truth so belatedly. I despise Blackbeard for slaying his own kin, betraying the very spirit of the Whitebeard pirates." At this point, fury ignited within his eyes, and flames blazed fiercely around him. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Jing finally nodded in satisfaction and uttered one last remark. "There is still one person you owe. Have you not yet realized who it is?" The fury in AIC's eyes gradually dissipated as he gazed at Bai Jing in confusion. He owed far too many people, and was truly uncertain as to whom Bai Jing was referring. Bai Jing's expression was grave, her eyes serene. It was Dawn. She was the mother figure to the three brothers, Sabo, Luffy, and Ace, though she exhibited violence. It was with a unique tenderness and a singular love that she dedicated herself to their protection. It was she who nurtured and raised the three of them to adulthood. Can you fathom the depth of her sorrow and anguish caused by your demise? She even struck those she had never dared to confront in her lifetime. She feared Carp so profoundly that upon encountering him, she would react like a mouse facing a cat. Yet, upon hearing the news of your death, Carp, indifferent to her plight, stood by as she charged forward, grasping his collar and bringing him down to the ground with relentless blows. The depth of her suffering was such that her tears burned with an intensity that seared the hearts of us all. Clearly, we refer to the sea fans. Ace could no longer contain himself, the endless sorrow within him unfurled. Even as a soul, he wept. His spirit transformed into searing tears, each drop cascading down his face, trickling over his freckles, and falling heavily to the ground. "Fire Fist Ace," he cried. Chapter 6. The Return of the Freckled Boy, His Flesh Stolen. Bai Jing, observing the situation, refrained from intervening, allowing him to act as he wished. The emotions that had been suppressed for far too long erupted all at once, proving beneficial for him. Meanwhile, the usually loquacious Oz remained astonishingly silent, uttering not a single word. His gaze toward Bai Jing had transformed. The previous hint of hostility had given way to genuine gratitude. He understood the immense psychological burden that Ace had carried throughout their time in the realm of death. Now, Bai Jing had alleviated that burden. Not to mention, the astonishing ability to resurrect others was a divine gift in itself. After a quarter of an hour, Ace gradually regained his composure, and his look towards Bai Jing had changed entirely. He inquired, "How shall we escape? There are numerous enforcers within the city, firmly guarding the gates. Exiting will undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge." Bai Jing let out a soft sigh, realizing that it would suffice for him to simply relent. It seemed that taking him out would be rather straightforward, and his 9 nether chi was potent enough to sustain them for nearly 10 hours, allowing him to escort 2 individuals without any difficulty. He spoke, "The 9 nether chi enveloping me can obscure both your bodies and your voices. I will levitate you above, guiding you out of this realm of death, and then we shall return to the real world. Are you prepared? If so, we must not delay and should depart immediately." The three exchanged glances, fully ready for the journey ahead. Ace and Little Oz had no lingering attachments in this world of death. They turned to Bai Jing and said, "We are prepared. We appreciate your assistance, brother." Bai Jing uttered little, as the chilling aura of the 9 nether slowly emanated from him. This icy essence enveloped both of them, casting a frigid spell over their beings. Due to Oz's colossal stature, it took a moment for the full effect to manifest. The two exchanged astonished glances, for beneath the shroud of the 9 nether's essence, they were rendered invisible to one another. Had it not been for this spectral aura allowing them to sense each other's presence, they might have believed the other had vanished into thin air. Bai Jing spoke, "Next, I shall guide you out of this realm of death. Your bodies will soon levitate. Do not make any sudden movements, nor emit any energy." Upon finishing his words, a solemn expression filled his eyes, as this was his first time undertaking such an endeavor. The 3 bodies gradually lifted into the air, following the trajectory dictated by the ethereal energy of the 9 serenities. They were gently drawn along, and their speed increased, swiftly departing from the city of Yellow Springs, traversing the endless expanse of the underworld until they reached the ancient bridge. Yet, their pace did not wane, rather, it quickened. Beyond the ancient bridge lay a radiant portal, a gateway to the world of the living. Once they crossed this threshold, Ace and Oz would be successfully resurrected. The 2 figures crossed the luminous point first, re-entering the realm of the living, but for some inexplicable reason, Bai Jing's body remained anchored at that spot. An ancient voice echoed in his mind. This may disrupt the balance of yin and yang and disturb the threads of fate. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The source of this voice was unknown to Bai Jing, yet it possessed the power to impede him. Cold sweat drenched his back, despite being a spiritual entity. He had come too far to entertain thoughts of regret or hesitation. He resolved to press on, disregarding the voice, and intensified the release of his 9 serenity's energy, surging through the radiant portal into the world of the living, returning to the realm of pirates. At the very moment he re-entered the pirate world, the voice resounded once more, "Let it be as you wish." The voice abruptly ceased. As Bai Jing departed, a soft sigh resonated throughout the realm of death, echoing above the yellow springs. Is this fortune or misfortune? The original course of the world has been altered because of you. How is it that you can traverse the realm of death? Even the awakening of the Yellow Springs fruit could not achieve such a feat. This young man emanates the aura of a higher civilization. Could he possibly hail from another realm? As the words concluded, the realm of death once again succumbed to an endless silence. No one was aware that 2 souls had departed from this city of the underworld, nor did anyone comprehend the manner of their exit. Within the deeper recesses of the deathly realm, familiar figures appeared in several cities. Among them stood a robust elder, his physique marked by numerous bullet holes. His gaze was profound as he murmured softly, "There are no family members here. My children are all gone." Meanwhile, Bai Jing's soul gradually returned to the realm of the living, accompanied by the spirits of Ace and a young Oz. The moment their souls encountered the sunlight, they solidified instantaneously, their flesh and blood restored in an instant, returning to their original forms. The two gazed at one another with wide eyes. Young Oz appeared somewhat incredulous. Clenching his fist tightly, the tangible sensation affirmed for him that this was indeed reality and not a mere dream. He and Ace had truly returned to the realm of the living. They had genuinely been resurrected. Ace and young Oz looked at Bai Jing, who still hovered in the air, momentarily taken aback. "Why do you remain a soul and not flesh?" Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback. "What? Am I not in my physical form?" He glanced downward and exclaimed, "Goodness! Where has my body gone? Which scoundrel has absconded with it?" His soul surveyed the surroundings. Yet he found no trace of his corporeal self within the vicinity. The awakening of the Huangquan fruit had its drawbacks. If one's body was not protected, it could easily be taken by others. Concern flickered in his eyes. Ace gradually conjured the flames of the Mera Mera no Mi, reigniting his entire being. A slight smile gracing his lips. "I, Fire Fist Ace, have returned." As he spoke, a fiery cross began to emerge behind him, followed by the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, engulfed in flames. He stepped forth from the fire, as if reborn anew. The Mera Mera no Mi had re-emerged in this pirate world, and it was not solely Ace who wielded its power. Sabo also possessed the same fruit, their abilities existing in harmonious parallel. Of course, Bai Jing shared this extraordinary capability as well. The resurgence of the Mera Mera no Mi ignited excitement within Bai Jing as he recalled the formidable partnership of the two brothers, Sabo and Ace. Yet, the immediate priority was to locate his physical form. "Let us first investigate the nearest area," he proposed. "I wonder if it was taken by wild animals or by someone else." Bai Jing nodded, and his soul traversed the desolate expanse of the forest, ultimately arriving at the coastline. Chapter 7: Alliance, Firearms, and Lightning. On a distant pirate ship, a group of pirates gathered around a lifeless form, their expressions filled with intrigue. What is the matter with this fellow? How is it that he has been struck by so many blades, yet remains unresponsive? Is he truly dead? Upon closer inspection, the body in question belonged to Bai Jing, adorned with numerous cuts and gashes, a testament to the pirate's cruel handiwork. Miraculously, Bai Jing's soul had not returned to his body. Otherwise, the excruciating pain would undoubtedly befall him. Due to his soul's absence, his body could not automatically elementalize, allowing the knives to inflict real harm. However, in the face of a potentially fatal strike, the body's innate instincts would instinctively protect its master and engage in elemental transformation. Bai Jing seemed to sense an unusual disturbance emanating from the distant pirate ship, feeling the presence of his own physical form nearby. An urgency surged within him. He had located his body, and they must hasten towards it. Upon uttering these words, his spirit gently floated towards the pirate vessel upon the sea. Ace and Little Oars exchanged knowing glances. They were resolute in their commitment to assist, especially since Bai Jing had revived them. Such a profound favor could only be likened to a rebirth by parental figures. It was Bai Jing who had awakened Ace, pulling him from the depths of despair. At this moment, Ace and Little Oars regarded Bai Jing as kin and friend, having lowered their guards. Ace cast his gaze into the distance, his hands transforming into blades. He severed 2 segments from a massive tree and forcefully hurled them afar. He then stepped onto a floating log, propelling himself across the waves, using branches as oars, diligently paddling backwards. Being a devil fruit user rendered him incapable of touching seawater, making him akin to a land dweller. In contrast, Little Oars was not a devil fruit user. His colossal form plunged into the ocean, swimming towards the pirate ship. On board the red gold pirate cruise vessel, one pirate remarked, "Let us scour the next village for more plunder. Our treasure trove is dwindling." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we can hardly contain our excitement. Those villagers from the last settlement dared to resist, and we dispatched countless of them in one fell swoop." Their expressions of desperate defiance as they faced death were truly delightful. Ha ha ha. Alas, these paupers possessed only a meager amount of belly. They got what they deserved. On this pirate ship, the crew numbered around 100. They indulged in drink and feasting, their laughter echoing, as if taking lives was merely trivial to them. As for Bai Jing's body, it was cast aside, ignored, and only picked up out of curiosity. The soul of Bai Jing gradually drifted onto the pirate ship. Am I dreaming? Or is there truly a spirit in the air? A pirate rubbed his bleary eyes, shaking off the remnants of intoxication, and upon confirming the existence of a spectral form, he shouted in alarm, "Ah, a ghost! A ghost! What nonsense is this? Have you lost your mind? Why are you shouting in broad daylight?" Nearby, other pirates turned their gazes toward the commotion. At that moment, Bai Jing's soul slowly merged back into his corporeal form. On the ground, Bai Jing abruptly opened his eyes, and the scars on his body began to heal gradually under the elemental fury of thunder and lightning, returning to their pristine state. At this juncture, Ace had arrived, and Little Oars waded through the water. He leaped high from a log, landing atop the pirate flagpole of the ship. With a slight crouch in his right hand holding his hat, he gazed downwards with a faint smile, remarking, "It seems you have found what you were seeking." Bai Jing slowly rose to his feet, surveying the gathered band of 100 pirates. He had just overheard their earlier conversation, the brutal slaughter of villagers and the merciless killing of innocents. This was the grim reality of the pirate world, devoid of any chivalry or romantic notions of heroism. This was the true nature of existence, where lives were extinguished without a second thought. Yet, having encountered them, it was merely their misfortune. At least within his heart, he possessed a scale of justice. He had witnessed too much, his face now an expressionless mask, utterly devoid of warmth. Ace turned to Bai Jing and spoke, "Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Let us split it evenly." Bai Jing's lips curled slightly as he observed the seemingly endless stream of pirates ascending onto the deck. The members of the pirate crew all donned crimson scarves. "You fools, do you know who we are? We are the illustrious red gold pirate crew. Are you familiar with our captain? Captain Ma Chi of the 5-7 pirate ship, with a bounty reaching 600,000 berries." From within the cabin, a man adorned with a red scarf emerged slowly, a formidable scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his forehead. His upper body was bare, muscles rippling under the sun. As he cast a menacing glance at the 2 individuals on the deck, "You come here seeking death. How dare you be so brazen on my red gold pirate ship? Men, seize him. Kill him. Kill. Kill." Echoed the cries of the other pirates as dozens brandished their blades, charging towards the 2. Intent on severing Ace from the pirate flagpole, Bai Jing could not help but burst into laughter at the mere bounty of 6 million berries. "Is this trifling amount truly worthy of your ostentation? Do you wish to bring about my demise through laughter?" As he surveyed the throng of dozens converging upon him, arcs of lightning began to crackle in his hands. Ace, witnessing the onslaught of the red gold pirates, could not suppress a slight smile. For the flames of prosperity were all around. "I possess 550 million berries and remain silent, yet you dare to flaunt a mere 600,000. With that, he shaped his fingers into a gun. Using the index and middle fingers of both hands, he pointed at his adversaries, unleashing a barrage of small fire attacks from his fingertips. The force was akin to that of a pistol. Piu. Flames coalesced, shot after shot, striking down the relentless red gold pirates as they ascended. Fire ignited upon their bodies, and several writhed in agony as they attempted to extinguish the flames, only for the inferno to engulf them completely. One by one, they plummeted from the air, having barely made it upward before Ace dispatched them effortlessly. "Damn it! muttered Captain Machi of the 5-7 Red Army Pirates, his gaze fixed on Ace, a sense of eerie familiarity washing over him. He felt as though he had encountered this visage before, yet the memory eluded him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the deck, a multitude surged toward Bai Jing. Recognizing him as an easy target, a soft persimmon ripe for the picking. Having learned from past encounters, the assailants brandished their handguns, grinning maliciously as they encircled Bai Jing. The guns were loaded, and with a click, the bullets were unleashed. No matter how skilled one may be, one must always fear the blade. Bai Jing let out a slow sigh, pondering the foolishness of those around him. Could they not discern that he too was a wielder of extraordinary abilities? Upon finishing his thought, a surge of lightning crackled around him as he commanded, "Lightning." From his being, bolts of electricity emanated, transforming into radiant light or searing heat to counter any physical assault. An endless display of electric brilliance danced through the air, effortlessly deflecting the incoming bullets until they vanished into nothingness. Chapter 8. The elegance of the fiery fist by Jing, surrounded by a dazzling display of lightning, whispered urgently, "Discharge." 1,000,000 volts. This formidable force could unleash a lightning strike upon its target, with the voltage manipulable by the wielder, ranging freely from 1 to 200 million volts. In this instance, it wielded 1,000,000 volts, 20,000,000 volts, 100 million volts, and a maximum of 200 million volts. An endless torrent of lightning surged across the arena, crackling with a symphony of sound. With each crackle, a crimson gold pirate, upon making contact with the arc of electricity, immediately stiffened, his body rigid, his eyelids fluttering before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, a victim of electrocution. Bai Jing gazed helplessly at the numerous lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, letting out a deep sigh, lamenting the absurdity of their greed for his very being. What a predicament this is, he mused. Above, Ace relentlessly fired his flintlock, each blazing bullet finding its mark with deadly precision. The captain of the red gold pirate crew watched in despair as his men fell one after another, panic gripping him. They had encountered formidable foes today. These two were utterly monstrous. Realizing that his subordinates had perished nearly to the last, and that he himself possessed little means of resistance, he decided it would be best to flee without further hesitation, turning to plunge into the sea. Meanwhile, an enormous figure emerged from the ocean's depths. Little Oars, standing at an imposing height of 38 meters, loomed above the surface like a giant. Without a moment's pause, he swung his massive sword downward, cleaving the captain in half before he could even react, ensuring his demise was absolute. Even a mere punch would have sealed his fate. In his final moments, he recognized Ace. Fire Fist, Ace lives. Ace's flintlock, an indifferent instrument of death, continued to harvest the lives of the red gold pirates, their agonized cries echoing from above. "Ah, spare me, brother, have mercy, we were wrong, we were wrong." Yet, having taken countless lives before, Ace remained unmoved. This world was one of bloodshed. In the blink of an eye, every pirate lay dead. He snapped his fingers. With a crack, flames descended upon their bodies, reducing them to mere ashes. Bai Jing's gaze shifted to the interior of the pirate ship, where a chest filled with gold and silver treasures awaited, an entire small chest brimming with golden jewels. However, Bai Jing was unimpressed, curling his lip in disdain, calling them a miser, for they possessed little wealth. Selling these treasures would yield a mere 10 million berries. He then turned his attention to Little Oars, instructing, "Retrieve his head. It should fetch around 600 berries, which can be exchanged for some coin." With his colossal fingers, Little Oars picked up the captain's severed head and tossed it onto the ship. Ace leaped down from the mast, gazing out at the endless sea, reminiscing. What a familiar sensation. It feels like true freedom as a pirate. He turned to Bai Jing and inquired, "Do you have any plans? We could accompany you." Their intentions were twofold: to await Bai Jing's resurrection of their father, and to repay their debt of gratitude for his kindness in reviving them. Having spent some time by Bai Jing's side, they aimed to assist him in whatever endeavors he pursued, whether it be piracy or otherwise, with all their might. Bai Jing comprehended the sentiment, and could not help but inquire with a smile, "Why not seek out Luffy or Sabo? Is not the reunion of brothers a heartwarming affair?" Ace slowly made his way to the deck, gazing at the boundless sea as he softly uttered, "The ocean embodies the essence of freedom. No one can sever the wings of liberty. Luffy has his own adventures and companions, while I, as his brother, have long since departed from this world. For now, I shall refrain from disturbing him. This vast ocean holds the promise that one day, We shall meet again, shall we not? He turned his head and smiled gently. Bai Jing nodded, affirming the reasoning. How about this? You two accompany me as we set sail once more upon the vast ocean. Ace did not decline, and thus the plan was formed. The details of future endeavors could wait. Upon finishing his words, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Bai Jing finally unfastened the flask of wine from his waist and tossed it to Ace. Taste this familiar flavor, he urged. Ace uncorked the flask and took a hearty swig, exclaiming, "What splendid wine!" Afterward, he tossed the flask to Little Oz, who gulped it down in one go, his face alight with laughter. Above the East Sea, the three men erupted in joyous laughter. "Oh, by the way, what is your desire? To become a pirate or to join the Navy?" Ace inquired. Bai Jing gazed out at the boundless ocean, feeling an overwhelming surge of ambition. "I shall muster my own fleet, comprised of the mightiest pirates of this generation, or perhaps even the last. Upon these waters, I aspire to be the most carefree of all pirates. The title of Pirate King holds no allure for me. Such aspirations are better left to Luffy and his companions. My desire is to savor the breathtaking vistas of this piratical world. Whether pirate or navy, I shall steadfastly adhere to my convictions, and that shall suffice." He turned his head and spoke with utmost seriousness. "I once heard a remarkable man utter a profound statement. Is it not admirable for a man to perish in pursuit of his beliefs?" A glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in his eyes. Ace and Little Oars were taken aback by such words. Who could articulate such sentiments? It resonated deeply with their innermost thoughts. Observing Bai Jing's demeanor, both men could not help but inquire, "Is he still among the living?" Bai Jing slowly shook his head, acknowledging the inevitable truth of death. "Yet, it mattered little. I possessed the ability to resurrect him. Despite our differing positions, I yearned to persuade him to join my vessel. This ship required not only pirates, but also individuals of diverse identities." With that said, a faint smile graced Bai Jing's lips as he turned to Ace and declared, "As the first step of your resurrection, I shall present to you a dazzling display of fireworks to commemorate your rebirth." He leaped gracefully into the air, his feet barely touching the ground. With his right hand clenched into a fist, flames ignited fiercely. Ace, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be? This is the power of the Mera Mera no Mi." His surprise was devoid of jealousy or any ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Bai Jing paid no heed to Ace, who remained on the deck. The clash of fire powers was undoubtedly one of mutual immunity. Transforming his arm into an inferno of extraordinary heat, he elongated it, launching a fiery punch toward his intended target. The speed was swift, the range expansive, and the impact formidable. This was one of Ace's signature moves, capable of sinking 5 ships with a single blow. The endless flames roared as Bai Jing bellowed, "Fire Fist!" A colossal fire fist, stretching several dozen meters, surged violently toward the red-gold pirate ship. Upon contact, the flaming fist cleaved through the ship's hull, igniting a blaze that engulfed it entirely. Startled by the display, Ace leapt high into the air, landing upon the shoulder of Little Oars. The two gazed in awe at the slowly burning vessel, exchanging impressed glances. Having completed his spectacle, Bai Jing clapped his hands in satisfaction and settled onto Little Oars' other shoulder. Chapter 9. The Emergence of Sea Kings, the Voice of All Things, Divine Retribution. He spoke. Looking at Ace, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with this bonfire?" Ace regarded Bai Jing with the gaze one might cast upon a monster. He had never anticipated that Bai Jing would share his Mera Mera no Mi abilities. From Bai Jing's recent manifestation, it was evident that he possessed the Goro Goro no Mi as well, introducing an entirely new dimension to Ace's understanding. However, neither of them pressed further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and this was Bai Jing's. Moreover, he had saved them both and intended to rescue Whitebeard as well. What right did they have to inquire into his affairs? Recognizing this unspoken understanding, the two fell into silence. Beside Little Oars, they began to drift towards Windmill Village. It was time to reunite with some old acquaintances and, incidentally, to exchange the bounty of 6 million for some coin. The ethereal aura of the 9 hells dissipated from Bai Jing, leaving him momentarily bereft. To swiftly replenish this essence, 2 methods were at his disposal. The first was to take a life, thereby harvesting the deathly energy within. The second was to seek a frigid domain, where the chill could coalesce the 9 hells aura, albeit at a painfully slow pace. By extinguishing a single life, he could acquire a strand of this essence. Once he amassed 100 strands, he could linger in the realm of the underworld for a brief 10 minutes, This was the most effective means of obtaining the Nine Hells aura. Previously, the essence he had gathered was derived from the demise of other pirates, those who were deserving of their fate for their slaughter of the island's inhabitants. Thus, Bai Jing resolved to repay cruelty with cruelty, mirroring the brutal extermination these pirates had inflicted upon the residents. Only through such means could he sustain the essence sufficiently, allowing him to descend into the underworld once more to resurrect others. The two figures stood upon the shoulders of little oars, gradually making their way toward Windmill Village. Beside them, the tranquil sea began to churn, a massive whirlpool forming as if something ominous was brewing beneath the surface. Suddenly, a colossal eel's head erupted from the vortex, its immense body rising from the depths. Its mouth was lined with razor-sharp fangs, and its length was roughly estimated to reach 30 meters, with a head spanning 3 to 4 meters in width. The seawater splashed around, drenching Ace, who promptly weakened and slumped upon Little Oar's back. With a calm demeanor, he uttered, "Sea King." As the water splashed onto Bai Jing, he remained unaffected, his gaze transfixed upon the enormous eel's head, a spark of excitement igniting within him. "Oh, this resembles the Sea King that bit Shank's arm. I never anticipated encountering a Sea King here." The creature's eyes gleamed with avarice as it fixated upon the trio, its gaze akin to that of a masterful predator surveying its prey. With a sudden motion, it plunged its head into the ocean, re-emerging with its massive jaws agape. The cavernous mouth, brimming with fangs, lunged toward them, capable of inflicting grievous wounds upon Little Oars. A thunderous roar erupted from its maw, reverberating through the air as it sought to devour them whole. In that moment, Ace found himself weakened by the cascading waves. He glanced at Bai Jing, and upon seeing him unscathed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. If even Bai Jing were affected by the sea's onslaught, their situation would be dire. He regretted his impulsive decision to incinerate the ship all at once. While it had looked impressive, it had now led to dire consequences. Bai Jing was taken aback. He had just comprehended the words spoken by the eel. Translated, it meant, humans should perish. It seemed that I, too, possessed the ability to hear the voices of all beings. Bai Jing was profoundly shaken. Yet, after a moment, he began to stroke his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the enormous eel, deep in contemplation. He murmured softly to himself, pondering whether it would be better prepared in a braised style or roasted fresh. Such a sizable piece of eel flesh could surely provide sustenance for quite some time. Just as Xiao Aozi raised his long knife, ready to strike down upon the colossal creature, Bai Jing made his move. Lightning flickered in his hands, arcs of electricity dancing around him. The power of the thunder fruit surged forth. He refrained from employing the abilities of the flame fruit, as its limitations were too constraining on the sea. Instead, the thunder fruit's conductive nature rendered it a formidable weapon. Ace, observing the crackling electricity enveloping Bai Jing, could not help but interject, urging caution, "Take it easy. The seawater conducts electricity. If we get caught in the crossfire." Bai Jing, of course, was aware, offering Ace a reassuring smile. Observing this, Little Oz also set down the long knife in his hand, for he still held faith in Bai Jing's abilities. The Sea King before him appeared exceedingly insignificant. Resolving the matter was not a formidable challenge. Possessing the divine ability to resurrect others, dealing with the Sea King was indeed within their grasp. Were it not for the considerable limitations imposed by the ocean, the task of vanquishing a Sea King would be remarkably effortless for the two of them. The lightning in Bai Jing's hand erupted violently, an infinite tempest of electricity brewing within. His expression was solemn as he bellowed, "Divine retribution." He shaped his wrist into a conduit of lightning, releasing it according to his will. The unleashed bolts descended from above, culminating in a colossal pillar of lightning that obliterated its target. This technique could also be cast horizontally, not merely from above. When combined with Kenbunchika Haki, it allowed for even more precise targeting. Fortuitously, he possessed Kenbunchika Haki. In his eyes, this ability unfurled, honing in with unparalleled accuracy on the head of the Sea King creature. He raised his right hand high, where arcs of lightning flickered with intense brilliance. Suddenly, he thrust his hand downward into the void. Above the Sea King, the lightning manifested in a strange manner, forming a massive lightning pillar, far larger than the creature's head. Just as the Sea King's fangs were poised to strike at the crowd, the lightning pillar descended from the heavens, piercing through the creature's skull. A tremendous surge of high-voltage electricity caused its body to convulse violently, extinguishing its consciousness instantaneously. Moreover, The immense heat generated by the high-voltage lightning produced a scent of charred flesh emanating from its form. Bai Jing, satisfied, clapped his hands, pleased with the current state of affairs. The thunder fruit was undeniably powerful, and the techniques he had just employed were merely minor moves. He had yet to unleash his more formidable abilities. As for the observation haki he had just manifested, it was an innate attribute of the thunder fruit. It allowed him to acutely sense the energy around him, enabling him to detect foes beyond his line of sight and anticipate their actions, a phenomenon referred to as the heart net during his time on Skypiea. This ability could also be likened to a form of telepathy, or perhaps the power of auditory perception. Function 2. The cardiac pacemaker. This was the capability of the thunder god Enel, enhanced by the thunder fruit's powers, allowing him to receive electrical signals and significantly amplify the heart net's efficacy and range, enabling him to hear the voices of all the inhabitants on Skypiea. Naturally, Bai Jing possessed this ability as well. He turned to his companions, Little Oz and Ace, and said, "You two should return. I will drag this sea king ashore, and we shall feast." The duo, gazing at the monstrous Bai Jing, nodded in a daze. "A double fruit user, so domineering," Ace exclaimed, although he was puzzled as to why Bai Jing was unaffected by the sea. The existence of such an anomaly capable of reviving them without being hindered by the waters was hardly surprising. Yet, they remained unaware that Bai Jing's fruit abilities extended far beyond just one. Chapter 10. The Meeting of Ace and Dadan. Setting sail on one side of Windmill Village, three figures were gathered together, enjoying a drink and savoring grilled eel, which was utterly delectable. These three were none other than Ace, Bai Jing, and Little Oz. They raised their glasses high and clinked them together with fervor, shouting, "Cheers!" Before downing their drinks in one go, Bai Jing gazed at the two individuals beside him, and his thoughts drifted back to the childhood days of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. He recalled the moment by a tree stump when the trio had sworn their brotherhood over a bottle of wine. Turning to Ace, he jested, "Look at us three. We are in Windmill Village. Doesn't it remind you of the time you, Luffy, and Sabo shared your oath over a drink?" Ace was momentarily taken aback by this remark. The memories of those days were known only to Sabo and Luffy, so how could Bai Jing possibly be aware of them? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he looked at Bai Jing with a puzzled expression. Bai Jing merely smiled, draining the contents of his cup, refraining from uttering further words. An hour later, the trio set forth, a journey proposed by Bai Jing himself. It was only fitting to pay a visit to Dadan, his adoptive mother, especially since Bai Jing had indeed fulfilled the promise made to her. Upon arriving at Dadan's doorstep, the familiar scene left Ace momentarily frozen in place, lost in contemplation. It had been a considerable time since he had embarked on his solitary voyage, and he had not returned to Windmill Village to see Dadan. Standing before the door, a swirl of emotions coursed through him, rendering him unable to take a step forward, paralyzed by the fear of what to say upon their first encounter. Bai Jing and Little Oz chose not to disturb Ace. This was a moment that belonged solely to him, and they deemed it inappropriate to intrude. They stood in silence, while Little Oz, with his colossal frame, sought a shaded spot to rest. His immense size rendered him unable to enter through the door. Suddenly, the door swung open unexpectedly. Two bandits emerged, intending to attend to some matters outside. Upon encountering the familiar yet strange figure before them, their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, rubbing their eyes vigorously. They stammered, "Ayo Ace. Ace is alive." This exclamation captured the attention of those within the room. Dadan rushed out from the bandits' dwelling, her gaze fixating on the young man who had grown so much and changed so drastically. Tears welled up in her eyes. Although Ace had transformed in many ways, the freckles on his face remained. The moment Ace laid eyes on Dadan, his nose reddened, his throat tightened, and his eyes glistened with moisture. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into Dadan's embrace, holding her tightly. Dadan, taken aback by Ace's sudden action, embraced him fiercely. Choking back her emotions, she exclaimed, "You reckless fool. Do you have any idea how long I've worried about you? And the news of your death terrified me for so long. You three brothers, each more reckless than the last, have been gone for so long without even a thought to return." Her voice, nearly a roar, was rough yet imbued with deep concern and tenderness, which Ace felt profoundly. Tears streamed down his face, his previous composure shattered as he sobbed uncontrollably, resembling a helpless child returning to his mother's embrace. Between his cries, he managed to choke out, "I'm sorry, Dadan. It's my fault. I'm back now. This time, I have truly returned, and I've caused you so much worry." They held each other tightly, both weeping freely, entirely devoid of adult restraint. Meanwhile, the bandits hiding inside the dwelling watched this emotional reunion, also embracing and weeping, overwhelmed by the moment. Wah, Ace isn't dead. Wah, I knew that scoundrel Ace wouldn't die so easily. He is truly alive. Bai Jing, unable to bear the sight any longer, felt his eyes welling up. On the verge of tears, as he witnessed Dadan fiercely embrace Ace, tears streamed down his face freely, as if they were of no consequence. The two wept in each other's arms for an indeterminate time before slowly returning to their previous states and entering the bandit-esque dwelling. Dadan, upon noticing Bai Jing, recognized him as the boy who had previously insisted that Ace was alive. Now, it seemed, the boy had indeed brought Ace back. Dadan cast a grateful glance at Bai Jing, a multitude of emotions conveyed in that single look, words unspoken, experiences shared over the years. A bond only those who have parted can comprehend. The two conversed for what felt like an eternity within the bandit-esque abode, while Bai Jing listened quietly. Much like an outsider. 3 days later, Ace, Bai Jing, and Little Oars slowly took their leave. In Dadan's reluctant gaze, the three figures gradually faded into the distance. After their departure, Dadan's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and she wept uncontrollably, covering her face with her hand to shield her sorrow from prying eyes. Through her choked sobs, she scolded, "That rascal, he comes for a few days and then leaves again. Go, go, go. Let them leave. They may as well die out there without our knowledge." Even as she cursed, her tears continued to flow unabated. She turned and entered the bandit-esque dwelling, murmuring to herself, "The child has grown up. They must have their adventures." With Luffy and Sabo safe outside, and Ace alive, everything seemed so wonderfully right. Upon arriving in the town, many were taken aback by Ace's appearance. This young man looks so familiar. Have you noticed how he resembles the pirate Ace? Ace, who's that? Fire Fist Ace. You're right, there is indeed a resemblance. Surrounding voices whispered in hushed tones, while Ace made no effort to conceal himself. Knowing that news of his revival would soon spread across the globe, Little Oars, waiting at the coast, posed an issue due to his immense size, which could easily lead to misunderstandings and chaos. Ace visited the tavern owned by Makino to enjoy a drink and reminisce, while Bai Jing went to the Navy to exchange a bounty for money and procure a small boat in town. The time had come for the three to set sail. After a short while, Bai Jing found a small vessel that could barely accommodate him and Ace, yet he could not locate a suitable ship for Little Oars. Standing at a towering 38 meters, Oars was simply too large. No vessel in Windmill Town could accommodate him. For now, he would have to swim in the sea for a few days. That night, as Ace exited the tavern, Makino smiled at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It's wonderful that you're alive, Ace. I believe Mr. Carp and Dadan will also be overjoyed." As night descended, the trio embarked upon their journey aboard a modest 10-meter vessel. Thus commenced the adventure of Bai Jing. Chapter 11. The seaside restaurant under surveillance. That evening, Ace, Bai Jing, and Little Oz officially set sail across the vast ocean. The two were uncertain of their destination, allowing the currents to guide them. The sturdiness of their small craft was unknown, yet they contemplated the possibility of encountering pirates along their voyage, which might necessitate their assistance. Should such an encounter arise, they could either seek aid or rely on their moral integrity. After all, Bai Jing was a traveler from another realm. The concept of virtue was well understood among those with knowledge. For now, they surrendered to the whims of the sea. Or perhaps they would simply choose to confront other pirates directly. Little Oz, with his colossal form, was submerged beneath the waves. Each of his movements propelled their vessel forward with remarkable speed. Eager to revive his comrades, he sought to eliminate pirates, thereby gathering the essence of the 9 netherworlds for Bai Jing. However, Ace slowly shook his head, for Oz's assertion was misguided. The lives of pirates were still lives. It was the true perpetrators of slaughter who deserved condemnation. Such matters should unfold naturally, as Mr. Bai Jing possessed his own insights. Ace's address towards Bai Jing had evolved. Initially, he referred to him as a brother, but now it had transformed into a title of respect. His reverence stemmed from admiration for strength, respect for their resurrection, and gratitude for the enlightenment he had received. Bai Jing lay upon the small boat, his head cradled in his hands. A gentle smile graced his lips as he gazed at the myriad stars shimmering above the vast ocean. This was the essence of freedom. As for my next objective, I have already identified a potential candidate. Have you ever heard the adage? True men are but shall foam. Tenderness is embodied by Ku La Song, and deep affection is represented by Senio Air. Regrettably, among these three, one is an officer of Doflamingo, making it unlikely to recruit him. Nevertheless, filling this void of love would suffice. Yet, I wonder if the person I seek is among them. I shall let fate take its course. First, we must locate this individual, and our initial destination shall be Marineford. I believe it will not be long before we reunite with Luffy and the others. At this juncture, they should have already arrived in Big Mom's territory. Ace listened intently and then inquired aloud. However, the journey to Marineford is still quite distant, likely taking several days. By the way, we could seize a Navy warship. It is swift and semi-automated, far more agile than our humble vessel. Bai Jing leaped up, his eyes glimmering with ambition. Ace nodded. This plan was indeed feasible. The three of them had been adrift at sea for a full 3 days, yet they had encountered no pirate ships, not even a trace of them. Bai Jing lay languidly at the bow of the boat, having exhausted their provisions over the past few days. Now, with nothing left to eat, they could only venture into the sea in pursuit of elusive sea creatures, which seldom made an appearance, leaving them with no means to satiate their hunger. Young Oz, having tirelessly propelled the small vessel for 3 consecutive days and nights, had visibly lost weight. They possessed a wealth of berries, yet lacked a place to spend them. Their accumulated fortune, including the bounty for the head of the captain of the Red Gold Pirates and various treasures converted into cash, amounted to a staggering 15 million berries. Unfortunately, this wealth was of no use to fill their stomachs. Look ahead, there is a floating restaurant. Let us take a moment to rest there. Oz's heavy voice resonated, capturing the attention of Ace and Bai Jing. The two rose to their feet and gazed towards the distant maritime establishment. Bai Jing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and exclaimed, "Isn't this the seaside restaurant owned by Redfoot Zepp? It belongs to Sanji's master." Bai Jing was overwhelmed with excitement as the soul of the Huangquan fruit emerged and floated to the seaside restaurant. Only his physical form remained in place. The seaside restaurant bustled with numerous patrons, with the number of dining pirates amounting to several hundred. The moment Bai Jing's soul arrived at the restaurant, he shouted, "Boss, bring me 50 servings of seafood fried rice." Goodness gracious, there are ghosts here. The voice of Bai Jing immediately captured the attention of the waitstaff at the seaside restaurant, as well as the pirates. They gazed in astonishment at the ethereal green soul floating above, a sight so terrifying it could render one speechless. The pirates shouted in alarm nearby, while the diners, witnessing Bai Jing's peculiar state, could not help but exclaim in fear, "It's truly a ghost." Their haunting in broad daylight. Ace, cradling Bai Jing's physical form, ascended to the restaurant. Gradually, Bai Jing's soul drifted back into his body, restoring him to his original state. Little Oars remained at a distance, his massive physique too intimidating. It would suffice to prepare an ample portion of seafood fried rice to bring back for him. Moreover, they needed to locate a nearby island. Otherwise, after 3 days adrift at sea, Little Oars would surely turn into dried fish. As Bai Jing returned to his former self, the patrons cautiously resumed their seats, their gazes lingering on the youthful visage of Bai Jing, sparking mischievous thoughts. A few had already taken note of his appearance, lurking outside the restaurant, cackling wickedly. "How dare you cause me to lose face, you little brat? Engaging in such mischief in broad daylight. Perhaps you have more than one life to spare." "Boss, the arrangements have been made. Our ship is already on its way." The crew aboard, numbering precisely 100, had surrounded the area, lying in wait for the young boy. "Excellent. When that little imp emerges, we shall have our revenge. He has dared to cause our bull and cow pirate crew such disgrace." "Haha, rest assured, boss. Everything is in order." Outside, the pirates silently gathered, preparing for their scheme. Bai Jing and Ace found their seats and awaited the arrival of the seafood fried rice. Meanwhile, the commotion outside was under Bai Jing's vigilant observation. Possessing the ability of observation hockey, along with the powers of the rumble fruit, he could discern the heartbeat of others, granting him acute awareness of every movement within the bustling sea restaurant. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he thought, "Trouble has come my way. These pirates are truly foolish. How fortuitous to have over 200 souls here to bestow upon me a taste of the 9 hells." At that moment, Redfoot Zepp was busy in the kitchen. A sudden influx of 50 orders for seafood fried rice piqued his curiosity about who could possibly desire such a quantity. Yet he approached the task of preparing the dish with remarkable steadiness. Soon, 2 bowls of fried rice were served. Before him lay a plate of seafood fried rice, golden and fragrant, and Bai Jing wasted no time in diving in. With each spoonful he relished, the exquisite flavors danced upon his palate. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "What exceptional culinary skill! Truly worthy of Sanji's master." The seafood's freshness blended harmoniously with the aromatic rice, creating an unparalleled feast for the senses. "I simply must have more," he declared. Shirai exclaimed, having completely indulged himself. His manner of eating was a stark contrast to that of Ace. After mastering the art of etiquette, Ace displayed a refined grace, delicately bringing morsels to his mouth one by one. Meanwhile, Zepp, who was preparing seafood fried rice outside the kitchen, limped out upon hearing Shirai's words. His limp was a result of the injury sustained while rescuing Sanji, which earned him the moniker Red-Footed Zepp. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Shirai and the Shock of Red-Footed Zepp. Curiously, Red-Footed Zepp scrutinized Shirai, observing him closely. How could this young lad, barely in his teens, possibly know Sanji? It seemed implausible. Sanji had been at sea for several years, and there appeared to be no connection between him and this boy. With skepticism, he inquired, "Do you truly know Sanji?" Bai Jing smiled gently. "Of course I am familiar with Sanji. Not only do I know him, but I am also aware of his remarkable exploits. Recently, he has been quite the sensation, being the second son of the Vinsmoke family, and his devilish attire has significantly enhanced his abilities. It seems that Sanji is on the verge of marriage, though the ultimate outcome may not be entirely pleasant for him." Bai Jing recalled the moment when Luffy and his companions appeared at Sanji's wedding, followed by a series of tumultuous battles that marred the occasion. However, it was fortunate that Brook's love for Sanji ran profoundly deep. She was the first woman to claim the cigarette from his lips, which only intensified Bai Jing's fervent support for this couple. Regrettably, on that stormy night, Brook bestowed upon Sanji a kiss, encapsulating a myriad of memories from their time together, leaving her to endure the pain alone. It is said that the romances of pirates are often fraught with sorrow, and this proved to be true. Yet, as long as he could locate the Straw Hat crew, he was determined to restore his memories, enabling him to seek out Brook and unite them in marriage. Zepp, with keen interest in his eyes, inquired, "How do you know? You are in the East Blue, while they are in the New World." Meanwhile, Ace, engrossed in his meal, prioritized the joy of savoring food above all else. He also had a vague recollection of Sanji, who was one of Luffy's comrades. Bai Jing opened his mouth and proposed, "How about a wager? If I can provide evidence affirming the veracity of my claims, then you shall treat me to these 2 bowls of seafood rice, and I shall owe you nothing." In truth, he was not motivated by the cost of the 2 bowls, for they were not lacking in wealth. Rather, he sought merely to engage in a gamble with the Red-Footed Zepp to assure himself and ascertain the recent news regarding Sanji. In Bai Jing's perspective, Luffy's trio of brothers were nurtured by Dadan, while Sanji's paternal figure was none other than the Red-Footed Zepp. "Oh, just 2 bowls of seafood rice. I can certainly afford that." "Speak your mind," replied the Red-Footed Zepp, his lengthy mustaches twitching animatedly as he spoke. Bai Jing slowly spoke. "How I came to know about this matter remains uncertain. Without concrete evidence, whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. However, there is one thing you undoubtedly know, and you are certainly aware of what I am referring to." Bai Jing leisurely took a bite of the seafood rice, murmuring softly before gradually speaking. 13 years ago, upon your return to the East Sea, you led the chef pirate crew to the front of the orbiter, where they seized the treasures aboard. Sanji charged forward, only to be kicked away. He clung tightly to your right leg, vowing that he would undoubtedly find all blue. This declaration resonated with you, as you shared the same dream. On that tempestuous day, when the storm raged fiercely, Sanji was swept away, and you leapt into the sea to rescue him. Together, you found yourselves on a deserted island, where you divided a bag of provisions sufficient for 5 days with Sanji. Meanwhile, you ventured to the other side of the island, laden with a trove of treasures, to await the rescue ship. In a bid for survival, you resorted to breaking your right leg with a stone to sustain yourself. In the manga, this occurs. In the anime, the scene is altered to depict Zeff severing his leg with an anchor chain to save the drowning Sanji. Bai Jing whispered this final sentence so softly that only he and Zeff could hear. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Redleg Zeff's pupils widened, and his gaze toward Bai Jing shifted dramatically. In a low voice, he inquired, "Who are you? How do you know all of this?" He pondered, for during those days, aside from Sanji, no one else was privy to such knowledge. The fact that Bai Jing could recount these events word for word led him to believe half of what he had just heard. Bai Jing waved his hand and chuckled, stating that there was no need for you to know his identity. What you ought to be aware of is that by a twist of fate, He found himself in this seaside restaurant, merely to relay news about Sanji. After many years of being a father, watching one's child venture away must evoke a profound sense of reluctance. Presently, Sanji is ardently pursuing his dream of the All Blue, becoming a renowned pirate with a notably high bounty. Their group has stepped into the Grand Line. Redfoot Zepp, increasingly perplexed by this young lad before him, could not help but laugh heartily, ultimately finding solace in the situation. Ha ha ha, you truly are an intriguing little rascal. In that case, I shall treat you to the remaining 48 bowls of seafood rice. Today, I am in good spirits and will generously add another 50 bowls for you. He lowered his voice, casting a casual glance towards the outside. There are 200 pirates outside, all watching you intently. Should you wish to flee, you may take refuge in my kitchen. Bai Jing chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that, merely 100 pirates. A snap of my fingers will suffice. After saying this, he returned to his seafood rice, while Japu nodded in agreement and retreated to the kitchen to prepare more. Laughter echoed throughout the maritime restaurant, resonating with joy. Hey, what is up with Japu? Why is he laughing for no reason? That old man must be a bit eccentric today. Let's just enjoy our meal, someone remarked, savoring the delightful flavors of the seafood rice. Bowls were served one after another, and both Ace and Bai Jing relished every bite. Upon finishing their feast, Ace leapt up and exclaimed, "Let us pack up 200 bowls of seafood rice." Who are these two? How can they eat so much? Are they here to shower us with riches? A nearby pirate mused. If they are indeed here for generosity, well, that would be splendid. Several pirates watched the duo with glimmering eyes, their appetites piqued by the sheer quantity of food, perceiving them as easy prey. Wait, that guy in the red hat looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen that face before, one pirate whispered. Do you feel the same? Another replied. Yes, but I can't quite place it at the moment. The crowd hushed, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Ace's visage. It had been over 2 years since the legendary Fire Fist Ace had departed from the world, fading from public consciousness. After 200 bowls of seafood rice were packed into a substantial bundle, they exchanged a hefty sum of thousands of berries before departing. Naturally, Japu would not accept the payment, yet Bai Jing insisted on leaving something behind. With a massive package in tow, they made their way outside. Chapter 13. The Chariot Bull Pirates. Bai Jing and a frenzied little brat. You finally emerged. One pirate exclaimed. Was the food inside that delightful? Your earlier fright was just as exhilarating, wasn't it? Heh. Hundreds of pirates surrounded the entrance of the maritime restaurant, confronting the two. Do you know how renowned my Chariot Bull pirates are in this area? Go ask around. Who doesn't he know about us? Yet here you are, foolishly provoking our wrath. You have two choices. Bow your head in apology, or bow your head in apology, or still, bow your head in apology. The leading pirate, bare-chested, displayed a flag on his right arm depicting an old bull pushing a cart. The others from the Chariot Bull Pirates bore similar insignias on their arms. Bai Jing could not help but let out a gentle sigh as he surveyed the surrounding individuals, exclaiming in exasperation, "What is it with you scoundrel pirates? You all seem to share the same wretched disposition. I have not wronged you in any way, so why do you insist on provoking me?" He continued, "Very well. I shall present you with 3 options. First, kneel and bow in apology. Second, while bowing in apology, sing a song. Or third, collectively leap from this floating restaurant into the sea, swim 10 kilometers, and then return to bow in apology." Upon hearing this, the pirate's expressions grew increasingly menacing. "You insolent brat. How dare you mock us?" Bai Jing turned to Ace and said, "Please take these back to Little Oz. He must be starving. These insignificant pests are no concern of mine." Ace nodded and, with a single leap, soared several dozen zhang over them. The little demon attempted to flee. But could he escape? A throng of pursuers followed closely behind, and at the end of the restaurant lay their anchored pirate ship. The distance was minimal. Beyond that lay the vast ocean. Thus, they presumed Ace had nowhere to run. However, Ace paid them no heed and leapt once more, landing at the edge of the sea restaurant. Crouching slightly, he jumped upward, executing a perfect 360-degree spin in midair. Just as the onlookers anticipated his plunge into the water, a faint smile graced his lips as he bellowed, "Fire Fist." A colossal flame coalesced in his hand, and the Fire Fist unleashed a formidable shockwave toward the ocean below, propelling his body hundreds of meters away. He landed precisely on their distant anchored boat, where Oz's enormous form floated nearby. Ace thoughtfully delivered all the food to Little Oz. The pirates, realizing Ace was a devil fruit user, broke into a cold sweat. They were fortunate not to have pursued him earlier, otherwise, their fate would have been dire. Subsequently, they returned, their gaze fixated on Bai Jing, determined to prey on the weak. Little brat, your companions have fled, yet you still dare to speak so boldly? You have quite the audacity. Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson and show him the consequences of crossing the Chinyu pirate crew. With that, they brandished their long blades and charged toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing couldn't help but sigh. I declare my strength, yet you all remain unconvinced? I too possess the power of a devil fruit. The captain of the Chinyu pirate crew sneered. You little brat, your words hold no weight. I assert that I also possess the Mera Mera no Mihaha. Bai Jing refrained from engaging in conflict, as flames gradually manifested upon his hands, which he clenched into tight fists. In an intricate figure-8 formation, boundless flames erupted forth, shooting like projectiles towards the pirates that charged at him. Before their massive blades could even reach Bai Jing, they were already engulfed in roaring flames. A fireball penetrated their bodies, akin to real bullets piercing through flesh. Bai Jing let out a faint sigh, questioning why they could not believe him. It was now too late. The time for action had arrived. It was showtime. In his hand, a firearm materialized, unleashing a barrage of shots in rapid succession. The flames manifested without the constraints of bullets, a relentless series of bursts echoing through the air. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 pirates had perished. The aura of death surrounding them transformed into pure ethereal energy, merging with his being in a manner unseen by others. How could this be? Flee. This lad wields the powers of a devil fruit, a force beyond our reckoning. Flee. It is far too late. Perhaps in your next life. You should keep your eyes wide open. The voice of Bai Jing resonated like the whispered lament of death. His hands transformed into searing guns, unleashing fiery projectiles that mercilessly reaped lives, cruel and unrelenting. Within the maritime restaurant, numerous patrons craned their necks, witnessing the gruesome spectacle and gasping in horror. This young man was playing the fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. He was a wielder of a devil fruit power. Could this fruit bear an uncanny resemblance to the Mera Mera Nomi? Was this not the very fruit of Ace? Moreover, the individual who had just been seated opposite this young man bore an astonishing likeness to Ace himself. Indeed, it appeared to be the very Fire Fist Ace. Was it not said that Fire Fist Ace had perished? How could he possibly be here? Was it a mere rumor after all? Keep your voices down. We wouldn't want this young man to overhear us. He clearly is not one to be trifled with. The diners within the restaurant were already in a state of shock, their minds racing with audacious speculation. The notion that Fire Fist Ace had not met his demise would surely spread like wildfire throughout the East Blue. Please, esteemed sir, have mercy on me. I was blind to your might. Now that I have offended you, I beseech you to spare me. Treat me as a mere wisp and let me go. I shall never dare to cross you again. The captain of the Chinyu pirate crew, realizing his fate was sealed, immediately fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, snot running freely. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of the Chinyu pirate crew members. As the coldness of Bai Jing receded, Imo gradually extinguished the flames that danced upon his hands. Just as the pirate believed he had escaped peril, a dagger suddenly materialized in his grasp. With a fierce leap, he lunged forward, aiming to pierce Bai Jing, who appeared to have lost his former composure. The entire FAAD had merely been a ruse for Bai Jing's benefit. With a roar, the pirate exclaimed, "You little brat, for causing me such disgrace. You shall pay with your life." The blade plunged forward, embedding itself deep within Bai Jing's form. Yet, contrary to the anticipated sight of blood spilling forth, such a scene did not unfold. Both the dagger and the pirate's fist passed cleanly through Bai Jing's abdomen. Bai Jing's abdomen had been entirely transformed into flames, the blazing fire consuming his entire arm. The intense heat melted it into a pool of blood. Allah! In agony, he pulled out his right hand, which had been completely incinerated by the flames, all in the blink of an eye. Bai Jing was not naive enough to believe that the man would bow his head in apology. He had been on guard all along. Even now, a sneer lingered at the corner of his mouth. With a deliberate motion, he extended his right thumb. A bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing straight through the man's brow. As the lightning struck, it left behind a gaping wound at his forehead. The man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After completing his tasks, Bai Jing turned his gaze towards the interior of the seaside restaurant, smiling as he expressed his gratitude for the hospitality. Having said that, he skillfully leaped aside, seizing the pirate ship of the Manatee pirate crew and setting sail towards the horizon. Chapter 14. Silver Fox Foxy. The power of the slow fruit with a pirate ship now at their disposal, there was no longer a need for the small boat that had brought them to sea. Little Oars, due to his enormous size, found himself unable to board the ship and could only float in the water. Ace glanced at Little Oars, concern evident in his eyes, realizing that remaining in the water was not a sustainable situation. He reassured, "Do not worry. It won't be long before we acquire a larger pirate ship for our voyages." Little Oars grinned, his massive tusks appearing somewhat fearsome, and replied in a deep voice, "It's fine. With the physique of my giant race, if I cannot endure this little bit of seawater, I would truly be a failure." Ace and Bai Jing exchanged knowing smiles as they took to painting over the flag on the pirate ship. For the sight of a small calf pushing a cart was rather unseemly. This reminded Bai Jing of a peculiar technique from his past life, leaving him with a strange sensation. The three of them once again sailed upon the boundless ocean. This time, they had learned their lesson and stocked the ship with ample provisions. Coupled with the existing supplies of bread and wine aboard the pirate vessel, they had enough to sustain them for quite some time. By nightfall, the trio engaged in conversation and merriment, drinking until they fell into a deep slumber. During their journey, they passed numerous small islands, allowing Little Oars to climb ashore to dry off and rest. Days later, they encountered a massive island that Bai Jing recognized, the Longchain Island. Longchain Island was the territory of Silver Fox Foxy, and it was here that they had once engaged in a spectacular competition against him. In Bai Jing's eyes, there resided a profound curiosity, not about the competition held by Foxy, but rather about Foxy's fruitability. The fruit in question, known as the slow fruit, is an exceedingly underestimated power, primarily due to the ineptitude of its user. This extraordinary ability can reduce the flow of time for surrounding objects, thereby altering time to a certain extent. Such a miraculous fruit has been developed to a pitiful degree by him. If Bai Jing were in Foxy's position, he would rather meet an untimely demise by colliding with a block of tofu. Standing at the bow of the ship, Bai Jing gazed intently at the small island ahead. The slow photons, an undiscovered particle in this world, emit a light that causes all entities exposed to it, be they living beings, liquids, or gases, to lose a certain degree of speed, provided that other energy states remain unchanged. In simpler terms, contact with this light results in a significant deceleration of speed. Within the illuminated area, all objects are subject to this slowing effect, irrespective of their initial velocity, including the speed of a fall to the ground. Consequently, objects affected by the slow photons seem to float in midair, as reactions also become sluggish. Any attacks received while under the influence of the slow effect will accumulate and then explosively release at the moment the photons dissipate. The slow photon effect can last for 30 seconds, after which normal speed resumes. Naturally, these emitted photons can also be pre-stored within weapons, further enhancing the fruit's formidable capabilities. Imagine, when Bai Jing finds himself surrounded by a legion of subordinates, unleashing the slow light, causing their adversaries to become ensnared in lethargy. However, there exists a critical flaw. The photons are reflected upon contact with mirrors, causing the user to also be affected by the slowing light. The pirate ship gradually approached the shores of Longchain Island. Little Oars, conspicuously absent, was overshadowed by his immense stature, leaving only Ace and Bai Jing to disembark. It was chiefly Bai Jing's desire to set foot on the island, with Ace accompanying him. The moment the duo stepped onto the island, a resounding cannonade erupted around them, booming in succession. Bang, bang, bang. A crimson carpet unfurled, stretching from beneath their feet into the interior. Beyond this carpet, the flamboyant Foxy made his grand entrance. Adorned in gleaming shoes, he stepped confidently upon the carpet, presenting himself before the two. With his distinctive red nose, inverted eyebrows, and triangular eyes, there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Foxy. He regarded the two with delight, his gaze lingering on their pirate ship, his eyes gleaming with joy. He proclaimed, "Welcome to Longchain Island. Join us for a competition, and you shall be rewarded handsomely. Should you lose, you need only stake that pirate ship. Our contest will be entirely fair and just, devoid of deceit." He rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at the two individuals, wishing for them to engage in this contest. Or rather, due to their slender physiques, whether they agreed or not, they had no choice but to comply. With so many of them, were they truly intimidated by the prospect of facing just these two? Bai Jing was pleasantly surprised, never anticipating that someone would come to him. The silver fox, Foxy, appeared before him, sparing him the trouble of seeking him out. As for the absurdity of the game and the so-called fairness he spoke of, utter nonsense. Had he never witnessed the antics of pirates? How deceitful the abilities of the devil fruit could be, capable of diminishing other speed. Who could possibly claim fairness in such a scenario? Bai Jing, without a moment's hesitation, sprang into action with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of lightning as he approached Silver Fox Foxy. Before Silver Fox Foxy could react, Bai Jing's hand had already settled upon his shoulder. The instant his hand made contact with Foxy's body, he acquired the ability of the fruit, perfectly replicating it. Silver Fox Foxy felt an inexplicable void within himself, while Bai Jing suddenly found himself endowed with a new fruit ability, one of lethargy. Foxy's expression shifted dramatically as he shook off Bai Jing's hand, exclaiming in fury, "What are you doing?" Bai Jing once again leaned on his shoulder and spoke. "My good friend owes you a debt of gratitude. As for this game, I shall no longer partake. Until we meet again, farewell." With that, he turned to leave. Remarkably, within a mere quarter of an hour on the island, an adversary had come to bestow upon him the power of the fruit. Meanwhile, little Oz, still with moisture clinging to him, was preparing to set sail once more. "How dare you treat Long Chain Island as if it were a mere whim, coming and going as you please? Do you take me, Silver Fox Foxy, for a fool?" Enraged, Silver Fox Foxy clenched his hands into graceful claws, unleashing a lethargic beam of light. However, Bai Jing had anticipated this. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, he materialized before Silver Fox Foxy, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly, his gaze indifferent. His voice was as cold as the icy winds of December. "Silver Fox Foxy, valued at 24 million berries. Do you think it would be splendid if I were to present your head to the government for a bounty?" As he spoke, lightning and flames danced upon his body, crackling with energy. His grip unleashed a torrent of electricity and fire upon Silver Fox Foxy, albeit only a fraction of its true power. The intense voltage caused Foxy's hair to frizz uncontrollably, while the flames consumed it entirely, leaving him a bald figure. Foxy's face flushed crimson. He glared at his onlooking subordinates with fury. "What are you waiting for? Attack! Can't you see he is threatening me?" Chapter 15. Firefly, Fire Demo. A man but phone-like. The four underlings were poised to strike, yet Ace stepped forward, igniting a massive wall of flames that encircled them all. Within this inferno, flames blazed fiercely, and Ace himself was engulfed in fire. His voice was casual. "You best not make a move, lest you turn to ash beneath this blaze. I cannot guarantee your safety." He murmured again, "Firefly, Fire Demo." With a flourish of his hands, he conjured numerous glowing greenish-blue orbs resembling fireflies, floating around the crowd. These could converge upon an opponent, detonating in a single explosive burst to inflict damage, but they could also harm everyone present. Silver Fox Foxy's pupils dilated with recognition as he discerned the man in the distance. The flames, along with that whimsical hat adorned with smiles and frowns. Wasn't he this the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Firefist Ace? Hadn't he perished? How was he still alive? Clearly, the crowd recognized Ace immediately. Their bodies trembled in unison. This was the most notorious pirate, Firefist Ace, who had previously rebuffed the offer of the 7 warlords of the sea. Silver Fox Foxy could not help but question, "Ace, why do you still live?" He gazed into the eyes of Firefist Ace, filled with trepidation. Firefist Ace remained silent, awaiting the next directive from Bai Jing. Within the group, an unspoken hierarchy had begun to establish itself, with Bai Jing emerging as the leader. This was a natural consequence of his superior strength in any assembly. Those endowed with greater prowess invariably command respect. Bai Jing gently set down Silver Fox Foxy and turned to leave. The members of the Silver Fox Pirates stared at Bai Jing's retreating figure, not daring to utter a word or take a deep breath. After all, the infinite flames surrounding them posed a constant threat, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their immediate demise. Once Bai Jing had gradually departed from view, Ace the Fire Fist finally turned to follow him. The two ascended the pirate ship and called for little oars. The ship set sail once more, drifting further into the distance, while the vast sea of flames encircling them slowly dissipated. Silver Fox Foxy felt as though he had just emerged from the depths of hell. Bai Jing, with that disdainful gaze and the formidable powers of thunder and flame, left him profoundly unsettled. Having been a pirate for many years, he had never experienced such a sensation. That look was akin to that of a deity, gazing down upon mere insects. The backs of the crowd were drenched in cold sweat, After all, it was none other than Fire Fist Ace, the renowned pirate, whom they had never expected to encounter. Moreover, the news of Fire Fist Ace's demise, which had circulated years ago, was, astonishingly, a fabrication. This momentous revelation would soon send ripples throughout the entire pirate realm. While the members of the Silver Fox pirate crew were astounded by Ace's unexpected appearance, Fox was captivated by a different enigma. How could this young man wield the powers of two devil fruits? Furthermore, Fire Fist Ace had chosen him as his leader. On the pirate ship, the two companions found themselves raising their glasses once more in celebration. Bai Jing was evidently in high spirits, humming a merry tune. Yo-ho-ho, 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 I bring you the long-awaited fine wine from Binks. The melody exuded the essence of the ocean's suns. This enchanting song instantly captivated Ace's attention. Ace listened intently to the exquisite melody. Once Bai Jing finished the song, Ace turned to him and inquired, "What is the name of this song?" Bai Jing chuckled and said, "This song is composed by a remarkable musician titled Binksake. Moreover, this musician has some connection with your brother." Ace took a sip of his drink and fell silent. The two of them quietly gazed at the night sea view. Bai Jing made a rough estimate and realized that in recent days, he had only taken the lives of over 300 individuals, while the ethereal energy of the nine nether within him had scarcely coalesced into more than 30 strands. In merely 5 hours, he traversed the underworld. Yet the prospect of locating anyone remained unrealistic. He would need to seek out some particularly vicious pirates to accumulate more of the nine nether energy and venture into the realm of the dead to resurrect a few souls. Amidst the vast ocean, aboard the entire pirate ship, only he and Ace remained. Little Oz could not board the vessel, left to drift alone upon the water, an overwhelming sense of solitude engulfing him. Once the resurrection was complete, he planned to recruit additional crew members, preferably musicians or chefs, so that he could prepare meals while at sea. Observing Bai Jing lost in contemplation, Ace could not help but inquire, "Are you pondering whom you wish to revive?" Bai nodded, acknowledging that the white-bearded figure should be in other cities of the underworld. However, the exact location remained elusive, suggesting that considerable time would be required for the search. Others who sought resurrection faced similar challenges. To ensure his safety, he aimed to accumulate a sufficient amount of netherworld energy, enough to guarantee his presence in the underworld for at least 3 days. During that time, he planned to explore the next netherworld and seek out those individuals, hoping for their revival. He turned to Ace, his expression earnest, and inquired, "Are you aware of the adage that circulates in my world?" Before Ace could respond, Bai continued, "Familial bonds are but fleeting moments. Regrets are merely echoes of despair. Men are but shadows of their former selves. Love is but an ephemeral dream. Gentleness is a fleeting caress, and a true gentleman is a rarity." Ace listened, intrigued by the peculiarities of Bai's words, particularly the mention of fleeting moments. His curiosity about Bai's origins deepened. Bai Jing understood that he was unfamiliar with the figure before him. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance, recalling the flamboyant gentleman clad in a swan dress. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he spoke. The man was none other than Finkelei, not merely a name tossed about carelessly. For the sake of your cherished brother, he was imprisoned within Impel Down. Inside that grim fortress, he assumed the guise of Magellan to facilitate the escape of the Straw Hat Boy, enabling him to reach Marine headquarters to rescue you. He opened the gates of Impel Down, allowing the Straw Hat crew to depart. Beyond this debt of gratitude, he also bore the burden of saving your brother from the frigid depths of endless snow, where the Straw Hat Boy was on the brink of death by freezing. It was he who carried the Straw Hat Boy across the icy expanse to find the Okama King, thus granting him redemption. Ultimately, he remained trapped alone in that sunless abyss. This is why I assert that the man is none other than Finkelei. Ace listened intently, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. A rare silence enveloping him. The sacrifices made for his own brother were indeed commendable. He lamented, calling him a true man. How he longed to meet him and express his heartfelt gratitude for all he had done for his foolish brother. Chapter 16. The Most Audacious Pirate, Raiding a Navy Warship. A trio of adventurers was making their way toward the Sabaody archipelago. Bai Jing now intends to seek out Rayleigh to master hockey, particularly the armament hockey, which he believes is essential. Initially, he considered consulting Ace, but he has always found Ace to be somewhat unreliable. Rayleigh, as the vice captain of the Pirate King, is undoubtedly a more trustworthy mentor. At this stage, he recognizes his own inadequacies, should he attain greater strength and possess a wider array of devil fruit abilities. He would venture to Marine headquarters to meet with Garp and Sengoku. The allure of Sengoku's golden Buddha fruit power is indeed enticing. Naturally, if his capabilities expand, he would then make his way to the residence of the celestial dragons to eradicate those vile creatures. Furthermore, he would seize the opportunity to collect the supreme grade Great Blade, which would be immensely satisfying. The journey ahead remains long. After drifting at sea for another 10 days, a massive warship slowly approached from the horizon. The familiar seagull flag of the Navy proudly adorned the imposing blue vessel. Bai Jing gazed at the distant warship, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Ace, look, we have a lead on little oars," he exclaimed. The sheer size of this naval warship was more than sufficient to accommodate the enormous form of little oars. Bai Jing undoubtedly stands as the most audacious of pirates. While most pirates would flee at the sight of a warship, Bai Jing boldly seeks to seize one. Oh, I mustn't forget about the Iron Fool, who also shows no fear of the Navy. Do you think you know who I am? I am none other than Jack. Yes, that big fool Jack, who recklessly charged at a warship, only to end up with a broken horn. Fire Fist Ace adjusted his hat, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The Navy, you say? It has been quite a while since our last encounter. Although Bai Jing harbored intentions to seize the warship, he did not wish to instigate excessive bloodshed. If the Navy were to disregard reason, it would be of no fault of his own. As a time traveler, he adhered to the principles of logic. Surely the Navy could comprehend the concept of barter? It seemed only reasonable to exchange his modest pirate vessel for their grand, fully automated Navy ship. Rear Admiral, it appears a pirate ship is ahead. Shall we engage it? A naval soldier, having spotted Bai Jing's ship, promptly reported to the Rear Admiral. Bai Jing was well acquainted with this Rear Admiral, known for having encountered numerous pirates. Grasping his telescope, the Rear Admiral confirmed the presence of a pirate ship and immediately issued commands. Pirates, in these vast seas, ought to be captured, since they had crossed paths. They would be bombarded. Orders were dispatched. Advance at full speed, close in on the pirate vessel, and sink them with cannon fire. Upon hearing the Rear Admiral's directives, the naval soldiers straightened their posture and saluted. Yes, sir. Aboard the colossal Navy ship, a force of 10,000 sailors was assembled. This impressive battleship, measuring 300 meters in length and tens of meters in width, greatly appealed to Bai Jing. A vessel of such magnitude would undoubtedly convey a sense of grandeur. He merely needed the warship to reach the Sabaody archipelago. Beyond that, he had no other concerns. As for being pursued by the Navy, that was a jest. With the powers of the Thunder Fruit and the Flame Fruit, along with the formidable strengths of Ace and the giant oars, their prowess was akin to that of 3 warlords of the sea. Unless a Marine admiral intervened, none could thwart their advance. The pirates ahead were advised to surrender for a chance at survival. Otherwise, they would face the full fury of the cannons. The Navy's proclamation echoed from the warship, reaching the ears of the trio. Ace and Bai Jing remained calm, steering their ship towards the Navy vessel without a hint of evasion. Meanwhile, Oars positioned himself behind the pirate ship, concealing his massive head to maintain an element of surprise. Though only a single Navy warship was present, it sufficed. Bai Jing alone was sufficient, impervious to sea prism stone and the ocean's depths, endowed with the capabilities of a devil fruit. Such an overpowering advantage rendered him invincible. As the warship drew closer, the Rear Admiral, seeing no sign of contrition from the pirates, commanded, "Fire! Bring down their ship." At that moment, enormous cannonballs erupted from the dark mouths of the cannons. Dozens of shells were unleashed towards the pirate vessel. Flames ignited around Ace, and with his fingers crossed in a gesture of defiance, he declared, "Crossfire." As he aimed at the incoming projectiles, 2 index fingers intertwined, forming a cross from which a radiant beam of light emanated. Aiming at the adversary, flames surged forth along the cruciform light towards the intended target. This inferno, continuously gushing forth from the fingertips, soared into the sky as a towering column of fire, effortlessly piercing through dozens of cannonballs. The fiery pillar swept across all projectiles, causing them to detonate mid-air before reaching the pirate ship. Having accomplished this feat, Ace crouched slightly, propelling himself vigorously towards the distant warship. In mid-air, his hands ignited into blazing fists, striking fiercely towards the sea, and with immense recoil, he landed deftly upon the deck of the naval vessel. Bai Jing gazed at the once formidable Ace and could not help but muse that he ought to seek out Kizaru another day. His light fruit would enable me to traverse such vast distances. Otherwise, it would lack a certain flair. Ace's thunder fruit possesses the mightiest form of the thunder god, allowing him to briefly soar through the skies when he assumes this divine guise. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the naval vessel. Vanishing from the pirate ship, the two appeared abruptly aboard the naval ship, catching the crew entirely off guard. When they finally discerned the identities of the intruders, the naval rear admiral, Mole, was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened in shock, his expression stiffened, and his hands and feet grew slightly cold. Trembling, he uttered, "Fire fist." "Ace, how is this possible? You were supposed to be dead." During the Battle of Marineford, he had witnessed Ace's chest being shattered by Akainu's fist, leading to his demise. Now, to see him standing unscathed before him was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, Ace's fire fruit abilities were evidently intact, a reality that defied all conventional understanding. Bai Jing, taken aback by the multitude of people before him, was the first to break the silence. "There is no need for speculation. This mountain is mine to claim, and this tree is mine to nurture. Anyone wishing to pass through must leave a toll. Throughout my life, my greatest joy has been to forge friendships and engage in barter. I generously bestow upon you my pirate ship, and in return, is it unreasonable to expect a naval vessel from you?" Bai Jing chuckled softly, scanning the surroundings above, searching for the location of any naval vessels. Meanwhile, the others, regaining their senses, were incensed by Bai Jing's words. "You foolish child, what delusions do you entertain in broad daylight?" Chapter 17. Fierce Battle on the Warship. Two users of the burning fruit, though they berated him, the foremost thought that infiltrated their minds was the shocking realization that, as members of the Navy, they had been robbed, by pirates, no less. How could such audacious brigands exist? To think they would dare to commit robbery against the Navy. What has become of this world? Should not pirates flee like mice before a cat upon encountering the Navy? Yet here was one who brazenly leaped from a pirate ship onto their warship, facing an entire contingent of 10,000 sailors, and audaciously sought to turn the tables. Had his mind been scorched away? "Are you quite all right, lad? Have you lost your senses? We are the Navy, and you are the pirate. Do you not comprehend the disparity in our identities?" A nearby naval soldier interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. Bai Jing nodded, fully aware of the situation, his expression marked by an air of innocence. He spoke, "Surely, none of you wish to lose your lives over a mere warship. Furthermore, who is to say that those aboard a pirate vessel are indeed pirates? I currently stand upon a naval ship. Why not consider me a member of the Navy?" Major Mole gazed intently at Fire Fist Ace, gripping his long blade tightly. The sense of justice he bore upon his shoulders would not permit him to retreat, even in the face of the formidable Fire Fist Ace. A member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Ace offered a slight nod to Major Mole, greeting him with, "Major, I hope all is well. It has been over 2 years since we last parted ways during the Marineford War. How do you propose I repay your Navy for their kindness?" As soon as Ace finished his words, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. He shouted, "Divine fire, unknown flame," with his hands ignited in flames. He launched a spear of fire, aimed to pierce his opponent. As the spear struck, it not only penetrated but also ignited Major Mole, causing him harm, an attack designed for close combat. His hands blazed with fierce flames, forming a column of fire that granted him sufficient momentum to charge at Major Mole. Before the Major could react, he hastily swung his long blade, his hands enveloped in a dark hue, coated in armament hockey, striking towards Ace. Yet, Ace's speed was overwhelming, and his attack caught the Major off guard. The 2 colossal fire spears pierced through Major Mole's body. Fortunately, he had fortified himself with armament hockey just in time. Otherwise, he would have been gravely wounded. He was forced back several steps, spitting out blood, yet he retained considerable fighting strength. The Major was no mere talker. He possessed formidable power, and his long blade transformed into a black weapon, enveloped in armament hockey. He unleashed the Navy's 6 powers, engaging in combat with Ace. The surrounding Navy personnel, upon recognizing Fire Fist Ace, began to waver in their resolve. Seeing Bai Jing, an unfamiliar newcomer, they collectively turned their attention towards him. Choosing the softest target, thousands swiftly converged, encircling Bai Jing. With weapons raised, they relentlessly fired upon him, attempting to take him down with gunfire. Shirai showed no intention of resistance, allowing the gunfire to pierce through his body. His entire being transformed into elemental form, and as the bullets penetrated, they ignited a shower of sparks, turning him into a figure of flame. A grin spread across his face, courtesy before conflict, as is customary in my homeland. Actions are not solely defined by right or wrong, but merely by differing stances, and I assure you, I shall hold back my strength. As his words faded, flames erupted from Shirai's hands. He spun in place, ascending into the air as he shouted, "Flame ring, pillar of fire." Utilizing the flame ring, he gathered the fire and, through the rotation of his hands, transformed it into a towering pillar of flame that shot upwards, striking the sky. In midair, he could also direct it downward to impact the ground, clearing the foes below. Countless small flames cascaded from above, systematically purging the surrounding naval forces. The moment the flames touched them, they ignited fiercely, prompting the men to roll frantically on the ground to extinguish the fire consuming them. As they struggled to quell the flames, Shirai's figure darted about the ship like a specter, his form transforming into arcs of lightning. He constantly reverted to his elemental state. His fists crackled with intense electrical energy, and with a single punch, he rendered one foe unconscious. In mere blinks, the number of fallen naval soldiers beside him soared into the hundreds, and this count continued to rise, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Navy. He too possesses the power of the flame fruit. Everyone flee. We stand no chance. We must seek Rear Admiral Mole for protection. The surrounding naval personnel scattered in panic, their voices raised in terror. To their astonishment, this naval ship housed not one, but two users of the flame fruit. One was Fire Fist Ace, and the other, Shirai. Rear Admiral Mole stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate the shock of encountering two such powers. Even the current Navy government had not developed such abilities, nor had Vegapunk created similar fruits. Yet here they were, before his very eyes. He had never anticipated this, but he had no time to ponder as he found himself at a disadvantage in his battle against Ace. The Rear Admiral hastily wielded his naval saber, desperately parrying the relentless barrage of Ace's punches. Ace's fists, imbued with haki, collided with Mole's blackened strikes in a fierce melee. Though his saber was enveloped in haki, it proved ineffective against Ace's overwhelming elemental prowess. Ace's death at the hands of Akainu had been due to the fruit's inherent counterbalance. However, Rear Admiral Mole was not a fruit user. His strength was comparable to that of the 7 warlords of the sea, yet he was up against Fire Fist Ace. Can you enlighten me as to why you have suddenly returned? Indeed, I witnessed your demise in the war on top, the Vice Admiral Mole inquired, perplexed, as he continued to brandish his long knife and fists with unyielding fervor. Flames enveloped Ace, growing ever more ferocious, swirling around the Vice Admiral in a dazzling display of sparks. Ace merely offered a smile in response. There are many more unforeseen revelations awaiting you. Today, we shall settle both old grievances and new. The flames on Bai Jingxin gradually dissipated, giving way to lightning. The ferocity of this thunderclap fruit could effortlessly eliminate the numerous Navy personnel present. However, he was at fault for initiating the theft of another's vessel. Should he proceed to slaughter these individuals, he would merely resemble the pirates he despised, who indiscriminately massacre villagers. While he held disdain for the Navy, he could not deny that the majority truly bore the weight of justice. In contrast, most pirates were merely marauding lunatics, bringing harm without benefit to this world. Yet, he yearned for the freedom to sail the vast oceans without constraint. Thus, to be the Pirate King, what a liberation that would be. Chapter 18. The Navy Reinforcements Arrive. The thunderclap fruit unleashes its power, lightning awaits. On Bai Jing's hands, blue lightning flickered incessantly, within a radius of 10 meters around him. The air was filled with crackling bolts of electricity. Bai Jing gazed at the numerous naval officers and spoke once more, delivering a final warning: withdraw at once, or under this thunderous roar, your fate shall be yours to lament. Although the naval officers were filled with trepidation, they were, after all, representatives of justice, and could not simply retreat. Furthermore, when they had been ambushed moments ago, they had promptly dispatched a message to nearby naval vessels, summoning reinforcements. Now, assistance was en route. In the distance, 2 colossal warships emerged, their seagull banners unmistakably visible. Reinforcements have arrived. Bai Jingxin evidently caught sight of the 3 warships approaching from a distance. However, he remained remarkably composed. He proclaimed, "Discharge at 20 million volts." An infinite surge of azure lightning erupted from his being, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a vibrant blue hue, pulsating with formidable energy. As the electric currents traversed through the air, thousands of naval personnel, were rendered momentarily paralyzed, their bodies stiffening in response. With their eyes rolling back, they succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving their fate uncertain. The remaining sailors, leaning against the side, gazed at him with trepidation and hastily declared, "Locate the weapons infused with sea prism stone and fire upon him." Bai Jing gradually advanced towards the remaining 3,000 individuals, undeterred by the projectiles crafted from Hailu stone. The Navy pressed the trigger, and the bullets forged from this enigmatic substance erupted from the dark gun barrels, hurtling towards Bai Jing. With merely a snap of his fingers, Bai Jing summoned forth the lightning to once again confront the incoming sea stone bullets. Upon collision with the lightning before Bai Jing, these sea stone projectiles erupted in an instant. The gathered Navy personnel, witnessing their futile attempts against Bai Jing, clenched their teeth and raised their long swords, charging towards him. At this juncture, 2 Navy warships had arrived, brimming with a formidable force of 20,000 sailors. 3 Vice Admirals stood among them, their bodies trembling at the sight of Fire Fist Ace, frozen in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Fire Fist Ace had returned to life. Their astonishment mirrored that of the mole at first. How could this be? Why was Fire Fist Ace alive? Moreover, his Mera Nomi powers remained intact. Had he not perished? How could he possibly be here? Regardless, they resolved to assist Vice Admiral Mole, for this rogue was beyond the capabilities of a single individual. They constructed a long naval stone ladder, bridging from their warship to the one where Vice Admiral Mole was stationed. The dense assembly of 20,000 sailors prepared to surge forward. At this moment, the 3 Vice Admirals took the lead, entering the fray to collectively besiege Fire Fist Ace. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Bai Jing's expression soured as he realized that the 2,000 Navy personnel had encircled them. Among them was a Vice Admiral. Leading the formidable force, which included none other than KB, one of Luffy's most loyal subordinates. Confronted with this unexpected challenge, he found it difficult to take decisive action. With agility, he swiftly leapt beside Ace, who, upon seeing 3 Vice Admirals joining the fray, took a few steps back. The two stood back to back, surveying the multitude of Navy soldiers closing in around them. Ace harbored no fear towards these adversaries. Even an additional 2,000 Navy soldiers posed no threat to him. Armed with the prowess of a warlord of the sea and the abilities granted by the Mera Nomi, he could easily contend with a dozen Vice Admirals. After all, he had earned the title of the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates for a reason. "Fire Fist Ace, what brings you to life?" KB inquired, his eyes not brimming with trepidation but rather with a glimmer of excitement. The mere thought of Luffy reuniting with his brother filled him with a subtle joy. Though as a Navy officer, he could not openly express it. The multitude of Vice Admirals shared a similar focus, their gazes fixated intently on Fire Fist Ace. With their haki enveloping their hands, they remained taut and ready to engage Ace in battle. Should these individuals confront Ace, the outcome remained uncertain, perhaps against all odds. Ace would emerge victorious. Bai Jing gazed at KB and inquired, "Could you possibly allow both of us to depart? In this manner, we can all take a step back, and the vastness of the sea will embrace us, ensuring that no one is harmed." "Letting you both go? Are you indulging in foolish fantasies and delusions?" retorted KB's opponent. "Today, you shall both be apprehended and delivered to the Navy headquarters. No one shall escape." Before KB could respond, a general from another nation, bearing a stern countenance, interjected, "Capturing Fire Fist Ace along with this pirate is undoubtedly a pathway to our promotion and wealth." Bai Jing paid no heed to the general, but turned his gaze towards Kirby, anticipating his words. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. Kirby slowly shook his head, looking at the fallen 7,000 Navy soldiers, and spoke, "I fear it may be quite difficult. You would be wise to surrender and accompany us back to the Navy headquarters." Bai Jing let out a sigh, realizing that an agreement was unlikely to be reached. "Surely, you do not wish to bring so many naval soldiers to their demise beneath my thunderous might?" Bai Jing possesses numerous hidden cards yet to be revealed, such as the Thunder Fruit, which he can also awaken. Furthermore, the Thunder Fruit grants him a God of Thunder form, making it exceedingly effortless to transport all these individuals. However, out of respect for Luffy, he refrains from harming his subordinates. Bai Jing whispered softly, "Thunder comes." An endless surge of lightning coursed through his being, stirring the thunderous elements in the heavens above. In but an instant, the sky was shrouded in a dense blanket of ominous clouds. Within those clouds, a muffled rumble could be faintly discerned. Boom, boom. This was the manifestation of the arc maxim, conjuring an expansive tempest of thunderclouds, unleashing bolts of self-forged lightning. This act provoked the clouds, transforming them into a massive, spherical formation reminiscent of ball lightning. The interior of this dark cloud brimmed with astonishing currents of air and electricity. Ultimately, as the black thundercloud descended from the heavens, it erupted with fierce lightning, obliterating all targets within its range. This was Enel's technique, capable of reducing an entire sky island to mere dust in the blink of an eye. When Enel unleashed his full might, he could annihilate an entire nation as populace. The sheer terror of such power was palpable, as the surrounding lightning grew increasingly tumultuous, ringing with ominous, thunderous roars. Boom, boom, boom. The 11 vice admirals gazed upward, their eyes fixed in trepidation. They were acutely aware that should this terrifying lightning strike, none would escape. Death would be their only fate. The reach of the thundercloud extended over a vast expanse of several thousand miles. Bai Jing spoke again, his demeanor markedly less amiable than before, his gaze chillingly indifferent. He turned to the others and declared, "This naval warship is now ours. All personnel aboard, leave at once, or perish beneath this tempest of thunder." Chapter 19. The vast thunder sea enshrouds, a threat to the vice admirals despite being flanked by two individuals. Bai Jing, wielding the power of lightning, managed to dramatically shift the tide of the confrontation. Though they had numerical superiority, they now found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, which stirred a profound sense of resentment among the assembled. Yet, as they sensed the ominous aura looming above, they felt utterly powerless. The three vice admirals wore expressions that were as dark as storm clouds, their faces drained of color and marked by distress. For the first time in their careers, they were chastised and insulted by pirates, and they found themselves helpless to retaliate, a level of humiliation that was unbearable. Kobe, filled with concern, understood that should they choose not to retreat, their lives would surely be lost in this dire situation. His eyes reflected a resolute decision. He spoke decisively, "Withdraw." Maintaining their dignity was secondary to preserving the lives of his comrades. As their representative, he bore this responsibility, a lesson imparted by Mr. Garp. Upon hearing Kobe's command, the Navy personnel collectively retraced their steps. However, a significant number remained, awaiting the directives of the three vice admirals. The three were caught in a dilemma. Advancing would lead to the demise of all, while retreating would tarnish their honor. Yet, the Navy was synonymous with justice, and they bore the weight of that noble principle. For the sake of justice, and in the face of peril from pirates, they were prepared to make sacrifices. Such was the essence of their mission as naval officers. Bai Jing's expression grew increasingly indifferent, while Fire Fist Ace observed the crowd, holding immense admiration for Kobe, yet displaying little interest in the other vice admirals. Flames began to flicker slowly in his hand, and his gaze gradually settled into calmness, preparing for a serious confrontation, having merely engaged in a warm-up previously. Above in the sky, boundless lightning began to descend with ferocious intensity. Its colossal destructive power shattered an entire naval warship into mere fragments, leaving not a trace behind. Surrounding the two naval vessels was a tempest of raging electricity. The entire area within 1,000 miles was engulfed in a sea of thunder, a scene that was nothing short of terrifying. This horrifying voltage surged to an astonishing tens of millions of volts. Even an admiral would find such a strike excruciating. Survival would be a matter of sheer luck. This is the monstrous quality of the thunder fruit, an almost invincible power. Yet it is inherently countered by Luffy's peculiar abilities. Rubber possesses a natural immunity to electricity. However, Bai Jing remained unconvinced. Believing that if the voltage of his lightning were sufficiently high to generate heat, it could strip away layers from the rubber. Regrettably, Luffy's fruit had manifested as the sun god fruit in its Nika form, granting him immunity to this fiery assault while also introducing a certain complexity. Ironically, the flame fruit unexpectedly shielded the sun god from a potentially fatal blow. The voice of White Jing exuded an icy detachment. I counted down from 3. If he did not depart, he might as well perish where he stood. Today, his actions were solely to uphold that flicker of justice within his heart. He possessed his own discernment and did not wish to senselessly take the lives of over 20,000 people. Moreover, should he slay these individuals and extinguish KB? How would Ace confront Luffy? KB could indeed be considered a friend of Luffy's. There existed no conflict of interest between them, and KB still remained. Should White Jing encounter him again in the future, he would show no mercy. Noticing the 11 vice admirals still hesitating, KB, in a fit of urgency, implored, Vice Admiral. Your life is paramount. This is our Navy. To charge forth knowing we are outmatched is unwise. During the war at Marineford, this is precisely how it unfolded. Why not mitigate this unnecessary slaughter? KB earnestly reasoned with them. And it was the first Vice Admiral who resolutely made the decision to turn away, declaring, "Withdraw the troops." One voice led to a chorus of agreement. Though the 10 Vice Admirals wore expressions of reluctance, they gritted their teeth and swallowed their humiliation. With a disdainful snort, they turned away, retreating with the multitude of Navy personnel back to the only remaining fleet. How dare you exhibit such an attitude? You even have the audacity to scoff? Bai Jing was displeased, and a scheme began to form in his mind. Once everyone had departed, he turned to Ace and said, "Let little oars come aboard. We shall set sail for the Sabaody archipelago." As for the Navy, he cast a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. A wicked idea brewing within him. I did mention I would spare your lives, but I never promised to keep you from the water. It was quite generous of him to let them off the hook, yet they dared to scoff, casting disdainful looks. Then do not blame me for what follows. The colossal figure of Little Oars emerged from the depths, crashing heavily onto the deck of the Navy ship. His mountainous form was perfectly suited to occupy the vessel's surface. Meanwhile, Ace entered the cabin, unleashing his full power, steering the ship towards the Sabaody archipelago guided by the eternal pose. This was Little Oars, another captain from the Whitebeard fleet. How could this be? Had he not perished? The fact that he was alive remained a mystery. This was monumental news that must be relayed to Navy headquarters. Furthermore, the resurrection of Fire Fist Ace warranted urgent attention. The sudden revival of this deceased pirate might signify something significant. Or perhaps, the Marineford War was nothing but a grand illusion. 3 Vice Admirals hastily convened a small meeting aboard another Navy vessel, discussing the situation at hand. They quickly utilized the Den Den Mushi to transmit this information back to Navy headquarters, insisting that a force must be dispatched to capture Fire Fist Ace and Bai Jing. Their strength was now beyond the reach of even the Vice Admirals. Particularly concerning was Bai Jing, whose terrifying Thunder Fruit abilities were akin to a game-breaking existence. In a team battle, when his thunderous calamity struck, countless lives would be claimed. Moreover, he was a dual Devil Fruit user. Only the most elite forces could hope to contend with him. After the naval vessel of Bai Jing sailed far beyond this region, the storm clouds and lightning that had lingered for 4 weeks still showed no signs of dissipating. Bai Jing turned around, gazing at the naval warship nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you ever witnessed dumplings falling? If not, allow me to present you with a spectacle. Upon finishing his words, the electric aura surrounding him stirred the boundless storm clouds above. Within those clouds brewed a colossal and ferocious sphere of lightning, measuring several dozen feet in diameter. The violent power of the lightning, with its overwhelming pressure, deterred anyone from approaching. Those who dared to draw near would meet their demise. Not even the Vice Admirals could withstand it. The sphere of lightning descended with alarming swiftness, and as the crowd finally reacted, their expressions shifted drastically. They shouted in unison, "Disperse to the sides. Hurry, or we shall all perish." Quickly, tens of thousands of sailors rushed to the flanks of the warship. Just as they completed their frantic escape, the lightning struck down upon the vessel. The tremendous surge of electricity pierced through the entire naval ship. Starting from the center, a massive fracture formed, causing the ship to be overturned, disintegrating into countless fragments. As for the tens of thousands of sailors aboard, along with the 3 Vice Admirals, they all plunged into the water. The extent of the damage remained unknown, as did the number of casualties. In Bai Jing's eyes glimmered a playful mirth. How amusing indeed. I wonder if you shall dare to behave in such a manner again. Ah, but no, when next we meet, fortune shall not favor you so. It shall be then that the essence of my 9 nether will be gathering incessantly. The naval warship of White Jing, Ace, and Little Oars is gradually departing, destined for the Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 20, Armament Hockey, Forging Weapons. Ace gazes at White Jing with confusion, inquiring why they do not simply eliminate them, but instead allow them to leave. Bai Jing offered a faint smile and spoke. Are you aware of that young Navy officer with pink hair? He is quite the admirer of your dear younger brother. He holds great admiration for Luffy. And if he were to be killed this time, along with all those accompanying him, it would not bode well for your brother's conscience. Such were Bai Jing's contemplations. If he and Ace were to eliminate Kobe, the reunion between Ace and Luffy, while their brotherly bond would remain unaltered by Kobe's demise, would inevitably carry an air of discomfort. Understanding dawned upon Ace, who regarded Bai Jing with newfound respect. This man was shrouded in mystery, possessing a meticulous mind and thorough considerations. In comparison, Ace felt as though he was merely a youth of tender years, while Bai Jing appeared as a remarkably mature individual. This, of course, could be attributed to Bai Jing's own fervent admiration for the sea, having followed the saga of One Piece for so long. It was inconceivable that he would be ignorant of even the most fundamental characters. Let us proceed to Sabaody Archipelago and seek out Rayleigh first. I wish to learn the techniques of armament hockey and observation hockey, he suggested. If you desire to learn hockey, I can certainly teach you. Following this, Ace raised his right hand, his fist enveloped in a dark shroud of armament hockey. Ace elaborated, armament hockey can be applied to weapons, the body, and even objects created by devil fruits. Its purpose is to enhance damage, safeguard one's weapon, and allow contact with Logia-type users. As for observation hockey, it enables one to sense the presence of others and even anticipate an enemy's next move. However, the degree of sensitivity varies from person to person. Listening intently to Ace's words, Bai Jing nodded in acknowledgement, for he was well aware of these concepts. Luffy could sense the emotions of others, while Katakuri possessed the ability to foresee the future. Usopp's observation hockey allowed him to perceive the essence of others directly. Indeed, Bai Jing had already attained a level of mastery in observation hockey, enabling him to keenly sense the intentions and actions of those around him, and even predict their forthcoming maneuvers. With his Thunder Fruit, he could achieve even greater feats, although he had yet to fully unlock its potential, having spent only a short time in this world of pirates. The foundational aspect of armament hockey, known as armament hardening, allows one to envelop the surface of the body or weapon, thereby augmenting both offensive and defensive capabilities. Notably, during this phase, the surfaces coated in armament hockey take on a distinctive black hue. Bai Jing followed suit, allowing his thoughts to gradually coalesce. While observing how Ace and the others executed their techniques, a faint black hue enveloped his fist, initially cloaking his thumb before spreading to encompass his entire palm. However, reaching this stage posed a challenge, leaving him perplexed. Ace was astonished. He had never anticipated that the once naive novice in the art of hockey could now imbue his entire palm with it. Although this was merely the most rudimentary form of hockey, it underscored Bai Jing's remarkable talent. He had merely spoken of the concept, and Bai Jing was already able to manifest it. Little Oz also turned his gaze towards this spectacle and remarked, "You are truly a marvel. This world of pirates is destined to change because of you. The future of the Yonko positions may very well include you. This is not an exaggeration." Bai Jing listened to the words of the simple-minded Oz and couldn't help but chuckle, wondering how even this earnest Oz had taken to flattery. Oz, with a sheepish grin, scratched his head, saying nothing, his face tinged with a faint blush. It was evident that Bai Jing had hit the nail on the head regarding his hidden thoughts. Indeed, he had been guilty of sycophancy, yet it was undeniable that his words were born from genuine sentiment. Bai Jing harbored grand aspirations within his heart. His ambitions extended beyond merely becoming one of the 4 emperors of the sea. While the title of Pirate King did not particularly pique his interest, he felt compelled to behold it at least once. Assisting others in fulfilling their dreams and helping pirates mend their regrets was a responsibility he embraced as a passionate admirer of the sea. This became his ultimate goal. However, as a man of ambition, his sights were set on claiming the throne. Particularly, he was determined to clash with the mightiest beings of this pirate world. By that time, he would undoubtedly possess numerous abilities derived from various fruits, having mastered all that there was to learn. As an ardent fan of the sea, he was also acutely aware of his historical mission. While the title of Pirate King could be overlooked, certain individuals must meet their demise. In recent days, aboard the naval ship, Bai Jing found himself struggling to enhance his mastery of hockey. Despite his relentless training, he felt utterly at a loss, as if the path ahead were shrouded in darkness. Recognizing that he could not make further progress in this aspect, he turned his attention to observing the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. The naval vessel contained records of these formidable techniques, which he diligently noted and sought to comprehend. For him, mastering the 6 styles was not an arduous task. Rather, it came with surprising ease. In merely half a day, he had already grasped a significant portion of them. Meanwhile, Little Oars had found some leisure in these recent days. Bai Jing, utilizing the power of his Thunder Fruit, discovered discarded steel aboard the naval warship. With his abilities, he crafted a colossal fishing rod for Little Oz, allowing him to fish upon the sea, thus alleviating his boredom while also providing a chance to indulge in some meat. To his surprise, it seemed that the Navy too harbored a desire for gold. Bai Jing discovered an abundance of golden treasures within a chamber. It is likely that these riches were plundered from other pirates, now fortuitously falling into his possession. Having inherited the powers of the Thunder Fruit, it would indeed be a lamentable oversight not to forge a weapon crafted from gold. With electric currents coursing through his hands and murmurs escaping his lips, he began to harness the art of thunder metallurgy, employing high-pressure electricity to generate immense heat, melting the gold into the desired form. In a matter of moments, the molten metal transformed into a trident resembling the legendary Sea King's weapon, featuring 3 prongs at the head and a slender shaft. The proportions were impeccably balanced, reminiscent of the weapon wielded by Yang Jian, rendering it a masterpiece of perfection. Bai Jing surveyed the weapon forged from gold with a satisfied nod. Their warship was drawing ever closer to the Sabaody archipelago, and in just a few days, they would arrive. This semi-automated naval vessel was significantly swifter than any pirate ship. Chapter 21. Ignite the East Sea, Bai Jing's 300 million bounty. The entire East Sea had been set abuzz in recent days. The Navy headquarters was in a flurry, hastily printing countless copies of newspapers to disseminate across the world. Fire Fist Ace has resurrected. Fire Fist Ace has returned. Not only that, he had also manifested the powers of the Mara no Mi and was seen alongside a mysterious youth, brazenly robbing a naval warship. The East Sea was engulfed in a tumultuous upheaval. No one had anticipated that Fire Fist Ace, who had perished 2 years prior in the Marineford War, had truly come back to life, appearing before the public once more. The bounty for Ace was reissued, this time soaring from 550 million to 600 million. Concurrently, Bai Jing, having audaciously robbed a naval warship and possessing that terrifying fruit ability, prompted the Navy headquarters to conduct an urgent evaluation of his threat level. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the sheer terror of the Reuniting fruit's power was palpable. This individual, so brazen as to rob a naval vessel, was an affront to the Navy. There should be an increase in his bounty. I concur. What do you all think? In a dimly lit conference room, several individuals deliberated over Bai Jing's bounty amount, with his battle photograph displayed above. Endless bolts of lightning surged behind him, his entire being enveloped in blue electricity, resembling a king among storms. It was striking. This bounty photo, when compared to Sanji's, was as different as heaven and earth. What do you think his bounty should be set at? Given his notorious nature, even more fearsome than the Straw Hat Kid. I propose 300 million berries. I find that agreeable. I second it. I concur. This individual is truly terrifying, with that ability and his companion, Fire Fist Ace. Who knows what kind of chaos they will unleash upon this world. In an office within the Navy, Garp sat back with his legs crossed. Upon hearing the news, he was utterly incredulous, thinking someone was playing a cruel joke on him, and he erupted in fury. Yet, after accurately capturing the photographs of Bai Jing and Ace from that moment, Garp, though still in disbelief, pondered the impossible. How could the dead possibly return to life? However, subjectively, one still chooses to believe. Tears welled up in his eyes. It is difficult to imagine that such a naval hero could also weep. Alone in this office, tears continued to stream from his eyes. Ha ha ha. It is good to be alive. It is good to be alive. The hearty laughter resonated throughout the office. This loud sound greatly displeased Sengoku and Tsuru, who stood outside the door, causing them to grimace. What is wrong with Carp, laughing so openly? Does he not realize his identity as a naval hero? Is it appropriate for him to concern himself with a pirate now? Yet, seeing the aging Sengoku, Tsuru helplessly remarked that Carp's life has always been centered around family. Moreover, had it not been for your intervention during that battle, Akainu might not have attained his current position as Fleet Admiral. At Naval Headquarters, Akainu sat at his desk, a cigar clenched between his teeth. The prominent scar on his face remained evident. Upon sensing the revival of Port Gas D. Ace, he abruptly stood, his fist crashing down forcefully upon the desk, shattering it. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "How can he still be alive when he was clearly dead? These pirates are truly insufferable. If not dealt with at once, they will continuously re-emerge. This is indeed the most brutal era. All pirates deserve to perish." Before them lay the Sabaody archipelago, where Oars Jr., Ace, and Whitebeard gazed upon the approaching chain of islands with excitement. This must be the Sabaody archipelago, a pivotal entry point into the New World. Entering the New World early, they hope to locate the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor is immensely wealthy, possessing nearly 1/3 of the world's riches. If they could enlist him aboard their ship, they would have access to anything they desired. Furthermore, The lavishness of the Golden Emperor's ship was something that Whitebeard greatly coveted. Not to mention the remarkable powers of the golden fruit. Bai Jing and Ace arrived on the island, venturing into the tavern in search of the enigmatic king of the underworld, Rayleigh. With Ace's assistance, they hoped that Rayleigh would, out of respect for Ace, impart some of his wisdom. Although Bai Jing is rather self-assured, he has not yet become arrogant enough to use force to compel the mighty Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Pirate King, to teach him the art of hockey. Despite his advanced age, Rayleigh remains a formidable presence that Bai Jing cannot contend with at this stage. Unless Bai Jing were to acquire several more devil fruit abilities, or perhaps re-enter the depths of the underworld to resurrect Roger and Ace's mother, Lugio. These matters were not broached by Ace, nor did Bai Jing elaborate further. In Ace's perspective, his father and mother are mere strangers who abandoned him at birth. Bai Jing harbored his own considerations. Should he encounter him in the realm of the underworld, he would still wish to resurrect both individuals. In the presence of Ace, he clarified the reasons for their abandonment of Ace in the past, asserting that it was not a matter of choice, but rather a necessity. The two ascended the island, marveling at the immense surroundings. Little did they know, only through personal experience could one truly appreciate the peculiarities of the island of Sabaody. The entire island comprised 79 trees, each assigned a number, with towns and facilities situated upon them. Numbers 1 to 29 primarily housed human trafficking establishments, auctions, and criminal enclaves. Numbers 30 to 39 were dedicated to leisure areas known as Soap Park. Numbers 40 to 49 encompassed scenic zones and specialty shops. Numbers 50 to 59 were primarily occupied by shipyards and coating craftsmen. Numbers 60 to 69 contained naval garrisons and government entrances. Due to the paramount conflict 2 years prior, the naval forces had withdrawn from the Sabaody archipelago, resulting in its current state as a lawless territory, rife with pirates engaged in rampant pillaging and destruction. Ace and Bai Jing were resolute in their objective, to seek out the legendary Rayleigh within a tavern, aptly named Shucky's Bar. Following the map's guidance, they stepped into the establishment, which was teeming with patrons due to the rampant pirate activity. A myriad of pirates, all unfamiliar to Bai Jing, filled the space. To avoid unnecessary commotion, Ace had concealed his visage. Have you heard? Fire Fist Ace has returned to life. Such news had ignited a frenzy throughout the East Blue. Though whispers from other seas had yet to circulate, the mere notion of Ace's revival was astonishing. However, questions lingered about whether Whitebeard had also survived. Whitebeard? What significance does that ancient relic hold? With so many injuries, he would be better off dead. This is the age of the youth. Can that old man truly return? The tavern buzzed with raucous discussions, some extolling Ace, while others derided Whitebeard. Upon hearing these disparaging remarks, a dangerous glint ignited in Ace's eyes. Clenching his fists, he prepared to confront the table of pirates. Yet, at that moment, Bai Jing placed a hand on his shoulder, gently shaking his head in dissuasion. Chapter 22. Furious confrontation with the insulting pirate worth 8 million berries. Ace assumed Bai Jing sought to temper his anger. But how could he remain composed when faced with such insults toward Whitebeard? Just as Ace was poised to take action, Bai Jing moved with lightning speed, suddenly materializing before the table of ruffians who had spoken so carelessly. Seizing the insolent pirate by the neck, he lifted him effortlessly, causing the pirate's face to redden in distress. Bai Jing's gaze was filled with utter disdain as his right hand swiftly struck the man's face. Had he not firmly grasped the man's neck, he would undoubtedly have been sent flying. The force was formidable. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the tavern. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence following the resounding crack. This sudden commotion immediately captured the attention of the onlookers, who turned their gazes towards the scene. Discarding the man as though he were a lifeless dog, Bai Jing cast him aside. The pirates at the table, incensed by the incident, leapt to their feet, hastily retrieving their swords from the ground and charging towards Bai Jing, shouting, "You scoundrel! How dare you bully us pirates? You truly are courting death." Bai Jing moved once more, and 4 flickers of flame erupted from his hands, incinerating the garments of the 4 individuals before him. His left hand crackled with electric energy, unleashing a surge of blue lightning. The fierce, high-voltage electricity struck the 4, rendering them instantly rigid, their bodies freezing in place before they succumbed to unconsciousness. The man who was flung away by Bai Jing was consumed by rage, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, akin to that of a liver. How could a pirate endure such humiliation? To be discarded like a dead dog and slapped in the process was a disgrace. In a flurry, He drew the long spear from his waist and fired several shots at Bai Jing. 3 bullets pierced through Bai Jing's form, yet he continued to advance, step by deliberate step, until he stood before the man, leaning down with an expression void of warmth. Just moments ago, what were you barking like a dog? Do you think you can tarnish the name of Whitebeard? Are you unaware of the consequences of your words? Do you not understand the wisdom in retreating swiftly? Bai Jing concluded, speaking softly. The 6th style of the Navy, the Gale Foot line, is a specialized extension technique of the Gale Foot. It concentrates the force generated during a kicking slashing strike and delivers a powerful kick towards the enemy. The Gale Foot strike shoots forward with the precision of a straight line, launching a direct assault. Bai Jing, like a dead dog, kicked the man away with a terrifying force. The man likely had countless bones broken and was near death. With all his internal organs shattered, he suppressed the rage within him, holding his breath as he slowly crawled away into the distance. Bai Jing paid no heed to the man, promptly taking a seat at the spot recently vacated by him, and called out, "Madam Boss, bring forth a few bottles of fine wine." Xia Qi, who was diligently polishing glasses at the bar, cast a glance in their direction. She failed to recognize Ace, as his visage was utterly obscured, rendering him unidentifiable. As for Bai Jing, although a flicker of curiosity sparked within her, she had encountered numerous pirates far more formidable than herself. Yet, few were as youthful as Bai Jing. After instructing a staff member to serve the 2 patrons several glasses of wine, Xia Qi departed, her gaze lingering on Bai Jing. In recent days, the news of Fire Fist Ace's resurrection had reached her ears, leaving her astounded. Consequently, she had already contacted Rayleigh, urging him to come to the bar to discuss the veracity of this revelation. Perhaps it was fate, for Rayleigh was already en route. Ace regarded Bai Jing with astonishment, as if seeing her anew. Her earlier display of anger was somewhat fearsome, suggesting that Whitebeard held immense significance for him. How could he not? Bai Jing's admiration for the legendary pirate, Whitebeard, grew immensely as he watched the tales of the sea unfold. The formidable rhetoric and the invincible demeanor of Whitebeard left an indelible mark on his spirit. Had it not been for his advanced age, how could he have possibly fallen to the Navy? He is destined to be a legendary pirate, as invincible as Gold Roger himself. If he were to possess a fruit that could restore his youth, Bai Jing would yearn to witness him unleash his might once more. The audacious declarations of Whitebeard resonate deeply within him, igniting a fervor that stirs his very soul. A surge of boldness continuously wells up within his chest. I am but a remnant of a bygone era. In this new age, no vessel can carry me forth. In Bai Jing's eyes, golden light flickered incessantly, while he murmured softly to himself, words only audible to his own ears. A new era has dawned, and the vessel capable of carrying you has already emerged, awaiting your resurrection. Ace, intrigued, inquired, "Do you also know the old man?" Bai Jing smiled faintly, his tone enigmatic. "Not only do I know him, but I have long admired Whitebeard. Such a magnanimous man is the true king of these vast seas, the embodiment of masculinity. Fear not. It won't be long before Whitebeard returns, and he will grace our pirate ship." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ace's eyes as he clinked his cup filled with fine wine against Bai Jing's, and they both drained their glasses in unison. The surrounding pirates cast wary glances at the duo, murmuring among themselves, "These two must be unaware of the trouble they've stirred." The pirate they just crossed paths with belongs to the Senmu pirate crew. Their captain, Vincent, is a notorious figure with a bounty of 80 million berries. Moreover, Vincent is a pawn of the Navy, maintaining some connections with them, which explains his continued freedom here. He is a tyrant in these waters of Sabaody, and it's astonishing that these two have provoked him. Keep it down. These two don't appear to be easy targets either, especially that young man, so decisive in his actions. Did you not see the 4 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground? They are at death's door. Unfazed, Ace and Bai Jing continued to enjoy their drinks, for to them it mattered not who the pirate was. Even an admiral would not ruffle their composure. Who dares to slay my crew members? Step forward, or I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. I will slice your flesh bit by bit to feed the dogs." A gruff voice boomed, echoing around the Shaki bar. As thousands of pirates surrounded the establishment, their numbers swelling by the moment. The leader among them was none other than Vincent, the very pirate spoken of earlier. He was a gaunt, elderly man, leaning on a cane, yet his voice resonated with extraordinary volume. Bai Jing, possessing the keen ability of observation hockey, sensed the collective heartbeat of the crowd and noticed every movement outside. He sharply discerned that this elder was also a devil fruit user. although the specifics remained elusive for now. Ace rose, ready to deal with these bothersome pests, but Bai Jing smiled and shook his head. Allow me to handle this. After all, I initiated this ruckus. They are but mere ants. You should speak with Shaki, reveal your identity. It should pose no issue. I believe she can contact Rayleigh. Given your stature, it should not be difficult for you to arrange a meeting with him. Ace nodded in agreement, rising to approach the bar, while Bai Jing stepped outside the tavern. Chapter 23. A single strike to vanquish thousands. The fury of the fruit. I am the one who has slain them. What is this? Bullying the young, then sending the old, and now even older foes approach. Speak. Do you wish to engage in a collective battle or a one-on-one duel? I understand the codes of the underworld. Bai Jing's gaze was unfocused as he stared down at the crowd below, displaying a marked disinterest. Although numerous, these individuals appeared to him as mere ants, and the act of extinguishing their lives would require little more than a flick of his finger, no considerable effort at all. Within the confines of the Shachi bar, a multitude of pirates leaned out, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding battle outside, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. I told you. This little brat was drawing too much attention. Now he stepped onto a minefield, one sneered. The brawl and the one-on-one challenge are merely pretexts. Let us observe how this young one manages the situation, having provoked thousands of pirates, including the captain of the notorious crew valued at 80 million berries. He will surely have to admit his faults. As Shachi noticed Bai Jing's departure, she averted her gaze towards the masked figure approaching her, her expression devoid of emotion. A familiar voice emerged from beneath the mask. Sister Shachi, after so many years, do you not recognize me? Shachi paused, momentarily taken aback by the voice, so familiar that she instantly recognized it as Ace. Her attention shifted to Ace, particularly to the iconic smiley and frowny faces emblazoned on the hat he carried. Pulling Ace into a secluded corner of the bar, hidden from prying eyes, she gasped. You're really alive? Her voice trembled, laced with disbelief. Ace gently removed his mask, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Of course, it's me. Shachi's voice quivered in astonishment. Although she and Ace were not intimately acquainted, having crossed paths several times, her connection to the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, had naturally drawn her attention to him. She was utterly astonished that the rumors were true, and here stood Ace, vividly before her. Ace inquired, where is Rayleigh, the Dark King? My friend wishes to meet him to learn the ways of hockey. He then cast a glance towards Bai Jing, lingering outside. Shachi hesitated before responding. Rayleigh is on his way. I intended to verify the truth of this matter with him, but I did not expect you to appear before me. He should arrive shortly. As for your friend, facing so many pirates, he should be fine. No? Doubt flickered in her eyes. Ace offered a gentle smile, saying nothing further. Bai Jing is undeniably formidable. That monstrous thunder fruit, the day filled with a tempest of lightning, and the vast sea of thunder spanning 1,000 miles, left him thoroughly astounded. The high-voltage electricity descending from the sky would surely inflict great suffering upon anyone it struck, not to mention the mere thousands of pirates present. Annihilating them would merely be a fleeting moment. The wiry elder Vincent, observing Bai Jing's apparent understanding of the rules of the underworld, sneered, a brawl, or a duel. Youngster, how optimistic you are. Now, I present you with two choices. First, we, thousands in number, shall assail you all at once. Second, you may challenge us all single-handedly. Or third, you may take your own life right here. Let me show you the consequences of provoking the Senmu pirate group. What fate awaits those who dare to insult us? In the waters of Sabaody Archipelago, the Senmu pirate group reigns supreme. You will live at our discretion, and you shall perish at our command. Bai Jing pinched his nose, waving his hand in disdain. He expressed his revulsion, exclaiming, what is that foul odor? Oh, it appears to be your breath. Did you consume excrement this early in the morning? Since you propose a one-on-one brawl, I shall grant you that opportunity. With that, a surge of blue lightning crackled around Bai Jing's form. He directed a radiant smile towards Vincent, yet in Vincent's eyes, that smile appeared unsettling, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Jing gently snapped his fingers on his right hand and declared, discharge, 20 million volts. Instantly, a fierce surge of lightning erupted from him. Centered around his being, the powerful electricity reached the surrounding pirates in the blink of an eye. The moment this high-voltage current made contact, they were rendered lifeless, their bodily functions obliterated in an instant. Their bodies became rigid, limbs frozen, as they collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. This exemplifies the tyranny of the thunder fruit, capable of obliterating all minor adversaries in a heartbeat. Naturally, had he possessed Conqueror's haki. A mere glance could have achieved the same annihilation of such foes. Thousands from the Senmu pirate crew fell simultaneously, lifeless and utterly defeated, leaving only Vincent to stand amidst the chaos. Vincent, sensing the eerie atmosphere surrounding him, surveyed the scene to discover that his entire crew had perished at the snap of Bai Jing's fingers. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a solitary battle, and now, all were dead beyond revival. A sense of unease gripped his heart. He increasingly suspected that this young man was feigning weakness only to reveal a hidden strength. However, having reached this juncture, he had no choice but to proceed. His reputation of 80 million berries was not merely a fade. It had been earned through arduous struggle and bloodshed. His gaze sharpened as he sprang into action. In that moment, the muscles in his upper body erupted, tearing through his garments. The once lean, elderly figure transformed into a formidable powerhouse. Astonishingly, his combat prowess surged tenfold in an instant, piquing Bai Jing's curiosity as he contemplated the nature of this fruit that could so dramatically enhance one's abilities. The response from Bai Jing was the elderly man's fist, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed and formidable force that left onlookers in awe. Bai Jing transformed into a flash of lightning, evading the strike while his keen gaze continued to scrutinize the slender elder before him. He sought to discern the true extent of the elder's prowess and the nature of the fruit he possessed. Meanwhile, the four individuals who had just been rendered unconscious by Bai Jing now experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. Their eyes turned towards the tavern's entrance, where they beheld their leader engaged in combat with the assailant who had incapacitated them. Instantly revitalized, they felt an inexplicable surge of motivation, rising abruptly to their feet and cheering, "Go, boss! You're the best!" The ruffian they were facing was making quite the commotion. Undoubtedly, their leader was the strongest, and with the power of the ferocious fruit, he would surely make the scoundrel cry out for mercy, avenging them in the process. How vast is Bai Jing's auditory perception? Immediately, he captured the information regarding the berserk fruit. The name itself suggests an instantaneous enhancement, unleashing formidable power, reminiscent of the old man's current state. Ace, filled with curiosity, glanced at the elderly figure outside, his expression one of perplexity, before turning to Xia Qi and inquiring about the nature of this berserk fruit. Given that Xia Qi had spent a considerable amount of time here, she must have absorbed much knowledge about the surrounding pirates. Xia Qi spoke slowly, explaining that the berserk fruit can amplify the user's strength, speed, agility, defense, and endurance tenfold for a brief moment. However, this effect lasts only for 1 hour, after which the user would succumb to a severe state of weakness that may last up to 3 days. This poses a lethal threat to the user, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 24, 6000 volts, Thunder Dragon. The power of the berserk fruit acquired. Ace nodded, noting that during his absence, peculiar fruits such as this had emerged. A fruit that could augment one's attack power, defense, agility, and various physical capabilities by tenfold is undeniably formidable. Yet, while it enables a tenfold surge in combat prowess, it also induces a debilitating weakness afterward. In the midst of battle, there is little time to wait for recovery. Had Luffy been rendered weak for 3 days while facing Doflamingo, he would have long since perished at his hands. What would have become of him then? Bai Jing heard the voice of Xia Qi, along with others. Now that he was fully aware, there was no need to maintain the facade any longer. Moreover, the allure of exchanging 80 million lives for wealth was undeniably enticing. His hands were ablaze, with his left fist engulfed in flames and his right crackling with electricity. Gradually, he began to merge these two elements together. The space around him erupted in turmoil, provoked by the thunderous fire, creating a cacophony of booming sounds. This was a spontaneous inspiration of Bai Jing. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he was well aware of the concept of thunderfire in fantasy literature. With his unique abilities to wield both lightning and flames, he wondered if it was feasible to fuse them into thunderfire. To his astonishment, it indeed proved possible. Little ghost, perish. Vincent was determined not to let Bai Jing escape, fully aware of the significant drawbacks of his own powers and the fact that his subordinates had been ruthlessly slain. He needed a swift resolution before finding a place to endure the next 3 days. His fists surged with increasing intensity, moving at an accelerating pace as they descended towards Bai Jing. His armed haki enveloped his fists in darkness. Each strike aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Jing. Bai Jing jumped lightly, evading his relentless punches, and moved to the side to unfasten the golden trident crafted upon his back. Channeling the electric power fused within his left hand into the trident, he grasped the long spear with both hands and hurled it fiercely towards Vincent. The unleashed lightning surged forth, accompanied by an incessant flow of azure sparks. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. The electricity he had conjured transformed into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird, racing towards its target with astounding speed, poised to scorch his opponent. The colossal Thunderbird, forged from the very essence of lightning, charged at Vincent. With its razor-sharp beak wide open, it struck with blinding swiftness, leaving Vincent no time to evade. The 30 million volts detonated upon him with a ferocious explosion. Flames engulfed his form, fueled by the powers of the Flame fruit and the Thunder fruit, leaving a charred scent wafting from his body. The electric surge coursing through him rendered his torso rigid, momentarily scattering his consciousness. "Damn it, you little brat," he snarled, having succumbed to a frenzied state where his rage amplified his strength. His power surged tenfold beyond its original might. What was once a fatal blow destined to obliterate Vincent now revitalized him, his muscles bulging anew, transforming him into a humanoid behemoth. His defenses, resistances, and tenacity reached their zenith. This rage fruit is rather intriguing. Initially, I had no desire for such a seemingly useless ability, but now my interest has been piqued. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled with interest as his figure transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Vincent's speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye. He disappeared from his original position, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Bai Jing's head. On Bai Jing's fist, the aura of armament hockey enveloped him. Yet it was merely a fist. Soon, endless flames ignited, and lightning surged above his knuckles. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, accompanied by the sickening crack of shattering bones. The patrons within the tavern were on edge, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. They gazed at the battle unfolding beside them, their eyes filled with astonishment. The sound of splintering bones clearly came from Bai Jing's fist. He had underestimated Vincent's berserk mode. This enhancement was not merely tenfold, but 100-fold. The elevation of power across tiers left him momentarily unable to assess his opponent as strength, and in his complacency, he sustained an injury. Nevertheless, he simultaneously acquired the power of this fruit. He felt no pain. A smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. In that moment, his gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Let us see if you survive. He unleashed the lightning he had conjured, manifesting it into a colossal thunder dragon that surged toward the target, aiming to electrocute his foe. The head of this giant dragon was as large as 3 Vincents combined. With a thunderous roar, the dragon erupted from Bai Jing's fist, its bellow resonating throughout the arena as it pierced through Vincent's body. It created a massive gaping wound, obliterating half of his form into fragments. Vincent, left with only half a body, lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After executing this feat, Bai Jing retracted his hand and regarded his right fist with a wry smile, realizing he had still underestimated his adversary. However, he chuckled softly. His right hand began to elementalize, transforming into lightning. In mere seconds, the shattered bones completely healed, leaving only minor scars. Armament hockey proved effective against the abilities of Logia-type fruits. Thus, though he had suffered a slight setback, the acquisition of this formidable fruit was a resounding gain. With his left hand wielding a golden trident, he made a swift cut across Vincent's neck, severing half of his head. He wrapped the remains in cloth and hoisted them up. Blood oozed from the fabric as he turned and returned to the tavern. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. Having never encountered such a fierce pirate before, they began to murmur among themselves, questioning the nature of this fruit's power, which wielded both lightning and flames. How could such overwhelming force be contained within? Who could withstand that massive thunder dragon? They pondered the origins of this pirate, certain he was no ordinary scoundrel. Yet they wondered why he had only now appeared in the Sabaody archipelago, having never heard of him before. Xiaqi was rendered speechless, her gaze fixed intently upon Bai Jing, as if she sought to see through him entirely. The 4 members of the Senmu pirate crew, witnessing their leader being taken down in an instant, were nearly paralyzed with fear, their smiles frozen in place. Bai Jing once again entered the tavern of Xiaqi, where the patrons, filled with trepidation, huddled in the shadows, not daring to utter a word. Power, after all, is the ultimate authority in this world of pirates. The 4 pirates, trembling in fear, had already begun to retreat, their eyes fixed upon Bai Jing, who approached like a demon. Why the silence now? Weren't you just shouting so fervently a moment ago? Bai Jing chuckled, do you know? According to the law of conservation of smiles, when one person's smile fades, it inevitably appears on another's face. Now, it has graced mine. Chapter 25. The Underworld King, Rayleigh. A lesson in hockey. Spare us. Spare us. We shall never oppose you again. We implore you, Great One, to let us go as if we were but a fleeting thought. The four individuals, devoid of any dignity, knelt down, fervently begging for mercy. Tears and snot streamed down their faces, and Bai Jing was met with an unpleasant odor. He cast a glance at the floor beneath them, only to discover it had been dampened by their cowardice. Losing all interest, he turned away from them and directed his attention towards the bar where Xiachi stood. His purpose was to seek the Underworld King Rayleigh for guidance in hockey, rather than waste time with these insignificant characters. Relieved by Bai Jing's disinterest, the four felt a sense of release, yet venomous thoughts lingered in their hearts. This time we have lost, but next time, we will make you pay. I shall summon help immediately. Will you survive until tomorrow? We shall see. A glimmer of malice flashed in their eyes. Bai Jing possesses the remarkable ability of his thunder fruit, which allows him to perceive the heartbeat of those around him. Additionally, his observation hockey grants him the power to delve into the innermost thoughts of others. At this moment, Bai Jing turned around, and 4 bolts of lightning flickered at his fingertips. The voltage of these 4 bolts reached an astonishing 60 million volts, sufficient to bring about their demise. The lightning pierced through the back of their heads and traversed their foreheads, rendering their eyes devoid of light. They collapsed simultaneously, never comprehending why Bai Jing, who had promised not to kill them, had now reneged on his word. Bai Jing turned around, observing the astonishment of several individuals, covering his mouth in disbelief as he spoke. Is the deceased all right? No worries, just be more cautious in the next life. He then turned away and approached the bar, inquiring with Ace about the situation. The onlookers were baffled by Bai Jing's peculiar demeanor. How could such a shameless pirate exist? Was he truly the same person who had just decisively annihilated an 80 million bounty pirate, Vincent? How could he be so utterly brazen? Bai Jing seemed to perceive the unusual expressions on the faces of the crowd and could not help but smile lightly, as if nothing were amiss. To sever the grass without uprooting it allows it to sprout anew with the spring breeze. The damned must meet their demise. After all, I am a pirate. If you believe in pirates, what do you consider yourselves? Are you not a bit delusional? How profoundly reasonable. This was the first thought that emerged in the minds of the onlookers. Moreover, how could this pirate before them be so brazen, so audacious? He appeared even more piratical than they themselves. Ace's perception of Bai Jing was once again transformed. Previously, he was seen as a meticulous and astute strategist. Yet now he resembled a cunning jester, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bai Jing was truly multifaceted. At this moment, quite fortuitously, an elderly man donning transparent glasses strode through the doorway. He had long, flowing hair, a chin adorned with a beard, and his hair and beard were entirely silver. With glasses perched upon his nose, a straight scar marred his right eye. This man was none other than the Dark King, Rayleigh. Bai Jing finally encountered the person he had long yearned to meet. He gazed at Ace, bestowing upon him an appreciative glance, and remarked on the remarkable efficiency displayed. Ace, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a shy smile, for in truth, he had not accomplished much. It was Xiachi who had already summoned the necessary individuals, rendering his efforts entirely irrelevant. When Rayleigh arrived, the assembled pirates stood in solemn respect, a mixture of fear and reverence evident in their demeanor. This man was the first mate of the Pirate King, and his formidable reputation and strength safeguarded Xiachi's bar, ensuring that no pirate dared to cause trouble within its confines. With his flip-flops and disheveled beard, he appeared unassuming, yet none would dare underestimate him. He addressed the pirates with a genial smile, stating that he would need to trouble them, as Xiachi's bar would remain closed for the day, and he kindly requested their swift departure. A glimmer flickered behind his glasses, seemingly amiable, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the pirates, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily fled the establishment. This left only Bai Jing, Ace, and Xiachi in the bar. Rayleigh's gaze fell upon Ace, who lingered in a corner, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the person before him was indeed Ace, and the rumors of his revival were true. Approaching Ace, he regarded him with a hint of curiosity and slowly inquired, though this question may seem intrusive, have you truly returned to life? Ace waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, it's no trouble. Yes, I have indeed come back. This time, I shall certainly refrain from being so reckless. Rayleigh, upon receiving Ace's confirmation, felt a considerable shock resonate within him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he turned to Bai Jing and asked, "And who might this young brother be?" Bai Jing, in a hurry, approached with a request to seek your guidance on the art of hockey, hoping that you might instruct him in its application. "Oh?" inquired the enigmatic king of the underworld, Rayleigh, with a hint of skepticism. Ace immediately interjected, pleading for Rayleigh's assistance, as it was Bai Jing who had saved him. Without that intervention, he might have indeed perished in the netherworld, unable to return. Listening to Ace's words, Rayleigh felt a flicker of interest towards Bai Jing. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Is it merely a matter of inquiring about hockey? This makes me seem rather rigid. Now speak. What do you wish to learn?" Bai Jing inquired, "Why is it that my hockey can only envelop my fists and not extend to other parts of my body?" "Oh, is that so? Show me," replied Rayleigh, the Dark King. Bai Jing nodded, swiftly enveloping his palm with armament hockey. Yet he struggled to extend it to his entire arm and other areas of his body. "How intriguing," Rayleigh observed, noting the presence of observation hockey within Bai Jing. This particular observation hockey was unlike that of others, as it not only possessed the ability to foresee the future but also allowed him to eavesdrop on the thoughts of others and discern their next movements. In comparison, this observation hockey was undoubtedly commendable. Rayleigh, with his keen perception and vast experience, quickly identified the underlying issue. "It's not due to a lack of energy within you," he stated, "but rather that hockey requires practical experience to elevate to a higher level. Currently, your hockey is at the elementary stage. Hockey is categorized into 4 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and the 4th level. Even Ace has only reached the elementary stage." Rayleigh cast a glance at Ace and remarked. Ace did not deny this. He was aware that his hockey level was not high, and his formidable strength stemmed from his exceptional martial arts and mastery of the Mara Mara no Mi. "Now, follow me," Rayleigh instructed, turning toward the back of the bar, with Bai Jing and Ace hastily trailing behind him. Shachi puffed her cheeks in annoyance, watching the 3 men depart. 3 insufferable men, leaving me here alone, and now today's business is ruined. No money to be made. Chapter 26. The Conqueror's Hockey. Rayleigh's astonishment now. Attempt to attach your armament hockey to your fist. Strike against mine, and see if you can surpass the limitations of armament hockey, Rayleigh instructed. As his words concluded, he sprang into action. Though age had caught up with him, he remained the first mate of the Pirate King, and his strength had not diminished significantly. His speed was astonishing, appearing before Bai Jing in an instant. With his fist enveloped in black armament hockey, he launched a powerful strike toward Bai Jing, holding nothing back. A good mentor must be strict. To go easy would be to neglect Bai Jing's training. Bai Jing's pupils constricted as he swiftly concentrated his armament hockey and unleashed a powerful punch against Rayleigh. Despite his efforts, the force of his blow paled in comparison to Rayleigh's, resulting in him being pushed back several steps before he managed to regain his balance. Before he could utter another word, the second strike from the Dark King Rayleigh was already upon him, with both left and right fists striking simultaneously, enveloped in armament hockey, relentlessly pounding against Bai Jing's body. At this moment, Bai Jing was feeling rather distressed from the blows he had received, hastily raising his right fist to defend himself. His left fist, unable to be enveloped by the armament hockey, left him at a considerable disadvantage. He managed to block one strike. Yet another punch landed squarely on his abdomen, propelling him several steps backward before he could regain his footing. However, Rayleigh reappeared before him, delivering a flying kick imbued with armament hockey aimed at Bai Jing's head. Ace, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Such formidable martial prowess. Truly a testament to enduring strength in old age. In the midst of battle, Bai Jing seemed to experience a profound realization. He extended his left hand, which was enveloped in the armor of hockey, hastily blocking a fierce kick. Meanwhile, Rayleigh executed a swift maneuver, delivering a punch aimed at the crown of Bai Jing's head. Bai Jing, demonstrating remarkable timing, raised his right hand above his head, allowing the armor of hockey to silently envelop it at that moment, successfully deflecting the blow. Observing this, Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with amusement and approval. He thought to himself, "What a remarkable lad." Within merely 3 exchanges, he had already transcended the limits of combat. He could now cover both hands with hockey, showcasing an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. Rayleigh was eager to see if Bai Jing could further surpass his own boundaries. With that, he bellowed, "Come again." He showed no signs of leniency, now fully engaged. His earlier moves had merely been a warm-up, and now he was prepared for the main course. His speed surged exponentially as Haki enveloped his fists, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches that manifested as countless shadows before Bai Jing. In the realm of observation Haki, Bai Jingxin adeptly anticipated the trajectory of Rayleigh's impending strike, as well as the nuances of his movements. Under the influence of observation Haki, the speed of Rayleigh's fist diminished, and the path it would take became entirely discernible. The figure of Bai Jing flitted like a specter, evading the relentless punches of the Dark King, Rayleigh. His fighting spirit was ignited. His fists enveloped in the armor of Haki, a potent aura that continuously enveloped his entire arm. His fists met Rayleigh's with increasing velocity. In this arena, the shadows of their fists intertwined, a chaotic blur of strikes with no discernible victor. Blow after blow echoed with a thunderous resonance. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant clash of fists reverberated, eliciting growing satisfaction from Rayleigh. At that moment, his right leg surged forward with remarkable swiftness, catching Bai Jing completely off guard. An instinctual sense of impending doom surged within Bai Jing, as if awakened from deep within. A powerful impulse radiated from his core, and in his eyes, a fierce dominance, unrivaled in heaven and earth, erupted forth. Golden ripples, visible to the naked eye, trembled in the air. It was these golden waves that made Rayleigh's kick falter, providing Bai Jing with the clarity to seize the moment. A prime opportunity. This was a vulnerability. On Bai Jing's hands, flashes of lightning and flames surged as he proclaimed, 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. He unleashed the bolts he had conjured from his fists, morphing them into a wolf-shaped lightning creature that sprinted at high speed towards its target, electrocuting the opponent. This lightning wolf, catching Rayleigh off guard, sent him flying. He hastily retreated a full 10 paces before regaining his composure. The sudden commotion drew the attention of Ace, Rayleigh, and Shaki. The three of them fixed their gazes intently upon Bai Jing, who spoke, "Conqueror's Haki." Bai Jing retracted the lightning that had just danced at his fingertips, realizing that his recent counterattack had been an instinctive response. Upon hearing the others speak of the Conqueror's Haki, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The golden aura that had emanated from his eyes moments earlier was indeed the Conqueror's Haki. He now felt that if he could still channel it, mastering the Conqueror's Haki did not seem an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, after his battle with Rayleigh, he had reached a point where he could envelop his entire being with Haki, elevating his prowess to a new echelon. Rayleigh, astonished by Bai Jing's growth, looked at him with a gentle smile and shook his head. It is indeed the younger generation that pushes the older waves aside. We, the old guard, have become somewhat obsolete. Yet, you, my boy, are truly a marvel. The Conqueror's Haki, in merely 3 exchanges, has elevated your armament Haki to a new intensity, while you also possess the observation Haki. There is little more for me to teach you. Bai Jing scratched his head and broke into an honest smile. Meanwhile, Ace stepped forward, draping an arm around Bai Jing's shoulders, leading him into Xia Qi's tavern, where they indulged in libations. Rayleigh, appearing in particularly high spirits that day, noticed such a youthful companion and joined them for a few rounds. The group continued drinking until nightfall, thoroughly intoxicated. Bai Jing desired to explore the night market of the Shambold Islands. Thus he departed from the tavern alone. Meanwhile, the formidable king of the underworld, Rayleigh, and Ace recounted tales from the years gone by within the tavern, including the extraordinary circumstances of Ace's survival. Ace meticulously omitted most details and fabricated a narrative, choosing not to disclose the realm of death. They had risen from the depths of the underworld, and revealing such a truth would not only lead to disbelief from the king of the underworld, but also expose Bai Jing's extraordinary abilities. Betraying a friend in such a manner was not an option he would entertain. Bai Jing, inebriated, wandered aimlessly along the street. It was unclear how long he had been walking when he stumbled upon a bar nestled within an alleyway, its name intriguingly dubbed Gore Roger Bar. Upon entering, he found the establishment in a state of disrepair. The interior was sparsely populated, featuring only an elderly man, whose age was advanced beyond measure. With a mouth devoid of teeth, Bai Jing slowly settled into a peculiar position, a spot once graced by Luffy himself. It was this venerable old man who, upon observing Luffy, discerned his potential to become the Pirate King. Chapter 27. The Supreme Talent. The Celestial Dragon's Fishman Auctioneer, adorned with golden earrings and a woven hat. The old man gazed at the suddenly arrived Bai Jing, remaining silent. At that moment, Bai Jing seemed to shake off the remnants of intoxication, surveying his surroundings and the old man's visage. He quickly realized where he was. However, this moment of clarity vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared, and he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Gold, Roger S. Bar, what a delightful place." In that instant, he stood up with exuberance, his conqueror's haki unconsciously radiating from him, while the powers of two devil fruits manifested as thunder and fire behind him, enhancing his imposing presence. He stood there like an army of thousands. With a powerful voice, he proclaimed, "I do not resent those who have come before me. I only lament that they did not witness my fervor." The old man was momentarily taken aback, as if he beheld an extraordinary existence. Once before, he had recognized Luffy's potential to be the Pirate King, and now, this man who had burst into the bar exuded an aura of invincibility. The old man felt a strange sensation, his vision blurring, as he perceived a future deity before him. He murmured softly, "This young man's fortune and charisma surpass even that Straw Hat kid from years ago. I have a premonition that an extraordinary being is destined to emerge." In just a moment, Bai Jing retracted his imposing presence and collapsed onto the bar, falling into a deep slumber. The old man, meanwhile, moved to the side, indulging in solitary drinking, reminiscing about past tales, and continued to drink throughout the night. The following day, Bai Jing awoke from his stupor, shaking his head as he recalled the events of the previous night. With an awkward smile, he addressed the old man, expressing his apologies for the disturbance. Having said that, he nonchalantly exited the Gore Roger bar, not inclined to linger any longer. His unintentional arrival at this establishment, devoid of any sentimental value, left little worth reminiscing. As for the tales of Gore Roger, he had already heard them all. Observing Bai Jing's receding figure, the old man pondered deeply. This young man was destined for greatness, poised to shine brightly in this world. A mysterious smile crept across the old man's face as the bar seemed to vanish into thin air, as if it had never existed. For this bar was situated in Rock Town, not in the present location. The origins of the old man and the bar's sudden appearance remained shrouded in mystery. In the streets, a seagull descended from above, delivering a bounty notice. The visage of a man instantly captivated the attention of numerous pirates. His sharply chiseled features emanated an aura of sovereign power, complemented by a devil-may-care smile. The moment the pirates laid eyes on the bounty notice featuring Bai Jing, their pupils dilated in disbelief as they struggled to comprehend the situation. They counted the staggering sum of his bounty: 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. How could this be? This newly emerged pirate was merely a novice, yet his bounty had soared to an astonishing 300 million. Moreover, the notice indicated that he was a dual fruit user, possessing both the Mera Mera Nomi and the Garo Garo Nomi. A dual fruit user? Could such a being truly exist? And wasn't the Mera Mera Nomi the fruit of Fire Fist Ace? Why did he also possess it? The issuance of this bounty sent shockwaves throughout the East Blue pirate community. Previously, the pirates in the Chess Tavern recognized the man in the notice as none other than Bai Jing, whom they had encountered before. Realizing the gravity of the situation, cold sweat poured down their brows. Fortunately, they had not incurred his wrath. Otherwise, they would have been facing a bounty of 300 million, easily crushed by a mere finger. Bai Jing gazed around the Shambot Islands, blissfully unaware of the exposure of his bounty. As he traversed the streets, he unknowingly found himself at the auction house. Inside, a fervent auction was underway, featuring a mermaid as the coveted item. Among the attendees, several peculiar figures donned air helmets and wore voluminous, oversized down jackets. Intrigued by the auction, Bai Jing felt compelled to immerse himself in the pirate world. To neglect such an experience would be a disservice to himself. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, slipping through the entrance while evading the guards' attention. Were these not the despicable minions of the celestial dragons? Bai Jing's gaze fell upon several men auctioning below. Their hair stood erect, curling at the tips, and they donned white suits reminiscent of space attire. The men below wore lewd smiles as they gazed at the merfolk above, particularly at the mermaid confined within the aquarium, divided at the waist. Her upper body resembled that of a stunning woman, while her lower half sported a beautiful, scaled fishtail. Her entire form exuded both allure and the agility for swift escape. The upper half was delicately smooth, tender, and exquisite, akin to jade. Moreover, she possessed a pair of ample, snow-white bosoms, tightly wrapped in fabric, revealing not a hint of skin. Her beauty was beyond compare, rivaling even the likes of Nami, thus igniting the interest of the celestial dragons below. Surrounding the celestial dragons were agents clad in black, serving as their guardians. Hee, this woman is intriguing. I shall have her, She will be mine to enjoy, kept in the aquarium for my pleasure, chuckled one celestial dragon, whose face was grotesque, nose dripping, eyes gleaming with depravity as he leered at the mermaid above. Next to him, two other celestial dragons expressed their discontent. This woman belongs to my family, the Jomalia clan. I claim her, one asserted, his appearance distinctive from the drooling dragon, as he wore sunglasses that concealed his eyes, fixated on the mermaid's upper body. The other celestial dragon, a woman, looked on with envy at the mermaid's beauty. Though she was not unattractive, she felt overshadowed. No, this woman must return with me. I will mar her beauty, for no one shall surpass me, she declared, transforming into the most venomous of women in that moment. All three celestial dragons, who, encased in glass domes, held the power to determine the fate of those above. Once the mermaid was auctioned off, they would brand her with the emblem of the celestial dragons. The auctioneer found himself in a precarious situation, unable to offend any of the three. Feeling a wave of awkwardness as he implored them for a resolution, hoping they might confer. However, the three were unyielding. If you do not hand her over to me, I will annihilate your entire family, threatened the drooling celestial dragon. The other two joined in with menacing threats. If you do not surrender this woman, I will flay you alive and toss your remains to the sea for the fish to feast upon. The woman, with a heart as cold as a serpent, displayed not a trace of beauty on her face, morphing into the most malicious of figures. Should this woman not be placed in my hands, I assure you, your descendants and kin will be exterminated by the celestial dragons. Contemplate the consequences of your actions, she stated, her words dripping with malice. At this moment, Bai Jing had just appeared, and upon witnessing the scene, he could not help but exclaim, "Scum! The celestial dragons deserve to perish. I had initially planned to grow stronger and seek you out. Little did I expect to cross paths with my adversaries here." With that, his figure emerged at the rear of the auction. Rising to his feet, he declared loudly, "I shall determine the outcome." Chapter 28. The Threat of the Celestial Dragons. Resolving the guardians upon hearing his voice, the crowd turned to see a young upstart, which piqued no one's interest. The auction was filled with prominent figures, individuals of considerable wealth. However, the three celestial dragons at the forefront, upon hearing Bai Jing's words, found themselves intrigued. They stood in unison, casting a glance at Bai Jing, their expressions as indifferent as if they were regarding an insect. From their lofty vantage, they looked down and spoke. "Go ahead, tell us how it shall be divided. If your words fail to impress, we shall end your life. If you manage to articulate it well, perhaps we shall reward you with a bit of coin, and then you may swiftly depart. Your very presence is a nuisance," the snot-nosed celestial dragon uttered in disdain. As if he had caught a whiff of something foul, Bai Jing felt invigorated as he exclaimed, "Well, I'll be damned. I truly wish to eliminate you all. And yet, you still dare to provoke me. Aren't you merely walking straight into the mouth of the cannon?" Bai Jing offered a faint smile. This smile radiated such warmth and brilliance that it warmed the hearts of all who beheld it. Every gaze was drawn to Bai Jing. Even the auctioneer above turned their attention towards him, hoping he would provide an answer that would relieve their burdens. The mermaid girl, confined within the vast water tank, wore an expression of utter panic and fear, on the brink of tears. Surrounded by watchful eyes, her frail form left her vulnerable, captured by the auctioneers. She would be sold to others in an instant. How could she not be terrified? Bai Jing gazed at the three celestial dragons, articulating each word deliberately. "It is you three fools who shall perish before my eyes. This mermaid belongs to me." "What did you just say?" one of the celestial dragons retorted, fury igniting within him. "Do you have any notion of whom you have just offended?" The three celestial dragons erupted in indignation, particularly the two who were sniffling and wearing sunglasses, who promptly drew their rifles. They raised their weapons, aimed them at Bai Jing, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, firing several shots. The bullets pierced through Bai Jing's form, passing effortlessly as his body had already turned ethereal, rendering the ordinary ammunition ineffective. Meanwhile, the female celestial dragon swiftly seized her rifle and joined in the assault, firing multiple rounds until their ammunition was exhausted, at which point they reluctantly lowered their weapons, only to find Bai Jing unharmed. Their frustration palpable, they turned to the surrounding cloaked figures, demanding, "What are you all waiting for? Move swiftly. This native shall be made my eternal slave. I will delight in tormenting him and shaping him to my will." Bai Jing moved, descending step by step from the elevated platform above. Meanwhile, the black-clad agents below surged toward him, brandishing their long rifles and wielding their gleaming blades. Bai Jing's voice dripped with sarcasm as he gazed upon the sniveling celestial dragon, his eyes filled with utmost disdain. Did your mother never tell you to look in the mirror? How is it that you remain a mere 3-year-old? You resemble a simpleton, with snot still dripping from your nose. You, foolish celestial dragon, dare to act superior, believing yourself to be above others? If you are not put in your place, I shall take your surname. In the very moment he spoke, Bai Jing transformed into a flash of lightning, darting past all the black-clad assailants who sought to harm him, appearing directly before the celestial dragon. His massive hand pressed against the air shield, flames surging around it. In an instant, the temperature within the shield soared, leaving a vivid red mark upon the dragon's shoulder, a clear indication of a burn. With a swift motion, his left fist slammed into the celestial dragon's abdomen. The flames consumed his garments entirely. This strike was delivered with all of Bai Jing's might, without a hint of restraint, and the celestial dragon was sent flying, expelling blood and bile in his wake. Meanwhile, the 2 other celestial dragons nearby were thrown into a panic, witnessing Bai Jing's overwhelming strength. They could not help but threaten him once more. You wretched creature, do you know whom you are striking? We are the noble celestial dragons. While you are but a native, kneel and admit your wrongs, and perhaps you may keep your corpse intact. Otherwise, your entire family and all those connected to you shall meet a fate worse than death, to be fed to dogs. Can you hear me, or are you deaf? Stop this at once. The 2, though utterly frightened, still bore an air of superiority, viewing all but celestial dragons as mere natives. At that moment, the black-clad agents surged forth, their eyes narrowing as they proclaimed, natural-type devil fruit. They were cloaked in haki, rushing towards Bai Jing, intent on overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Moreover, nearby guards had already dispatched a message via a transponder snail to the Navy headquarters, urging them to arrive swiftly, for a celestial dragon had been harmed. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Reinforcements were hastily mobilized from the surrounding area. Equipped with sea stone bullets, they opened fire on Bai Jing, while those wielding long knives advanced upon him. Hundreds surrounded the auction house, creating an impenetrable barrier, and Bai Jing's actions had thrown the entire event into disarray. Other nobles fled in terror, unwilling to remain in the chaos. The scene devolved into utter turmoil, and the auctioneer, trembling beneath the stage, could only watch in horror as Bai Jing dared to defy the celestial dragons. How could he be so audacious? After all, these were celestial dragons. The auctioneer trembled as he spoke, filled with dread. The mermaid within the fish tank wore an expression of sheer panic, yet when she glanced at Bai Jing, an indescribable sentiment flickered in her eyes. To her, this man appeared as a savior come to rescue her. The bullets crafted from sea prism stone pierced through Bai Jing's body one by one. His form once again became elemental, having not consumed any fruit. The sea prism stone and seawater posed no threat to him. Furthermore, his fruit allowed him to maintain his elemental state, for only haki could restrain those of the natural type. Nothing else could confine him, which was the essence of Bai Jing's extraordinary prowess. His visage remained impassive as he murmured, "Discharge, 80 million volts." Countless arcs of lightning surged forth, crackling in the air. The high voltage detonated within the atmosphere, the sound gradually intensifying. The hundreds of agents present lost consciousness the moment they encountered the surging high-voltage electricity, succumbing to its lethal force. This was the might of high voltage. Though Bai Jing deliberately restrained some of it, the 3 celestial dragons were spared from the brunt of the 3 bolts of lightning. All the agents and their guards had been neutralized by Bai Jing, leaving only the 3 powerless celestial dragons. The auctioneer, concealed below the platform, uttered no further words, merely unleashing a bolt of lightning that rendered him unconscious. The snot-nosed celestial dragon, thrown back, staggered to his feet, his voice thick with ignorance and fear. "You are doomed. How dare you confront my celestial dragons? The Navy will arrive shortly. Do you comprehend the calamity you have summoned? I will have you dismembered, utterly obliterated." His voice approached a roar, while the other 2 celestial dragons continued to retreat, as Bai Jing advanced steadily towards them. The sunglasses-clad celestial dragon and the female celestial dragon issued their threats once more. "If you take your own life and kneel to apologize, we shall let bygones be bygones. Your family and friends will be spared. Otherwise, they will meet their demise. Everyone at home will be condemned to a life of slavery, tortured to death. Are you aware of the consequences? Surrender at once." Chapter 29. Tormenting the Celestial Dragons, Slaying the Celestial Dragons. The Navy surrounds fool. You are truly on the brink of death, and yet remain unrepentant. Do you comprehend how many lives have perished under your celestial dragon's dominion? How many have been sacrificed simply due to your absurdly privileged status? If the Golden Emperor were here, he would undoubtedly ensure these three endure a fate worse than death. Bai Jing was aware that at least one admiral would be dispatched by the Navy in response to the situation. After all, when the celestial dragons are in peril, an admiral will inevitably arrive. Regardless of who it may be, he remained unfazed. However, he was resolute in his intention to eliminate the three scoundrels before him. With determined strides, he advanced, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and he vanished in an instant. His powerful hands grasped the glass domes of the two remaining celestial dragons, shattering them with a swift motion. With one hand each, he lifted the two individuals effortlessly. Flames erupted from his palms, incinerating their garments completely, leaving not a trace of fabric or hair behind. As for the sniveling celestial dragon, Bai Jing seized him with a swift motion and cast him to the ground. The three now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, stripped of all defenses. The female celestial dragon shrieked in horror, instinctively shielding her vulnerable areas. Bai Jing's gaze was as tranquil as a bottomless well. To deal with scoundrels, one must employ their own and scrupulous methods. He spoke with an indifferent tone. Do you not relish branding others with the mark of the celestial dragons? Very well. Today I shall return the favor and allow you to experience such a sensation. He unfastened the trident he bore on his back. The 50 million volts of electricity generated heat, scorching the tip of the trident to an excruciating temperature. Flames blazed from his left hand, enveloping his arm and further intensifying the heat upon the trident. When the weapon was nearly hot enough to melt gold, Bai Jing withdrew his hand with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, true terror gripped the three men as they comprehended Bai Jing's intentions. He meant to brand them, just as they had once treated other slaves. They recoiled, their hands pressed against the floor, their faces a portrait of sheer horror, no longer daring to utter threats. Observing their fear, Bai Jing conjured 3 strands of lightning that coiled around their necks, yanking them forcefully towards him. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he taunted. Do you not enjoy having others serve as your dogs? Do you not delight in ensnaring others with ropes and riding upon their backs? Yet now, when the tables are turned, you cower in fear. We truly beg for mercy. We were wrong. Spare us, please. We are celestial dragons. We are the supreme celestial dragons. We can offer you anything you desire. The 3 men nearly howled, their voices filled with desperation, tears streaming down their faces, snot running freely. And beneath them lay a pool of liquid evidence of their terror. Bai Jing's lips curled into a more pronounced sneer. Celestial dragons? Is that all there is to it? I thought you were unafraid. With that, Bai Jing seized them one by one, the searing trident first branding the sniveling celestial dragon. The intense heat left bloody marks on his flesh, deeply embedding itself within the sinews. The seared meat exuded a savory aroma, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Sizzle. The celestial dragon screamed, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to the unbearable pain. The other 2 celestial dragons, witnessing this horror, were nearly paralyzed with terror, on the brink of fainting. Yet the electric shock coursing through their necks kept them painfully alert, suffering immensely. Bai Jing reignited the trident, restoring it to its original temperature. Sequentially, he branded the emblem of the trident onto the bodies of the 2 individuals. The sizzle of flesh echoed through the air. After Bai Jing completed all of this, the 3 individuals fell into a deep unconsciousness, their backs marked with a prominent trident emblem. Seemingly reminded of the celestial dragons, he felt an insatiable urge for more. Just as he was preparing to take further action, his observation hockey detected that the Navy had surrounded the entire auction house. The number of naval personnel was astonishing, exceeding 10,000, and their ranks continued to swell. Bai Jing had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. Naturally, it was inconceivable that these 3 unconscious celestial dragon nobles would be spared. He once again intensified the electric current coursing through the locks, reviving the trio. Upon their awakening, Bai Jing leaned forward, his gaze indifferent. The prongs of the trident pierced through 3 skulls. The severed heads tumbled aside, irrevocably lifeless. Yet within the eyes of those 3 heads lingered an infinite dread. After Bai Jing completed his task, he turned around and used flames to scorch the blood on the trident, drying it thoroughly. He had no desire to touch the vile blood of such scum. Feeling nauseated at the sight of these 3 wretches. While not all celestial dragons are inherently evil, the majority embody this despicable nature, unworthy of lament. Reflecting on their treatment of other slaves, and recalling how they had tormented Stella, the Golden Emperor's consort, one cannot help but wonder about their cruelty towards Tyrant Bear. The misdeeds of the celestial dragons paraded before him. Is it not absurd to let them escape unpunished? The mermaid in the aquarium witnessed the entire scene, observing Bai Jing's ferocity and the brutality he had just displayed. Despite her evident fear of the auction, she felt no trace of dread towards Bai Jing. Instead, her face radiated a smile, her gaze fixed upon him. With a grateful expression, she boldly spoke, "Sir, please take me away. I will repay you well, even if it means serving you like a beast of burden. Just do not leave me here, I beg you, sir." Bai Jing was preparing to take her away. But it was certainly not due to her beauty. Oh no, it was not at all, as one might presume. Truly, it was not. Manual jest, however. These past 4 weeks had surrounded him with countless naval forces, and he sensed that an admiral was approaching. This admiral was well known to Bai Jing. He was none other than the illustrious Kizaru, the greatest actor of the Navy and the uncle of Luffy. While it would be feasible for him to flee alone, facing an admiral like Kizaru presented its own formidable challenges. Additionally, having slain those 3 celestial dragons, he was acutely aware that they would not let him evade their wrath. They would pursue him relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Thus, to take along such a burdensome mermaid would be nothing but detrimental to him. He found himself wavering. Yet leaving a woman behind posed its own risks, as he could only imagine the dreadful fate that awaited her. Given his actions against the celestial dragons, she would surely not survive in the aftermath. Bai Jing's compassion began to stir, yet he remained somewhat hesitant. The woman seemed to perceive the doubts that lingered in Bai Jing's heart, and spoke, "I am also a fruit user, and my ability is exceedingly unique. Take me with you. I will not be a burden to you." Chapter 30. The Mermaid's Fruit Ability, Arrival of Kizaru. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing immediately grasped the mermaid's intention. She feared being abandoned by him. He let out a slow sigh, realizing that he must extend his assistance. Regardless of the veracity of her words, she had articulated her plight with such earnestness, and the longing for life in her eyes could not be feigned. It was only right to be a good person to the end. As he approached, he found himself somewhat at a loss before the large fish tank. Uncertain of how to proceed, the water within was clear, allowing the mermaid to reside comfortably. Sensing Bai Jing's dilemma, the mermaid took the initiative to leap gracefully out of the tank. Bai Jing was taken aback as the mermaid leapt gracefully from the fish tank, and he swiftly extended his arms to catch her securely. The mermaid found herself nestled in Wang Xianji's embrace, with one hand supporting her fish-like lower half and the other tenderly resting on her back. The sensation of her smooth, cool skin was enchanting, while the upper part of her body felt as delicate as silk, flowing with a watery grace that left Bai Jing in a state of astonishment. A faint blush crept across the mermaid's face, reaching the tips of her ears, as she shyly averted her gaze from Bai Jing. She finally spoke, confessing, "Indeed, I am a wielder of a devil fruit ability. My power can be bestowed upon others, enhancing their combat prowess threefold, and granting them a 5-second invulnerability during battle. In this invincible state, one is impervious to blades and fire, and even the powers of another devil fruit user or the effects of sea stone are rendered ineffective, shielding them from fatal harm." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing looked in astonishment at the mermaid girl in his arms, marveling at such an extraordinary ability, particularly one of an auxiliary nature. While it was of little benefit to her personally, it was immensely powerful for others. The mermaid girl dared to speak only because of her trust in Bai Jing. Otherwise, had anyone else learned of her capabilities, they would have long since forcibly confined her freedom, which also explained her persistent fear of being sold. The number of naval personnel continued to swell, and as Kizaru stepped into the auction house, he wore an expression of nonchalance. His short black hair had a slight natural curl, complemented by a pair of sunglasses and a stubble adorning his face. Tall and slender, he was clad in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, a dark green shirt, and white leather shoes, gradually making his way inside. The mermaid girl then introduced herself, saying, "I am Hua Jin." A soft blue luminescence emanated from her, gradually permeating into Bai Jing's being. In an enchanting display, she vanished from his embrace, leaving Bai Jing in awe of the miraculous scene. Within him, a miniature version of Hua Jin materialized, her voice echoing in his mind. "My ability can provide others with a threefold amplification of time, depending on how long I can sustain it. This duration is contingent upon the magnitude of the damage you receive. If the harm exceeds my capacity to bear, the effect will cease. However, if manageable, it can persist indefinitely." In Bai Jing's consciousness, the ethereal form of Hua Jin appeared alongside his own diminutive figure. notably in this space reminiscent of a soul realm. Both were candidly exposed, devoid of any embellishments or adornments. This realization caused Bai Jing to blush, as he distinctly perceived the rosy hues of peach blossoms on a distant mountain, which stood grand and magnificent. The mermaid girl retained her aquatic form below, rendering the situation somewhat less awkward. It must be acknowledged that she exhibited remarkable courage in performing this ability for a stranger for the first time, having never previously done so for anyone else. Meanwhile, Kizaru had advanced further into the scene. Upon encountering the numerous corpses scattered about, his demeanor remained unruffled. However, when his gaze fell upon the 3 headless bodies lying at the edge, his pupils contracted sharply, and his previously relaxed expression vanished. Fixing his gaze on Bai Jing, who stood alone, a shadow of gloom descended upon his face. Do you realize the magnitude of the calamity you have wrought? These are celestial dragons. How dare you slay them? The body of the yellow ape transformed into a radiant golden flash, vanishing from its original position. With a mighty kick aimed at Bai Jing's head, it sought to send him flying. At that moment, Bai Jing was endowed with threefold combat power, rendering him not significantly weaker than the yellow ape. He brandished his golden trident, enveloped in the armor of Haki, to meet the impending kick. However, due to the superior prowess of the yellow ape's martial arts, he was forced to retreat several dozen steps before regaining his composure atop the auction platform. His expression turned serious as he remarked on the stark disparity between himself and the Admiral. Despite the tripled enhancement, both in martial arts and offensive capability, he found himself pushed back several steps by that single strike. Ah? The yellow ape uttered in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Bai Jing's resilience in the face of such force. He had not held back in the slightest. Once again, his form shimmered and transformed. A flash of yellow reappearing behind Bai Jing, delivering another kick aimed directly at the crown of his head. Bai Jing, this time, stood resolute and unyielding. His hands enveloped in the ominous aura of armed color, raised high above his head to shield against the impending strike. The force of this blow was formidable, embedding Bai Jing deeply into the auction stage below, sinking him a full 10 fathoms. At that moment, within the realm of the soul, Hua Jin too felt the repercussions of this strike. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. The intensity of the blow reverberated through her, inflicting a measure of pain, yet it remained within her threshold of endurance. Bai Jing could not help but feel a twinge of pity. Indeed, this fruit proved to be beneficial to others while bringing only harm to himself. In aiding others, he had to endure such suffering. He spoke softly. "Thank you for your efforts." Gradually, an inscrutable expression appeared on his face. Having made direct contact, he resolved to claim the powers of the shimmering fruit. His demeanor turned serious as he began to radiate light. The golden glow enveloped him, and he vanished from that spot, reappearing elsewhere. Furthermore, upon his arrival at the new location, he transformed once again into a golden luminescence, bursting forth from the arena. In a mere second, Bai Jing accomplished this feat. Everything unfolded with the grace of flowing clouds, devoid of any hesitation or delay. Seeing Bai Jing manifest the abilities of the shimmering fruit, Kizaru's regard for him intensified, and the previous disdain in his eyes vanished entirely. Chapter 31. 10,000 Marines. Fierce battle with Kizaru outside. The area was already surrounded by a multitude of Marines, creating an impenetrable barrier with layers upon layers of cannons poised for action. Each soldier stood ready, lying in wait for Bai Jing to make his escape. Kizaru immediately pursued him, transforming into a flash of light, appearing right behind Bai Jing, relentlessly in pursuit. As Bai Jing observed the situation, his body was pushed to its utmost limits, and he had harnessed the fruits of his labor to their fullest potential. The luminous flashes danced back and forth, and it was only when they appeared outside the fray that he gradually came to a halt. At that moment, Kizaru also emerged from behind him. "Surrender," he urged. "Do not engage in futile resistance. Submitting without struggle is your best refuge. Otherwise, we." The surrounding navy, each one wary and apprehensive, cast fearful glances at Bai Jing, evidently recognizing this burgeoning pirate superstar. Here was a newcomer to the East Sea, and merely a rookie at that. Yet he commanded a staggering bounty of 300 million. Recently, he had slain 3 celestial dragons and abducted slaves intended for auction, a deed that would likely see his bounty soar even higher, drawing the ire of the Navy and the relentless pursuit of CP0. In Kizaru's hands, a sort of light coalesced from yellow brilliance, aimed directly at Bai Jing. His speed had intensified, now twice as swift as before. This time, it was a genuine attempt to end Bai Jing's life, an earnest intention to kill. As Bai Jing noted Kizaru charging at him once again, the encroaching navy closed in around him, creating a dense and impenetrable blockade. His expression darkened. To escape entirely, he must first elude Kizaru's relentless pursuit. Bai Jing's thoughts were clear, and he immediately devised a countermeasure. A tempest of lightning enveloped his right hand, while the radiance fruit coalesced above him. Upon that golden trident resided a fusion of three formidable powers: flame, brilliance, and thunder. With a display of dominion, he boldly confronted the sword strike from Kizaru. This valiant act of resistance, infused with the amalgamation of the three forces, erupted in a spectacular explosion. The luminous blade was obliterated by the might emanating from Bai Jing's golden trident, dispersing into countless glimmers before vanishing entirely. Kizaru was also forced back by the impact, while Bai Jing retreated 10 steps. Although this exchange left him at a disadvantage, the synergy of these three powers shattered Bai Jing's radiant sword, igniting a new strategy within him. All around, the navy continued to surge forth relentlessly. The sounds of gunfire and the crack of handguns echoed incessantly, as an unending barrage of bullets, crafted from sea stone and devoid of any conch stone, rained down upon Bai Jing. Bai Jingming emanated an endless radiance of thunder, obliterating the projectiles that surged towards him. Meanwhile, a naval officer charged forward, striking fiercely at his back. Yet, how could the elemental Bai Jing be harmed by such a blow? A fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes. The lightning in his grasp pierced the body of the attacking naval officer, devastating his bodily functions, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, a new barrage of gunfire erupted, an infinite hail of bullets directed at Bai Jing. Above, Kizaru hovered in the sky, gathering his formidable power. Bai Jing, in a state of agitation, muttered to himself, "Is this never-ending?" His hands cradled an ethereal glow, shimmering with golden light. In a hushed tone, he channeled the power of the Yada no Kagami, accumulating a mirror-like brilliance that emitted beams of light, refracting and reflecting off surrounding targets, thereby creating a luminous trajectory that allowed for rapid movement at the speed of light. With this radiant speed, he darted forth, moving several times faster than before. Above him, Kizaru observed in astonishment as Bai Jing wielded the Yada no Kagami, exclaiming, "Isn't that my technique? How can this brat possess it?" At that moment, he had completed his formidable attack, the naval artillery roaring ominously. Forming a circle with his thumbs, he crossed his hands and declared, "Yasakani no Magatama." Light particles ascended into the air, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light projectiles, a technique of extensive area damage. As Bai Jing soared into the sky, Kizaru's lethal assault descended upon him, prompting him to swiftly adopt a defensive stance, manifesting the light of deceleration in his hands. From within this sphere, countless rays of slowing light erupted, coalescing into a colossal barrier that gradually diminished the velocity of the incoming projectiles. What once was the speed of photons now resembled that of a snail in midair. Beneath him, the Navy once again readied their cannons and firearms, aiming at the airborne Bai Jing. At this juncture, an overwhelming aura of dominance converged in Bai Jing's eyes, emanating a powerful golden wave that radiated from his being. This conqueror's haki, a manifestation of his will, rendered the weak-minded sailors unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Among the thousands of Navy personnel remaining, only a fraction persisted. Those who still stood possessed ranks, their resolve comparatively steadfast against the overwhelming force. Bai Jing emulated the posture of the yellow ape, intertwining his thumb and index finger, his hands crossing in a graceful manner. From within this circular aperture, an infinite array of luminous points emerged, radiating from his hands and cascading toward the unconscious Navy personnel below, as well as the oncoming scintillations aimed at him. The 8 Shaku KGY. Countless specks of light emanated from his hands, bombarding the oblivious sailors beneath, who remained unaware of their impending fate. Meanwhile, the luminous entities above were deftly deflected, with surplus points targeting the yellow ape. The yellow ape, exhibiting his extraordinary agility, allowed these lights to traverse his form, yet not a single one inflicted harm upon him. Such is the overwhelming prowess of a natural-type devil fruit user, and the clash between two such formidable powers was nothing short of breathtaking. At that moment, Ace, Rayleigh, and Shaki seemed to have sensed the commotion in the auction house and began to observe discreetly. Upon recognizing Bai Jing, Ace prepared to charge forth, ready to summon little oars for assistance. Bai Jing discerned the hidden presence of Ace lurking in the shadows, and a sense of urgency overcame him. Utilizing the powers of the thunder fruit, he summoned a resonant sound that reverberated into Ace's ears. You need not assist me. I have my own methods. For now, you and little oars must prepare a colossal pirate ship that is already coated with a protective membrane. We shall delve into the depths of the ocean, setting our sights on the new world. Ensure that ample provisions and beverages are stocked. This mere navy poses no threat to me. Upon receiving Bai Jing's transmission, Ace, though puzzled by the means of such ethereal communication, complied with his request without hesitation. Bai Jing's fruit ability has just revealed yet another facet. In light of this, it is only fitting to place complete trust in him and bestow confidence upon a companion. In this tumultuous chapter, Bai Jing has taken the lives of countless individuals, gathering enough of the sinister energy from the underworld to linger in the realm of the Yellow Springs for 3 days. Therefore, he will soon have the opportunity to resurrect those he yearns to bring back to life. As the scene unfolds, the formidable 200 million volt Thunder God, in the midst of battling the Yellow Ape, hesitates, contemplating whether to assist. In a brief exchange with Ace, Rayleigh ultimately departs, casting a lingering glance at Bai Jing before leaving him to contend with the Yellow Ape and the relentless Navy forces. Despite Bai Jing's significant toll on the Navy, rendering most of them powerless, reinforcements continue to pour in, as the lives of the celestial dragons are deemed paramount, warranting constant protection from the Navy. The recent events exemplify a grave dereliction of duty, allowing 3 celestial dragons to be so easily slain by Bai Jing. The Yellow Ape's expression darkens as he realizes that his ability derived from the Pika Pika no Mi has been flawlessly replicated by this young adversary, who also possesses powers from other fruits. This predicament presents an unprecedented challenge since his tenure as an admiral. Even during the Marineford War, he had never faced such arduous circumstances. Bai Jing proves to be an exceptionally formidable opponent. Surrounding Navy troops steadily increase in number, gradually encircling the entire Sabeti archipelago, leaving no avenue for Bai Jing's escape, with reinforcements continuously arriving. Despite his own physical capabilities being somewhat lacking, he acknowledges a disparity when compared to the Yellow Ape. Even with a 3-fold enhancement of his combat power, he devises a strategy. The Yellow Ape, now fully committed, accelerates to his utmost speed, transforming the sky into a tapestry of golden light. With hands poised, he unleashes a powerful incantation, Amitsukami no Tachi. Concentrating photons in his hands to forge a sword of light as a weapon, he targeted his adversary. Strangely, the sword wielded by the Yellow Ape was imbued with a formidable aura. His hands were also enveloped in armament haki, unleashing his signature abilities and propelling his speed to its zenith. Although Bai Jing possessed observation haki, allowing him to anticipate the Yellow Ape's forthcoming maneuvers, he was, after all, facing an admiral. His own strength fell short in comparison. In terms of physical prowess and the development of his abilities, such as the Shining Fruit, the Burning Fruit, and the Slowing Fruit, he had only just acquired them and had yet to fully harness their potential, needing more time for refinement. His most developed ability remained that of the Thunder Fruit, being his initial fruit power. Consequently, Bai Jing was wholly committed to the fray. As the Navy continued to surge relentlessly toward him, from the corner of his eye, he unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, sending golden ripples throughout the vicinity. Those unable to withstand the pressure of his conqueror's haki succumbed to unconsciousness, while those who managed to endure found their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. Bai Jing gazed at the approaching figure of Kizaru, his expression grave, and proclaimed with fervor, "Let us see which is more formidable, your light or my thunder. If deities truly exist in this world, then I must be the god of thunder, 200 million volts, the Thunder God." This was Enel's most potent technique, unleashing all 200 million volts of electricity from his body and enveloping himself in this electrifying aura. In doing so, he transformed into a colossal representation of the Thunder God, a force to be reckoned with. Bai Jing, inspired by this method, released all the stored electricity within him. It surrounded him in layers, and in that moment, his seemingly frail form swelled with might, the lightning coalescing into sinewy muscle, enveloping him entirely. Towering several meters high and spanning 3 to 4 meters in width, Bai Jing's physique now dwarfed that of Kizaru. In this state, Bai Jing's power surged to its zenith. Let me ascertain the extent of my own strength and see if it can stand against an admiral of the Navy. The capabilities of the Berserk Fruit were unleashed by him. In that moment, his lightning erupted violently, causing his form to swell to twice its size. The boundless electricity enveloped the entire auction house, plunging it into a tempest of thunder. Unintentionally discharged bolts of lightning rendered all the naval officers unconscious, their fates uncertain. His hair stood on end, and his immensely powerful physique resembled that of a deity of lightning. At that instant, his physical prowess, defensive capabilities, offensive strength, agility, speed, and resilience multiplied exponentially. The enhancements from the berserk fruit, combined with the support of the mermaid girl-esque fruit, along with the thunder god transformation, rendered Bai Jing virtually invincible. When gods clash, mortals suffer. The navy was decimated. Meanwhile, Kizaru's bioluminescent form faltered in the sky, affected by this tempest of lightning. His body was entirely shrouded in armament hockey, yet the ferocity of the lightning was overwhelming. Even as he transformed into light, he found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. His speed began to diminish, providing Bai Jing with the opportunity he needed. With a mighty leap, in less than a breath, his figure transformed into a colossal flash of electricity, vanishing from sight. This velocity surpassed even Kizaru's light fruit. A titanic fist descended, and Kizaru hastily attempted to defend himself. Kizaru's light sword met Bai Jing's electrified punch. At the moment of impact, a bolt of lightning exploded forth like a dragon. The ferocious electricity sent Kizaru hurtling through the air, crashing into the auction house, causing debris to fall. However, Bai Jing had no intention of concluding the battle so easily. He transformed into a streak of lightning once more, disappearing from sight, while the tempestuous purple electricity engulfed a radius of 100 miles. At that moment, on the Sabaody archipelago, the skies were tumultuous. The Navy headquarters dispatched an admiral who was hastily approaching. As Kizaru rose from the rubble, prepared to charge at Bai Jing again, Bai Jing had already materialized before him, offering no chance for reprieve. The colossal fist descended, its shadow quickening, as endless lightning cascaded from above. The pillars of lightning, as thick as barrels, followed every punch Bai Jing unleashed. For every strike he delivered, a corresponding bolt of lightning fell. This overwhelming electricity rendered Kizaru's body numb, despite being an elemental fruit user. Such was the tyranny of the thunder fruit. Such was the might of Bai Jing in his thunder god form. Kizaru could do little more than defend himself, with no opportunity to counterattack. Even finding it difficult to block, Bai Jing relentlessly pounded him into the rubble, each fist striking with brutal force. The earth was excavated into a massive pit with a radius of 10 meters, forcibly created by his blows. Yet, true to his status as a Navy admiral, even while bloodied and battered, Kizaru stubbornly resisted. His situation became increasingly dire, his strength waning under the weight of 200 million volts. At that moment, the admiral found himself at the mercy of Bai Jing. Surrounding naval forces bore expressions of disbelief. When had an admiral become so feeble? Chapter 33. Defeating Kizaru, Fujitora arrives. Journey to the underworld. The shadows of Bai Jing's fists accelerated with remarkable swiftness, enveloped in the formidable armament of hockey, crackling with lightning, ablaze with fire, and shimmering with brilliance. The formidable powers of these three elemental fruits began to force the yellow ape's essence into a retreat. Beneath the might of these three potent fruits, there also surged the conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, and armament hockey, all converging in a devastating onslaught. Even though he held the rank of admiral, he could not withstand such an assault. The entirety of the yellow ape's form was shattered into an endless cascade of photons. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos, these photons hastily darted aside, coalescing into the silhouette of the yellow ape. At this moment, he bore little resemblance to his former self. His clothing lay in tatters. The naval cloak behind him reduced to mere fragments. His upper body was exposed, his face marred with bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In his heart, Bai Jing silently mused, "Luffy, I apologize for having reduced your dear uncle to such a state. Yet, there is no alternative. This is the nature of combat." This was merely Bai Jing's form of self-entertainment. His excitement grew ever more intense, for he now possessed the strength to contend with an admiral. What does this signify? It implies that he has ascended to the pinnacle of this world, as admirals rank among the most formidable individuals in the realm of pirates. It is also conceivable that Kizaru has aged, no longer at his prime. Nevertheless, he remains an admiral, endowed with the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. Bai Jing harbored a persistent suspicion that Kizaru was a member of the Revolutionary Army. Undoubtedly an undercover agent embedded within the Navy. He believed that Kizaru possessed genuine power, yet had refrained from revealing it. For instance, the awakening of the Goro Goro no Mi, the domain of the Thunder God, remained unused, a trump card kept close to his chest. At present, Kizaru lay battered. But their divergent allegiances rendered any thought of retreat utterly impossible. Given that Bai Jing had already taken the life of a celestial dragon, the Navy would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fervor. He now awaited Ace to locate a pirate ship, the Little Oars, to prepare for their journey together. Their destination was the New World, to plunge into the depths of the sea, making it exceedingly difficult for the Navy to apprehend them. As for the potential increase in his bounty, that was of no concern to Bai Jing. The higher the bounty, the more exhilarated he felt. Kizaru had already suffered a significant loss in combat effectiveness, his body unable to withstand the formidable pressure of the 200 million volts of lightning. The terrifying electricity ravaged his physique, causing his condition to deteriorate gradually. Bai Jing observed that 4 weeks had nearly passed, and Huang Yuan's condition had deteriorated. His energy was beginning to wane. Transforming into a form of thunder, he vanished from sight, retreating into the distance. Although Huang Yuan had the intent to pursue, he lacked the strength to do so. He had just endured a brutal beating from this thunderous form of Bai Jing, and it was far from pleasant. Not to mention the fact that this was the power of a 3-fruit user. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He had been holding on, but the 200 million volts of electricity were simply unbearable. This thunderous form was terrifying beyond measure. However, he felt no sadness or despair. Instead, he chuckled lightly, remarking, how old I've become. A few hits and I'm down. This kid is truly abnormal. He shrugged, dismissing the notion that as a celestial dragon, death would be inconsequential. He began to heal himself on the spot, while among the fallen Navy, some were able to rise. Yet others would remain forever down. This high-voltage current was not something everyone could withstand, even if it was merely a few tens of millions of volts. If it were 200 million volts, none of the Navy present would be able to stand. Just a few minutes after Bai Jing's escape, Ting Hu arrived upon hearing the commotion. He saw Huang Yuan seated on the ground and inquired, "What happened? Where did he go?" Huang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "He got away. That kid is quite the freak. He possesses the abilities of 3 different fruits and can even replicate the powers of others. My Spark fruit has been copied by him. If you intend to pursue, you must do so quickly. Otherwise, he will truly escape." Ting Hu nodded. Although he could not see, he began to follow his senses. Utilizing his observation haki, navigating the path was relatively simple. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had already reached the outskirts of the Sabaody archipelago. Ace and Little Ace had boarded a massive pirate ship, which had been coded and personally sourced by the legendary Rayleigh. Bai Jing observed that the others were already prepared and promptly leaped onto the ship. Ace, Little Oars, and the Dark King Rayleigh gazed at Bai Jing, intrigued by his thunderous demeanor. The power of the rampage fruit was nearing its expiration, plunging him into a 3-day period of weakness. Thus, it was prudent to set sail on the pirate ship early and venture into the deep sea. Furthermore, since Little Oars was not a devil fruit user, he would be able to safeguard himself should any unfortunate encounters arise with seawater. The 3 exchanged glances, lowered the anchor, and prepared to plunge into the depths of the ocean, heading towards Fishman Island. Rayleigh watched the group, waved his hand, and chuckled, urging them to check on the Straw Hat Boy's progress when they encountered him. He added playfully to Bai Jing, warning him not to unleash his full strength against Luffy in the future. Bai Jing merely responded with a smile. They waved farewell, and the pirate ship gradually descended beneath the waves, sinking a third of the way. At that moment, Ting Hu hurriedly arrived, witnessing the pirate ship beginning its descent. He swiftly drew his sword, aiming to strike down the falling meteorites to sabotage the vessel. Bai Jing was taken aback to discover that the person pursuing him was Fujitora. Stirring a surge of intrigue within him, he harbored a keen interest in the gravity fruit. Since he was still in the state of the Thunder God, he harnessed the powers of the Thunderclap fruit, amplifying the lightning with extraordinary intensity, while the Flash fruit further augmented his speed, doubling it once more. Before Fujitora could react, Bai Jing had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch infused with electricity. The immense force of the blow struck Fujitora, sending him staggering several steps back. Bai Jing's lips curled slightly upwards as he took a step back after completing all of this. At that moment, the meteorite had just descended, while the pirate ship had entirely submerged into the depths of the sea. Bai Jing leaped down, plunging into the sea and entering the pirate ship. The meteorite, several hundred feet wide, continued its slow descent. Just as it was about to collide with the ocean's surface, Bai Jing snapped his fingers, unleashing the power of the gravity fruit. Utilizing anti-gravity, he sent the meteorite soaring back into the heavens. Yet, all of this proved futile. The surrounding navy began to encircle the Sabaody archipelago. However, the culprits had already escaped, aided by the Dark King, Rayleigh. What could the navy do? Teng Hui's expression darkened. That young man had just sent him flying with a single punch and could manipulate gravity. He glanced towards the distant Rayleigh, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning away. After all, the escapees had vanished, and pursuing them was futile. It was wiser to return sooner. He was also displeased with the celestial dragons. Over 100,000 Navy personnel had come to naught, and numerous naval vessels had similarly achieved nothing. This operation ended in utter defeat for the Navy. Furthermore, 3 celestial dragons had lost their heads, a disgraceful demise. It was hard to fathom the repercussions that would ensue, considering it was the death of celestial dragons. In the past decades, no pirate had dared to slay a celestial dragon. This was the first instance. Moreover, it occurred under the very noses of the Navy, protected yet still murdered. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was descending into the boundless depths of the ocean, where light gradually began to fade. Surrounding them, a few other pirate ships accompanied the descent into the abyss. As the thunderous form of Bai Jing gradually dissipated, the crackling lightning faded away, returning him to his original state. A profound sense of exhaustion washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming weakness that rendered even the slightest movement a laborious task, his muscles aching painfully. Ace and Xiao Ao, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you all right? Did you truly defeat that yellow ape? How did you manage to emerge from a confrontation with such a formidable admiral? To what extent have you truly grown in strength?" Bai Jing could not help but let out a bitter smile, acknowledging that it was merely a stroke of luck, a consequence of the berserk fruit's aftereffects. For the next 3 days, he would be ensnared in a state of weakness. Thus, he entrusted the navigation of their voyage to his companions. After speaking, he found it increasingly difficult to utter another word, never having anticipated the severity of the aftereffects stemming from this tumultuous fruit. Chapter 34, Electrotherapy, Recovery. And the mermaid who cannot touch sea water. The two nodded, steering the ship towards Mermaid Island. Meanwhile, within Bai Jing's mind, in a realm akin to a soul space, the mermaid maiden, Hua Jin, although not grievously injured, continued to lend her supportive powers to Bai Jing. Despite enduring considerable suffering, she refrained from relinquishing this supportive state, for doing so would diminish Bai Jing's resilience and resistance by a staggering threefold, ultimately hindering his recovery. Thus, she persisted in her aid. After an hour, Bai Jing appeared to regain a semblance of strength, managing to produce sound and rise to his feet. Suddenly, he recalled how Enelu utilized the rumble fruit to stimulate his heart with electricity, rejuvenating his bodily functions. If this rumble fruit could heal his wounds in such a manner, might he not also employ a similar approach? He resolved to attempt it, electrotherapy. By delivering electric shocks to his heart, he could potentially provoke it back into rhythm. He proceeded to do just that, stimulating his heart to beat rhythmically. His blood began to circulate more swiftly, restoring his bodily functions while the electricity worked to expel the stagnation within him, thus enhancing his metabolism. This brought an unexpected wave of comfort to Bai Jing, as the aftereffects visibly diminished. Merely 3 hours later, Bai Jing had fully regained his former state and was once again capable of wielding the powers of the berserk fruit. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, remarking on the extraordinary nature of the rumble fruit, truly deserving of its title as the god fruit. Indeed, the addition of a divine element is remarkable. He wondered just how formidable Luffy's gum fruit in its sun god Nika form might be. Perhaps he would seek to encounter it someday, to experiment with its powers. Now, Bai Jing possessed an array of abilities from various fruits: the flame fruit, the rumble fruit, the flash fruit, the slow fruit, the berserk fruit, the gravity fruit, and the hell fruit, 7 powers in total. It could be said that he was indeed exceptional, with each ability being remarkably potent. Having fully recovered, Bai Jing turned to the 2 companions and inquired, "Where is my room? I shall take a moment to rest." The 2 nodded in response, directing him to a nearby location. "There are empty rooms. Feel free to choose any." Observing Bai Jing's remarkable recovery within merely 3 hours, I found myself increasingly astonished by his extraordinary abilities. His regenerative prowess and formidable strength are truly astonishing. Had he not been a newcomer, and had Ace not been familiar with him, one might have suspected he was a cunning player masquerading as a formidable emperor. Within the realm of his consciousness, a miniature version of Bai Jing exchanged glances with a diminutive Hua Jin. The miniature Bai Jing, representing his own spirit, spoke softly. I have now fully restored myself, and there is no need for you to remain in this state any longer. This is my sanctum, where no one can perceive you. On this pirate vessel, we also possess an aquarium. We shall now journey to the depths of the ocean, where I can return you to the realm of mermaids. The miniature Hua Jin shyly nodded, and in an instant, her small form vanished from Bai Jing's consciousness. From Bai Jing's body, a faint blue light gradually detached and appeared opposite him, forming the silhouette of a mermaid. Eventually, it slowly coalesced into the likeness of Hua Jin. Her complexion bore a pallor, clearly indicating that the battle had taken a considerable toll on her as well. Fortunately, Bai Jing's injuries were not severe, thus mitigating her own suffering. Due to her lack of legs, a mermaid only undergoes the transformation into a bipedal form after the age of 30. As she had not yet reached that age, she was unable to stand independently. With a stumble, she fell heavily to the floor of the room. Bai Jing swiftly lifted her and placed her gently upon his bed. In the interior of his room, there existed a vast aquarium, currently devoid of any other creatures. Bai Jing, feeling it inappropriate to leave her on the bed, decided that, being a mermaid, she rightly belonged in the aquarium. He delicately set her into the clear water, and upon encountering it, the mermaid maiden, Hua Jin, seemed to awaken as if brought back to life. Within the confines of the aquarium, her complexion visibly improved. She opened her large, expressive eyes and addressed Bai Jing, saying, "In the mermaid realm, I have always been an orphan, utterly alone, having no knowledge of my origins. There is no necessity for me to return. Might I accompany you instead?" A glimmer of yearning shone in her eyes, suggesting an innate intelligence that allowed her to perceive the kindness of others. She sensed clearly that Bai Jing harbored no malice towards her. Not even a trace of lewd intent, his gaze pure and unclouded. Bai Jing found himself in a quandary. In truth, he yearned to keep this flower-like confidant close. For her fruit ability was surprisingly supportive, providing an immense enhancement to his own capabilities. With his own rage fruit, he could amplify his combat power tenfold. And in a state of utmost fury, he could further augment it by another 10 times. Coupled with the trifold boost from her supportive fruit, his power could reach a staggering 300 times. As his strength continued to grow alongside this almost cheat-like auxiliary ability, no one would stand a chance against him. A conflict brewed within him as he gazed upon the girl's pitiable expression. Ultimately, he could not help but nod in agreement. "Really? That's wonderful," the girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she swam excitedly back and forth in the small aquatic realm. Yet, one must not forget that they were submerged in water. Her garments became thoroughly soaked, revealing the outline of that cursed white rabbit. Bai Jing felt it was time to procure some clothing for her. Otherwise, within this aquatic realm, he could not even dare to mention her presence to Ace and Xiao Aozi. For the next few days, she would have to endure this discomfort. "What would you like to eat?" "I shall bring it to you," he offered. "Due to your attire, it would not be appropriate for you to meet the other two. After some time, once we reach Mermaid Island, I will purchase you some garments before we venture into the New World. At that point, I will properly introduce you to Ace and the others." The mermaid maiden, Hua Jin, paused in surprise at Bai Jing's words. Lowering her gaze to her own attire, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to the very tips of her ears. In a flustered manner, she hastily covered her chest with her hands and nodded in agreement. Bai Jing shook his head and smiled. He had previously observed the young girl utilizing the auxiliary fruit. Having witnessed all that needed to be seen, there was no reason for embarrassment. However, for reasons unknown, Bai Jing inexplicably inquired whether the capabilities of this fruit had ever been revealed before. The moment he uttered the question, he regretted it, realizing it was a rather unfortunate inquiry. Yet, the mermaid maiden did not withhold her answer. She shook her head, her expression earnest as she gazed into Bai Jing's eyes. "This is my first time employing the fruit's abilities, and it is indeed on you that I wield it. This fruit has a significant drawback. It can only be utilized on one individual. In other words, after using it on the first person, it may only ever serve that individual for their lifetime." Bai Jing stood in a daze, frozen in place. If he were to proceed without her, it would render the mermaid girl utterly helpless. A member of the merfolk, having consumed a devil fruit, how could she possibly survive in the ocean? Moreover, this fruit, akin to the fruit of fidelity, is destined for one person alone throughout a lifetime. How could Bai Jing allow himself to be ungrateful? His eyes reflected remorse and apology. He had just been hesitating about whether to take her along. He ought to have been more resolute. In the future, I hope for your continued guidance. Chapter 35, Mermaid Island, Mermaid CAF. In the days that followed, Bai Jing consistently brought an abundance of delicacies and fine wine into his quarters. This piqued the curiosity of both Oz and Ace, yet they refrained from probing further, as everyone possesses their own desires. Standing at the bow of the ship, Ace and Oz gazed into the abyssal darkness of the ocean, marveling at the prospect of once again stepping into a new world since their rebirth. Oz's colossal form occupied a significant portion of the pirate ship's deck. Ace smiled softly, recalling the days when they first entered this new world, having not yet met nor recognized their father. Now, after so many years, a new journey awaited them, filling him with anticipation. Oz's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he gently caressed the enormous straw hat upon his head, intricately woven by Ace himself, the gentle freckled boy. He mused, wondering where their father might be in the realm of the afterlife. Ace chuckled softly, assuring him that Bai Jing would handle everything adeptly. There was no need to impose further demands. After all, it was Bai Jing who had resurrected them, and they ought to be grateful for this gift. What more could they ask for? Luffy, soon we shall reunite. Oz nodded heavily, embodying a sincerity that Ace shared. 3 days later, their pirate ship approached the kingdom of mermaids. Ace and Oz eagerly peered at the wonders within this underwater realm, their second visit. The first had been aboard Whitebeard's ship. As the pirate vessel docked, the surroundings began to illuminate. The mermaid world was resplendent, far removed from the darkness of the deep sea, enveloped by a vast air dome. The atmosphere was rich with oxygen, allowing all to breathe freely. The mermaid world had arrived. Let us procure any necessary supplies here before embarking on our journey into the new world. Bai Jing gazed upon Fishman Island, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. The crew docked their pirate ship in a designated spot before disembarking in unison. Due to his immense size, little oars remained aboard, tasked with guarding the vessel to prevent any damage to the streets. Ace, Bai Jing, and Hua Jin ventured into the bustling thoroughfare to procure supplies. Hua Jin transformed into a radiant blue light, seamlessly merging with Bai Jing's essence. A multitude of merfolk traversed the area, casting curious and friendly glances at Ace and Bai Jing. In recent years, following Luffy's heroic rescue of Fishman Island, the merfolk and fishmen, along with various sea tribes, had adopted a much more amiable disposition towards humans. However, there remained those who harbored disdain. The duo meandered through the streets for the better part of the day, acquiring a considerable bounty of food and drink before returning to their ship. Once more, they set out, seeking merriment in the vibrant streets. For such a rare visit to Fishman Island warranted a pursuit of joy. Bai Jing's objective was unequivocal, the Mermaid CAF. This enchanting establishment was a place where Sanji would linger endlessly, a locale capable of causing his nose to bleed profusely, nearly leading him to a tragic fate due to excessive blood loss. Bai Jing was determined to experience it at least once. On this day, the Mermaid CAF was rather desolate, devoid of patrons. This scarcity was primarily due to the fact that most individuals had transitioned into the new world, and the number of visitors to Mermaid Island had dwindled. Additionally, Princess Bai Xing and other princesses from various kingdoms were attending a world conference hosted by the Celestial Dragons, further contributing to the island's lack of inhabitants. Upon entering, the duo caught the attention of the merfolk, who all turned their gazes towards them. The hospitable mermaid eagerly took Bai Jing's hand, guiding him further inside. "What would you like to order?" she inquired. "This is the Mermaid CAF. And if you wish to witness the mermaid's captivating dance, that can certainly be arranged." As she spoke, the enchanting mermaid inadvertently ensnared Bai Jing's hand amidst her voluptuous form, and a sensation akin to cotton enveloped his right hand, rendering it soft and pliable. Bai Jing's expression remained unchanged. After all, they were all adults. So why bother with such taboos? This was the world of pirates, not the world of yore. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic mermaids around them warmly greeted the two. As the music began to play, the mermaids above commenced their melodious singing and graceful dancing, their enchanting figures swaying in the air. However, Ace, having never encountered such a spectacle before, felt somewhat awkward, his cheeks flushed, clearly overwhelmed by the experience. He promptly seated himself alone at a distance, warding off any approaching mermaid maidens. In contrast, Bai Jing exhibited a different demeanor, He offered no resistance. Besides, nothing untoward had transpired. What significance did such superficial relationships hold? The two then requested a few cups of coffee and asked to have some packed for later. As a dance concluded, the beautiful mermaids, with their alluring figures, gazed affectionately at Bai Jing. Bai Jingxin appeared remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome, naturally garnering the admiration of the merfolk. At that moment, within Bai Jing's mind, Hua Xin seemed to exhibit a faint blush, letting out a soft huff as she turned her delicate face away. She could perceive the scene outside with utmost clarity. This dismissive sound prompted Bai Jing to abruptly withdraw from his state of merriment, offering an awkward smile. He seemed to comprehend the intentions of the merfolk. However, considering their lower halves retained their Piscean forms, he decided it was best to refrain from further engagement. After leaving a substantial amount of berries behind, they turned to depart. During this time, Ace expressed surprise upon seeing Bai Jing enter a women's clothing store, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar as he observed Bai Jing purchasing numerous female garments. Yet he refrained from voicing any comments. After indulging in playful antics for 3 full days, the two finally returned to the pirate ship, bringing back a generous supply of food for Little Oz. Once they had dressed Hua Xin in a voluminous robe, crafted from a special leather that ensured it remained dry even within the confines of the small aquarium, they wrapped her snugly, leaving her enveloped in its loose embrace. Bai Jing invited Ace inside, while Little Oz stood outside with wide eyes, observing from a distance. With great enthusiasm, he introduced, "This is our new companion, Hua Xin, who is also a user of a devil fruit. This particular fruit grants the extraordinary ability to assist others, though it can only aid one individual at a time. She is my friend." Upon meeting Hua Xin, Ace gracefully bowed and warmly greeted her hello. Little Oz mirrored this greeting, albeit awkwardly. Having had little interaction with girls, he was accustomed to the company of burly men aboard a ship. In the days that followed, they grew increasingly familiar with one another as they prepared to embark on their journey to the New World. As soon as they surfaced, they could set sail for their destination. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of the ocean, colossal sea kings engaged in hushed discussions. Have you sensed that presence? It feels akin to the essence of a deity. Indeed, I have felt it. There was a fleeting presence of divinity in Mermaid Island for 3 days, but it has since dissipated. Is it not said that this world has long been devoid of such beings? Why then does it still manifest? I do not know. Is this a blessing or a curse for the king? On the pirate ship, Bai Jing seemed to hear these murmurs and gazed into the abyss below. However, all was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his vision. Roger possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things, and so did Luffy. It seemed Bai Jing shared this gift as well. He had heard the previous remarks distinctly and muttered to himself, "What god?" Chapter 36, Re-entering the Underworld. Meeting Whitebeard in the city of no return, the New World was drawing near. The pirate ship was about to break the surface. Bai Jing contemplated within. Feeling that he had gathered sufficient 9 nether chi, it was time to venture into the realm of the Yellow Springs. I shall take a journey to the underworld, and this corporeal form shall be well guarded. He spoke solemnly to the 2 individuals. Ace and Little Oz nodded earnestly in response. Rest assured, within this pirate ship, no one can usurp your physical form. Such an occurrence shall not transpire again. Bai Jing felt a sense of relief as the Huangquan fruit once again awakened. Surrounding him, a chilling frost enveloped the air, a wave of cold emanating from the depths of the underworld, freezing the surrounding seawater into ice. The temperature aboard the pirate ship plummeted. Guided by the ethereal energy of the Jiuyo, his soul began to slowly detach from his corporeal form. The sudden disappearance of Bai Jing's spirit left the 3 onlookers astonished. For Hua Xin, it was the first time witnessing Bai Jing in this state. Her wide, curious eyes were fixed upon the shell of Bai Jing left behind. Ace and Little Oz continued, as always, to steer the pirate ship towards the New World. They were eagerly anticipating whom Bai Jing might resurrect this time. 4 souls aboard the vessel felt rather solitary. Following the guidance of the Jiuyo energy, Bai Jing traversed the familiar ancient bridge, moving through the endless Huangquan. His gaze drawn to the multitude of densely packed cities in the distance. The first city was named Huangquan City, where he had previously encountered Ace and Little Oz. Since they had both asserted that Whitebeard was not within this city, he resolved to seek him in the next one. He turned his eyes towards the city that lay beyond Huangquan City. The Jiuyo energy cloaked his form, rendering him invisible to all. He floated to a city gate at the rear of Huangquan City, raising his head to read the 3 prominent characters inscribed above, "No Return City." Slowly he entered, walking alone down the street, dispersing the Jiuyou energy around him. Saving energy wherever possible seemed wise. After all, he was uncertain whether he would encounter familiar faces in the next 3 days. The streets of No Return City were remarkably similar to those of Huangquan City, with buildings and layouts that bore little difference. As he observed the countless unfamiliar souls bustling along the streets, none of them were known to him. During this time, Bai Jing spotted armored spirits gripping pitch-black staffs. The surrounding souls instinctively recoiled upon seeing these figures. The dark staffs were likely the soul-capturing rods spoken of by Ace and Littleless. The identities of these individuals became evident. They were members of the enforcement team within the city. Though their strength was not formidable, the power of the soul-capturing rods was significant. Have you heard? The 10 strongest souls in No Return City have been selected, someone remarked. They now possess the right to cut in line, choosing the timing of their reincarnation, whether to hasten it or delay it. Delay? Who would desire to prolong their existence in such a desolate place? Would it not be better to embrace a new life sooner? Surely, no one wished to postpone their reincarnation. Everyone aspired to cut in line and be reborn swiftly. The opportunities for reincarnation were exceedingly rare. Some souls spent decades without achieving it, remaining forever trapped in No Return City. Alas, in this realm, strength dictated one's fate. Though all were currently souls, many had perished over the years. Whispers filled the surroundings, a constant murmur of discussion. Bai Jing, intrigued by the enigmatic conversation, pondered the meaning behind the mention of a tournament and the strongest 10 individuals. He continued to listen intently as the voices persisted, revealing that the 10 from the northern city had emerged and would make their decision today, whether to reincarnate early or to postpone. It would be worthwhile to observe, to catch a glimpse of the formidable figures among the strongest 10. Bai Jing, upon hearing the sounds, hastened towards the northern part of the city. After all, lacking any leads, it would be prudent to take a look. Perhaps amidst the gathering throngs, he might encounter a few familiar faces to revive, thus saving him the effort of searching extensively. As Bai Jing floated to the northern part of the city, he found a throng of souls in motion. Ah, no. It should be described as a flurry of phantoms. Numerous specters flitted above, observing the 10 individuals upon the arena. These 10 varied in height, physique, and appearance, comprising not only humans but also other races. As Bai Jing gazed into the distance, he first observed the final figure, a specter adorned in blue skin. In Bai Jing's mind, a figure resembling a smurf suddenly emerged. Could this truly be a smurf? He then gradually shifted his gaze to the 9th, 8th, and the few individuals ahead. The individuals in front were all tall and imposing, their faces marked by an unmistakable ferocity. Even in their spectral forms, a palpable aura of bloodlust emanated from them, suggesting that in life, they had surely claimed numerous lives, and in death, they retained an overwhelming scent of blood. As he observed these figures, his astonishment grew. In this vast world, indeed, there was no shortage of the extraordinary. The 4th individual was an uncanny amalgamation, possessing 4 arms and 6 legs, resembling a monster. The 3rd and 2nd figures appeared somewhat more conventional, resembling humans, each bearing a long, formidable sword upon their backs. However, upon glimpsing the 1st figure, his gaze sharpened, and excitement surged within him. The 1st individual sported a crescent-shaped white beard curving upwards, adorned with a black cloth cap. Furthermore, the massive robe draped over his robust physique bore numerous scars upon his chest. This man was none other than the white-bearded figure Bai Jing had been searching for. Bai Jing had not anticipated such smooth progress, as he found Whitebeard in the 2nd city. At that moment, Whitebeard's expression was exceedingly indifferent. The enforcer had taken the stage and inquired, "When do you intend to reincarnate? You may choose to be the first to enter, or you may postpone. The decision rests entirely with you." Upon hearing these words, Bai Jing grew anxious. If Whitebeard were to reincarnate, what hope would there be for revival? Would not everything dissolve into mere illusions? Below, a multitude of souls gazed expectantly at Whitebeard above. Wherever a strong figure appears, they command the respect of the masses. Moreover, Whitebeard possessed that peculiar ability to induce earthquakes. How astonishingly formidable! Were it not for the presence of the enforcer, Whitebeard would undoubtedly be the unrivaled champion of the city of the unreturned. Bai Jing was filled with a duality of emotions, a sense of solace and a tinge of apprehension. The solace stemmed from the undeniable truth that he was indeed a man of such caliber that he could be deemed capable of bringing about the world's end. And even in the realm of the afterlife, he stood as the foremost among the denizens of the underworld city. However, the apprehension arose from the fear that should he relinquish all ties, fully aware of the futility of resurrection and the inevitability of his first reincarnation, all would be rendered meaningless. With so many eyes upon him, he found it difficult to act recklessly. Should the enforcer decide to wield that soul-hunting staff against him, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it had to be released. One must take risks and embrace the gamble. Bai Jing had yet to notice that amidst the crowd, there was a figure of a woman he recognized all too well. This woman gazed down at Whitebeard, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, he is the strongest man. Even in this realm of the underworld, he shines brilliantly." Chapter 37. A Duel with Whitebeard. No matter. A dead horse must be treated as a live one. Bai Jing gritted his teeth and boldly ascended the arena alone, exuding an air of righteous valor, reminiscent of a heroic figure ready to sacrifice. "I refuse to accept this. I challenge you to a duel, to see if your title of champion is truly deserved." His declaration instantly stunned those present, particularly the enforcer. Though he was a spectral entity, it was evident that his expression was far from pleasant. Rules were rules. The battle had concluded, and even if one wished to contest again, it would have to be at a later time. To recklessly disrupt the established order now would invite punishment. The enforcer gripped his soul sniper staff, poised to strike Bai Jing. At that moment, the white-bearded elder glanced at Bai Jing and spoke, "Doubtful? Then let us fight until you are convinced. Grant him the opportunity to duel with me." The voice of Whitebeard was profound and undeniably authoritative, although he currently existed as a spectral entity, retaining the appearance of his elder years. An aura of unparalleled dominance emanated from him. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. This was none other than the formidable Edward Newgate, the unrivaled champion of their city of no return. Nevertheless, the enforcer hesitated momentarily before nodding, recognizing that some respect was due to Whitebeard. His power was indeed formidable. Had the enforcer and his companions not possessed their unique soul-hunting staffs, they would likely have found themselves at his mercy. On the arena, the participants instinctively vacated their positions, leaving only Bai Jing and Whitebeard standing. Whitebeard cast a glance at White Scene and spoke, "Oh, young and arrogant fool. Do you comprehend the price one must pay for such unwarranted pride? Bai Jing undoubtedly possesses his own calculations. If he were to act otherwise, he would be unable to prevent Whitebeard's desire for reincarnation. Once Whitebeard is reborn, everything will be in disarray, and he will be rendered powerless, unable to revive even Whitebeard himself." Due to the absence of the supreme great blade, Whitebeard remained in the pirate world, his hand suspended towards the void, forming a luminous white barrier. The sound of shattering glass echoed, crack, crack, crack. A tremendous tremor resonated throughout the vicinity of Whitebeard. Beneath such intense vibrations, the very fabric of space began to fracture. A mere misstep could result in grievous injury or even instant demise. This was the extraordinary ability of the Tremor fruit, an unparalleled power of space quaking. Indeed, it was the mightiest of the paramecia-type devil fruits. As Whitebeard's form rapidly transitioned into elemental energy, he, too, wielded a formidable fruit, his entire being transformed into an endless cascade of lightning, which was somewhat dispersed by the tremors yet remained largely unaffected. Morphing into a flash of lightning, he swiftly approached Whitebeard, seemingly intent on engaging in close combat. He bellowed, 200 million volts, Thunder God. Endless bolts of lightning manifested around him. His muscles surged, enveloped in electricity, resembling a god of thunder. With an expression of majesty, a halo of purple lightning materialized behind him, akin to a divine aureole. Whitebeard cast a curious glance at the current state of Bai Jing. Though he had not arrived in this realm of the Yellow Springs at his peak condition, engaging in a confrontation with the small specter before him posed no challenge. His powerful fist collided heavily with Wang Xuanji's thunderous fist, embodying the might of the Thunder God. Whitebeard's physique exhibited no abnormalities, nor did he retreat even a single step. In contrast, Bai Jing was forced to stagger back 3 or 4 paces under the might of Whitebeard's punch before he could stabilize himself. Nevertheless, in that moment, he resolved to confront Whitebeard head-on, engaging in a flurry of punches, each shadow brimming with the crackling energy of lightning. Lightning is particularly lethal to the soul, and with each successive blow, Whitebeard sustained considerable damage, primarily due to the fact that lightning is especially adept at targeting the essence of one's being. Bai Jingbian exclaimed while speaking, "You may choose not to be reincarnated, for I possess a method to resurrect you back into the world of pirates." Ace and Little Oars have already returned. Whitebeard listened to Whiteseen's words. Although he was momentarily taken aback, his fist still struck the platinum thunderous fist. He spoke, "Kid, are you truly speaking the truth?" Bai Jing struck blow after blow, the sound barely audible. In the midst of this exchange of fists, it was almost negligible, discernible only to the two participants. No wonder I could not find Ace and the others in the city of no return. It turns out I was the sole inhabitant of this realm. As long as they have been revived, it is well. Ace must surely be seeking his foolish brother. Go forth, for little Oz shall keep you company. My dear sons. Whitebeard spoke, his expression betraying no change whatsoever. Bai Jing observed that Bai Huzi's demeanor was peculiar, lacking any desire for resurrection. A sense of urgency began to creep in. Why did they all seem unchanged, as if arriving in the underworld had transformed them? None expressed a yearning for revival. What, pray tell, occupied the minds of these pirates? Bai Jing silently cursed. Previously, Ace had been this way. And now Whitebeard was no different. How frustrating it was to have one's own desires go unreciprocated. He spoke again. How about it? If you so wish, I can resurrect you and lead you away from this underworld at this very moment. Whitebeard slowly shook his head as the shadows of their fists became increasingly swift, colliding with one another's bodies. Whether one believed or not seemed irrelevant. They were all deceased, and there was nothing worth returning to. Moreover, the current world was one dominated by supernovas, and we, the old guard, need not vie for prominence with those youthful spirits. All of my contemporaries have perished. What significance would my solitary return hold? Youngster, do you comprehend the truth that one cannot reclaim their youth? Bai Jing listened quietly, fully comprehending the gravity of the situation. Yet, this was indeed a lamentation among pirates, a deep sorrow shared by both fans and enthusiasts alike. He had been granted the chance to traverse time. If he failed to fulfill this opportunity, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Witnessing the war of the best had already left him unsettled. As he absorbed the words around him, the pressure in his fists increased, and he exclaimed with indignation, "What of your family? Are you truly so reckless as to abandon them?" Marco the Phoenix still remained, and a multitude of their kin were yet alive. They sought vengeance against Edward Teach. Diamond Jozu had fallen, yet many still stood in remembrance of you. And now, you would forsake your family. Are you still the legendary pirate, Edward Newgate? Under the intense scrutiny from Bai Jing, Whitebeard momentarily hesitated, and it was in that fleeting pause that Bai Jing's fists surged with power, ignited by flames and brilliance, enhanced by the fruits of his abilities. With a tremendous strike, he sent Whitebeard staggering back several paces, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with fury. Whitebeard opened his mouth, as if to speak. At this moment, Whiteseen pressed on with relentless inquiries, declaring, "Indeed, you are a remnant of a bygone era. However, the vessel of the new age has emerged. Join my pirate ship. As for your lament about the fleeting nature of youth, I possess the means to restore you to your youthful state. Your family remains. Do you not yearn for another exhilarating adventure? Do you not wish to compete for glory upon the seas alongside your loved ones? The new generation of pirates has arisen, and this era is marked by unparalleled ferocity. Such adventures are precisely suited for men of the sea, are they not? The ocean embodies freedom, vast and unbound." Chapter 38. A Gamble with Whitebeard. A 10-year pact listening to Whiteseen's words. Whitebeard, unusually, held his tongue. He let out a soft sigh, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The scars upon his body gleamed with the luster of honor. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, the thought of returning only to find himself diminished. To what end would that serve? To go back as the ailing Whitebeard, tethered to and for, reliant on others for care. What significance does that hold? To merely survive is less desirable than to embrace death. At least then, he could leave behind the legend of Whitebeard upon the seas. He could accept his frailty. But he could not abide the gradual erosion of his strength. To return to a former state, only to find it meaningless. Who, then, is he? He is Edward Newgate, the former Yonko of the seas. Do you comprehend the power I wield in my youth? Do you understand that in my prime, I regarded everyone as inconsequential? By what right do you presume to possess the ability to compel me to willingly board your pirate ship? This assertion was not born of disdain towards Whiteseen, but rather a stark truth. The very thought of the young Whitebeard is terrifying. At his peak, armed with the mightiest of paramecia, the Gura no Mi, even the world government trembled in fear. As for Whiteseen's claim of restoring Whitebeard to his zenith, it was indeed due to one of Zifa's two students possessing the power of rejuvenation. It is this very fruit that ignited within White Scene the hope of reviving Whitebeard's former grandeur. Bai Jing spoke, "How about we engage in a wager? At that time, you were at the pinnacle of your strength. Should you fall to me, you will dutifully become a member of my pirate crew. Whether you regard me as family or as a friend, it matters not. I shall gather all those remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, including Ace and others aboard my ship. In this vast world of piracy, the boundless ocean craves your tales, as well as grand and sweeping adventures." Whitebeard listened, his interest piqued, and he erupted into laughter. The sound resonated throughout the arena, leaving the spectators below bewildered and perplexed. Just moments ago, two formidable opponents were engaged in a fierce battle. Yet now they had inexplicably paused. The earlier conflict had been nothing short of spectacular. The newcomer, Bai Jing, had managed to force the most powerful Whitebeard back several steps. This spectacle elicited enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. The enforcers, too, regarded Bai Jing with newfound respect. When did such a formidable force emerge in the city of no return? How had they remained unaware? Why had he not participated in the previous arena competition? Had he competed, he could have easily claimed at least second place. If you are still yourself, still the imperious Whitebeard, do you not yearn to witness the grandeur of the seas once more? What if the next life renders you merely an ordinary individual? Would you truly accept such a fate? In this life, you have managed to gather a multitude of loved ones, individuals you cherish dearly. Now, as you contemplate departing from them, can you genuinely find peace in that decision? Bai Jing inquired softly, and only then did the crowd grasp the essence of his words, their expressions filled with confusion. Are you suggesting that your old acquaintances no longer exist in this new world? The Warring States era, Garp is still here, and if I so desire, I could even resurrect Roger and the Golden Lion. The collision between the old and the new eras is indeed a source of profound excitement. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, one cannot help but feel a surge of excitement, contemplating the clash between the individuals of the new era and those of the old, as well as the confrontation between the new four emperors and the old, is nothing short of extraordinary. Baki, I shall not need these new four emperors. Whitebeard seemed to have reached a compromise as he looked at White Scene and spoke. When you truly possess the ability to return one to their youthful days, we shall engage in battle once more. Should you emerge victorious, I shall join your pirate crew. If not, the Whitebeard pirates will owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, merely call upon me. With this, White Scene nodded in agreement. As long as Whitebeard was willing to relent, the prospect of revival was within reach. His implication was clear. Once White Scene acquired the power to restore someone to their prime, he would seek out Whitebeard for his resurrection. They would then face off in combat, and should White Scene triumph, Whitebeard would become part of his crew. Conversely, if he were to lose, Whitebeard would remain at the pinnacle of his strength, continuing to navigate the seas as he had, for he was one of the four emperors. Proud and unyielding. It is only natural for a strong individual to possess both pride and integrity. This was precisely the essence of the man White Scene revered, Whitebeard. After concluding their discussion, an aura of ethereal energy surged around White Scene, and he vanished from the arena. As the spectators beheld the disappearance of White Scene, they gasped in astonishment, questioning where he had gone and what sorcery could allow one to vanish in such a public display. The answer remained elusive. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, observing the void left by White Scene, found himself believing a fraction of what was said. At that moment, within the city, the enforcers turned to Whitebeard and declared, "State your choice. Your rank remains unchanged at first." Whitebeard nodded slightly and spoke, "In 10 years, I shall choose to reincarnate. For now, I shall remain in this city of no return." Having said this, he turned and strode away, leaving the onlookers with a graceful silhouette. Bai Jing, shrouded in shadows, nodded in satisfaction at Whitebeard's words. Over the past decade, locating one of the two disciples of Black Arm Zephyr would pose no challenge for him. Furthermore, with the confirmation of Whitebeard's presence in the city of no return, the prospect of finding him again became exceedingly simple. At present, the aura of the Nine Hells still afforded him the luxury to linger here for a couple more days. He resolved to venture into other cities in search of additional individuals. Unintentionally, he cast a glance into the crowd below and spotted the silhouette of a familiar woman. Bai Jing was taken aback. He murmured softly to himself, surprised to find two familiar faces in this realm of non-return. Since you are here, that simplifies matters. Our next destination is within the new world. His figure vanished quietly, a smile gracing his face, for in his recent confrontation with Whitebeard, He had acquired yet another fruitability. His voice lingered in the air. Edward Newgate, renowned for his expansive heart, garnered deep respect and gratitude from his crew, most of whom were outcasts of society. He regarded his crew as sons, as family, which endeared him to them, earning him the affectionate title of Old Man. Even the children across the world sang ballads depicting him as more fearsome than a monster, though often referred to as a living legend. He held little regard for the title of the strongest, believing that true strength lay in the singularity of the human heart, destined to confront death one day. This is your choice. After death, you have your options. Yet, I too have my choice. Whitebeard, I am determined to resurrect you. Your crew is mine. No one else matters. Chapter 39. The Past of the Golden Emperor. Encounter with Stella. The crowd was stirred by Whitebeard's decision, causing a significant uproar. Does he not understand how precious the opportunity for reincarnation is? Is he unaware of the immense value of the first reincarnation? How could he choose to reincarnate after 10 years? What is he thinking? Lower your voices. He is the strongest in the city of non-return. If we provoke him, we shall reap no benefits. The onlookers regarded Whitebeard's retreating figure with trepidation, only daring to whisper once he had departed. Meanwhile, those gathered below observed the choices of the remaining individuals above. As Bai Jing had anticipated, they too opted for immediate reincarnation without delay. After the crowd made their selections, the arena gradually emptied, leaving only a few solitary figures behind. Bai Jing cast his gaze upon one of them, his presence ghostly as he materialized beside the woman. Startled by the sudden appearance of Bai Jing, she was taken aback, upon recognizing him as the one who had just battled the white-bearded man. A sense of caution arose within her. Is there something amiss? The woman, tall and possessing an admirable physique, bore an exquisite visage, her golden hair gleaming brilliantly. In her midst, she stood out strikingly. She was Stella, the very individual whom the celestial dragons had seized. 2 years later, she met her demise. A consequence of the Golden Emperor's audacious theft of the Goro Goro fruit, which had propelled him to meteoric heights, making him the wealthiest figure in the world of pirates. Bai Jing offered a faint smile. Do you wish to be resurrected? Do you yearn to depart from this realm of the underworld? I possess a method. Stella listened to Bai Jing's words, feeling perplexed and lost in a fog of uncertainty. Ultimately, she slowly shook her head. It was best to maintain a distance from this peculiar individual. Moreover, if someone were to approach you claiming they could transport you directly to paradise, you would surely regard them as an oddity and dismiss them without a second thought. Bai Jingming discerned Stella's state of mind, remaining unfazed, and inquired further, did you ever hold a deep affection for Guild Tizolo? Do you still remember him? Does he still reside in your heart? After Bai Jingsan's inquiry, Stella raised her eyebrows, her expression shifting dramatically. A look of disbelief washed over her face as she exclaimed, how could you possibly know about Tizolo? Bai Jing did not respond directly. Instead, he began to narrate a small tale that might pertain to her. The two of them attracted little attention in this ghostly city. After all, where peculiarities abound and bizarre occurrences are a daily spectacle. The young boy, who possessed a passion for singing, was born into a destitute family. His poverty led to ostracism, and he found solace in entertainment performances. His father, a gambler, fell ill and passed away one day, plunging the family into even deeper despair. His mother, unable to bear the sound of his melodies, abandoned him, leaving him to fend for himself. Driven by hunger, he resorted to stealing, but through this misfortune, he forged a friendship. As he paused, his expression remained unchanged. One fateful day, after suffering a devastating loss at the casino, he was captured by human traffickers. His so-called friends fled without a second thought, leaving him to endure a brutal beating and desperately attempt to escape. It was during this harrowing moment that he encountered a woman named Stella in the human trafficking market. Upon sharing this, Bai Jing intentionally glanced at Stella's reaction. She found his singing to be extraordinary, and they connected deeply. Thus, the boy resolved to secure Stella's freedom and abandon his life of wrongdoing. He toiled tirelessly from dawn until dusk, driven solely by the need for funds to rescue her. Just as he was on the verge of accumulating enough to purchase Stella's freedom, the celestial dragon appeared and effortlessly acquired her. Enraged, the boy confronted the celestial dragon but was swiftly apprehended. For Stella, the boy's mere existence brought her profound joy. Yet, the wealth of the celestial dragons afforded them the power to possess anything they desired. Consequently, the boy was branded a notorious criminal and enslaved by the celestial dragons. Forbidden from even smiling without permission, he believed that Stella, too, had been captured and taken to the holy land of Marijoa, prompting him to embark on a journey there. Upon hearing this tale, Stella's pupils dilated in shock, rendering her speechless. The tales recounted by Bai Jing are solely her narratives with the Golden Emperor, recited with unwavering precision and no deviation whatsoever. She fixated intently on Bai Jing and pressed with heavy inquiry, "What are the subsequent tales?" In truth, her curiosity lay not in herself, but in the Golden Emperor. For the ensuing years spent in the holy land of Marijoa were akin to a hellish existence, fraught with torment. It was here that, 2 years later, she met her demise. One fateful day, upon hearing the news of Stella's passing, the young man was engulfed in despair, lamenting that had he possessed wealth, circumstances might have been different. This ignited an even greater obsession with riches. Fisher Tiger instigated the slave liberation incident within the Holy Land, and the young man escaped its confines, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the nobility and affluent. Subsequently, he consumed the gold fruit, establishing his career with a robust following, culminating in the construction of the grand vessel, Grand Tesoro. The very power he despised had metamorphosed into his own. Confronted by the affluent, he aspired to surpass them in wealth, compelling them to bow before him. He vowed that one day, even the celestial dragons would grovel before his might, and the despair etched on the faces of the patrons who lost their fortunes at the casino would serve as his finest performance, aptly named the Gold Stella Show. He once declared, "I shall become the deity of this world. There exists nothing that cannot be acquired with wealth, while those devoid of it are rendered powerless." Thus stands his current reality as the Golden Emperor. Stella's expression bore the weight of anguish, a pang of empathy reflected in her vacant gaze as she murmured softly, "Surely, he has endured much suffering along this path. It is my nature that has undergone such profound transformation. How you have suffered, Tai Solo." Her countenance was a tapestry of complexity. Soon after, a flicker of fear and concern danced in her eyes as she regarded Bai Jing, cautiously inquiring, "Does he now have a partner? Is there a woman who loves him by his side? Or is he still alone?" Such timidity and trepidation stirred a sense of compassion within Bai Jing. Even in death, this woman continued to care for the Golden Emperor. Is this the essence of love among pirates? Is this the tragic narrative woven into the fabric of their existence? Pirate love is often steeped in sorrow, as these two are now separated by the veil of life and death. Bai Jing chuckled softly, stating, "Whether he is married, I cannot ascertain. What I do know is that he wears a golden ring on his 9 fingers, and his heart remains devoted to but one. With this knowledge, do you wish to return and meet him?" Bai Jing gazed at her and inquired. At that moment, Dai Luola, upon hearing Bai Jing's final words, let out a soft sigh, her expression revealing a tangle of emotions. It was perplexing to her that after all these years, he had yet to forget her, not seeking someone better. Yet, there was a sense of relief in knowing he still remembered her, and now she had the chance to reunite with him. As for the past experiences, it was best to let them fade into oblivion. After all, having faced death once, her rebirth felt akin to a fresh beginning. With unwavering resolve, she deeply bowed to Bai Jing, imploring him with sincerity. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Jing's face lit up with joy, his heart swelling with delight. "Behold, this is the essence of an ordinary person," he exclaimed. Upon hearing the possibility of resurrection, they sprang back to life without hesitation, unlike the previous two who lingered in doubt for an eternity. Chapter 40. Plain water, oolong tea, a spark ignites. Bai Jing enveloped Stella's body with the ethereal aura of the 9 nether, causing both of their presences and forms to vanish completely from their original location. Stella, intrigued by this spectacle, had never encountered such an enigmatic method during her extensive time in the underworld. Bai Jing's expression turned serious as he solemnly spoke, instructing, "From this moment forth, not a sound must be uttered, nor any movement made. Simply follow the ethereal energy I guide you through, and we shall depart from this realm of the Yellow Springs, ensuring your safety." Stella nodded gravely, and together, their bodies gradually lifted from the ground, ascending over the city of no return. They traversed the skies above Huangquan City, crossed the boundless expanse of the Yellow Springs, and passed over the ancient bridge in one seamless motion. For Stella, this was her inaugural experience of such a journey, her eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and delight. Ahead lay a familiar radiance of white light. Once they traversed this luminous gateway, they would be ushered into the true world beyond. The figures of Bai Jing and Stella once again traversed through this luminous realm, returning to the realm of reality. Bai Jing's utilization of the 9 nether energy was sufficient for him to linger within the netherworld for a duration of 2 days. Stella's corporeal form, which represented her soul, traversed the realm of the underworld and emerged into the world of the living. Her ethereal essence materialized at a visible pace, gradually solidifying and reverting to her original state, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. A stranger, a woman, abruptly appeared aboard Ace and Little Or's pirate ship, capturing their attention. At that moment, Bai Jing's spirit slowly returned to his physical form, and he opened his eyes. Ace and Little Or's immediately comprehended that this was Bai Jing, resurrected from the realm of the dead, yet they were unfamiliar with her. Although they did not encounter the anticipated Whitebeard, they refrained from voicing any concerns, recognizing that Bai Jing had his own plans. Hua Xin glided out from within the cabin, notably utilizing a small aquarium affixed to a cart as her mode of transportation, allowing her to float within it for ease of movement. As night fell, she settled down to rest in Bai Jing's bed. The disparity between the two worlds was evident. While Bai Jing experienced merely a few hours, an entire day had elapsed outside. Curiosity piqued. The trio's gazes turned toward Stella as Bai Jing introduced her, stating, "This is Stella. We shall soon have another companion aboard, and we might consider acquiring a larger pirate ship. Henceforth, she will be one of our comrades." Little Oars and Ace displayed no signs of unease. Ace regarded Stella with a gentle smile, his freckles shifting slightly as he removed his hat, and said, "Hello, I am Ace." Truly, he embodied the essence of a kind-hearted young man. Little Oars, in his endearing manner, chimed in with, "I am Little Oars." Meanwhile, Hua Xin, for reasons unknown, had developed a sense of wariness towards any woman Bai Jing introduced since his encounter at the Mermaid CAF. She could not articulate the cause of her feelings, but softly introduced herself, saying, "I am Hua Xin, of the Merfolk clan." The sudden appearance of the trio left Stella feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, she greeted each of them with a smile and introduced herself in turn. Bai Jingming understood Stella's confusion and explained, "We are still in the underwater realm, and it is quite a distance to the new world. Furthermore, the Golden Pirate City established by the Golden Emperor is also a considerable distance away, so locating him will require some time. Thus, they would have to wait on this pirate ship for a while." Stella nodded, filled with immense gratitude towards Bai Jing. His kindness was akin to that of a rebirth from her parents. Consequently, another companion joined the crew aboard the pirate vessel. The 5 of them stood on the deck, captivated by the shimmering deep-sea fish surrounding them. The underwater spectacle was indeed a vibrant tapestry of colors, be it the myriad of fish species or the vast, uncharted, and profound depths of the ocean. Each aspect revealed the sea's enigmatic nature. The 5 friends organized a small feast on the pirate ship, bringing forth a generous supply of provisions from the storeroom and indulging in a hearty meal. Fine wine and delectable meats were served in abundance. When Hua Xin saw Bai Jingming pour her a glass of wine, she quickly waved her hands, anxious as she exclaimed, "I cannot drink alcohol. It will cause unforeseen consequences." Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback. Over the past few days, he had entirely regarded Hua Xin as a friend. Thus, he jested, "Rest assured, this is not wine. It is merely a cup of plain boiled water." Hua Xin, though somewhat skeptical, scrutinized the transparent liquid in her hand. Believing his words, she accepted the seemingly ordinary water and took a gentle sip. However, to her astonishment, she soon discerned something unusual. The liquid was unexpectedly spicy, with a hint of rich fragrance. Once fully swallowed, a subtle sweetness lingered in her mouth. At that moment, Bai Jing was watching her with a gleeful smile. Hua Xin instantly realized that this was far from plain water. It was indeed alcoholic. She turned to AC and said, "AC, could you lend me a light?" AC, smiling, approached and conjured a flame on his fingertip, igniting the cup of water. In an instant, the flames roared to life. There was no doubt that it was alcohol, and Bai Jing was reveling in her surprise. "It's nothing serious. It's merely a cup of wine," he remarked. Unexpectedly, Hua Xin's face flushed crimson, and a look of intoxication shimmered in her eyes. This was precisely why she refrained from drinking. Her tolerance was exceedingly low. With barely a sip, she was already tipsy. Bai Jing seemed to perceive the peculiarity in Hua Xin's demeanor, erupting into a hearty laugh as he remarked, "What is there to fear when one is merely intoxicated?" With that, he filled his own cup and drained it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Ace, Little Oz, and Stella also indulged in fine wine, consuming it with great gusto. As the night deepened, The depths of the sea lay in an unparalleled stillness, chilling and ethereal. Yet aboard the pirate ship, the atmosphere buzzed with vivacity. The joy of piracy resided in the shared adventures with comrades, a truly delightful affair. Hua Jin, already somewhat inebriated, gazed dreamily at Bai Jing, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Ace, Little Oz, and Stella exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Hua Jin's current state, especially her dazed gaze towards Bai Jing, appeared rather peculiar. Seemingly intrigued, Ace picked up a cup of oolong tea and offered it to Bai Jing, saying, "Here. Drink this oolong tea to sober up. You seem a bit tipsy as well." Bai Jing felt a shiver run down his spine as he was scrutinized by Hua Jin. With a nod, he downed the cup of oolong wine in one gulp. However, halfway through, he sensed something amiss. This oolong wine was far spicier than any he had tasted before. With a little less than half a cup remaining, he ignited a flame in his hand, causing the entire drink to blaze fiercely. At that moment, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Moreover, the alcohol was even stronger than he had anticipated. He glanced at the bottle of whiskey held by Ace, the label clearly indicating its potency. No wonder it was so intense. It seemed that the color was likely derived from cola, a detail he had overlooked until now. Chapter 41. Late Night Banquet. Deep sleep as the night grew deeper. The darkness beneath the sea became even more profound. On the pirate ship, the atmosphere remained vibrant and joyous. The whiskey was undeniably potent. Bai Jing felt a slight intoxication, a rosy hue creeping onto his cheeks, and a faint flush at his neck. In this pirate world, fine liquor was abundant, and most of it was strong, far removed from the gentle nature of wheat beverages. Bai Jing was pleasantly intoxicated, as was Hua Jin, while the two, Xiao Aozi and Ace, who had spent time in the Whitebeard Pirates, held their liquor remarkably well. Compared to Bai Jing, their capacity was indeed formidable. Stella was aware of when to draw the line. She would instinctively cease her drinking and observe Xiao Aozi and Ace as they indulged. After half an hour, Bai Jing was completely inebriated, his vision clouded, and perceiving the three figures as 8 indistinct shadows. His consciousness flickered between slumber and wakefulness. During this time, Hua Jin's demeanor grew increasingly unsettling, her gaze toward Bai Jing ablaze with intensity. At the halfway mark, she retreated to Bai Jing's room, overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol, deciding to leave the ensuing festivities to others. Half an hour later, Bai Jing, too, succumbed to drunkenness, stumbling gradually into his room. Inside, the lights shone brightly. However, Hua Jin was not lingering in the small aquarium, but instead lay upon the bed. At this moment, Bai Jing remained blissfully unaware, inching closer to his large bed, before collapsing heavily onto it. His consciousness sank deeper into oblivion, the potency of the liquor rendering him completely intoxicated. Little Pa Kai. Hua Jin shyly revealed her head, peeking mischievously. The influence of the alcohol had emboldened her, transforming her demeanor entirely. Now, as she engaged in this clandestine act, a sense of guilt washed over her. She too was in a hazy state, the alcohol having dulled her senses. Her unique constitution had a flaw. Upon consuming alcohol, her desires magnified exponentially, and her courage swelled considerably. Stella had noticed her peculiar state, while Ace sensed something amiss as well. Yet, in the spirit of camaraderie, they had ensured Bai Jing drank to excess, facilitating Hua Jin's intentions. At this moment, Bai Jing's breathing became steady, and he began to drift into slumber. Hua Jin, now stirred, moved like a phantom, appearing beside Bai Jing. Moments ago, she had been cocooned within the blankets, her appearance concealed. Now, however, she was fully exposed. Had Bai Jing awakened in this instant, he would surely have composed a poem. Alas, he lay as a drunken fool, utterly lost to consciousness. Hua Jin, emboldened beyond measure, whispered softly, her voice akin to the gentle murmur of a mosquito. "I thank you for your life-saving grace. Throughout my existence, I have known profound solitude, with no one to care for me." Now, she gazed at Bai Jing with affectionate eyes, leaning forward to gently imprint her crimson lips upon his. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. She resolved to make the greatest commitment of her life, casting a wistful glance at her mermaid half as she sighed softly. "I cannot offer you anything at this moment, so I shall substitute it with this." The first time they met, her expression was slightly intoxicated. In his slumber, Bai Jing sensed an unusual feeling, while Hua Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, startled by Bai Jing's peculiar state. Upon realizing he had not awakened, She breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the atmosphere was filled with revelry. Ace and Xiao OS were joyously drinking, while Stella had retreated to her chamber, succumbing to a deep slumber due to the effects of alcohol. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I drank so heartily. Come, let us toast to our brotherhood. Ace and Xiao OS raised their glasses high, clinking them together before downing their contents in one gulp. Below, an abundant supply of beast meat awaited, devoured piece by piece with great exuberance. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, lost in his deep slumber, sensed something amiss. Hua Xian's complexion grew increasingly flushed, indicating a growing unease. The contrast between her initial state and her current one was stark. Earlier, Bai Jing's unconsciousness appeared harmless, yet now it bore an unsettling quality, heightening her embarrassment. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Such tense moments were only dared after imbibing to excess. Hua Xian felt a wave of awkwardness. The deck of the pirate ship and this room were both brimming with merriment. This night, everyone was thoroughly inebriated. The notion of drunken mishaps was not merely a saying. Of course, it was not of the finality, but rather the ordinary kind. Bai Jing seemed to be startled awake by this unusual occurrence, her hazy eyes fluttering open, filled with discomfort. Upon glancing around, she realized the gravity of the situation. The sight frightened her, and then, a graceful arc formed in the air. It appeared that this sudden turn of events had rendered her bashful, as she had never encountered such a scene before. At that moment, countless alpacas galloped through her mind, prompting her to feign sleep, for this scenario was exceedingly awkward. Chapter 42. After the banquet, sobering up after completing all of this, Hua Xian awkwardly tidied everything up and, like a thief, stealthily slipped back under the covers. Once she had donned her attire and arranged everything neatly, she gently emerged from the bed and leapt into the nearby marine aquarium. At this moment, she exuded the demeanor of a young lady, covering her eyes with her palm. She was exceedingly shy. Nevertheless, she peered through the gaps in her fingers, discreetly stealing glances at Bai Jing, her gaze lingering on her. Only after confirming that Bai Jing had not awakened did she quietly exhale in relief, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Bai Jing, of course, awakened. During this period, he had been feigning sleep, utilizing his observation hockey to listen to heartbeats while maintaining the charade. Only when Hua Xian's attention was diverted did he dare to turn over, presenting his back to her. His face was etched with profound astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Hua Xian would engage in such actions, and moreover, while he was asleep. Bai Jing's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. With a long sigh, he pondered, what is the purpose of this? Is this not placing me in a difficult position? The situation is quite concerning. Just imagine if something were to go awry. It is often said that chaos ensues after indulgence in alcohol, and indeed, truth has not deceived me. I finally comprehend why she advised against drinking. It appears that all of this is intricately tied to me. What a misfortune. Yet, a confident aura emerged on his face. The scene was vividly imprinted in his mind. He was acutely aware of the events that transpired. As for his own capabilities, he held a sense of satisfaction. Both were sleepless, each harboring their own thoughts. Bai Jing was lost in thought, while Hua Xian's cheeks were tinged with a deep blush. This night is destined to be sleepless. Bai Jing was profoundly affected by the events, unable to find solace in sleep. His mind was filled with vivid images of Hua Xian. Similarly, Hua Xian was ensnared by the recollections of the previous night. Outside, AC and Xiao AOC continued their drunken revelry, downing cup after cup. In another room, Stella found herself lost in thoughts of Taizua, gazing vacantly at the flickering candlelight. The world often laments the sorrows of unrequited love, yet little do they know that the greatest anguish belongs to the lovesick. The following day, Hua Xian awoke from a deep slumber, gently tapping her temples, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Fragments of memories from the previous night lingered, and as she recalled the events, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, burning with embarrassment. She inwardly chastised herself. Hua Xian, how could you have acted so recklessly? What if others perceive you as a frivolous woman? Alas, the folly of drunkenness had led her astray. Upon awakening, Bai Jing also shook off the weight of his heavy head, recalling the happenings of the previous night. Noticing Hua Xian's lack of reaction, he subtly nodded to himself. It would be better to bury this matter deep within their hearts. Otherwise, future encounters would be fraught with awkwardness. It was best not to shatter this delicate barrier, lest their relationship become strained and uncomfortable. The five of them gathered on the deck to partake in breakfast, which Stella had prepared herself. The meal consisted of a light porridge made from lean meat, its flavor mild. After indulging in such copious amounts of alcohol the night before, they needed something gentle to help sober them up. Bai Jing and Huajin sat in silence, their gazes fixed on one another, an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Neither dared to break the silence, resulting in an awkward stillness. Meanwhile, Stella and Ace sensed the discord, suspecting that something had transpired between the two the night before. The corners of their eyes glinted with a peculiar amusement, while the oblivious Oz busied himself with his bowl of kanji, showing no awareness of the situation. Huajin, too, sensed the dissonance and turned to Bai Jing. Upon noticing his composed demeanor, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thus, breakfast passed in an unremarkable manner. Ace leaned towards Stella and whispered his thoughts, asserting that there was undoubtedly something between the two. Though he may not fully grasp the nuances of romantic affection, he could perceive the underlying connection. Stella, fully aware, recalled the longing gaze Huajin had exhibited after her inebriation the previous evening. It was evident that she harbored feelings for Bai Jing, and that particular bout of drinking had likely led to significant developments between them. However, as a mermaid, Huajin would only truly transform into human form upon reaching the age of 30, leaving room for curiosity about the peculiarities that might arise. Inside the room, Bai Jing was engrossed in the Pirate Chronicles, which detailed various islands within the pirate realm, alongside historical figures and bizarre occurrences. Huajin observed him from a small aquarium, her gaze fixed on his reading. After a while, seeming fatigued, Bai Jing reached for a nearby cup of oolong tea and took a gentle sip. The moment the liquid touched his lips, he sensed something amiss and promptly expelled the tea in a startled spray. Flames ignited upon his fingers, dancing above the cup of oolong tea, and indeed, a roaring fire flared above it. Huajin giggled, teasingly reminding him of the time he had made her drink plain water, now finding himself in a similar predicament. This clever ploy was, of course, orchestrated by Huajin as retribution for that previous incident, having concocted the oolong tea specifically to return the favor. Well played. Bai Jing gazed at the joyful Huajin in the aquarium and rose to his feet. You thought that being in the fish tank would render me powerless, did you? Trying to outsmart me? How naive you still are. A faint current of electricity flickered across Bai Jing's hand. This current was so subtle that it could scarcely be measured. However, as it coursed into the small marine aquarium, it sent a delightful tingle through Huajin's body, a sensation that was indescribably pleasurable. Bai Jing continued to pour more into it, while Huajin could no longer endure. A peculiar sensation lingered in her heart, swirling incessantly around her body. She hastily pleaded for mercy, saying, I shall not dare again. Please spare me. Bai Jing raised his head with a sense of pride, exclaiming that it was good to acknowledge one's mistakes. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. They chose to momentarily disregard the events of the previous night, maintaining their usual camaraderie. As for the unfolding future, they decided to let it take its natural course. The pirate ship was nearing the ocean's surface, on the verge of emerging into the New World. The sunlight over the past 4 weeks had grown increasingly abundant, illuminating the depths of the sea more brightly, indicating that they were not far from the surface, and consequently, not far from the New World. For their first stop in the New World, Bai Jing resolved to seek out the Golden Emperor. His plan was to coax the Golden Emperor aboard the ship. With such a lavish and opulent pirate vessel, engaging in various activities would be effortlessly feasible. After all, he was a person of Huaxia, quite enthusiastic about indulgence in food and recreation. Moreover, the Golden Emperor was wealthy, and the ship was equipped with every conceivable luxury. Thus, their maritime journey would be anything but monotonous. However, the Golden Emperor had quite a retinue. It would be prudent to retain only a select few of his followers. Alternatively, they could commission an unparalleled luxurious pirate ship, tailored for their voyage. Chapter 43. A World in Turmoil. Rising bounties. After nearly half a month of traversing the ocean depths, Bai Jing and his companions finally arrived in the New World. The brilliant sunlight, the vast expanse of the sea, the familiar ocean breeze, and the cerulean sky lifted the spirits of all aboard. Bai Jing stood at the bow of the ship, filled with ambition, setting his sights on the grandest entertainment vessel at sea, the Golden City. Stella gazed into the distance, torn between anticipation and fear. She looked forward to reuniting with Taizhua, yet she was apprehensive about whether she was worthy of him. After all, Taizhua had consumed the golden fruit, rising to become one of the most powerful figures in this world, surrounded by countless women. Does he even care about her now? Lacking strength, she felt like nothing more than a burden. Bai Jing seemed to perceive Stella's concerns. With a gentle smile, he softly reassured her, "Rest assured." His hands adorned with 9 rings on every finger, save for the ring finger, which remained unadorned for one person. This spoke volumes. Bai Jing gently patted her shoulder, stepping aside to indulge in leisure, skillfully casting his homemade fishing rod into the sea. Meanwhile, Hua Xin also enjoyed the tranquility of fishing nearby. Recently, little Oz had caught a considerable number of fish, some of which were odd and peculiar. The poisonous ones were discarded by Bai Jing, while the more aesthetically pleasing specimens were placed in a small marine aquarium. This aquarium was divided into 2 distinct sections, separated by a partition. One section housed the exquisite ornamental fish, while the other was situated in Bai Jing's room, providing comfort for Hua Xin during her slumber. The sleeping patterns of the merfolk were quite peculiar, as they floated above without feeling the chill of the night, which prompted Bai Jing to observe them stealthily on several occasions. At this moment, a monumental piece of news rippled through the ocean. 3 celestial dragons had been slain by the most ruthless of the supernova pirates. Among these supernovae was none other than Bai Jing himself. His visage was prominently displayed on the front page of newspapers, accompanied by an increase in the bounty placed upon his head. In the holy land of Mary Geos, the news of the celestial dragons being murdered by pirates incited a fury like no other. Even the 5 elders sought an audience with Akainu for a serious discussion. Akainu left Mary Geos with a grim countenance, returning to the naval headquarters. Seated in his office, his expression was as dark as a stormy night, the scar across his face glinting ominously. Opposite him sat Kizuru and Fujitora. Is his strength truly so formidable that he can even replicate your light fruit abilities? If you, a vice admiral and one of the Navy's core strengths, cannot subdue him, how many others can impose justice upon this vile pirate? Akainu fixed a steely gaze upon Kizuru, his voice low and laden with displeasure. Kizaru maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. "I'm getting old. It's time for the younger generation to take the helm. No one is stepping up, and I wish to enjoy my twilight years like Vice Admiral Garp," he replied lazily. Indeed, he has managed to replicate others' devil fruit abilities. As it stands, he has acquired 3, the light fruit, the flame fruit, and the legendary thunder fruit, known as the god fruit. Kizaru's casual tone belied the seriousness of the situation, as if being defeated bore no significance to him, just as the escape of the notorious pirate seemed irrelevant. "Kizaru, you can drop the act. You're clearly affiliated with the Revolutionary Army," he remarked, hinting at the underlying connections that were too apparent to ignore. They could never have imagined that Bai Jing's transgressions extend far beyond their comprehension. Moreover, he has acquired the formidable powers of a fruit of unparalleled strength. Tung Hu's eyes are tightly shut, for he is unable to see, having rendered himself incapacitated. He listens in silence. Molten lava oozes from Akainu, his cigar smoke curling upwards, obscuring his features and leaving only a pair of fierce eyes shimmering within the haze. The Navy headquarters has once again issued a revised bounty for Bai Jing, marking the swiftest adjustment of bounty amounts in the annals of the Navy's history. Although it has been less than a month since the initial announcement, they have reprinted the bounty. The physical likeness of Bai Jing remains unchanged, yet this time, the bounty has undergone a staggering transformation, soaring from a mere 300 million berry to a terrifying 800 million berry, a rise of 500 million, all due to the slaying of 3 celestial dragons. Furthermore, the bounty notice does not impose any conditions. It explicitly states that whether alive or dead, anyone who can bring him to the Navy headquarters will be rewarded. In the New World, CP0 has mobilized to commence their hunt for Bai Jing. The Navy's warships have dispatched numerous vessels to patrol the New World, analyzing Bai Jing's trajectory to intercept him and bring him back to headquarters. This matter has garnered the Navy's utmost attention, especially under the pressure exerted by the celestial dragons and the Gorosei. Vice Admiral and Navy hero Garp munches on a crunchy biscuit while glancing at the bounty for Bai Jing. His eyes glint with intrigue. What an interesting young man. Having dispatched 3 scoundrels. Ha, how delightful. Such an entertaining pirate, reminiscent of the bygone era, and to think I would encounter another like him. Garp feels no sympathy for the 3 celestial dragons. Rather, he revels in their misfortune. To him, the celestial dragons are nothing but detestable scum, and their demise is most welcome. Moreover, having recently heard news of Ace's revival, Garp is overjoyed, feeling rejuvenated by several years. Meanwhile, in various locales of the New World, Messenger seagulls have begun disseminating news of the new bounty and significant events that have transpired. When the pirates catch sight of Bai Jing's visage and the staggering bounty amount, their pupils widen in shock. What? This young lad, merely a newcomer, has amassed a bounty of 800 million berry in less than a month, having slain 3 celestial dragons. Yet, the most astonishing aspect is that he has managed to hold his own against Admiral Kazuru and even escaped from under the Admiral's grasp. This is undoubtedly the source of his formidable reputation. How can the current generation of supernovas be so extraordinary? First, there was the Straw Hat Boy, then red-haired kid and his crew, and now this remarkable new supernova. What does this mean for the rest of us pirates? It leaves us feeling utterly inadequate. Are you interested in meeting this newcomer to ascertain their true strength? Never mind. If you seek your own demise, do not involve me. If they can escape from a general, it is certain that they possess formidable power, while encountering a general would mean certain death for us. Such sentiments resonate throughout the various corners of the New World. Bai Jing's reputation has truly spread throughout the New World. At this moment, as he holds the bounty in his hands and notices its increase, a sense of exhilaration washes over him. With a hearty laugh, he exclaims, "My bounty has risen once more. What a delightful day. Let the revelry commence." The crew of the Ace, delighted for Bai Jing, organizes yet another banquet. This time, Hua Xin cautiously inspects each cup of plain water offered by Bai Jing, only daring to drink after ensuring its safety. Meanwhile, Bai Jing indulges himself to the point of intoxication. Chapter 44. The Navy's Pursuit Report. We have successfully pinpointed the location of that pirate ship. The announcement reverberates through the Naval Division. It lies 300 nautical miles away, and we have locked on to Bai Jing's position. Excellent. Mobilize all forces to apprehend Bai Jing. If we eliminate the 3 celestial dragons, capturing Bai Jing will present us with an opportunity for promotion and fortune, an opportunity that has now arrived. Within a naval base, several vice admirals have confirmed the whereabouts of Bai Jing's pirate vessel. Utilizing the Navy's unique maritime reconnaissance system, 10 warships set sail from the base, a formidable fleet. Each warship carries nearly 10,000 personnel, summing up to around 80,000 to 90,000 well-trained sailors. The Vice Admiral has dispatched 20 officers, with the lead being Vice Admiral Smoker, who has returned to the New World and remained at the Naval Division. It is now his duty to pursue Bai Jing. At this moment, Bai Jing remains oblivious to the danger that stealthily approaches. In truth, for Bai Jing, this hardly constitutes a threat. Even if 10 additional naval ships were sent against him, what could they achieve? Could they possibly withstand Bai Jing? As a user of a paramecia fruit, he is not deterred by seawater or sea prism stone, and he possesses Conqueror's Haki. With such overwhelming advantages, no matter how many Navy forces come, they would meet the same fate, defeated in a single strike. As for the Vice Admirals, they too would fall just as easily. The speed of the pirate ship commanded by Bai Jing is rather modest. In comparison to the 1,000 Sunny of the Straw Hat crew, it falls short. Lacking accelerative enhancements such as cola, it is not semi-automated like the naval vessels. Bai Jing leisurely reclined upon the pirate ship, basking in the sun while fishing and humming a tune. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the scent of autumn grass filled the air, creating a paradise of unparalleled beauty. Who has painted a pair of wings for longing? As Bai Jing's melodic hums floated through the air, Hua Xin's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him, unwavering since that fateful day. A fire had ignited within her heart, intensifying her affection for Bai Jing. She yearned to be 30 years old in an instant, but at merely 20, she faced a decade of waiting, a thought that plagued her. An hour later, Bai Jing rose, surveying the horizon before addressing the crew. He discerned, through his keen observation, the approach of 10 naval warships in the distance. Moreover, a deserted island lay closest to them. There, they could anchor and await the Navy's arrival, for their pirate ship had already traversed the New World. There was no need to submerge. It would suffice to abandon the pirate vessel in favor of a warship, which would expedite their journey to the City of Gold. Listening intently, Ace took the helm, steering the pirate ship towards the nearest uninhabited isle. The crew secured the vessel and disembarked onto the expansive island. The enormous Little Uz awaited them, standing atop the land, eager for their arrival. If there was an opportunity to be idle, he would seize it, preferring not to involve Bai Jing unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Bai Jing would remain nearby, singing softly to cheer them on. A report was relayed to the commanding officer. Bai Jing and his companions had anchored at the uninhabited island and had all disembarked. A naval soldier, telescope in hand, meticulously reported their real-time status from afar. Excellent, the officer commanded. Relay orders for the naval fleet to advance swiftly. Encircle that island and leave 100,000 men aboard the warships. Prepare the artillery shells and the sea prism stones, ready to bombard them at a moment's notice. The rest of you, disembark and seize Bai Jing. The opportunity for promotion and wealth has arrived. Beside him stood the general, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Unable to contain his eagerness, Smoker, with 2 large cigars clenched between his lips, exhaled clouds of smoke that danced around him like ethereal wisps. Behind him loomed his familiar weapon, resembling a sturdy iron rod with 2 sharp prongs. Following closely was Tashiji, ever the diligent guardian, her glasses perched upon her nose. It had been nearly 2 years since their last encounter with the Straw Hat Boy. Now, the Straw Hat Boy had arrived in Wano. Likely on the cusp of confronting Kaido, Doflamingo had been captured by the world government, while Jack still had not cleared his name. If the opportunity arose, Bai Jing would indeed wish to bring Doflamingo into his fold, for he held a deep admiration for such formidable figures, not to mention the intriguing powers of the string fruit. Whether he could manage Doflamingo, however, would depend on Bai Jing's own prowess. They had drawn close now. The colossal figure of Oars towered above, gazing far and wide. He spoke, prompting the others to prepare themselves, eager and ready for action. Stella stood to the side, under Bai Jing's protection. After all, she was an unarmed, ordinary person, a burden in such perilous times. Yet, Bai Jing's mission and duty were to escort her to meet the Golden Emperor, thereby rectifying a regret within the pirate realm. Thus, she must not suffer the slightest harm, and with Bai Jing safeguarding her, there was assuredly no cause for concern. As for whether the Navy would stoop so low as to ambush and capture Stella as a hostage, Bai Jing could not guarantee. Within the Navy, there were those who upheld justice, but certainly, there were also scoundrels. Human nature is the most elusive of all. One can never be certain. 10 naval ships anchored off the coast, encircling the island in a formidable blockade. 5 of these vessels aimed their cannons at Bai Jing and his companions. A grand assembly of 100,000 Navy personnel descended from above, armed with rifles and swords, their leader being 20 admirals, among whom was Smoker. The moment Smoker set foot on the island, his gaze fixed upon Portgas d'Ace. He called out, "Are you truly Portgas d'Ace? How is it that you have returned? You should have been dead." Tashiji, adjusting her glasses from the rear, scrutinized Ace closely, confirming his identity without a doubt. The two had previously clashed in the desert, a battle that ended in a stalemate. Now, witnessing Ace alive stirred a mix of emotions within Smoker. Ace's lips curled into a slight smile, flames roaring to life in his hands. With a massive fist drawn back, he thrust it forward, shouting, "Fire fist." A colossal fist forged from flames surged toward the crowd ahead. The naval officers, caught off guard, were on the verge of being struck by this fiery blow. At that moment, Smoker sprang into action. His form swiftly transformed into smoke, enveloping the flames and creating a barrier. His own fist morphed into a smoky appendage, meeting the fiery punch head-on. The two formidable forces clashed in the air, culminating in a resounding explosion. Boom! A cloud of dust and smoke erupted. Smoker confirmed that the fiery fist belonged to Ace without a doubt. This was the power of the Mara Mara no Mi. Although he was intrigued by Ace's revival and possession of such abilities, now was not the time for contemplation. Capturing White Scene was of paramount importance. As for Ace, Smoker held no illusions about his strength. He was acutely aware of it. His sole focus was on apprehending White Scene, while allowing the others to escape. Smoker issued the command, and the surrounding naval forces nodded in unison, charging toward White Scene. Chapter 45. The Rear Admiral's Assassination. The Tremor Fruit's Power. Surrounding Bai Jing are Stella and Hua Jian. He gazes at the relentless onslaught of the Navy approaching him and cannot help but be taken aback. "Tell me, why do you seek unnecessary torment? Why come to confront me? Is this not courting death? Observe that foolish giant beside me. He appears considerably weaker and seems the type easy to bully. And what of that lad in the cowboy hat? His frail physique makes him a far more suitable target. Why choose to challenge me?" Bai Jing stood amidst the chaos, observing the naval forces he had summoned, devoid of any compassion. A mysterious smile played upon his lips. Despite his words, his actions told a different tale. From the corners of his eyes, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki. The golden aura radiated outward in ripples, emanating from him, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. The tens of thousands of naval soldiers charging towards him faltered under the overwhelming pressure of his formidable presence. their eyes rolling back as they succumbed, collapsing en masse. In that instant, out of 50,000 soldiers, 40,000 were brought to their knees. Only 10,000, steadfast in their resolve, pressed onward against Bai Jing. Little Oars grinned and swung his long blade forward. 5 vice admirals rushed to intercept the colossal giant. With a single downward strike, he sent thousands of naval soldiers flying. A fierce battle ensued between the 5 vice admirals and Little Oars. The vice admirals were no mere pushovers, particularly those skilled in the 6 powers of the Navy. 2 admirals shouted as they leapt into the air. Soru, Tekai, and Shave. They launched themselves off the ground, spinning rapidly before utilizing Shave to change direction at high speed, engaging with Tekai. All their attacking force would converge at the apex. And upon striking the enemy, the momentum generated from their swift rotation would unleash a devastating blow. Tekai, shatter. The other 2 Navy soldiers, enveloped in Tekai, launched powerful punches at Little Oars, capable of shattering the very ground beneath them. Such force posed a threat even to the massive figure of Little Oars. Ace's lips twitched. He had heard Bai Jing's earlier remarks. Despite being the strongest in this vicinity, Bai Jing was cunningly diverting attention elsewhere. Old rivals clashed as Smoker faced off against Fire Fist Ace. As for the other naval forces, without Seastone, they were mere fodder. The Seastone artillery and bullets troubled Ace. Yet in his duel with Smoker, he would not hold back, engaging in a fight to the bitter end. It was a struggle for survival. Ace extended his fingers, forming a cross, and shouted, "Crossfire." 2 index fingers intertwine, forming a cross, from which a radiant beam of light emanates, aimed directly at the opponent. Subsequently, flames are expelled along the path of the cross, directed towards the target. This fiery torrent surges forth, striking at Smoker, whose fists are shrouded in swirling smoke. With brute force, he collides with the crossfire, laboriously pressing onward in his assault. Ace, not to be outdone, vanishes from his previous location, utilizing his adept martial skills to reappear behind Smoker. His fist crashes heavily against Smoker, igniting a burst of flames. Surrounding naval forces, armed with bullets forged from sea stone, raise their weapons and fire at Ace. With a sidelong glance at the approaching Navy, Ace leaps aside, evading the incoming sea stone projectiles. Should these bullets make contact, they would severely hinder his abilities. Meanwhile, on the side of Bai Jing, a formidable force of 10,000 Navy personnel relentlessly encircles him. With a full complement of 10 vice admirals deployed to engage in the attack, Bai Jing exclaimed, "You truly hold me in high regard. I am indeed quite inexperienced and do not require such a multitude of personnel. Have you seen that hulking figure? Your Navy is being overwhelmed by him. Why not send a few more capable fighters? And what of that fiery lad over there? He is formidable as well. There's no need to focus all your efforts solely on me." On Bai Jing's body, lightning crackled. Upon witnessing Bai Jing in such a state, the onlookers twitched at the corners of their mouths. If they were to believe your words, they would indeed be fools. Naturally, among them, the strongest was undoubtedly you, attempting to masquerade as a simpleton while concealing your true prowess. The highest bounty also belonged to you. Enough of this banter. Prepare to die. Surrender peacefully, or face our wrath. The naval vice admiral bellowed, as the 6 forms of the Navy manifested around him, his hands enveloped in an overwhelming aura. The other 9 advanced from various directions, converging upon Bai Jing, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation. How can you lack martial ethics, ganging up on me like this? Are you truly the righteous Navy? What has become of your justice, your dignity? Justice lies behind you. As for dignity, that is of little consequence. Capturing you is what matters. The advancing Navy shouted, and at that moment, Bai Jing let out a soft sigh. What is the necessity of this? 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. On his outstretched hands, lightning coalesced into a colossal Thunder Beast, which charged towards the few assailants before him. The Thunderbird transformed into a magnificent phoenix, soaring towards the naval vice admiral above. As for those behind, Bai Jing leaped aside, his hands pressed together, as boundless arcs of lightning surged around him. The potent electricity spread through the vicinity, descending violently from the void as he proclaimed, "Divine retribution." His wrists crackled with lightning, releasing it according to the user's will. The unleashed bolts descended from the heavens like colossal pillars of thunder, annihilating their targets. The naval vice admiral was struck by this immense, formidable column of lightning, which sent them crashing aside, their forms disheveled. The group hastily summoned their hockey to envelop themselves in defense, Yet the terrifying high-voltage lightning and the immense force propelled them all sideways, leaving them in disarray. One by one, they were sent flying. In mere 3 strikes, Bai Jing effortlessly dispatched 10 naval vice-admirals. Meanwhile, the remaining 10,000 Navy personnel continued to advance relentlessly. Encircling Bai Jing, the Seastone artillery was now loaded, bullets firing forth. On the naval fleet, cannon fire erupted in an unceasing barrage. Boom, bang, boom. Enormous projectiles, akin to colossal cannonballs, surged forth in succession, hurtling towards Ace, Little Oz, and White Jing. Hua Xin reclined comfortably beside a small fish tank, observing the surrounding navy. Stella approached Hua Xin, her expression devoid of any trepidation. As they were all comrades, she chose to place her trust in her allies. It was White Jing who had rescued her, and it was he who had granted her the chance to reunite with Taizolo. Even if she were to perish at this moment, she would harbor no grievances. Bai Jing gazed upon the sky, which was enveloped in a cascade of black cannonballs, resembling a torrential rain of projectiles. With a snap of his fingers, a sound echoed through the air, reminiscent of shattering glass. The space above began to fracture gradually, revealing a profound black void. These cannonballs were obliterated by the force of this air tremor, exploding in unison above, sparing the crowd from harm. Chapter 46. A Thrilling Battle. A stealthy assault such is the extraordinary nature of the tremor fruit. Meanwhile, the naval officers, bewildered, could not comprehend how the cannonballs that had been soaring through the air moments ago suddenly detonated. They pondered, could they be duds? That seemed implausible, as they had meticulously inspected the munitions beforehand. It was inconceivable that they could be counterfeit. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, tightening the ropes of the cannonballs behind them. The dark projectiles were launched from the cannons, soaring into the sky. The chambers were reloaded, aimed once more at Bai Jing, ready to fire again. Piu. Boom. Boom. With a gentle snap of his right hand, Bai Jing once again activated the power of the shock fruit. Simultaneously, 2 transparent glass domes rubbed against each other, generating vibrations in the air, a phenomenon he termed air shock. Cracks began to form in the atmosphere, gradually splintering. The upper portions of space shattered uniformly, causing all the artillery shells to detonate mid-air, sparing the vicinity from their destructive descent. The naval officers were left in a state of existential doubt. How could it be that a mere snap of Bai Jing's fingers led to the explosion of all the shells? Did this young man possess the uncanny ability to detonate ordnance at will? If so, what became of their artillerymen? Smoker and Ace were engaged in an intense battle, while the Navy continued to swarm around them. Ace deftly dodged the Seastone bullets, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against Smoker. Their clash was fierce and relentless. Meanwhile, on the side of Little Oars, the number of Navy admirals surged to 8. They left numerous crimson marks on his enormous frame, and blood began to flow from his wounds. In terms of strength, he was ultimately inferior to Ace and White Jing. Nevertheless, Little Oars swung his massive blade, sending one admiral flying after another. The number of Navy personnel that fell beside him was substantial, totaling several thousand. As for White Jing, the situation was even more dire. The relentless Navy continued to advance, while his conqueror's haki erupted from his eyes like a torrent. Golden ripples radiated outward, incapacitating thousands of Navy soldiers once more. He strategically chose densely packed areas of Navy personnel to unleash his conqueror's haki, causing waves of them to faint. Meanwhile, bullets passed through his ethereal body without effect, as he was impervious to the Seastone's influence. Among the 400,000 Navy troops present, more than half had succumbed to White Jing's cunning tactics, leaving only 100,000 remaining. The 10 admirals who had just been blasted away by White Jing regained consciousness, and upon seeing the unguarded Hua Xin and Stella, a plan began to form in their minds. Means were irrelevant, results were what mattered. They simply needed to capture White Jing, and everything would fall into place. The 10 exchanged glances and quietly prepared to approach the 2 women. Both were females and had not participated in the battle, indicating their lower strength. However, their association with White Jing implied they were his allies. By taking them hostage, they could threaten White Jing, ensuring his compliance and surrender, unless he was willing to abandon them. This would create a rift between him and Ace, as well as Little Oars, allowing them to sow discord among the trio before capturing them one by one. It must be said, the 10 admirals' minds were astutely active, immediately formulating a subsequent strategy. They felt no guilt, only a desire for fame and rank. In contrast, Smoker was solely focused on engaging Ace in a thrilling and exhilarating battle. The two were locked in a fervent exchange, enveloped in swirling smoke and explosive sparks. At the height of their confrontation, flames erupted, and smoke billowed into the air. Smoker's body bore the marks of numerous burns, but he was undeterred. His smoke solidified into substance, extinguishing Ace's flames one after another. On Little Orr's side, 2 or 3 admirals had already been sent flying, unconscious and unaware of their fate. Surrounding Navy troops continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him. With such a massive physique, he was a living target, and countless bullet holes marred his body as he swung his blade in pain, striking again and again. Upon perceiving the alarming situation, Bai Jing unleashed a surge of lightning from his hands and bellowed, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon, a colossal dragon of electricity. Stretching 100 feet in length and several dozen feet in width, writhed majestically, roaring forth towards the naval forces near Shaozi. The thunderous roar seemed to animate the dragon, sending electric shocks that incapacitated thousands of sailors. I must assist Shaozi. If this continues, he will surely suffer grievous wounds from the relentless cannon fire. As he assessed the scene, Bai Jing noticed 10 naval vice admirals nearby, harboring ill intentions, attempting to pilfer from his homeland. Such audacity could not go unchallenged. Transforming into a cascade of golden sparkles, he appeared before the 10 vice admirals, who were merely a few dozen paces away from Hua Xin and Sherdila. Upon his arrival, he regarded the 10 admirals with a disdainful sneer. Are you truly vice admirals? You act more like pirates, exhibiting a level of despicable shamelessness that surpasses even mine. I do not resort to kidnapping. Yet you dare to attempt such treachery. I shall hold him off. You commence your attack. The leader among them, with a menacing roar, enveloped himself in armed hockey. Invoking the 6 forms of the Navy, he declared loudly, the process is inconsequential. What matters is the outcome. As long as we uphold justice upon these waters, our mission is fulfilled. Bai Jing observed the group of individuals rushing towards him from behind, as well as those advancing menacingly in his direction. A sardonic smile gracing his lips. Justice? Is this your so-called justice? While there exists a semblance of righteousness within the Navy, it is certainly not represented by you 10 scoundrels. They have committed no transgressions, yet you dare to use them as leverage for hostages? Huh, what a farcical notion of justice. Hypocrisy is your forte, and you 10 have mastered it well. Have you ever experienced despair? Today, I shall allow you to truly grasp its essence. At this moment, the markings of the fire god emerged upon him, and an aura of flames began to emanate from his being, ceaselessly radiating outward. Centered around him, a vast inferno formed, encircling the 10 individuals within its grasp. They attempted to break free, yet found themselves ensnared, unable to move an inch. The searing heat rivaled that of molten lava, reaching temperatures in the tens of thousands of degrees. The terrifying warmth reduced their garments to mere ash, rendering them as if isolated from the world. No one could perceive their plight. Chapter 47. Awakening of the Burning Fruit. The realm of flames under this intense heat. The flesh and blood of the 10 began to melt slightly. Their skin was entirely scorched, their bodies becoming crimson from the burning. They felt as though they were submerged in an endless sea of fire, with Bai Jing as its very epicenter. The closer one drew to Bai Jing, the higher the temperature soared. This realm of flames continued to expand, stretching infinitely into the horizon, the sky awash in red, while the ground was engulfed in flames. Temperatures soaring to unimaginable heights. Their feet began to liquefy, bones became exposed, and their flesh slowly ignited amidst the flames. The 10 cried out in agony, for even their hockey could not withstand such extreme temperatures. Fear etched itself upon their faces, and in that moment, they were truly terrified. Their intent had merely been to seize Bai Jing for personal gain. The notion of justice they once clung to long since abandoned. Years spent in positions of power had seen them engage in numerous nefarious deeds, which rendered them adept at such vile actions. Thus, the thought of abducting Hua Xin and Sherdila to coerce Bai Jing arose. Yet Bai Jing perceived these 10 for what they truly were, no good birds. Hence he felt emboldened to act without hesitation. Standing at the center of the inferno, Bai Jing remained utterly unaffected, his form gradually transforming. He became entirely elemental, morphing into a colossal figure of fire. Boundless flames constituted his body, while endless fire shaped his limbs. His head, too, was formed of flame, leaving only his eyes visible amidst the blaze. His voice resonated from the flames, declaring, Welcome to the realm of fire, wherein I reign as its sovereign, the king of flames. This is the true potential of the flame fruit, which Ace has yet to fully harness. Each individual possesses a unique capacity for developing their abilities, and the manifestation of these powers can differ significantly. This is the visage of the flame fruit upon its awakening, a realm engulfed in fire. The 10 individuals cried out in despair, their faces contorted with terror, pleading, "Let us go. We will never dare to apprehend you again. Whatever benefits you seek, we shall provide. Wealth, status, women, anything you desire, just spare us." Their bodies had been partially melted, death looming ominously close. The agony of this consciousness is the most lethal of all. This fiery realm diverges starkly from the original pirate world. However, it can be further cultivated to incinerate everything around, transforming it into a genuine world of flames. The current fiery domain inhabited by the wielder exists within the inferno of Wang Xian's domain, thus appearing boundless and infinite. To outside observers, these 10 individuals seem merely ensnared in Wang Xian's flames. Yet, they cannot perceive the horrors unfolding within. They can only hear the anguished cries of the 10 vice admirals and their desperate pleas for mercy. This cacophony profoundly affects morale. The naval forces, already disheartened, find their spirits further diminished upon realizing that even their vice admirals have surrendered, extinguishing any lingering desire to continue the fight. Bai Jing paid no heed to the tragic fate of the 10 individuals. With a sweeping motion of his hand, boundless flames transformed into fire beasts, firebirds, and fire dragons. Engulfing them whole, the 10 perished utterly beneath the inferno, their bodies consumed entirely in the blink of an eye. Once this grim task was accomplished, Bai Jing retracted the fiery forms, reverting to his original state, and cast his gaze into the distance. Ace and Smoker were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. As for the 10 vice admirals on the side of Little Oars, many had been sent flying. However, Little Oars bore wounds, with blood flowing freely. He transformed into a golden flash, leaping onto Little Oar's shoulder. Lightning crackled, surging into his body. This electric energy invigorated Little Oar's blood circulation and metabolism, further stimulating his heart. In that moment, his injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, with old wounds gradually forming scabs. Bai Jing murmured softly as he unleashed his electric therapy. Following his recovery, the formidable Little Oz wielded his large blade with ferocity, cleaving through one naval officer after another. Many were sent flying, and numerous lives were extinguished. The vice admirals were thrown into a state of utter panic. Smoke, sensing the peril, decisively commanded an immediate retreat. Over there, 10 naval vice admirals had met their demise, with approximately 3 of them falling to the might of Little Oz. In this skirmish, they had suffered the loss of 13 vice admirals, while the number of naval soldiers had exceeded a staggering 100,000. Those who remained conscious hurriedly carried the barely alive towards the naval vessels, while those who had been stunned by the conqueror's haki rushed back to the ships once their senses returned. Bai Jing was undeniably a monster, possessing not only the powers of the glittering fruit, but also the abilities of the blaze fruit and the thunder fruit, rendering him virtually impervious to harm. It was initially believed that a dozen vice admirals could subdue him, yet the overwhelming force of the thunder had claimed so many lives. Moreover, Hua Jian had yet to possess Bai Jing, thus failing to enhance his combat prowess. With the cumbersome presence of Stella at his side, the others were unable to prevail. Ace observed Smoog's retreat without pursuit, and Little Oz mirrored this sentiment. All of it was orchestrated by Bai Jing's silent command. Their strategy was to first repel the Navy, seize a warship, and lure the Golden Emperor aboard a pirate vessel within Golden City. As for whether the Navy would pursue them afterward, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. As long as Bai Jing roamed the seas, the Navy's relentless pursuit would only intensify with each passing day, especially after he had slain 3 celestial dragons and so many vice admirals. It was clear that upon his return, his bounty would escalate dramatically. With the Navy retreating under Bai Jing's leniency, they had nearly all boarded their ships, leaving behind the deceased whom they could not carry away. Such is the harsh reality of the world. Meanwhile, Bai Jing clasped his hands together, forming a gleaming mirror. A radiant beam emanated from this mirror, striking a naval vessel with precision. The figure of Bai Jing transformed into ethereal particles of light, cascading along the beam and alighting upon the naval vessel. The onlookers were enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread, as the merciless pirate before them exhibited an alarming degree of malevolence. They found themselves utterly incapable of confronting such a formidable foe. Bai Jing, casually scratching his ear, spoke up. Is it not against the rules to simply let you go? And to leave without leaving anything behind seems rather too lenient, does it not? You may leave with a naval warship. Otherwise, everything remains here today. The expressions of the crowd darkened, clouded with discontent. As naval officers, when had they ever been threatened by pirates in such a manner? Without a moment's hesitation, Smoker issued the command to relinquish the naval warship to them. The personnel on board swiftly evacuated, transferring to their own vessel. The efficiency of this operation satisfied Bai Jing immensely. His demeanor was one of sheer arrogance, his expression delightfully infuriating. He flamboyantly welcomed the others aboard, escorting Stella and Hua Jin to the naval warship. Little Oars found himself comfortably seated on the deck of the naval vessel. With a wave of his hand, Ace initiated the departure of the naval ship, steering it towards the horizon. Bai Jing shouted, "Farewell. If such fortunate events occur again, be sure to summon me. As for the naval vessels, I shall accept them all without reservation. And next time, do not send such weaklings to deliver them. Seek out formidable foes, preferably those possessing the powers of devil fruits. Oh, and please take those deceased back with you. After all, the dead deserve our utmost respect." Upon hearing Bai Jing's infuriating remarks, the expressions of the onlookers darkened considerably. How could such an insufferable brat exist? It felt as though salt were being rubbed into their wounds, and then set ablaze to ensure the pain was palpable. This time, they faced a significant setback, both mentally and physically, suffering considerable trauma. Smoker cast a reluctant glance at Bai Jing and his companions as they departed, slowly retracting his gaze with a grim countenance. Drawing 2 cigarettes, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and stated in a deep voice, "Return to the naval headquarters. We must deliberate on this matter extensively. Relay this information to the naval headquarters. This individual's strength is beyond what a vice admiral can contend with, and he poses no threat to a rear admiral. The power of Fire Fist Ace is already nearing that of a vice admiral, and this ship is filled with monsters." At that moment, the naval fleet was racing towards Golden City at full speed, with anticipation etched on the faces of the crew. Bai Jing was filled with immense anticipation, particularly intrigued by the fruit that could augment his fortune. He also had a keen interest in the golden fruit. In this endeavor, he could potentially acquire 2 devil fruit abilities, while also performing good deeds to amend past regrets. Chapter 48, Golden City, Giant Pirate Crew. After 2 weeks of sailing, the naval warship, propelled at full speed, finally arrived at the grandest entertainment hub on the sea, the Golden City. The colossal naval ship entered a corner of the Golden City, causing the onlookers at the entrance to pause in bewilderment. They wondered why a naval vessel, typically associated with pirates, had appeared. Their eyes glinted with malice. Within this entertainment venue, the Navy was present, yet largely unwelcome. The high-ranking naval officers were often entangled with the very pirates they sought to apprehend. Only after discerning the identities of those aboard the naval ship did their gazes retract. These were not Navy personnel, but rather a band of pirates. The audacity of these individuals to commandeer a naval ship suggested they were indeed a ruthless crew. It was a rare pirate who was not steeped in brutality. One could only conclude that they were courting death by seizing a naval vessel. "Do these faces seem familiar?" one pirate remarked. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, look at that bounty. The young man up there bears an uncanny resemblance to him. This is the latest supernova, the notorious Bai Jing, with a bounty of 800 million berries. I never expected him to grace Golden City with his presence." A number of pirates at the entrance gasped in astonishment. The more they scrutinized the individuals on the naval ship, the more extraordinary the scene appeared. Stella's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, fear mingled with trepidation. Perhaps this was what it meant to be enamored yet intimidated, a sentiment entirely understandable. As the naval ship navigated through the expansive Golden City, it traversed a lengthy iron bridge leading to a vast central area known as the Golden Sea. This magnificent expanse was entirely composed of gold, leaving Bai Jing awestruck and deeply impressed by the capabilities of the golden fruit. Moreover, the awakened powers of this fruit were formidable indeed. Goodness, how much gold must this be worth? Had I sold it in my homeland before, I would undoubtedly have become the wealthiest person alive. Surrounding the elevated platform were arenas for competition. At the center lay the immense Golden Sea. The periphery was lined with seats filled with numerous spectators, gamblers and members of the Navy alike, whether a naval officer or a pirate. As long as your bounty was substantial or your rank sufficiently high, you would be treated as a VIP, receiving special privileges. When the naval vessel made its entrance, Many initially believed it to be the Navy. However, upon recognizing the individuals on board, they gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "That's the supernova pirate Bai Jing, the one who can hold his own against Admiral Kazaru. This young lad appears so youthful. Is it truly possible for him to stand toe-to-toe with an admiral?" The people around recognized Bai Jing, and a cacophony of questioning and skepticism ensued, a veritable symphony of varied opinions. How audacious they were, to have commandeered a naval warship. Indeed, they were a most nefarious supernova, having slain 3 celestial dragons and now daring to seize a naval vessel. As Bai Jing stood before the warship, hands on hips, a triumphant smile graced his lips, dismissing the surrounding murmurs. "You flatter me. This is merely standard procedure, nothing extraordinary." The moment Bai Jing entered the Golden City, numerous prominent figures shifted their focus toward him. Every aspiring individual wished to bask in the glory of this supernova, eager to enhance their own renown. Many high-ranking naval officials also directed their attention this way. In this Golden City, if one's power was sufficiently formidable, there were numerous variables to exploit. Shall we approach Taizolo directly? Given your demeanor, perhaps it would be prudent to allow you a moment to gather yourself. Bai Jing gazed at Stella within the naval warship. Her condition was far from satisfactory, her state less than optimal. Stella nodded gently, fully aware of her own situation. Despite being separated for over a decade, she had yearned for this moment day and night. Now that they were close, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. This predicament was one she could only navigate alone, while Bai Jing's role was merely to guide her. In the meantime, they could indulge in some leisure at Golden City. The revelry was in full swing, with golden columns standing resilient amidst the ocean of gold. Beautiful women danced passionately above, the melodies looping endlessly, creating a rhythm that compelled all present to sway in unison. Brilliant lights illuminated their naval ship, casting 2 enormous circular beams that made them the focal point upon the waves. At another entrance, a colossal pirate ship approached, rivaling their naval vessel. "You little brat, I refuse to believe the rumors of your formidable prowess." A voice boomed. "You may be a formidable general, capable of defeating others. But why have you only just arrived in the New World? This must be mere gossip. Surrender all your treasures to us, so we may indulge ourselves. We've lost everything, and now we have a prime catch. It's you." On that enormous pirate ship stood 5 giants, towering over hundreds of pirates, each adorned with flamboyant flags tied to their right arms, likely their pirate insignia. These 5 giants clearly commanded the crew. As the giants prepared to speak, Bai Jing, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Insects should remain silent. Lately, all sorts of vermin dare to confront me." The commotion below caught everyone's attention. "Look, they're fighting." This is bad news for Bai Jing and his crew. They've encountered the infamous 5 giant pirates of the New World, someone exclaimed. The bounty on each of their leaders ranges around 100 million berries. Now, facing off against a pirate with an 800 million berry bounty, who will prevail? It's clear we're in for quite the spectacle. From atop a high tower in Golden City, Tesla directed his gaze toward the unfolding scene. He had heard whispers of Bai Jing's rising notoriety, especially after he had slain 3 celestial dragons. Tesla's gaze toward Bai Jing was no longer filled with calculations, but rather a hint of curiosity. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. And if their goals aligned, Bai Jing could very well become an ally. They shared a common adversary. In a sense, they were kindred spirits. The 5 leaders of the pirates were all giants, standing nearly 100 meters tall, imbued with immense strength. In comparison, even the formidable Oars was dwarfed by these giants. Adult giants typically measure around 20 meters, while Oars stood at an impressive 38 meters, significantly towering over his kin. Bai Jing gazed at the 5 individuals with increasing impatience. "You claim to possess some funds to challenge us, which is somewhat understandable. I could retaliate, but you are merely a pauper, devoid of any wealth. Defeating you would yield me no benefits." Just as Ace and Little Oz were about to take action, Bai Jing transformed into a flash of light and surged forward, arriving on the ship of the 5 giants' pirate crew. "You little brat, seeking death." Upon witnessing Bai Jing charging towards their pirate crew, the 5 giants raised their spiked clubs, preparing to unleash a powerful strike to send Bai Jing flying. Encased in a layer of armament hockey, even Bai Jing's elemental transformation would be of no avail. Chapter 49, 2 Fists and a Pirate Crew, entering the Golden City. Bai Jing certainly comprehended this principle. While airborne, he concentrated immense flames into a colossal fiery fist and struck downwards with great force. The flames blazed fiercely as they descended towards the golden sea below. The tremendous recoil propelled Bai Jing's body high into the air, allowing him to evade the assault of the spiked clubs. His body was thrust upwards several dozen meters. Observing the scene below, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not every fool dared to provoke him. His expression immediately turned serious as he bellowed, "Fist of the fire god." Behind Bai Jing, flames gradually coalesced into a gigantic phantom, reaching towards the heavens and the earth, resembling a divine being of fire. His entire form was enveloped in flames, and as Bai Jing's right fist descended, the massive fiery fist of the flame giant followed suit. This technique was Bai Jing's own creation, independent of any influence from Ace. His left fist crackled with lightning, and behind him, a colossal phantom of the thunder god formed from the gathered lightning. The two immense figures of the fire god and thunder god, one on each side, unleashed their respective fists. The fists, spanning 100 meters in length and several dozen meters in width, crashed against the massive pirate ship, impacting the five giants and the minions above. The flames, propelled by a ferocious force and explosive power, cleaved the pirate ship in two. The five giants were hurled away by the force of the explosion, descending alongside the wreckage into the golden sea. The thunder god's colossal fist followed closely, unleashing a violent surge of electricity that incapacitated everyone aboard the pirate ship. Particularly in the golden sea, where water conducts electricity and gold is an excellent conductor. The high-voltage surge rendered all on board paralyzed, their bodies stiffening, eyes rolling back, and lifeless forms floating upon the surface. Onlookers were mesmerized by Bai Jing's two fists. Truly, he was a pirate worth 800 million berries. With just two strikes, he had dismantled an entire giant pirate crew. The ship lay in ruins, and the five captains now floated as corpses above. Was this the power of an 800 million berry pirate? Who could withstand the thunder god's punch? Moreover, his fiery fist surpassed even Ace's in potency. The crowd above could only gaze in awe at Bai Jing, whose expression had transformed as he descended. Ace had been closely observing Bai Jing, contemplating the overwhelming force of the fiery punch he had just executed. The flame coalescing into a giant phantom significantly amplified its power, demanding an extraordinary reserve of fire. After accomplishing all this, Bai Jing elegantly executed a 360-degree turn in the air, landing flawlessly in the water below. Plop! He plunged into the golden sea. Was he not a devil fruit user? Now, having succumbed to the depths of this golden sea, he has lost consciousness. Is there anyone willing to rescue him? Then, eliminate him, leveraging this opportunity to earn 800 million berries from the Navy. This sum is substantial. If you wish to proceed, go ahead. One can never tell what schemes a pirate might have up his sleeve. He appears quite cunning. If he seeks death, it shall not come so easily. While the crowd above deliberates, Bai Jing surfaces, his hands clasped in prayer, conjuring a dazzling mirror of light. This mirror refracts a pathway of golden luminescence, and Bai Jing's form transforms into luminous specks, ascending along this beam back to the Navy's warship. How is this possible? Is he not a devil fruit user? Why can he still maneuver beneath the sea? This defies logic. This individual is peculiar. Fortunate that I did not descend, or I would have been ensnared. The water conducts electricity. Should he unleash any lightning power, one shall perish next. At the pinnacle of the golden tower, Taizolo gazes down at Bai Jing, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The corners of his mouth curl slightly, revealing amusement. Indeed, he possesses a certain charm. No wonder he could defeat the celestial dragons. The abilities of the flame fruit, the thunder fruit, and even capabilities akin to the light fruit. The thunder fruit is a bane to me. Taizolo's eyes shimmer with contemplation, flickering with a glint of insight. Hidden in the shadows, no one knows his thoughts. Gold conducts electricity. Regardless of how Taizolo transforms, he can only wield the powers of the gold fruit. Conversely, Bai Jing wields the thunder fruit, destined to counter the gold fruit, just as the rubber fruit counters the thunder fruit. Even if your fruit awakens, transforming the surroundings into golden matter. As long as Bai Jing releases even a trace of lightning, it will traverse all that golden substance and strike you. This is the flaw of the thunder fruit. After all is said and done, they navigated the Navy warship into the Golden City. Descending from the vessel, they gathered an abundance of gold and silver treasures. Filling a large sack, little Oars bore the weight upon his back. Stella concealed her face, ensuring her identity remained hidden. She was embroiled in complex thoughts. grappling with intense inner turmoil. This period allows Ace, Bai Jing, and the others to explore and revel in the wonders of the Golden City. The group found accommodation in a grand hotel within the city. Due to his stature, Little Ors, being of the giant lineage, found a designated resting place. Though the conditions were vastly inferior, nevertheless, it provided shelter. Alone in the opulent hotel, Stella oscillated between her intricate thoughts, ultimately exhaling a soft sigh. As one nears home, the heart grows timid, hesitant to inquire of passers-by. As one approaches a beloved, fear takes hold, rendering them reluctant to meet old acquaintances. At this moment, Bai Jing was reveling in the vibrant city of gold that never slept. He first stumbled upon an enormous casino, where he squandered a considerable amount of precious metals and jewels. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself perpetually on the losing end, his luck inexplicably wretched. After a brief span of half an hour, Bai Jing emerged from the establishment, his countenance darkened with frustration. What sort of ridiculous fortune was this? That he had faced dozens of games without a single victory? He began to entertain the notion that perhaps the Golden Emperor had siphoned away his luck through his subordinates. However, he had never encountered them firsthand, leaving him to lament his own dismal fortune. His expression was one of utter despondency. Chapter 50, Pursuit, Encounter with the Golden Emperor. Bai Jing stroked his chin, a contemplative expression in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "When the time comes, I shall locate Bakara and stealthily acquire her luck fruit, bestowing its fortune upon myself. In that case, no matter how I gamble, victory shall be mine, and my luck will flourish." With a sly smile, Bai Jing contemplated his plan. This casino, to put it plainly, was fundamentally reliant on luck. However, there were undoubtedly unseen forces at play behind the scenes, which is why a steady stream of gamblers continued to flock to the tables. Bai Jing walked alone along the streets of this golden city, an expanse so vast that on either side stood towering edifices, ablaze with lights during the night, resembling a city that never sleeps. The entire metropolis was crafted from gold, with the ground shimmering with its opulence, illustrating the sheer extravagance of this place. Ah, is someone watching me? How intriguing. Bai Jing suddenly noticed someone lurking in the shadows, following him, yet he chose not to confront the situation. Instead, he continued to walk alone along the street, enveloped in solitude. Bai Jing keenly observed the man, a subordinate of the Golden Emperor Taizolo, recognizable by his large black head resembling that of a doll. He possessed the power of the escape fruit. However, in Bai Jing's eyes, this escape fruit was quite similar to the flash fruit. After all, should he make contact, he could acquire yet another ability, which would pose no harm to him. With a few swift movements, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared behind the man. Where did he go? The oversized doll's eyes widened in bewilderment as he gazed at the suddenly vanished Bai Jing, who had been right there moments before. At that moment, Bai Jing appeared behind the large-headed doll, gently patting its head with his right hand. Due to the doll's low shoulders and disproportionately large head, this was the only way to reach it. This sudden motion startled the doll, causing it to leap up in fright and dive into the dark void above. Disappearing from sight, Bai Jing's lips curled subtly, a glimmer of mirth sparkling in his eyes. He had succeeded. Mimicking the actions of the oversized doll, he gently leaped upwards, and a black circular portal materialized, through which he effortlessly traversed to the other side of the street corner. Meanwhile, the oversized doll was perplexed, pondering how it was possible for him to locate me, and even more so, to observe me. What a curious phenomenon. Yet, what is so strange about it? Am I not right here? Bai Jing's gentle laughter resonated once more, prompting the big-headed figure to turn in astonishment and exclaim, "How did you know I was watching you?" A hint of fear flickered across his face. He had been instructed by the Golden Emperor Tezolo to keep a vigilant eye on Bai Jing at all times, to observe any unusual movements, or to employ cunning tactics to ensure Bai Jing remained in the Golden City, becoming one of his subordinates. It is important to note that this was not an act of coercion. It did not rely on brute force, but rather on a subtle game of chance that would entice Bai Jing to stay, for he held a deep appreciation for him. Bai Jing's audacity to slay the celestial dragons indicates a shared path between him and them. His relentless pursuit of wealth stems from the belief that with enough riches, one can acquire anything. The impetus behind his actions is largely attributed to the profound impact of Stella's demise, which left him deeply shattered. Bai Jing is undoubtedly aware that all of this must be orchestrated by the Golden Emperor Taizolo. After all, wasn't it the same tactic employed against Luffy in the theatrical version? The only difference lies in the fact that the methods used against Luffy were considerably more brutal. Bai Jing chuckled softly and said, "Let us proceed. Take me to meet the Golden Emperor. It is time for an audience, and we ought to have a discussion." The big-headed child gazed at Bai Jing with suspicion in his eyes and was the first to speak. "You wish to meet the master?" Bai Jing observed the situation, shook his head, and decided to search for it himself. "All right, inform me once you find it, though I suspect it may take an eternity," he mused. He preferred to maintain control over his own fate. With that, Bai Jing leapt upward, a small black hole materializing in the air, into which he vanished, leaving no trace behind. The large-headed figure, witnessing Bai Jing's extraordinary feat, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? Is this not my own technique? Why can he wield it as well? How does he possess the fruit of escape?" He stood there, momentarily stunned, before he too leapt into the black hole above, disappearing from sight to report this incident to the Golden Emperor, Taizolo. Bai Jing chose not to bring Stella along, for he believed she was not yet prepared to enter the fray. Thus, he resolved to negotiate with the Golden Emperor himself. Should diplomacy fail, he would resort to force. If an accord was reached, he intended to use Stella as leverage, releasing her only if the Golden Emperor exhibited the slightest sign of dissent. Luring the Golden Emperor aboard would not pose a challenge. This was Bai Jing's cunning strategy. Meanwhile, Little Oz rested in a hotel, succumbing to a deep slumber after an exhausting series of days. As for Ace, his curiosity about everything in the Golden City led him to survey his surroundings, engaging in gambling and immersing himself in the vibrant atmosphere, for at their core, all that pirates yearned for was the essence of freedom. Bai Jing traversed numerous black holes. His destination aimed squarely at the tallest structure within the City of Gold, the Golden Tower. He crossed several black holes and journeyed through a myriad of realms, ultimately arriving at this dimly lit hall. At that moment, the Golden Emperor was indulging in a bath within a pool, surrounded by a dozen scantily clad women, who covered only the most essential parts, offering him red wine and holding towels. Behind him loomed a massive pink pentagram, intended to conceal the mark left by the celestial dragons. With gray-green hair slicked back and adorned with violet sunglasses, Taizwa murmured to himself, having likely discerned Bai Jing's movements. He had been executing his plan these past few days, contemplating whether Bai Jing was one of his kind and if he should invite him into his fold. The celestial dragons, mere detritus, deserved to perish. Now that he had amassed sufficient wealth, the regrets of the past could not be rectified. Thus he resolved to eliminate all celestial dragons. As Bai Jing appeared before Taizwa, he suddenly plunged into the water with a splash. Plop! He emerged, gasping for air. And Taizwa, seemingly startled by this unexpected turn of events, abruptly rose to his feet, gazing intently at Bai Jing. Bai Jing also stood up at this moment, gazing at Taizer and the dozen or so women beside him. The grand hall was enveloped in an awkward atmosphere, with large eyes staring at small ones. Bai Jing glanced at the dozen or so women behind him, and one of them, with a dark smile, waved her hand and exclaimed, "Hey." Upon realizing that it was Bai Jing, the Golden Emperor Taizwa's interest intensified, as he teasingly remarked, "How curious. What brings you to my domain? Are you not afraid of being apprehended?" The group of women, momentarily taken aback, wondered who this peculiar individual was. Though he possessed a certain handsomeness, they were nonetheless loyal subjects of the Golden Emperor. Bai Jing chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Chapter 51, Conditions for Boarding. "Oh, why is that? Pirate Bai Jing, you must understand. This is my golden pirate. Within the city, I have countless followers. At this moment, I am the Emperor of the Seas. With a mere word, I can grant life or decree death." Taizwa's eyes glinted with mockery as he retrieved a glass of red wine from the tray held by a maid behind him. He toyed with it in his hand, taking a delicate sip, all the while observing Bai Jing, eager to see what he would say next. Bai Jing smiled lightly and said, "You have your aspirations, and I, too, have mine." The pentagram emblem behind the Golden Emperor Taizolo merely serves to conceal the mark once branded by the celestial dragons. As Bai Jing spoke, the Golden Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and a palpable aura of terror began to envelop the arena. The imposing presence of Taizolo radiated an air of regal dominance, flickering with an ominous intent. He was the sovereign of the seas, the Golden Emperor, and he would not permit anyone to recount their past sufferings before him. Nor would he tolerate any smiles directed his way. The only person who could smile before him was but a memory now. The Golden Emperor approached the swimming pool, donned his clothing, adorned himself with a golden top hat, and wore garments crafted from gold. Bai Jing leaped into the pool, his body shimmering with blue lightning. the high-voltage electricity generating heat that dried his drenched attire in an instant. The Golden Emperor's gaze fixed upon Bai Jing's display, and he sensed that Bai Jing would not be easily subdued, for he wielded the power of lightning. Nonetheless, he waved his hand dismissively, expelling all the women from the grand hall. The immense space became stark and desolate, leaving only Bai Jing and himself. Given the circumstances, it was time for frankness. I hold you in high regard. Should you choose to join my golden pirate crew, I can offer you anything you desire: wealth, status, beauty, everything you could wish for. A smile graced the Golden Emperor's face as he raised his hands towards the sky, exuding an air of relaxation. Bai Jing shook his head with a smile, aware that the Golden Emperor was intentionally seeking to recruit him, perhaps due to his act of slaying a celestial dragon, leading him to believe they were kindred spirits with shared aspirations. However, Bai Jing had traversed dimensions and harbored his own ambitions. He would never submit to another's will. He chuckled lightly and proposed, "How about a wager? Let us engage in a duel. If I emerge victorious, you shall join my pirate crew. Should you win, I will unconditionally join yours in congratulations." Ah, this is indeed intriguing. The Golden Emperor Taizolo raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. He had not anticipated that Bai Jing would dare to present conditions on his own territory. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. He had his own calculations in mind. Even in the event of defeat, he felt confident he could justify his actions. Moreover, he harbored no doubt about his chances of victory. For this was his domain. The entire Golden City was constructed of gold. Bai Jing adeptly grasped the Golden Emperor's intentions, which emboldened him to speak so audaciously. Moreover, Bai Jing possesses an array of strategies to bring the Golden Emperor under his dominion. Initially, he plans to vanquish him with sheer force, compelling his body to submit. Subsequently, he shall summon Stella, aiming to conquer the Golden Emperor's heart, thereby ensuring that, through this back and forth, the Golden Emperor will inevitably be ensnared. And it will be hard to believe that he will not board Bai Jing's vessel. Bai Jing, whether intentionally or not, cast a fleeting glance at the Golden Emperor's hands. Each finger adorned with golden rings, save for the ring finger, which remained bereft of adornment. This spoke volumes. In the vast emptiness of the grand hall, the two exchanged glances, and Bai Jing was the first to vanish from sight, his hand transforming into a colossal fiery fist, hurtling towards the Golden Emperor. Bai Jing bellowed, "Flame God, fire fist." This technique, still his own creation, seemed to manifest a spectral image of a fiery deity behind him. As he swung his blazing fist towards the Golden Emperor with tremendous force, the speed of this punch was astonishing. The Golden Emperor's pupils constricted in disbelief at Bai Jing's swiftness. He raised his arms protectively, his limbs transforming into solid gold, bracing for the impact. The force behind the blow sent him staggering back several steps before he gradually regained his composure. With one hand planted on the ground, the Golden Emperor called out, "Golden Bomb." His fist morphed into an armored gauntlet, enveloped in an aura of dominance, unleashing the effect of a molten gold cannon. The explosion generated a colossal shockwave, with thermal radiation and shattered gold fragments wreaking havoc upon the intended target. Streams of gold erupted from the ground like a gushing spring, surging toward Bai Jing, who remained undeterred. His own colossal fire fist coalesced, advancing towards the Golden Emperor as he allowed the torrents of golden water to cascade upon him. As the golden streams collided with his chest, enveloped in armed color, Bai Jing merely furrowed his brow slightly, enduring the pain with stoic resolve. His fiery fist crashed against the Golden Emperor, propelling him backward once more. A peculiar glint flickered in Taizolo's eyes as golden powder materialized upon his fingertips. This golden dust had previously been utilized in the pirate film to confront figures like Luffy. Standing firm, the Golden Emperor pointed, unleashing a torrent of endless golden powder that erupted from his hand and soared toward Bai Jing. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Golden splash." The golden powder was dispersed like water droplets, propelled high into the atmosphere by devices throughout the city. Once this gold dust infiltrated a body, no matter how formidable the individual, Taizolo could effortlessly manipulate them. He had successfully controlled all the inhabitants of Golden City with this technique, easily ensnaring Zoro within the narrative. As the golden powder settled upon Bai Jing, he felt his body stiffen momentarily. Taizolo approached slowly, mockery evident in his demeanor, and spoke, "Pirate Bai Jing, you are still far too naive. This golden splash can control you. You have already lost this duel. Is there anything left to say?" With his arms crossed over his chest, he exuded an air of assured triumph. Bai Jing gently shook his head. Just moments ago, his fists had struck the Golden Emperor with considerable force multiple times. This signified that he had indeed made contact with the Golden Emperor. Consequently, he had acquired the powers of the gold fruit. With such abilities at his disposal, could he possibly still be affected by the very powers he now possessed? What a ridiculous notion. A smile adorned his face, and upon his fingertips, numerous specks of golden powder coalesced, hovering above his thumb. Bai Jing, with a mocking tone, inquired, "Oh, is this what you refer to? With this, you still wish to control me? The battle is far from over. Let us continue." Chapter 52. The Awakening of the Golden Fruit. The Golden Giant what? How is this possible? The pupils of the Golden Emperor constricted sharply, as he could hardly fathom that a strategy he believed to be infallible would fail against Bai Jing. Soon after, he regained his composure, assuming a demeanor of nonchalance. He remarked, "Pirate Bai Jing, truly deserving of the title of the latest supernova, your methods are indeed enigmatic and unpredictable. Escaping from the grasp of the yellow ape is no small feat furthermore. Having slain a celestial dragon only piques my interest further. Your defeat is inevitable. Today, you must board my golden pirate ship." As Bai Jing's mysterious aura allowed him to breach the Golden Emperor's defenses, Tizolo's astonishment only intensified, and his fascination with Bai Jing reached its zenith. The prospect of having such an individual at his command was irresistible. The Golden Emperor touched the ground, extracting a gold brick that he effortlessly melted into a trident shape, hurling it towards Bai Jing. In response, Bai Jing unsheathed the trident from his back and launched himself at Tizolo. The clash of these two golden creations, each enveloped in haki, resonated with a metallic clang. The sheer force of their collision caused Bai Jing's hands to tingle with a slight numbness. The Golden Emperor's martial prowess surpassed that of others, and Bai Jing found himself facing a critical vulnerability: his physical combat skills. In his mind, Hua Jiyin contemplated, as the shadowy figure spoke, "Shall I bestow my strength upon you?" Bai Jing mused to himself, "There is no need for that. I can manage just fine. Just trust me." Bai Jing, unwilling to fall behind, despite the tingling in his hand from the impact, wielded his weapon with his right hand while his left hand surged with lightning and flames. Delivering a powerful blow to the Golden Emperor, Tizoro, boom, a fierce inferno and boundless thunder erupted forth. Observing this, Tizoro enveloped his free hand with haki and charged at Bai Jing with fierce intent. Fist met fist, flesh collided with flesh, resulting in a resounding crash. Bang! This time, Bai Jing gained the upper hand. The terrifying punch, infused with the might of flames and electricity, caused Tizoro's hand to tremble slightly. His entire right hand was numbed by the electric shock, and even though it was coated with haki, it could not entirely shield him from the effects of the lightning. What? This lightning indeed counters my fruit's abilities. The Golden Emperor, gripping his trident tightly with his left hand, forcefully thrust it, propelling Bai Jing backward while he himself staggered a few steps, his expression grave. Gold is an excellent conductor, and electricity counters his golden fruit powers. The disdain once present in Tizoro's eyes had vanished, replaced by a somber demeanor. From this moment on, he prepared to take things seriously. Closing his eyes, he whispered softly, awakening his fruit. His terrifying muscles bulged, tearing through the upper half of his clothing, resembling a rampaging beast filled with power. In that instant, his green hair transformed into a golden hue, his entire being appearing as if sculpted from gold, with bulging leg muscles and fists radiating a golden aura. From the center of his chest, several pink light patterns emerged, shimmering brilliantly. His face also turned to gold, completing his transformation into a golden man. With the awakening of his fruit, the surrounding environment began to shift, morphing into a flowing liquid gold state. He opened his eyes wide and addressed Bai Jing, proclaiming that this awakening had enhanced his attack power, defense, resilience, and tenacity. "Can you still withstand this? Surrender and obediently join my golden pirate crew, and you may avoid considerable suffering." The Golden Emperor Tizoro fixed his gaze upon Bai Jing, eagerly anticipating his response, yet ultimately he was met with disappointment. The reply to the Golden Emperor came in the form of Bai Jing's colossal fist. Leaping from his position, he activated the power of his flash fruit, transforming into a golden streak that appeared before the Golden Emperor. Above his right fist, a massive fireball was forming, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Bai Jing roared, "Flame God, Fire Fist." A staggering 60 million volts surged forth as a thunderous dragon. This formidable punch struck directly at the visage of the Golden Emperor, Tai Solo, distorting his face and sending him hurtling backwards. The fearsome thunder dragon, alive and resplendent, let out a roar that reverberated throughout the grand hall before it lunged towards Tai Solo's abdomen to tear into him. Upon contact, it erupted into a blinding flash of lightning, propelling him back a dozen meters, casting him out of the hall. The golden tower loomed high above, and as Tai Solo was flung from its heights, he plummeted heavily to the ground. Rather than succumbing to anger, the Golden Emperor's lips curled into a slight smile as he bellowed with laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. Ha ha ha. He then regained his composure mid-air, adjusted his stance, and with a sweeping gesture, transformed the entire golden tower into a shimmering golden bridge, allowing him to land perfectly atop it. With a powerful leap, he crouched momentarily before springing upward, returning to confront Bai Jing with a velocity tenfold that of before. His colossal golden fist surged towards Bai Jing as he shouted, "Golden Inferno!" In his giant form, Tai Solo wielded a technique that armored his fists in gold, unleashing an effect akin to molten gold, the explosive heat radiating from the attack illuminating the entire city, wielding the power to incinerate all in its path. This blow alone could incapacitate Luffy, leaving him gravely injured. Bai Jing endured the impact of the formidable punch, and the terrifying heat erupted at his abdomen, propelling him forcefully away. Despite his timely use of armament haki to fortify his midsection, the speed of the attack was too overwhelming, sending him crashing out of the Grand Hall and plummeting from the Golden Tower. Tai Solo, the Golden Emperor, clearly had no intention of letting Bai Jing off so easily. Upon landing in the hall, he once again propelled himself off the ground, soaring through the air like a cannonball. The acceleration was even greater than before, surpassing the falling Bai Jing. He swung his fist once more, charging towards Bai Jing, who remained unruffled as he observed the Golden Emperor close in from just a few paces away. With his hands forming an unusual gesture, Bai Jing unleashed a beam of light from the aperture, striking the Golden Emperor. This beam was the ability of the slow fruit, known as the slow beam. In that instant, the Golden Emperor's movements came to a sudden halt, his speed diminishing 100-fold, as if he had bizarrely defied gravity, descending slowly through the air. At this juncture, an opportunity presented itself for Bai Jing. Chapter 53, Golden Divine Fire. Bai Jing's counterattack. Though Bai Jing was in descent, he showed no intention of halting, crashing heavily onto the street below, startling the onlookers around him. What on earth just fell from above? I don't know. That nearly gave me a heart attack. A man shouted, shaking his fist towards the Golden Tower. What a fool. Doesn't he know that throwing objects from a height is perilous? If I catch him, I'll surely flay his skin. His companion gently tugged at him, whispering that the Golden Tower, home to the Golden Emperor. You shouldn't say such things. The gravity of those words struck the man like a bolt of lightning, inducing a wave of cold sweat, prompting both men to flee hastily, keen to distance themselves from the scene. Bai Jing rose to his feet, allowing himself ample time to gently brush off the dust from his shoulders and pat away the remnants clinging to his attire. He gazed upwards at the slowly descending figure of the Golden Emperor Tai Solo, a faint smile gracing his lips, a smile that appeared innocuous and friendly. Yet, for reasons unknown, Tai Solo felt an unsettling anxiety stirring within him. His index finger and thumb met in a delicate clash as his hands crossed over his chest. From the aperture formed by those interlaced fingers, a multitude of luminous orbs began to coalesce. Bai Jing whispered, "Eight-footed Xiongouyu." Countless luminous orbs erupted from Bai Jing's hand, soaring towards the slowly descending Golden Emperor Taizwa. The Golden Emperor, at this moment, resembled a living target, languidly suspended in the void, while the radiant orbs of his luminous fruit surged forth with remarkable swiftness. These orbs relentlessly bombarded the form of Golden Emperor Taizwa, who, unfortunately, was still affected by the effects of the delay fruit. Although these explosions could have propelled him a considerable distance away, his retreat remained agonizingly slow. Consequently, the luminous orbs fell upon him with unerring precision, landing squarely on his abdomen. Bai Jing, with a mischievous smile, found that although he had not awakened the fruit's powers before, his body now swelled to several times its original size upon awakening. His stature grew immensely, and although he fortified his defenses and resilience, the barrage of luminous projectiles he unleashed expanded in both scope and frequency, rendering his previous enhancements nearly ineffective. The Golden Emperor Taizaro winced in pain. Despite enveloping his abdomen with the armored haki, he still sustained considerable damage. Only when Bai Jing's 8-foot-long hook had completely descended did Taizoro's speed return to normal, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. This unusual spectacle drew the attention of many onlookers. Gasps of astonishment erupted as they witnessed the fierce clash between the pirate Bai Jing and the Golden Emperor. Taizoro's subordinates quickly assembled, preparing to encircle Bai Jing and subdue him. Although the Golden Emperor felt the sting of pain, the damage incurred was minimal, thanks to his exceptional martial prowess and the awakening of his golden fruit. Observing his men advancing from all directions, he bellowed, "Stand back. This is my battle with the pirate Bai Jing. Do not interfere." The large-headed man and Corolla hesitated momentarily, but ultimately obeyed the Golden Emperor's command, retreating. Taizoro then regarded Bai Jing with renewed laughter, his speed reaching its pinnacle, transforming the streets around him into a shimmering ocean of gold. Consequently, Bai Jing lost his footing and plunged heavily into this liquid gold that had engulfed part of the street. Bai Jing fell into the Golden Realm, where the Golden Emperor harnessed the awakened power of the fruit to alter the shapes of objects in the vicinity. Swiftly, he consolidated the ground, layering it with gold upon gold, encasing Bai Jing in a rapidly solidifying prison of golden matter. Bai Jing never anticipated that the Golden Emperor harbored such intricate thoughts and employed such bizarre methods. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he too possessed the abilities of the gold fruit. Overcoming the golden restraints was a task far from daunting. He exuded the power of the gold fruit, transforming the gold that had ensnared him for 4 weeks into a liquid state. Gradually, this liquid solidified, forming a towering column of gold that elevated him upward. Standing atop this golden pillar, he gazed down at the Golden Emperor, who had now advanced to confront him, his fists enveloped in the formidable aura of haki. Bai Jing hastily shielded his chest with both hands, enveloping himself in the protective aura of armament haki. As he was forcefully struck by a fist that sent him tumbling backward, the Golden Emperor bellowed, "Golden divine fire," in the form of the colossal titan. Taizolo unleashed a technique that harnessed haki as its energy source. This energy was transmitted through the machinery within the giant's body, heating it to generate high-temperature, high-density energy that rapidly expanded. Subsequently, he utilized the giant's eyes to emit laser beams, powerful and far-reaching, capable of sinking warships from dozens of kilometers away. 2 beams of laser light shot forth from his eyes with astonishing speed, aiming to vanquish Bai Jing. Bai Jing felt a terrifying beam of light hurtling towards him, prompting him to swiftly transform his body into ethereal form, becoming a mere flash of light that narrowly evaded the 2 beams of radiation. After sidestepping, Bai Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing at the sheer power of the attack. Taizolo, however, was undeterred, witnessing Bai Jing's evasion. He unleashed another 2 beams of radiation. The onslaught continued, a relentless barrage as one attack followed another, with Bai Jing skillfully dodging amidst the golden flashes. The streets behind them bore the brunt of the laser strikes, skyscrapers crumbling under the immense force, a sight both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The onlookers had long since fled, aware of the potential danger to themselves. In the distance, they observed through binoculars, marveling at the fierce battle unfolding, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, the supernova pirate Bai Jing has reached such formidable heights." They noted how he could hold his ground against the Golden Emperor Taizolo, whose state appeared utterly menacing. Is this the ability of the gold fruit? It has reached an alarming level. The commotion caught the attention of Ace, Little Oars, and Stella. Upon realizing that Taizolo and Bai Jing were engaged in combat, they promptly set off to intervene and put a stop to the confrontation. Bai Jing has yet to take any decisive action, instead opting to observe how far the Golden Emperor can develop this fruit of power. When the time comes, he intends to emulate the Golden Emperor, absorbing all that he can. How splendid that would be. In Chapter 54, the Golden God faces the Thunder God amidst a cacophony of thunder. It seems as though one is merely toying with the other. The Golden Emperor propelled himself from the ground, vanishing instantaneously. The radiance in his eyes continued to emit ceaselessly, as his golden fist surged toward Bai Jing with ferocity. This overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. Under his command, the golden essence swept over Bai Jing once more, transforming the nearby matter into a liquid state, leaving Bai Jing with no avenue for escape, allowing the radiation to descend upon him. Bai Jing gazed at the ever-liquefying sea of gold surrounding him, his expression shifting. Although he possessed the abilities of the gold fruit, he had not yet reached the level of awakening, having only just acquired it a few moments ago. Unlike the illustrious Golden Emperor, Tesoro, who had mastered it for an extensive duration. However, he remained unperturbed. If Tesoro sought to engage him in a contest of strength, he would not cower. Pirate Bai Jing, will you continually evade? Are you afraid to confront me directly? The Golden Emperor, Tesoro, bellowed, his eyes radiating an unyielding brilliance that showed no sign of abating. Bai Jing, besmirched by slanderous words, pondered, am I to flee? Or shall I merely stand here and allow you to strike me? Am I the fool, or are you? Golden Land Taizolo, seemingly weary, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. He summoned the power of the golden fruit once more, ensnaring Bai Jing within a realm of golden seawater, rendering him momentarily immobile. As Bai Jing struggled within this aqueous prison, he endeavored to break free using the abilities of the golden fruit. At that moment, Golden Land Taizolo appeared suddenly above, gathering an unceasing flow of golden water into his hands, coalescing it into towering golden pillars. With a thunderous shout, he declared, Golden Divine Punishment. His gaze sharpened with intensity. Raising his right hand high, he hurled down hundreds of golden pillars. This was known to be Taizolo's most formidable technique, executed in his awakened state, where numerous golden pillars were clustered together like missile heads, infused with an overwhelming force of haki to strike his opponent. In the realm of One Piece, it once subdued Luffy in his Gear 4th form with the Lion King's rocket cannon. The sheer impact and explosive force, coupled with the domineering haki, descended mercilessly upon Bai Jing. Should he attempt to withstand this assault, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and rendered unconscious. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed. Realizing that it was no longer a time for frivolity, it was time to get serious. Bai Jing, with a smile gracing his face, murmured, let us see whether your golden divine punishment is mightier or my thunder god's divine punishment prevails. You possess the ability to enlarge, and I too can achieve the same. Endless arcs of azure lightning surged around Bai Jing, crackling with a restless energy. In that moment, his physique erupted with a formidable intensity, akin to the illustrious Golden Emperor Taizuo, as his upper garments were violently torn asunder, revealing a robust and muscular form. His hair, each strand propelled backward, radiated a terrifying blue luminescence, coalescing into a circular halo that flickered at his shoulders, rendering his appearance ever more reminiscent of a divine embodiment of thunder and lightning. In Bai Jing's hands, boundless lightning began to coalesce quietly. Observing the divine punishment of gold conjured by the Golden Emperor, he too refused to be outdone, bellowing, 200 million volts, Thunder God. He unleashed the entirety of his 200 million volts of electricity, enveloping himself in a tempestuous aura, transforming into a colossal figure of the Thunder God. The ferocious, oceanic surge of endless lightning filled his entire field of vision, hurtling towards the divine punishment of gold, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. Within the 200 million volts, the terrifying heat melted the golden pillars of the golden divine law, turning them into molten gold that cascaded to the ground. Meanwhile, the 200 million volts of lightning surged towards the Golden Emperor, Taizolo. Bai Jing's body surged forward. His speed, defensive capabilities, and offensive strength amplified to an unimaginable extent in this Thunder God form as he charged towards the Golden Emperor, Taizolo. Lightning flickered upon his fist. Thunder Fist. Accompanied by a staggering 200 million volts of electricity, the Golden Emperor hastily summoned the surrounding golden water to shield himself, hoping to block the impending strike. However, in his overconfidence, he overlooked the fact that gold is an excellent conductor of electricity. The moment the golden water made contact with the lightning, it swiftly conducted the current, surging into Taizolo's body. The terrifying voltage sent a wave of numbness throughout his entire being, even causing his blood and heart to momentarily falter. Bai Jing did not hold back with this strike. To do so at this juncture would be an act of cruelty towards himself, a foolishness beyond measure. While he had not yet reached the point of intending to kill the Golden Emperor, he was determined to thoroughly subdue him. Taizolo's eyes rolled back as his consciousness flickered and momentarily faded. Yet, through sheer willpower, he quickly regained his senses, only to find himself ensnared in a tempest of 200 million volts, utterly immobilized and racked with excruciating pain, crying out in anguish. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Jing saw the Thunder God deliver a devastating punch to the Golden Emperor's abdomen, sending it soaring through the air like a mere plaything. In the distance, the burly man and Corolla exchanged glances of concern, preparing to rush to the aid of the fallen. At that moment, Ace arrived. positioning a formidable fiery fist before them as a protective barrier. Bai Jing advanced with determination, his gaze indifferent as he addressed the Golden Emperor. "You have lost. Will you surrender?" "Who says I have lost? Let us battle once more," retorted the Golden Emperor, Taizhua. His eyes filled with defiance and a flicker of madness gracing his visage. An overwhelming aura of golden energy erupted from his being, signaling his intent to exhaust his potential in a bid to transcend his limits. The boundless sea of gold surrounding him coalesced, enveloping his form and transforming into a colossal golden giant, towering at a height of 100 meters and spanning several dozen meters in width, reminiscent of a titan. Within this gilded manifestation, Taizhua wielded the immense fists of the golden giant, charging towards Bai Jing with astonishing speed. In that moment, Bai Jing's thunderous form appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to the towering golden giant. Bai Jing slowly shook his head, declaring that you have already lost, due to the lightning fruit and the heavenly gold fruit. Regardless of how the Golden Emperor Tezelo may exploit the powers of the golden fruit, even if he were to manifest a colossal golden giant, as long as Bai Jing's fruit harbors even a hint of lightning, it would course through the giant's form, rendering him fully conductive, and Tezelo would still suffer harm. Yet, he possesses a penchant for masochism, and Bai Jing finds gratification in that. Bai Jing lightly snapped his fingers, and suddenly endless dark clouds materialized in the sky, unleashing a powerful illumination of lightning that struck downwards. Bai Jing bellowed, "Myriad thunder!" Utilizing the ark's proverb, he unleashed his own conjured lightning within the expansive storm clouds. This act stimulated the electrons within the clouds, ultimately causing them to erupt and descend towards the earth, resulting in countless streaks of lightning. The sky, illuminated by this tempestuous display, relentlessly struck the Golden Emperor, eliciting anguished cries that resonated through the air. Alas! Bai Jing looked down, shaking his head as he spoke. "What are you doing with your life in such a disheveled state? How can you face your beloved like this?" Chapter 55. The two finally meet, a deep and passionate kiss. Bai Jing, in his current state of the Thunder God, stands unrivaled, for his power has reached its zenith. Even in the face of the Golden Emperor's awakened Goro Goro no Mi, he remains unperturbed. His Raime no Mi possesses an inherent superiority over the Goro Goro no Mi. Beneath the terrifying voltage, the Golden Emperor's body is rendered numb, and a flicker of pain crosses his visage. 200 million volts represent the utmost voltage that Enel can wield, yet this is by no means the limit of Bai Jing's capabilities. Bai Jing is capable of awakening the thunder fruit, transforming into a true god of thunder and lightning. However, it is unnecessary to do so in his current confrontation with the Golden Emperor. Even in his divine state, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the Golden Emperor, unwilling to yield, channels the surrounding golden water through his clenched fist, charging towards Bai Jing in an attempt to thwart his advance. The golden water coalesces into a formidable golden barrier, positioned to obstruct Bai Jing's path. As Bai Jing propels himself from his original position, he pierces through the golden water, which silently consolidates. At that moment, the Golden Emperor took action, believing that the golden barrier had ensnared Bai Jing completely, allowing him to deliver a crushing blow. Alas, what he assumed was merely a figment of his imagination. Bai Jing remained motionless, feigning compliance, with a mocking glimmer in his eyes. Being a wielder of the golden fruit himself, the golden restraints posed no threat to him whatsoever. As the terrifying giant of the Golden Emperor approached him, Bai Jing quietly extricated himself from the bindings. Upon his right fist, not only crackled with surging lightning, but also danced with flames and radiance. Furthermore, a trace of the chilly essence of the yellow spring's fruit lingered. The confluence of these four elements unleashed a formidable power that transcended the ordinary, a relationship not merely of addition, but of factorial complexity. Bai Jing shouted fiercely, "Flame God, Fire Fist, 200 million volts, Thunder God's Fist." A punch infused with four terrifying attributes collided with the Golden Emperor. The enormous fist struck directly. Bang! The fearsome shockwave sent both Bai Jing and the Golden Emperor hurtling through the air. Bai Jing, with a diminutive stature 100 times smaller, resolutely endured the devastating blow from the Golden Emperor. However, his own strike upon the Golden Emperor was far from gentle. This proved to be the final straw for the camel, as four terrifying forces surged through the Golden Emperor, creating a colossal breach. It shattered his right arm, forged from gold, and he was sent hurtling away from the golden giant, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes rolling back as he crashed heavily to the ground beside him. He gasped for breath, clinging desperately to life, gravely injured. His internal organs were displaced, and he struggled to draw breath, his bones likely fractured beyond count, with his chest caved in. Bai Jing gazed down at the Golden Emperor as he plummeted from above. Landing before him, with a flick of his hand, he summoned a spark of electricity to stimulate the Emperor's heart, inducing an exhilarated state. This action hastened the restoration of his bodily functions, and in a visibly remarkable manner, the Golden Emperor's condition swiftly improved, his complexion gradually returning to normal. However, his lips remained pallid. Bai Jing smiled warmly at the Golden Emperor and said, "You must concede. In this battle, you have lost." The expression on the Golden Emperor's face was rather intricate. He had initially intended to draw Bai Jing onto his own ship, yet instead, it was Bai Jing who triumphed, leaving him to board the latter's vessel. Accepting the terms of the gamble, he now had to serve as one of Bai Jing's crew members. However, as the sovereign of the seas, the thought of being subordinate to another stung his pride, despite the undeniable reality of his defeat. Bai Jing was undoubtedly aware of the Golden Emperor's dissatisfaction. Yet who was he? He had traversed from the land of Huaxia, delving into the intricacies of the 36 stratagems. Among these stratagems, the foremost was to win the heart. It was certain that Stella had sensed the unusual stirrings in this realm and was hastening towards them. While Ace and Little Oz were preoccupied with the large-headed man and Corolla nearby, as Bai Jing had anticipated, Stella arrived at the scene, her eyes immediately locking onto the figure of the man she had yearned for over decades. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes, cascading forth like a flood that had burst its dam. She beheld the fallen form of Tesoro in the distance, her vision blurring as she rushed towards him. Although the years had taken their toll, rendering him much older and considerably more haggard, and despite the fact that he now bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, which might evoke a hint of a jester, she felt no disdain. Instead, her gaze towards Tesoro was filled with affection. Stella gently approached, lifting him into her embrace. Tesoro, upon seeing the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who haunted his dreams, was momentarily taken aback. Her appearance had not altered in the slightest. This revelation sent tremors through his entire being, disbelief etched across his features. His lips quivered as he sought to ascertain whether this was indeed reality and not a mere figment of his imagination. It was a rare sight to witness the Golden Emperor so uncharacteristically flustered, even during his recent battle with Bai Jing. The tremendous lightning pressure he had endured had not rendered him so discomposed. His gaze remained fixed on the ethereal figure of the woman before him, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. Despite being at his most frail, he found the strength to extend his right hand, tenderly caressing Stella's face and softly inquiring, "Is it truly you?" Stella enveloped him in her arms, tears of joy flowing uncontrollably. She nodded earnestly, wishing to exert all her strength to meld him into her embrace, longing to become one with him. This was the person she had longed for, the one she had dreamt of for countless years. Tesoro reciprocated her sentiments, for she too had been the object of his fervent desires over the years. A poignant atmosphere enveloped them after years of separation. As Stella affirmed his hopes, the dam within Tesoro broke, and tears streamed down his cheeks. In that moment, even a man who possessed a fifth of the world's wealth could not restrain his sorrow. A man sheds not tears lightly, but only when sorrow grips the heart. Now, they wept like children, huddled together, under the watchful eyes of all. Stella leaned down to kiss Tesoro, whose lips were still stained with blood, a kiss imbued with deep affection. Bai Jing stood to the side, rarely displaying a smile reminiscent of an ant's, the corners of his mouth lifting. The two men, one with a large head and the other in a Corolla, were taken aback. They had never witnessed their master in such a state of sorrow, not until today. They refrained from interrupting and quietly observed from a distance. Ace and Little Oz were equally astonished. They had heard tales of the Golden Emperor, yet they could hardly fathom that the figure reputed to rival the formidable four emperors of the sea was now weeping like a child. All present silently watched this bizarre scene, hesitant to utter a sound. Chapter 56, The Golden City, a Grand Showcase. Bai Jing observed that the two individuals were still weeping, likely to remain lost in their emotional embrace for quite some time. He stood silently by, refraining from uttering a word. In his mind, Huajin gazed upon the poignant scene unfolding before her, and she could not help but burst into tears. This left Bai Jing momentarily taken aback. Why was she crying when others were joyfully reunited? The depth of emotion was overwhelming. The narrative was undeniably heart-wrenching. Huajin sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Bai Jing was taken aback. He had never shared the tale of the Golden Emperor and Stella with Huajin, So how could she possibly know? He silently scoffed, pondering her emotional response, questioning what she found so moving without knowing the backstory. As she wept, Huajin exclaimed, "How could I not know? I saw everything you were thinking just now." The story of those two is profoundly touching. One man toils tirelessly for the woman he loves, only to lose her, which leads him to aspire to become the wealthiest person in the world. With 9 fingers adorned in golden rings, he leaves a nameless legacy for her. It is truly heart-wrenching. In Bai Jing's mind, the small shadow wept uncontrollably. This revelation caused a flicker of amusement mixed with astonishment within him. He realized, to his dismay, that in the future, whatever he thought could be perceived by Huajin whenever she was within his mind. This posed a significant dilemma. He would have to be more cautious around her, especially when she was not present in his thoughts, as he could indulge in whimsical musings. However, when she was in his mind, he must refrain from indulging in errant thoughts, for the consequences could be quite embarrassing. Bai Jing observed that the two had been indulging in each other's warmth for quite some time. With a smile gracing his lips, he approached them and remarked, "How delightful it is to witness your reunion. Are you both content with this outcome?" Bai Jing chuckled lightly, and Stella cast a grateful glance towards him. Everything was conveyed in silence. From that moment on, should Bai Jing require anything, Stella vowed to exert herself to assist him. The debt of gratitude she owed him for his resurrection was immeasurable, a favor that transcended her reunion with the Golden Emperor, Taizwa. Should Bai Jing ever need her aid in the future, she would undoubtedly offer her assistance unconditionally. Taizwa, still somewhat perplexed, glanced at Bai Jing, unable to comprehend the significance of his words. Subsequently, Stella recounted the entire sequence of events to the Golden Emperor, though she omitted several details. For instance, she refrained from mentioning her experiences in the realm of death, as she suspected that even if she did, Taizwa would find it hard to believe. The notion of someone returning from the dead and entering the afterlife was too extraordinary. After listening to Stella's account, the Golden Emperor's gaze towards Bai Jing transformed completely, now imbued with a hint of gratitude. In that moment, Taizwa was truly convinced, not only by Bai Jing's prowess, but also by the monumental favor he had done for him, rectifying a significant regret from over a decade ago. This was precisely what Bai Jing had intended to achieve. Bai Jing observed the multitude of onlookers surrounding him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It was time to depart. Lingering here and becoming the subject of their amusement felt rather shameless. Besides, if the couple wished to indulge in their affections, they ought to do so privately. Should they not? Bai Jing raised her eyebrows, casting a meaningful glance at the two individuals, her expression speaking volumes. Furthermore, any words of gratitude can be expressed later. For now, the time over the next few days is yours. Bai Jing turned to leave, intending to indulge in further revelry at the casino. Observing this, the Golden Emperor immediately directed his gaze towards the distant Corolla and the burly man, stating, "In these past few days, treat Bai Jing as if he were myself. Grant him whatever he desires, and ensure that my brother Bai Jing is well attended to." Upon hearing the Golden Emperor's command, the two promptly nodded and approached Bai Jing, showering him with insincere flattery, particularly the stout man. Previously, he had encountered Bai Jing and had surreptitiously observed him. Now, he found himself transformed into Bai Jing's subordinate. As the woman approached Bai Jing, her hand gently rested on his shoulder, her snowy white form inadvertently leaning against him. Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. He exclaimed inwardly, "What a tumultuous wave of emotions. Oh, no, it is genuinely soft. Ah, wait, it is. This cannot be attributed to me. It is she who has willingly presented herself." From this moment on, he found himself endowed with the ability of fortunate fruits. The woman's actions were intended to bestow the gift of luck upon Bai Jing. Subsequently, Bai Jing, accompanied by Corolla and the presence of Huajin in his mind, continued his escapades. In his thoughts, Huajin wore a slight pout, her expression indicating displeasure as she observed Bai Jing enjoying himself too exuberantly with Corolla. She scoffed, "Humph, such a seductress." Bai Jing remained oblivious to the peculiarities swirling in his mind. Over the past few days, he, along with Ace and Little Oz, had indulged in an exhilarating spree of entertainment. They had explored every game the casino had to offer, and with the fortuitous advantage of the luck fruit ability, their fortunes soared to unprecedented heights. Every endeavor culminated in victory. Losses were a mere myth. Their initial capital of 0 had burgeoned into hundreds of millions of berries, and the momentum continued to escalate. After 3 consecutive days of revelry, Bai Jing appeared somewhat fatigued and retreated to his chamber. a sentiment echoed by Ace and Little Oz as well. Bai Jing pondered thoughtfully in the room, his chin resting in contemplation. We possess no pirate ship, not even a single vessel, while the Golden Emperor's maritime city of gold essentially serves as a tangible pirate ship, readily available for use. Although embarking on a journey with such a ship is not out of the question, the challenge lies in the enormity of our objective, compounded by the vessel's lack of speed. Should the Navy come knocking at our door, escape would be an unattainable endeavor. Bai Jing contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to have the Golden Emperor commission the construction of a grand pirate ship, which could accommodate their small party. Given the limited number of individuals in the initial phase, he did not intend to include the Golden Emperor's subordinates. It was best for the two of them to remain within the Golden City, primarily because their capabilities were woefully inadequate. One possessed a fruit of fortune, which was of little utility, while the other had a fruit of escape, which merely enabled flight. As for Stella, she had yet to return these past few days, likely indulging in tender moments with the Golden Emperor. It was probable that they were engaged in crafting figurines or perhaps sharing the tales of their respective experiences over the years. In Bai Jing's view, a certain sense of regret had already been alleviated. The time ahead could be devoted to exploring other realms, to ascertain whether the young Feng still lived or had succumbed. Perhaps trapped within impelled down. Should he be deceased, Bai Jing would revive him. If alive, he would liberate him from the confines of the prison. There remained other regrets to address, and once all these grievances were reconciled, they would seek out Luffy, culminating in a grand reunion. Bai Jingxin might as well create a rubber fruit sun god form and have a little fun with it. Then, he could search for Kaido to obtain a fish fruit for further amusement. Bai Jing's strength is directly proportional to the number of fruits he possesses. At present, however, his physical prowess remains his weakest aspect. Chapter 57. A brief meeting to design the pirate ship several days later. Bai Jing had thoroughly explored the vast expanse of the Golden City, having indulged in its offerings for nearly 15 days. Although it seems like a mere 15 days. The sheer enormity of the casino made it impossible for him to experience everything in such a short span. The city boasts not only amusement parks but also racing tracks and a plethora of recreational facilities. It is a veritable paradise where imagination knows no bounds. There are even some more indulgent venues, akin to heaven itself. With sufficient wealth, everything is attainable and every whim can be satisfied. Consider this, within the Golden City, there exists a populace numbering in the hundreds of thousands. With wealth, one can procure companionship. Those in the know understand. Of course, Bai Jing refrained from visiting such establishments, for the thought of Hua Xin lingered in his mind. He dared not entertain such notions, fearing the consequences should Hua Xin discover his thoughts. The embarrassment would be unbearable. At long last, on this day, both Stella and the Golden Emperor Tezolo returned together, entering their shared quarters, where Ace was also present. Bai Jing and Ace gazed at Stella, who was nestled affectionately in the embrace of the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, feeling as though they had just taken a generous bite of love's bittersweet morsel. Bai Jing, with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful, inquired, "So, how have these past few days been?" "Oh, I meant to ask about the tenderness instead." Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Stella cast him a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson that extended to the very roots of her ears. Meanwhile, the Golden Emperor Tizolo erupted in hearty laughter, choosing not to elaborate further. As he gazed at Bai Jing, gratitude shimmered in his eyes. Without Bai Jing, Stella would not exist, and their paths would never have crossed again. Bai Jing then noticed that on Tizolo's hand, a ring adorned the unnamed finger, while Stella's hand was similarly embellished with rings, each a custom-made couple's design. Bai Jing spoke. "Since this is the case, you are now convinced, so you may board the ship. Is that agreeable?" The Golden Emperor Tizolo nodded without a second thought. Over the past few days, they had not only been enjoying each other's company, but Stella had also shared many things with the Golden Emperor, which led him to willingly join Bai Jing's pirate crew. As long as Stella was present, he would follow her wherever she went. For the sake of Stella alone, he would readily forsake all his wealth. Bai Jing was exceedingly pleased, his heart brimming with joy as he spoke. "Let us construct a pirate ship. Otherwise, this Golden City is simply too vast. Should the Navy pursue us, escape would be quite difficult." He continued with assurance, "Rest assured, I possess 20% of the world's wealth, and I stand unyielding upon the sea, impervious to the attempts of other pirates to seize what I hold. My strength guarantees this." At this juncture, a profound confidence radiated from Tizolo's visage. After all, one cannot help but consider the fact that for so many years, the Golden Emperor Taizolo has amassed such immense wealth and has dared to establish a maritime casino, catering to both the underworld and the navy alike, as well as other professions. Yet, he remains steadfast and secure, thriving in his endeavors, which indicates a certain degree of influence, perhaps even connections to governmental figures. Bai Jing slowly shook his head, speaking mysteriously. This golden city remains inconvenient. It necessitates the bespoke construction of a pirate ship, one that is grand, spacious, and capable of swift navigation. Bai Jing harbored his own concerns as he contemplated the imminent resurrection of Whitebeard. Moreover, it was not merely Whitebeard he sought to revive, but an entire assembly of legendary pirates. Should the opportunity arise, even Joel D. Roger himself could be among them. He aspired to become the ultimate arbiter of pirate tales, uniting all legendary pirates and the new generation of seafarers under his command. Just envisioning a single ship not only bearing Whitebeard, but also other legendary figures sends shivers down the spine. To add to this formidable crew, there was even the former Marine Admiral, Zifa, known as the Black Arm. Bai Jingxin felt increasingly exhilarated, his body trembling with anticipation as he envisioned the day he would possess so many legendary pirates. Whether they would pledge their loyalty would depend on Bai Jing's prowess. The abundance of fruit abilities possessed by Bai Jing is astonishing. Observing Bai Jing's resolute declarations, the Golden Emperor Taizolo refrained from further commentary, understanding that compliance was all that was required of him. After all, Bai Jing had rescued Stella, and he was now a member of Bai Jing's pirate crew. The Golden Emperor Taizolo nodded in agreement and promptly issued orders to hire the finest shipwrights at great expense to construct a magnificent and colossal pirate ship. The opulence of this vessel would undoubtedly rival that of the ship once commanded by Whitebeard. Thus, the brief assembly concluded, and the group awaited in tranquil anticipation for the completion of the pirate ship, ready to set sail together when the time came. Bai Jing's next objective is crystal clear: to seek out the 2 students of Black Arm Zephyr. As soon as he locates these students and gains access to the fruit's extraordinary ability that promises to restore youth, he plans to resurrect Whitebeard and engage him in battle. By defeating Whitebeard and persuading him to join his crew, he could harness the monstrous power that would allow Whitebeard to reclaim his former glory. The peak of Whitebeard, the sovereign of the vast ocean, the legendary man, is poised to make a triumphant return, a thought that fills Bai Jing with exhilaration and fervor. However, before embarking on this journey, he must diligently refine his physical prowess, which currently remains rather inadequate. Even with a formidable fruit as a foundation, without robust acceleration, it is akin to erecting a towering edifice upon an unstable base. He has already prepared for the training necessary to enhance his physical abilities. With Ace and Little Ooze serving as his mentors, he is confident that during this period, he will achieve rapid advancement. After all, Ace's physical skills far surpass his own, and Little Ooze, as a member of the giant race, is even more impressive. Over the past few days, Bai Jing has also taken the time to study the new fruits he has acquired. Given the vastness of Golden City, he can venture wherever he pleases, making it quite easy to find a suitable location for training. The Golden Emperor has decreed that within the entire expanse of Golden City, encountering Bai Jing is tantamount to encountering himself. The demands of Bai Jing must be addressed. Upon hearing this command, a tumultuous uproar arose among the crowd, as none had anticipated Bai Jing would be accorded such reverence. Moreover, the Golden Emperor, with an unyielding tone, proclaimed his desire to join Bai Jing's pirate crew, aspiring to become one of his shipmates. The Golden City, however, would continue to be managed by them, and the Golden Emperor would return for a visit in due time. Bai Jing ventured alone to a desolate area of Golden City, a relatively open space where he commenced his training in martial arts, as well as the cultivation of his fruit abilities. His primary offensive capabilities stemmed from the Flame fruit and the Sound Thunder fruit, while the Flash fruit served as a means for agile movement. However, at this juncture, his skill set remained rather insubstantial, as he had yet to harness the potential of other fruits. Chapter 58. Enhancing Martial Arts, Peril Approaches. The Slow fruit, for instance, could be maximized to hinder the speed of his adversaries in battle. Additionally, he possessed the Gravity fruit, which could amplify the gravitational force on the battlefield 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. When the gravity reached 10,000 times, it could mercilessly crush an enemy to death. The Tremor fruit needs no further elaboration. It stands as a symbol of invincibility. Bai Jing stood alone in this open space, harnessing the power of the gravity fruit to create an immense gravitational field around him. This gravitational force bore down upon him, initially set at a mere tenfold intensity. Bai Jingxin acclimated to the force of gravity, subsequently shouldering sandbags and hoisting barbells, crouching low during a series of frog jumps. Due to the unique abilities bestowed upon his physique by various fruits, his strength undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Thus, effortlessly lifting several hundred pounds posed no challenge. Under the weight of 10 times gravity, coupled with the additional burden of a 100-pound barbell, he faced a total weight of 1,000 pounds. Thus commenced his rigorous training. Talent alone does not sculpt one's physique into a masterpiece. It is through relentless effort that one attains heights beyond the reach of others. Bai Jing firmly believes in this notion. Over the past few days, he has dedicated himself to enhancing his physical abilities. Observing Bai Jing's diligent efforts, Ace and Little Oz felt a twinge of embarrassment and ceased their own leisurely pursuits. Ace resumed his development of his fruit abilities in hockey, as he recognized that both were rather lacking. Particularly, his Flame fruit was countered by the Magma fruit. And in the new world, where everyone possesses hockey, the power of the Flame fruit has diminished considerably. Little Oz, on the other hand, focused on augmenting his offensive capabilities and agility. With such a massive physique, failure to do so would render him a mere target, vulnerable to others' whims. The strength of the Golden Emperor requires no validation. Endowed with the powers of the gold fruit, he is at least of Rear Admiral caliber, which reassures Bai Jing immensely. Moreover, during these past few days, it is only natural for the couple, having not seen each other for decades, to indulge in some tender moments. The colossal pirate ship is currently under construction, and once completed, it will set sail. With the lingering presence of the 9 nether chi within Bai Jing, he is well equipped to support his next venture into the realm of death, allowing him the opportunity to seek out acquaintances who might resurrect him. This newfound clarity of purpose leads him to inquire about the whereabouts of Black Arm Zephyr's 2 students. Given the vastness of the ocean, such inquiries are hardly daunting. And thus, he decides to head to Dress Rosa, where there remains several unresolved matters he can assist with. After a fortnight, news of Bai Jing's exploits in the Golden City of the Sea has spread far and wide. The pirate ship of Bai Jing and his crew has yet to be completed, as the endeavor to construct such a colossal vessel is not expedited even with the efforts of thousands, or even tens of thousands. It will require at least another fortnight. Meanwhile, the periphery of Golden City has already begun to be encircled by the Navy. Bai Jing has slain a celestial dragon, and the Navy is unlikely to let this transgression go unpunished, particularly with the involvement of CP0 from the Navy headquarters. Led by Admirals Kizuru and Fujitora, over a dozen Navy vessels are deployed, each manned by 100,000 sailors. Notably, due to pressure from higher authorities, Garp has also joined the fray. As usual, he stands languidly on the deck of a Navy ship, picking his nose and munching on biscuits, gazing aimlessly at the vast ocean, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Ace, we shall meet again. The death of the celestial dragon is of monumental significance, prompting the Navy headquarters to take extraordinary measures. Moreover, a stern command has been issued from the higher echelons, mandating the capture of Bai Jing and his transport back to Mary Geos, where he is to face the celestial dragon's judgment, which can only be described as torment. At this moment, they remain oblivious to the imminent crisis that has silently arrived. Even if they were aware, Bai Jing would remain unfazed, for his sole concern lies with Garp. As for Kizaru and Fujitora, he harbors little apprehension, especially now that he possesses the powers of the Tremor fruit. He is unperturbed, even if another admiral were to join the fray. In fact, during his recent trials with the fruits, he has awakened several others. The awakening method of the Yomi fruit allows him not only to traverse the realm of the dead, but also to communicate with the underworld, summoning departed souls to fight on his behalf. The essence of the soul manifests in this manner. As for the Flame fruit, he has previously awakened its powers, enabling him to transform his surroundings into a sea of fire, becoming the sovereign of the inferno. The Rumble fruit has already granted him the form of a thunder god. Thus, its awakening method promises to be even more terrifying, capable of transforming the entire realm into a tempest of thunder and lightning. With each adversary that approaches, they would only meet their demise, regardless of their numbers. In recent days of research and development, Ace has posed numerous inquiries regarding the Flame fruit, and their mutual exchange has significantly enhanced their respective abilities. Bai Jing and Ace continued their customary drinking, while Hua Jin had emerged from her state of merging with the fruit, now sipping on homemade oolong tea within a specially designed transparent tank. Ace, filled with curiosity and under the influence of alcohol, turned to Bai Jing and inquired, "How do you know that the Golden Emperor has a beloved?" His confusion was palpable, for Bai Jing's journey towards the realm of death had always been marked by a clear and resolute purpose, reviving someone for the sake of another. Just as he sought to resurrect himself for Luffy and the others, Bai Jing aimed to bring back Stella for the Golden Emperor. Throughout the past few months, Bai Jing had consistently embarked on such missions to the realm of death. As both men became intoxicated, they spoke their innermost thoughts, unguarded and open. Hua Jin, too, was intrigued by the topic, her eyes filled with inquiry as she looked towards Bai Jing, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming response. Bai Jing raised his cup and drained the exquisite wine in one swift motion, softly speaking with a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. In our world, there exist many unresolved tales that linger with difficulty. Those whose lives were tragically cut short, individuals who should not have perished, and heart-wrenching love stories that failed to find resolution. Despite the profound love shared between them, they were torn apart by insurmountable circumstances, separated by the chasm of life and death. If given the chance, we might have sent a blade to the one who crafted this narrative, urging him to weave a more beautiful conclusion. Yet, we are unable to do so, and now that this opportunity has arisen, why not seize it? It would serve to bestow a sense of closure upon this tale and offer a fitting conclusion to my youthful years. Bai Jing murmured softly to himself as he poured another glass of exquisite wine and drank it in one gulp. Hua Jin gazed at Bai Jing, captivated by his demeanor. Chapter 59, Surrounded by Warships, Two Generals, the Navy Hero Garp. Listening to Bai Jing, Ace felt a sense of confusion, yet he nodded in agreement. Regarding Bai Jing's origins, he refrained from delving too deeply, for Bai Jing had aided him and was willing to assist those around him, and that was sufficient. The gratitude he owed Bai Jing could be repaid gradually in the days to come, and that too was enough. They were all pirates, bound by principles of loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety. Chaos was absolutely intolerable, and this was Ace's steadfast conviction. After an evening of revelry, Bai Jing and AIC succumbed to slumber. Their forms sprawled across the table. Hua Jin, observing Bai Jing in such a state, was reminded of past occurrences, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of cannon fire jolted Bai Jing and AIC awake, also rousing Hua Jin from her reverie. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared bewilderment. Uncertain of the situation at hand, they hastily departed from the tavern, with Hua Jin transforming into her miniature form, manifesting within Bai Jing's mind. As they rushed outside, they were met with chaos on the streets of Golden City, where numerous pirates were shouting in alarm. "The Navy has arrived. Curse it. There are over a dozen warships and 2 admirals. Even Garp is here. Run. The Navy has gone mad today, deploying such a formidable force." Both Bai Jing and Ace were undoubtedly aware of the situation, and at that moment, the Golden Emperor conveyed information via a communication snail. For reasons unknown, the Navy had deployed an entire fleet of over a dozen warships, accompanied by 2 admirals and 100 vice-admirals, surrounding the Golden City. They were likely here to seek you out. This statement was directed towards Bai Jing. Bai Jing swiftly grasped the situation at hand. He had slain a celestial dragon, and now, due to his indiscretion in revealing his whereabouts within this Golden City, the Navy had mobilized en masse. At this moment, the Golden Emperor was engaged in negotiations among the upper echelons, for his prolonged operation of this casino undoubtedly indicated the existence of his own influential network. However, he had not anticipated that the Navy would take such decisive action, showing him no regard whatsoever. Their intent to pacify the situation would likely prove futile, as they demanded the surrender of Bai Jing. Yet, now that Bai Jing had joined his crew, relinquishing him was utterly out of the question. Thus, there remained no alternative. No second option, only battle. Bai Jing hurriedly utilized the communication snail to convey his message. Do not engage in hostilities with the Navy just yet. After all, your Golden City thrives upon the considerable support of the government. This time, refrain from intervening. Allow me to handle this matter alone. However, as the Golden Emperor Taizolo was about to utter more, Bai Jing sent another message. There is no need for hesitation. Simply trust me. I do not regard these naval forces with much concern. The only formidable opponent is the naval hero Garp, but that is manageable. With that, Bai Jing terminated the communication and, alongside Ace, exited the confines of the Golden City, stepping into the open air beyond its walls. He harbored his apprehensions. For the future prosperity of the Golden City, it was imperative that the Golden Emperor did not sever ties with the Navy. Before him lay a dense assembly of naval forces, with several warships encircling the area, their cannons ominously aimed at the Golden City. Bai Jing smiled gently, indicating a certain regard for me. I alone had mobilized such a formidable fleet of naval vessels. Ace jested from the side, remarking that it was no wonder given that you had slain a celestial dragon, who is regarded as the forefather of this naval force. The colossal figure of Little Oars stood atop the wall, surveying the million Navy personnel outside, his eyes reflecting not a trace of trepidation, but rather a glimmer of combat spirit. During the Marineford War, the Navy had only deployed 100,000 troops, yet now, to capture a single Bai Jing, they had dispatched a full million, with even Garp taking to the field. This undeniably underscores the paramount significance of the celestial dragons to the Navy and the government. However, Bai Jing remained unfazed. Bai Jing gazed into the distance and spotted the naval hero, Karp, aboard the final warship. Karp was a towering figure, an elderly man with a broad chest and well-defined muscles. A scar adorned his left eye, which was strikingly blue, complemented by a mane of short, grayish-white hair. He still favored his dog-headed hat and donned a Navy Justice cloak as he moved about, his shoulder epaulets in a striking black and red combination. Bai Jing observed the scene with profound significance, casting a glance at Ace beside him, eager to gauge his reaction. As Ace caught sight of the naval hero Garp, his eyes glistened slightly with emotion, and he playfully scolded, "You old rascal." To his surprise, even that old man had arrived. It seemed the Navy indeed held him in high regard. He jested with Bai Jing, a response that Bai Jing had anticipated. He believed Ace would respond in such a manner, for it was unlikely he could bring himself to call him grandfather. During the Marineford War, he had refrained from doing so, opting instead for the more endearing term, old rascal. This choice felt far more intimate than the formal address of grandfather. Pirate Bai Jing, surrender swiftly. You are entirely surrounded by the Navy. Do not engage in stubborn resistance. Yielding early may spare you some suffering. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. A vice admiral shouted from aboard a naval vessel. Meanwhile, Fujitora and Kizaru stood on two other Navy ships, observing with keen interest, their gazes fixated on Bai Jing. Especially Kizaru, who, having recovered from his previous defeat at Bai Jing's hands, was eager for a rematch. Fujitora, having narrowly missed capturing Bai Jing last time, was curious about the man before him. Garp gazed over from a distance, his eyes landing on Ace's freckled visage. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed Ace. At that moment, his body trembled, and tears of excitement welled in his eyes, glistening yet not falling, hidden beneath his dog-like hood. The Golden Emperor stood atop the highest point of Golden City, looking down at the unfolding scene with concern. To his right stood Stella, equally apprehensive. Stella voiced her thoughts. Do you think a fight will break out? Can Bai Jing escape? The Golden Emperor's expression grew serious as he shook his head. If a single admiral were to arrive, he could definitely flee. Two, however, would pose a challenge. But with the presence of the naval hero Garp, the outcome remains uncertain. Should Bai Jing find himself in peril at a critical moment, I shall intervene. You must stay safe here and not venture out. The Golden Emperor gazed tenderly at Stella, clutching her hand tightly. Stella nodded, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. She was too weak, lacking any capability. Whether it was the Golden Emperor, Bai Jing, or Ace. Alongside Little Oars, they constituted the primary combat strength aboard the pirate ship. Even Hua Jiyin played a supportive role in their endeavors. Chapter 60. The Quake Fruit. One punch to shatter a warship. Bai Jing gazed into the distance at the naval hero, Karp, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided that he did not wish to confront Karp just yet. Karp, after all, would not become weaker simply due to the passage of time. This old fellow had managed to capture Roger and apprehend Golden Lion. Bai Jing did not believe he was currently a match for Karp. Thus he consciously shifted his focus towards Ace, a smirk gracing his face. Ah, Ace, you are well aware that Karp is your grandfather. It would not be appropriate for me to engage him. This matter must rest solely upon your shoulders. As for those other two blind fools and that rather unsavory-looking old man, I shall handle them. Those two admirals are undoubtedly formidable, while Karp, being merely a vice admiral, cannot be too powerful. Do not think I am neglecting you. I entrust Karp to you. With that, Bai Jing took flight, transforming into a streak of golden light. Ace's expression darkened upon hearing Bai Jing's words. Was he serious? How could Karp be considered weak? With Karp's monstrous strength and his iron fist of affection, who could withstand such might? Even if one were to cover themselves with haki, or wield a logia or paramecia fruit, it would be of no avail. With a single punch, one would certainly find their head swollen with bumps. Upon noticing Bai Jing's approach, the Navy stood on high alert. As Bai Jing bore down upon them, the expressions of the naval personnel turned grave, and the commanders of each warship shouted, "Fire!" These cannonballs had been specifically crafted to capture Bai Jing, made from sea stone, designed solely for the purpose of subduing him. However, Bai Jing harbored no fear of the sea. He was not a mere fruit user, but possessed the capabilities of a fruit, rendering these sea stone cannonballs utterly ineffective against him. Bai Jing smiled mischievously, his form transforming into an endless cascade of lightning. The cannonballs, initially aimed at him, now hurtled towards Ace and his companions in the distance. Ace was taken aback, and little oars shared the same astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that these projectiles, which they believed were directed at Bai Jing, would instead be descending upon them. Just as the two were preparing to retaliate, the Golden Emperor intervened from above, manipulating the golden water to create a formidable barrier of gold, effectively deflecting each of the sea stone cannonballs. Had those projectiles struck his golden city, it would have suffered significant damage. Observing that the sea stone cannonballs posed no threat to Bai Jing, the group gritted their teeth and resolutely continued their assault. Firing once more, Bai Jing, with a sly smile, ascended into the heavens above a naval warship and commanded, "Quake." In his hand, he conjured a structure resembling a white glass dome, which he then hurled downward with great force. The surrounding space resonated with the sound of shattering glass. Under the impact of Bai Jing's striking dome, the very fabric of space appeared to splinter, cracking gradually, as if it were fragile glass. This rupture in space swiftly extended to the naval warship beneath, cleaving it in two and transforming the vessel into countless fragments. In an instant, a formidable warship was sunk, and the sailors above plummeted into the sea. Some were even ruthlessly annihilated under the terrifying might of the Tremor Fruit's powers. Witnessing Bai Jing's immense strength, even Karp's expression bore a hint of seriousness. The yellow monkey, astonished, exclaimed, "Remarkable indeed." With that, he transformed into a brilliant flash, propelling himself upward, and delivered a powerful kick aimed squarely at Bai Jing's head. Bai Jing remained vigilant against this cunning individual, fearing a potential ambush. For the speed of the flash fruit ranked among the finest of all fruits. Bai Jingming met a fist head-on, a powerful blow aimed squarely at Kizaru. His fist, enveloped in the formidable haki, was further adorned with ice, brilliance, lightning, and flames. The four elements converged in a single strike. His martial prowess had been exponentially amplified, and as a result, Kizaru was sent hurtling backward, landing upon another naval vessel. At that moment, Tung Hu, in conjunction with Kizaru, summoned the meteors from the heavens, directing them toward Bai Jingming. Below, the shattered remnants of warships rose ominously, charging upward to assault Bai Jingming. With meteors descending from above and fragments of naval vessels ascending from below, they sought to encircle him in a coordinated assault. Bai Jing smiled, acknowledging that he too possessed the powers of the gravity fruit. Thus, these matters were of little concern to him. Bai Jing gently waved his hand forward, and the wreckage of the shattered naval ships, poised to ascend, was forcefully brought back down. Meanwhile, the meteors descending from above, under the influence of Bai Jing's gravitational fruit, were repelled upward, unable to inflict any harm upon him whatsoever. Bai Jing, seizing upon the momentum of his impending descent, leapt onto the deck of a naval warship. Surveying the encirclement of 100,000 naval officers without a trace of trepidation upon his countenance, the yellow ape, positioned on another naval vessel, transformed into a golden flash and materialized before Bai Jing. In his grasp, a golden sword of light coalesced, thrusting toward Bai Jing with unrelenting ferocity. Tung Hu also sprang into action, soaring from the naval ship with a long sword in hand, aiming a strike at Bai Jing. Thus commenced the fierce confrontation between the two admirals and Bai Jing, with the surrounding navy unwilling to relent, brandishing guns and cannons forged from sea prism stone. Unleashing a barrage of fire. Boom, boom. The cannonballs hurtled toward Bai Jing, while others unsheathed their naval sabers. Pirate Bai Jing, you are encircled. Surrender promptly and relinquish your resistance. Compliance is the path of righteousness. Otherwise, you shall face our overwhelming might, declared the rear admiral from above. Meanwhile, Upon the three CP-9 naval vessels, Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno stood vigilantly, their gaze fixed intently upon Bai Jing below. Their purpose was to safeguard the celestial dragons. But with the latter having been slain, they were now compelled to intervene. "Oh, I am surrounded. Are you quite certain?" In Bai Jing's eyes, the overwhelming conqueror's haki emanated forth, intent on dealing with these insignificant ants. This terrifying aura reverberated through the air, creating a golden ripple of influence that spread across the entire naval fleet. Many sailors were unable to withstand such oppressive pressure, their eyelids rolling back as they collapsed in unison, leaving only 20,000 out of the 100,000. The yellow ape's light sword and Fujitora's long sword lunged towards Bai Jing from both sides, moving with astonishing speed. In Bai Jing's eyes, a flicker of determination appeared. The angles of the two swords were indeed treacherous. He transformed into a fleeting light, soaring towards the heavens. However, his adversaries were not inclined to let him escape so easily. They leaped towards the ground. One wielded the power of the light fruit, while the other possessed the gravity fruit, both capable of soaring through the skies. In the blink of an eye, they once again descended upon Bai Jing. Chapter 61. The most reckless pirate in history, Bounty of the Navy. Seeing Bai Jing had engaged in battle, Little Oars and Ace felt it was inappropriate for them to remain idle. Little Oars was the first to leap from Golden City, his colossal form plunging into the sea, swimming towards a naval warship, their opponents being CP-9. Ace's primary task was to delay the naval hero, Carp, for Carp instilled a sense of trepidation in Bai Jing. Until now, Carp had shown no inclination to intervene, his cloak of justice rustling in the sea breeze, concealing his contemplative thoughts. With a sudden leap, Ace ascended onto the naval warship, gripping his cowboy hat tightly with his left hand and offering a slight smile. The Fire Fist Ace was alive. He bellowed, "Fire Fist." His right hand drew back, summoning an endless inferno that coalesced into a colossal fist spanning several meters, sweeping towards the naval personnel aboard the ship. With that mighty blow, thousands of naval soldiers were reduced to ashes. A colonel aboard the naval vessel, unable to bear the sight any longer, summoned his haki, charging fiercely at Ace. Little Oars, using his immense size, positioned himself before the naval ship, exerting sheer force to elevate the bow of the vessel. Gritting his teeth, he let out a tremendous roar, thrusting his hands forward and heaving the entire naval ship away with a single motion. Bai Jing let out a low growl, embodying the form of a thunder god at an astonishing voltage of 500 million volts. At this moment, Bai Jing had transcended the antiquated abilities that Enel could muster, surpassing the 200 million volts and reaching a terrifying 500 million volts. His muscles rippled with power, and two blue rings hovered above his shoulders, shimmering with boundless lightning. When the two swords struck him, they could not penetrate. They were repelled by his muscular frame composed of pure electricity. Upon witnessing this, both Fujitora and Kizaru's expressions shifted dramatically, while a smile played upon Bai Jing's lips. A fearsome thunder dragon erupted from his being, its massive form stretching over 100 feet, crashing heavily into the two adversaries and unleashing an endless torrent of electrical brilliance. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the thunder dragon momentarily disoriented them, causing a fleeting sense of unconsciousness. This electrical pressure began to dismantle their bodily functions, disrupting the operation of their vital organs. In that instant, their hearts were momentarily halted by the force of the electrical pressure, nearly ceasing the flow of blood. The two were hurled away, crashing heavily onto another naval vessel, sending thousands of sailors flying. Bai Jing, assuming the form of the thunder god, harnessed the electric ions dispersed in the air, allowing himself to hover above the heavens, impervious to gravity. He gazed down upon the fleet of naval warships below and proclaimed, "You are mistaken. It is not you who have surrounded me, but rather I who have encircled you." With a snap of his fingers, he whispered, 10,000 thunders. From the vast thunderclouds conjured by the Ark prophecy, he unleashed bolts of lightning of his own creation, energizing the electrons within the storm. The tumultuous electrons surged downward, manifesting as countless flashes of lightning. Above this maritime expanse, the sky was engulfed by a multitude of ominous dark clouds, densely packed. Within these storm clouds, terrifying electric ions surged, birthing bolts of lightning as thick as barrels, accompanied by the resounding roars of thunder. This realm was swiftly shrouded in darkness by the tempest. The naval forces, witnessing the expansive thunderclouds overhead, wore expressions of grave concern. Each flash of lightning harbored a voltage exceeding 100 million volts. Should such voltage descend, even a vice admiral would be left reeling, let alone the mere soldiers. This was Bai Jing's favored technique, his most formidable move. In the epitome of the might of the thunderfruit, dubbed the fruit of the gods, its reputation was well-deserved. Yet, he still held in reserve a more terrifying ultimate technique, one so potent it could obliterate an entire sky island. Should he unleash it now? It was likely that even the Golden City would be caught in the wake of its devastation, thus he refrained from doing so. He directed his gaze toward the assembled navy below and declared, "Withdraw at once, or the casualties that ensue shall be beyond my control." A glint of mischief danced in his eyes as he scrutinized the naval forces below. After instructing the Golden Emperor within the city to prepare the swiftest pirate ship, he envisioned that once he uttered his next words, it would herald an unprecedented escape. An unparalleled pursuit by the navy awaited him. Yet it was precisely this thrill that he craved. Death is like the wind, it shall always accompany me. Initially, Bai Jing had no desire to confront Carp. But after a moment's reflection, he found solace in the thought that his future endeavors would inevitably lead to daily encounters with the legendary Navy hero. Yet, why not engage in battle now to ascertain who was stronger, the Navy hero or himself? The relentless pursuit by the Navy had grown tiresome, bordering on wearisome. He retrieved a transponder snail and contacted the Golden Emperor, stating, "Commence a live broadcast from this location. I wish for the world's pirates to witness my presence." The Golden Emperor nodded, offering no further comment, and complied with Bai Jing's request. As Bai Jing stood aloft in the sky, aware that the broadcast had commenced, he raised his voice. "In the past, it has always been the Navy that hunted pirates. But who says pirates cannot hunt the Navy? Today, I, Bai Jing, the pirate, place a bounty of 100 billion berries on the head of Admiral Akainu. A bounty of 10 billion is placed on the heads of those who have once oppressed you, the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons are the detritus of this world. Yet these individuals still serve them. Should you succeed in this endeavor, the promised riches shall be yours in full." The roles have entirely reversed. Once, it was the Navy pursuing pirates, hunting down the likes of Whitebeard. Now, it is the pirates who threaten them, the very embodiment of audacity in the annals of piracy. Hiss! Upon the utterance of these words by Bai Jing, not only were the pirates aboard the ship left in a state of bewilderment, but even the sailors on the naval vessels were equally astonished. What kind of pirate could be audacious enough to issue a bounty on the Navy and, moreover, to place a bounty on the Celestial Dragons? The live broadcast by Bai Jing is poised to unleash a tremendous storm in the days to come, heralding a seismic shift in the new world. There are many lunatics in this world who prioritize wealth over life. Now it remains to be seen just how far their madness will extend. Initially, Carp had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing Bai Jing's words, his expression changed dramatically as he glanced at Ace beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly. He could not confront Ace. Yet he felt compelled to deal with Bai Jing. Bai Jing's remarks have escalated to a confrontation with the world government and the Navy. Should he fail to take action, chaos will inevitably ensue. The Navy, too, will find itself ensnared in relentless turmoil. It is easy to imagine the number of reckless pirates who would seek to slay Navy personnel following Bai Jing's bounty announcement. Thus, the identities of the Navy and pirates shall be irrevocably exchanged. In Chapter 62, Battle with Carp, The Shattering of Space, Ace clearly comprehends Carp's intentions. He leaps from the warship and lands on the vessel occupied by Carp. The two stand 100 meters apart, not too distant, yet not too close, locked in a silent gaze. Beneath the dog-like mask, Carp's eyes twinkle with mirth as he fixates on Ace. Ace mirrors this sentiment, neither uttering a word. Their communication transcends verbal exchange, as a single glance conveys eons of understanding. The Navy personnel aboard the warship, witnessing Ace's arrival, hesitate to act rashly. Fully aware of the connection between the pirate Ace and the Navy's hero Carp, they surround Ace with wary vigilance. Ultimately, it is Carp who breaks the silence, reassuring. Just return. I believe that little rascal, Luffy, will be overjoyed." Carp's hearty laughter resonates. Though tinged with age, it carries no hint of frailty. Ace playfully chastises him, "You old codger." Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkens. Family ties aside, the gravity of Bai Jing's situation weighs heavily on him. He inquires, "May I let him go?" Carp remains steadfast, his visage obscured beneath the dog mask, rendering his expression a mystery. Only the righteous cloak billowing in the sea breeze betrays the weight of justice that presses down on this aged figure. With a sigh escaping from beneath the mask, he asserts, no. In an instant, Carp vanishes from sight, his speed astonishing. Ace's pupils dilate. Initially, he intended to thwart Carp, but the old man's velocity is overwhelming. Too swift for him to react before Carp is already upon Bai Jing. Bai Jing's aura of overwhelming confidence radiated outward, coupled with his foresight of the future, which assured him that Carp would inevitably take action against him. He was acutely aware that his recent words would indeed provoke Carp's response. Thus Bai Jing remained perpetually on guard. As he observed the old man wielding his beloved iron fist, an enigmatic glimmer flickered in the corner of his eye. He contemplated silently, Luffy, having once experienced the might of that iron fist, let me witness whether this fabled fist possesses the same formidable strength as depicted in the animation. In Bai Jing's eyes, a sharp focus emerged as his right hand pressed gently into the void. At that moment, the myriad of lightning in the sky grew increasingly tempestuous. The entire expanse of heaven and earth was engulfed in a tumultuous sea of thunder, the deep rumble resonating amidst the darkened clouds. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, a colossal purple lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, struck down upon Carp and the naval vessels below. The terrifying lightning calamity, carrying an immense voltage of 100 million volts and possessing overwhelming destructive force, pierced through the naval ships, leaving gaping holes in their hulls. Thousands of bolts of lightning cascaded relentlessly from above, the thunder booming like a war drum. Boom, boom, boom. Countless naval ships succumbed to the deafening strikes, disintegrating into mere wreckage. The hundreds of thousands of Navy personnel aboard those ships plummeted into the sea. Yet, Carp's iron fist, imbued with love, met the descending lightning head-on, shattering the 100 million volts of electricity with a single blow. Undeterred, it surged toward Bai Jing. Indeed, this was the indomitable naval hero. Carp's strength remained undiminished despite the passage of time. Bai Jing murmured to himself. As his words faded, he concentrated the hockey of armament within his right fist, enveloping it in a tempest of lightning and radiance, flickering with flames and shrouded in an icy aura. The brilliance intensified as the power of the gravity fruit rendered his fist 100-fold heavier, propelling it forward with tremendous force. With these 5 fruit abilities combined, not only could he send Carp flying, but he could undoubtedly withstand this punch without issue. Bai Jing exuded an overwhelming confidence. The synergistic ability of these 5 fruits transcended the mere arithmetic of 1 + 1. Their fists collided with tremendous force, and a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Bang! In that moment, neither could gain the upper hand, the two locked in a stalemate, and a glimmer of amusement danced in Carp's eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had withstood one of his punches. Bai Jing, however, felt a rush of exhilaration, for he was facing the legendary marine hero. Carp! Below, Ace shouted, old man. Upon hearing the call, Carp paused momentarily, but then resolutely unleashed his left fist toward Bai Jing's abdomen. His right fist followed suit, aimed once more at Bai Jing's chest. Both punches were enveloped in the formidable hockey, signifying that Carp was fully committed to the fight. Bai Jing shouted downwards, instructing Ace to deal with the members of CP9, as the remaining Navy forces were hardly worth mentioning. He added that they would soon depart. This was, of course, directed at Ace. After speaking, he observed Carp's approaching punch with an air of calmness in his eyes. A colossal white glass dome emerged above his fist, and the same phenomenon occurred with Carp's. A grin spread across his face, revealing an innocuous smile. Suddenly, he struck the space beside him with both fists. The space shattered like glass, fracturing in layers, resembling a spider's web, intricate and dense. The surrounding area collapsed with a resounding crash. This space had once again fractured. Carp's expression shifted. Before his fist could connect with Bai Jing, he was repelled several steps back by the matrix of space. Landing on one of the surviving Navy ships below, he surveyed the fleet of Navy ships around him, noting that more than a dozen had been deployed. Yet 10 had already sunk. Only 2 remained, the one beneath his feet and another housing CP9. Ace and Little Oz had already raced towards the Navy ship occupied by CP9, intent on defeating the 3 of them. Otherwise, the incessant pursuit from so many flies would become utterly exasperating for anyone involved. Bai Jing observed the surviving Navy below, along with the 2 Vice Admiral ships. Once again, he enveloped his hands with a white dome. Carp's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly comprehended Bai Jing's intentions. Bai Jing possesses the mightiest of the paramecia-type devil fruits, the Tremor fruit. Although the origins of his acquisition remain shrouded in mystery, he now finds himself engulfed in a subtle sense of unease. For this fruit is among the most terrifying in the world, wielding the power to upend reality itself. Bai Jing let out a soft sigh, urging them to depart. Otherwise, they would all face dire consequences here. Bai Jing harbored no desire to strain his relationship with Carp. If possible, he wished to emulate the dynamic between Roger and Carp, an alliance characterized by both enmity and camaraderie. Given that his pirate crew included Ace, and he was soon to meet with Luffy and Sabo, exacerbating tensions with Carp would serve him little advantage. He was poised to unleash a cataclysmic tremor upon the seas using the powers of the Tremor fruit, a force sufficient to upheave the entire maritime expanse. In that moment, he could, with a mere thought, condemn the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Navy personnel present, regardless of their rank, be it Rear Admiral or Seaman. None would be spared. Chapter 63, Threatening the Navy, Departure. The formidable nature of the Tremor fruit is exemplified here. It not only induces vibrations in the atmosphere, but also stirs the depths of the ocean. For those who dare to confront him, their demise is inevitable. This is the essence of Whitebeard's dominance, the unique confidence that he exudes. Unless one possesses the extraordinary prowess of a figure like Garp, no number of adversaries can withstand his might. For the Navy, regardless of their numbers, it would merely result in the offering of their heads. Garp's expression darkened as he faced the unprecedented threat posed by another. Indeed, as Whitebeard asserted, should the Navy fail to retreat, they would find themselves trapped. He is acutely aware of the insidious nature of the Tremor fruit, having previously engaged with Whitebeard himself. Although the origins of Whitebeard's powers remain a mystery, the Navy's survival must take precedence, no matter the reluctance. Bai Jing had already shown restraint. If the battle were to continue, it would inevitably leave everyone stranded here. The considerable deployment of naval forces would result in a significant loss should they all perish. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around to address the swimming sailors below, proclaiming, "Retreat. This mission has failed. The pursuit of the pirate Bai Jing has proven unsuccessful. Return and increase the bounty." Upon his command, numerous sailors began to ascend from the sea, crowding the decks of the two warships to the point of overcrowding. Of course, some had already perished, for many had met their demise under Bai Jing's terrifying lightning strikes, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. Having concluded these actions, Bai Jing hovered majestically in the air, surveying the scene below with an air of indifference and grace. This spectacle was broadcast live to audiences across the globe, reaching distant corners of the New World and beyond, thereby reshaping perceptions of the pirate Bai Jing once more. The world could scarcely believe the extent of Bai Jing's strength, having even repelled the naval hero, Garp. Moreover, the populace was made acutely aware of Bai Jing's formidable devil fruit abilities, the flame fruit, the thunder fruit, the light fruit, and most devastatingly, the quake fruit. At sea, 2 wielders of the flame fruit, 2 of the light fruit, and 2 of the gravity fruit appeared, alongside 2 users of the quake fruit, one with Blackbeard and the other at Bai Jing's side. The naval encirclement ended in failure, leaving the participants in a state of dejection as they departed. Meanwhile, Bai Jing and his companions returned to the Golden City, where the Golden Emperor addressed them, stating, "The pirate ship is ready. The Navy will likely return in force in the coming days, so it is prudent to leave without delay. As for the massive golden pirate ship currently under construction, it will take at least 7 more days to complete." Bai Jing nodded, instructing his men to set sail on the golden pirate ship towards Dress Rosa. "Our first destination is Dress Rosa, after which we shall explore other locales." Listening to Bai Jing, the Golden Emperor also nodded, and the group of 5 departed from the Golden City. Naturally, they carried an abundance of wealth, and this pirate vessel was specially customized. While not opulent, it was ample enough to accommodate the sizable frame of little oars. 3 of them headed towards Dress Rosa, with Stella and the Golden Emperor sharing a room, while Bai Jing and Hua Jin occupied another, as Bai Jing's quarters were specifically designed for him. Inside, there was a small aquarium filled entirely with pristine water. Ace had his own room, and Little Oars had his as well. On this pirate ship, Bai Jing resolved that his own 9 nether energy was sufficient, especially after having dispatched numerous Marines in recent days. Although they had thrown themselves onto his gun muzzle, he harbored no desire to take lives, but survival necessitated such actions. Thus, he contemplated a return to the 9 nether realm. Even if Zephyr's 2 disciples remained unfound, he hoped to encounter a familiar face to resurrect. Moreover, given the immense size of this pirate ship, which felt rather desolate with only 6 individuals aboard. He longed for the company. On the ship's deck, the 6 of them sailed freely across the vast ocean. The Golden Emperor held Stella close, standing by the side of the ship, gazing at the boundless sea. Lost in thought. It had been over a decade since he had felt such a sensation, a decade since he had ventured out to sea. Ever since Stella's demise, he had secluded himself in the Golden City, devoid of companions, managing his casino and conducting his affairs. Now, having set aside his casino for the sake of a woman, he embraced the freedom of the open sea once more. Ace and Little Oars exchanged glances, smirking at the display of affection, prompting a hearty laugh from Bai Jing. He looked at Ace with a knowing smile, wondering when they might visit Wano country, where Ace could finally meet Yamato. At the mention of Yamato, Ace seemed to recall a figure from his memories, offering a gentle smile and choosing not to elaborate further. Hua Jin observed Bai Jing from the side, rolling her eyes. Among these waves, pirates enjoyed the utmost freedom. As night fell, a banquet commenced anew. However, this time, Hua Jin had learned her lesson, brewing her own oolong tea to ensure it never passed through Bai Jing's hands. This pirate ship resonated with the sounds of laughter and joy, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Conversely, at the world government, the atmosphere was starkly different. At Marine headquarters, Akainu sat in the Admiral's seat, seething with rage. A terrifying magma aura emanated from him, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. With a thunderous bang, he slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming in fury, "These damn pirates dare to put bounties on the Marines? Do they truly believe themselves to be invincible? Furthermore, this pirate dares to place a bounty on my head. It is truly laughable. If they possess the audacity, let them come forth. I shall vanquish them without mercy." Raise the bounty on Bai Jing to the staggering sum of 2 billion. This individual is exceedingly malevolent. He even had the audacity to broadcast live, letting the world bear witness. This upheaval may very well exacerbate the Navy's forthcoming predicament. Seated across from him were several intelligence officers, who, upon witnessing Akainu's furious countenance, departed in a state of dejection. At this moment, Bai Jing's bounty surged once more, reaching the remarkable figure of 2 billion, a staggering increase of over 1 billion. This marks the first instance in history of a pirate experiencing such a monumental rise, surpassing even that of the Straw Hat Boy in sheer terror, with a bounty that has reached an astonishing 2 billion. Moreover, this live broadcast has instigated considerable turmoil in the New World. Numerous pirates have begun to entertain nefarious intentions. If the Navy can place bounties on pirates, then Bai Jing's proposition of placing a bounty on the Navy must certainly be feasible. In the eyes of many pirates, Bai Jing has quietly risen to prominence, his reputation rivaling that of the Straw Hat Boy and other supernovas. He has evidently become a name synonymous with the most notorious supernovas alongside the 7 warlords of the sea or the new era's most vicious. Chapter 64, The Fourth City. Karasong during the evening banquet. After indulging in hearty revelry and feasting, the guests retreated to their respective chambers. Stella and the Golden Emperor, the founding figure, found themselves in the same room. Amidst the enchanting moonlight, coupled with the spirit of merriment and a touch of wine, the atmosphere became increasingly charged with intimacy. What was to transpire next, however, was decidedly unsuitable for the young. Bai Jing returned to his chamber, having conveyed to AC, Xiaozi, Stella, and the others that he might be in a state of detachment for a while. They merely nodded in acknowledgement, accustomed as they were to such declarations. Was he seated within the room, gazed intently at Bai Jing, her heart fluttering with admiration. How could there exist such a dashing young gentleman, whether viewed in profile or full face, or even in the unparalleled aura he exuded? The memory of his celestial confrontation with the 2 naval generals, when he effortlessly sent carp flying with a single punch, was undeniably captivating. Bai Jing's soul gradually detached from his body, awakening the fruit of the Yellow Springs. His essence vanished into the realms of this world and journeyed to the familiar domain of the Yellow Springs. His spirit drifted across the Naya Bridge, gliding through the boundless Yellow Springs, until it reached the far side of the realm of the dead. Amidst numerous cities, Bai Jing adeptly navigated through the City of No Return and the City of Yellow Springs. In the City of No Return, the old man with white beard remained seated in meditation, his eyes closed, embodying the resounding title of the foremost figure of the city. He awaited Bai Jing's return. Having postponed it for a decade, Bai Jing gazed intently towards the 3rd city, for he had already explored the first 2. Thus, embarking on an expedition to the 3rd city was most opportune. The third city was ominously named the City of Death. Bai Jing's body was engulfed within, and due to the abundant presence of the 9 netherchi surrounding him, he harbored no concerns about being unable to escape from this City of Death due to insufficient energy. The 9 netherchi within him was ample enough to sustain Bai Jing's presence in this forsaken realm for over half a month. Bai Jing materialized directly above the desolate city, his gaze sweeping over the streets below, observing the ebb and flow of shadows. Could such entities also exist in the realm of pirates? Bai Jing gazed at the creature on the street, which stood on all fours, adorned with a pair of curious horns. Is this not a monstrous beast? How is it possible that such a being exists in this realm of death? Shouldn't it be inhabited solely by other races? Bai Jing curiously surveyed his surroundings. After spending a full 3 days traversing the City of Death, he had yet to encounter a single familiar face. Instead, he found an abundance of deceased minor characters from the ranks of pirates. However, Bai Jing did not recognize them. There was no purpose in reviving them, unless he were to find himself with nothing better to do. Moreover, these insignificant figures would serve no purpose upon revival, merely becoming expendable cannon fodder. Bai Jing shook his head, murmuring to himself, "It seems that the third city has been completely depleted. I shall proceed to the fourth city to take a look." Ah, the blessings of the fortune fruit indeed make a difference. The moment he arrived at the fourth city, Bai Jing spotted a man smoking at a street corner. He wore a black feather-like robe and a red woven hat that hung down. Beneath his right eye, there were black, downward spiking patterns, unmistakably revealing his identity. Karasong, the man who had bestowed all his tenderness upon Luo. Bai Jing descended from above and unexpectedly approached Karasong, nearly startling him. The abrupt appearance of Bai Jing was exceedingly strange, devoid of any prior indication. "Who are you?" Corazon scrutinized Bai Jing with wariness, as this person's sudden emergence nearly left him paralyzed with fear. Indeed, the terror of a person can be lethal. Bai Jing smiled faintly. "Mr. Kelesong, I have been searching for you for quite some time." This was, of course, a playful fabrication on Bai Jing's part. He had not anticipated encountering Kelesong here, which was a delightful surprise. Meeting Kelesong made this journey worthwhile. "How did you know my code name?" Kelesong asked, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Bai Jing with a look of bewilderment. Bai Jing smiled gently, offering no further explanation. After all, how could he confess to being a traveler from another realm while they were merely characters from an anime? Bai Jing slowly began to speak, his tone measured and unhurried. "I not only know that your name is Kelesong, but I am also aware that you once aided a child in emerging from the throes of suffering. What was that child's name again?" Bai Jing feigned ignorance, slightly tilting his head back. He then clapped his hands emphatically and spoke, "Trafalgar Law." Corazon stared at Bai Jing, his pupils contracting in surprise. He had not anticipated that someone would not only recognize him but also be aware of his exploits. Bai Jing did not afford Ku La Song the opportunity to continue his rebuttal, instead engaging in a monologue, his frustration unabated. "You have an elder brother named Doflamingo. You were once an esteemed member of this family, that you later severed ties with him." Ku La Song fixed his gaze firmly upon Bai Jing and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Rising to his feet, the cigarette in his hand slowly extinguished. "The mysterious path of Bai Jing is said to possess the power to revive you." "Revive me? In a world where all have perished, what merit is there in your promise of salvation?" Corazon chuckled, a smile that seemed to carry a hint of mockery. "Though I am unaware of how you came to possess such knowledge, it is reasonable to assume that you, too, are a pirate. It is not surprising that those within this world are privy to such matters." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Jing observed that despite his efforts, he could not unearth any conclusive evidence against Corazon, leading him to conclude that more compelling proof was necessary. As a seasoned fan of the sea, he effortlessly continued to delve into Corazon's past. After losing his identity as a celestial dragon, Corazon faced retribution from those who had once suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons, while his brother, Don Quixote Doflamingo, vowed to exact revenge upon them. Following the death of their mother and the murder of their father by Doflamingo, Corazon came to recognize the malevolent nature of his brother. This marked the beginning of his departure, during which he encountered Sengoku, who took him in and welcomed him into the Navy. At this juncture, Corazon's expression darkened, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Jing, refraining from interruption. After Doflamingo established his pirate crew and set sail, Corazon returned to his family as an undercover agent for the Navy in an attempt to thwart his brother's ambitions. When the original Heart Pirates member, Virgo, left to join the Navy as an undercover operative, Corazon assumed the mantle of the new Heart. He relentlessly bullied the children taken in by the family to drive them away, yet both Law and Baby 5 remained unfazed by his torment. Despite the passage of 6 months, a suitable doctor capable of treating Law's ailment remained elusive. Subsequently, Corazon learned from Doflamingo about the Navy's plan to procure a substantial sum of money to acquire the surgery fruit from the crew of Admirals, as well as the impending ambush the Navy intended to launch against the Don Quixote pirates. Thus, he embarked on a perilous journey to Minion Island with Law. Employing his abilities, he silently set fire to the building where Admirals' crew resided, successfully stealing the surgery fruit. However, due to a moment of carelessness, he fell and was captured by the pirates. Although he managed to defeat them and secure the surgery fruit, he sustained severe injuries in the process. Upon his return, Corazon administered the fruit to Law. At this moment, Bai Jing paused, casting a glance at Corazon's face, which, as anticipated, was filled with astonishment. Bai Jing continued to speak, subsequently handing over the intelligence to Luo, who mistakenly delivered it to Virgo, an undercover agent within the Navy. Upon arrival, Virgo was astonished to discover your ability to speak. As he unfolded the intelligence, he realized you were a spy. This led to a confrontation between you and him, but ultimately, you were overpowered and had to escape with Luo. You concealed Luo within a hidden compartment of your luggage. When your family arrived, you deceitfully informed Luo that he had escaped from the cage, using your powers to muffle his cries and shouts. After revealing the truth about Don Quixote Doflamingo to your brother, you were met with a fatal gunshot from him, yet you passed away with a smile, hoping to evoke memories of your smiling face in Luo. Truly, you were a gentle soul. Am I correct in my recounting? Chapter 65, Taking Away Karasuno, Another Acquaintance? The words spoken by Bai Jing echoed exactly the facts he had encountered, even embellished with greater detail, stirring memories from the past. Now, the gaze he directed at Bai Jing transformed entirely, his countenance heavy, as he found himself half convinced by Bai Jing's narrative. Yet, doubts lingered. He could not fathom how Bai Jing possessed such intricate knowledge of his past. He was certain that among the ranks of his family's officials, there was no individual known as Bai Jing, and the tale of himself and Trafalgar Law was a secret known only to them. Yet here was Bai Jing, seemingly well-versed in every aspect of it, leaving him utterly perplexed. Observing Corazon's astonishment, Bai Jing chose not to elaborate further, contemplating that no matter how hard he thought, he would never deduce that he was a time traveler. Corazon, in a state of shock, gazed at Bai Jing, who stood silently, patiently awaiting his recovery from this revelation. With a gentle exhale, Corazon released a sigh, fixing his eyes on Bai Jing, and inquired, "Who exactly are you? How do you know so much in such detail?" Bai Jing did not respond to Corazon's words. Instead, he uttered a perplexing remark, "Do you wish to see Luo again? He has now become a supernova on the seas. With a bounty of 500 million. I can offer you this opportunity, since I possess all the knowledge you hold. I am confident in my ability to take you away. This world of death is far too silent, is it not? Do you not desire to return to the pirate world and take a glimpse? To meet Sengoku, to encounter Trafalgar Law, or perhaps to reunite with your brother, Doflamingo?" At this juncture, Bai Jing's tone was devoid of any frivolity, instead imbued with a profound calmness. His countenance bore an earnest expression. "How am I to place my trust in you? Merely based on your assertions?" Corazon questioned, harboring doubts. Although Bai Jing's words were precise, the notion of reviving others and escorting him from this realm of death seemed exceedingly supernatural. Bai Jing's smile revealed an understanding that it might not be so easy to convince Kelisong. Therefore, he enveloped himself once more in the ethereal aura of the Nine Nether, and his figure completely vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Bai Jing spoke, "Do you trust me now? I stand right here, yet you cannot see me." With that, he harnessed the ethereal energy of the 9 netherworlds and gently ascended into the air. His voice resonated from his elevated position. "Now, I am in the sky, yet you remain oblivious to my presence. With these 2 abilities alone, I can guide you out of this realm of death. I have already escorted several others. Do you believe it or not? The choice to escape rests entirely within your thoughts. As for why I wish to take you from this world, it is simple, to become my crew member." With his words lingering in the air, Bai Jing gradually descended, a smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Corazon, awaiting his forthcoming decision. "Have you made up your mind? In this realm of death, should you seek rebirth, it may not be your turn to receive it. Moreover, one must eventually reunite with certain individuals to meet old friends. Would you not agree?" Bai Jing chuckled softly and gently patted Corazon's shoulder. The ability of the silence fruit was now within reach. Corazon hesitated momentarily, but soon felt a sense of relief. Indeed, as Bai Jing had stated, he still had some friends in the world of pirates, at least acquaintances worthy of a visit. After spending over a decade in this desolate realm of death, it was rather dreary. It was time to venture out and see the world. Very well, Corazon nodded. If Bai Jing could truly bring him back to life, he would be eternally grateful, and joining his crew would pose no issue. He could repay the remaining kindness at a leisurely pace. Seeing Corazon nod in agreement, Bai Jing smiled. In the future, when they reunited with Trafalgar Law, another regret would be fulfilled. This gentleman would successfully be revived by his hand. Moreover, when they met Trafalgar Law again, experimenting with the surgery fruit's abilities would be simply exquisite. Bai Jing cast a covetous gaze upon the surgical fruit, not because he was enamored by its potential to extend human life, but rather by the allure of its ability to seamlessly assemble the bodies of others. Having encountered an acquaintance, Bai Jing felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to depart. Yet, in that moment, an inexplicable urge compelled him to linger a while longer. As if the fortuitous fruit were subtly guiding him, it seemed to beckon him towards a certain direction, one that might lead him to familiar faces. Leaving Bai Jing momentarily taken aback, he turned to Kelisong and spoke. Let us head towards the northwest of the fourth city. It appears there may be some familiar souls there whom I wish to resurrect. Kelisong nodded in agreement, saying little more. For the identity of the resurrection mattered little. What was paramount was that Bai Jing could lead him out of the realm of death. The aura of the nine nether emanated from Bai Jing, enveloping both his own body and that of Corazon. He solemnly instructed, do not utter a sound, nor make any sudden movements. Simply follow the path laid by this nine nether aura. Corazon nodded in agreement. Bai Jing skillfully manipulated the nine nether energy, guiding their bodies away from the streets of the fourth city. They ascended into the air, heading towards a certain northwest corner of the fourth city. While Bai Jing's gaze continuously swept below, the direction dictated by the luck fruit led him towards an old acquaintance. After flying for a full 10 minutes, Bai Jing spotted a figure wielding a samurai sword at the street corner. The man was causing a commotion, surrounded by numerous members of the enforcement team, who cautiously observed him with trepidation. As Bai Jing and Corazon reached this location, hovering in the air, Bai Jing wasted no time. He released the nine nether energy, enveloping the swordsman and lifting him into the void. The swordsman, bewildered, found himself unexpectedly airborne, gazing down at the enforcement team members, who looked at each other in confusion, shouting in alarm. What is happening? Where did he suddenly go? He was just here, and now he has inexplicably vanished. Could it be some sort of sorcery? It was not entirely implausible. Some individuals, having been immensely powerful in life, retained fragments of their abilities even after death. This swordsman might very well be one of those individuals. Damn it, he got away. Quickly, put the entire city on alert and search for this man. Despite the unusual circumstances, the swordsman, seasoned by many storms, remained composed and did not raise his voice in panic. Instead, he quietly awaited to see where he would be taken. Ultimately, this sudden turn of events had inadvertently aided him. Otherwise, the soul-snaring weapon wielded by the enforcement team would have filled him with dread, regardless of how powerful one might have been in life. Encountering that soul-snaring weapon would lead only to certain death. Bai Jing wielded the ethereal essence of the nine hells, gently lowering the two individuals in the most secluded corner, far from prying eyes. As the aura enveloping Corazon, Bai Jing, and the samurai dissipated, they were finally revealed to one another. The man was adorned in a kimono embellished with dragon motifs on his sleeves, his feet clad in traditional Sakura wooden sandals. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Zoro. Yet he sported a top knot atop his head. To the left was the likeness of Ryoma in life. Who else could it be but him? It was rather fortuitous that, guided by the luck fruit, he was able to discover Ryoma in the fourth city. Otherwise, he might have departed with Corazon in vain. To his astonishment, Ryoma had been lingering in this realm for decades after his demise. This peculiarity granted Bai Jing the rare opportunity to resurrect him. Although Ryoma had merely made fleeting appearances in the anime, the subsequent narrative delved into his legendary exploits, which were indeed remarkable. He was rumored to be a warrior who had slain a flying dragon, a samurai from Wano country centuries past. Regardless of the opponent, he would dispatch them in the blink of an eye, remaining undefeated throughout his lifetime, a grand swordsman par excellence. Following his death, Ryoma was venerated as the god of swords in Wano, enshrined alongside the famed blade, Shui. Bai Jing now harbors new ambitions, particularly the desire to confront Zaro upon their next encounter. Meanwhile, Long Ma has returned to his peak form, ready to engage Zaro in a contest of strength. Aware that Bai Jing was the one who saved him, Long Ma gazes with curiosity and inquires, "I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. Yet it seems I do not recall your name. And what of this individual?" He casts a puzzled glance at Bai Jing before shifting his attention to the oddly attired Corazon. Bai Jing smiled gently, stating, "Whether you recognize me is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I am familiar with you and your realm, the esteemed swordsman, Ryoma. Do you wish to escape this world of death? I can assist you in returning to the world of pirates and reclaiming your original corporeal form." Hearing Bai Jing's words, Ryoma was momentarily taken aback, mirroring the astonished state previously exhibited by Corazon. "You claim to be well, and while you saved me, your words are mere nonsense. Therein lies your folly. We are all trapped in this world of death, and your assertion of resurrecting me is but a delusion." Corazon, observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recalling how he had reacted similarly moments ago. Yet, soon he found himself believing Bai Jing's peculiar methods had indeed instilled a sense of conviction within him. Bai Jing spoke. "You have witnessed my capabilities. I can elevate you silently into the air, rendering you invisible to all. That alone is sufficient. Now, I pose to you a singular question. Do you wish to be resurrected? Do you yearn to return to the world of pirates and strive to become the world's greatest swordsman, safeguarding your homeland of Wano?" Long Ma's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Bai Jing's methods were indeed peculiar. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately shook his head. It was not that he did not desire resurrection, rather. He realized that after centuries of death, returning would mean confronting a world that had irrevocably changed. What significance would there be in going back? While he was undoubtedly a great swordsman, the essence of a great swordsman does not solely reside in the physical form. As long as the spirit of the great swordsman endures, then existence itself is preserved. This embodies his Bushido, and it is his enlightenment as a great swordsman. Indeed, it seems that once again, these individuals have lost their senses. None of them wish to return to life. Bai Jing could not help but mutter, "It seems I must once again witness his eloquence." Bai Jing spoke, "Mr. Longma, have you pondered this thoroughly?" The undefeated master, revered as the god of swords in Wano, was ultimately bested by a junior, and in a moment of humility, bestowed upon him the renowned blade, Shui. Do you not wish to witness the extent of his growth? Ah, but of course, he has returned to Wano, which now stands altered. Your former homeland is now under the dominion of others. And Wano is no longer the land you once knew. Many events have transpired in the ages that followed. Do you not yearn to revisit it? Or shall you remain passive as your homeland is occupied by others? Is this truly the spirit that your samurai code espouses? Or is the long blade you wield merely a tool for the pursuit of fame and fortune, rather than a means to protect your own sanctuary? His series of penetrating inquiries struck deep into Longma's heart. Listening to Bai Jing's words, an aura of terrifying sword intent emanated from Longma, akin to a blood-soaked azura. The two standing beside him trembled in fear. This overwhelming sword energy surged skyward, shattering the surrounding structures one by one, leaving a scar of 100 zhang upon the earth. Yet, this also drew the attention of the guards once more. Bai Jing's eyes gleamed with amusement, for this was the moment when the guard arrived, compelling Longma to make a choice. He was left to ponder whether to return with him or remain in this realm of death. Having spoken thus, he could not fathom Long Ma's refusal to accompany him. Long Ma, without a trace of hesitation, retracted his earlier indiscretion and expressed his apologies to the two, stating, "I am sorry for my earlier lapse in composure." He then knelt partially, nearly bowing his head, and implored, "I beseech you, kind sir, to rescue me from this deathly world and grant me passage back. I shall be eternally grateful. I stand ready to serve you, my lord, in any capacity you desire, should you be willing." Bai Jing smiled, then discreetly cast a glance at Kalasong as if to convey, "Look, this is the attitude one ought to have. The other party willingly boarded my ship, unlike you, who required my invitation." Kalasong seemed to grasp the implication, his gaze wandering, hands clasped behind his back, offering Bai Jing an awkward smile. Bai Jing observed that the guards had arrived from all directions. He immediately enveloped himself in the ethereal mist of the Nine Nether, wrapping the bodies of the three individuals entirely, and began to ascend slowly into the sky, heading towards the exit of the realm of death. In the air, Bai Jing whispered, "Do not utter a sound, nor make any movement. Simply follow the flow of this Nine Nether mist behind me, and you shall depart safely." The two, unable to see each other, nodded heavily in agreement, sensing a guiding presence around them. With Bai Jing leading the way, they traversed the fourth city, passed through the third layer, and soared over the city of no return. Bai Jing once again encountered the familiar figure of Whitebeard, who sat solitary in a corner, lost in contemplation. His aged yet potent form bore the scars of conflict, marked by countless bullet holes, remnants from the era of war above. They had traversed the city of death, crossed the boundless yellow springs, and passed over the bridge of helplessness, finally returning to the realm of the living. A peculiar energy enveloped the two, as their former corporeal bodies swiftly filled with the essence of their souls. As they basked in the warmth of the familiar sunlight and inhaled the briny air of the pirate world, they exchanged glances and smiled at one another. Chapter 67. The Resurgence of Life. What a delightful sensation it is to be alive again, Corazon mused, glancing down at his familiar hands and sturdy form. A slow smile gracing his lips. After a prolonged silence of over a decade in the realm of death, where darkness enveloped him and only his soul existed, he was finally back. Longma, however, felt an even deeper sense of nostalgia, having been dead for a century, then stitched into a corpse by Moria, and after many years, he had now been resurrected to see the light of day once more. He greedily inhaled the ocean breeze, exclaiming, "This is the familiar feeling," along with the warmth of the sun. At that moment, the two found themselves upon the deck of a pirate ship. In the underworld, several hours had passed, and it was now noon in the outside world. Ace, Little Oars, and the Golden Emperor Stella had just emerged from their quarters. Curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the two, particularly Longma, whose formidable swordsman aura was palpable. The Golden Emperor had encountered many swordsmen, but none matched Longma's overwhelming presence. Ace, too, felt the difference. Having been acquainted with the flower swordsman Vista aboard Whitebeard's crew, he sensed that Longma was at least equal, if not superior. Due to his complete resurrection, coupled with Longma's resemblance to Zoro, Ace took a closer look. Having seen Zoro, he recognized the similarities, estimating that Longma bore a striking resemblance, about 60%, though his hair was longer and not green. Corazon's presence was less pronounced than Longma's, as he had consumed the silence fruit, rendering him almost imperceptible. At that juncture, Bai Jing stepped out from within the ship, applying the powers of the gravity fruit to Wazian, granting him the ability to float effortlessly in the air. Thus, there was no longer a need for him to remain confined within a water tank, which had become rather stifling. Wazian reveled in his newfound freedom, soaring about the ship with a perpetual smile on his face. Bai Jing smiled gently upon seeing that everyone had recognized him. "These are the two new crew members I have brought back from the realm of the dead. This one is the Ryoma of Wano, a renowned swordsman from the same land." Bai Jing pointed his palm towards the direction of Longma, then shifted his gaze to Corazon. "This individual hails from the Navy, yet he has now been persuaded to join our ship." Upon hearing the words Navy, the crowd's expressions momentarily stiffened, only to relax soon after, for if Bai Jing asserted it, then it must be true. After all, he remains the captain of this vessel. Today marks the addition of two new companions to our pirate crew, thus warranting a grand celebration. With that, Bai Jing, brimming with excitement, retrieved an abundance of beastly meats, fine wines, and delectable dishes from the storeroom, arranging them splendidly upon the table. Ace, recalling the merriment of the previous night's revelry, felt the lingering effects of the drink, yet recognized that where there is a feast, there is joy. With shared smiles, everyone set about gathering the ingredients and preparing for the festivities. The accommodations aboard the ship were sufficiently spacious, allowing the two newcomers ample opportunity to select their quarters. Bai Jing raised his wine glass high, prompting everyone to follow suit. The crystal glasses clinked together in a melodious chime. Ding! Cheers! A shared smile passed among the crowd as they downed their drinks in unison. This encapsulated the joy of being a pirate, a life of unfettered freedom. Although Corazon was typically reserved and spoke little, the revelry of this banquet seemed to unlock his heart, allowing him to connect with those around him. The festivities stretched from noon until nightfall, with everyone becoming delightfully inebriated. Huajin, however, opted for oolong tea, wary of the potential consequences of indulgence. Bai Jing was in high spirits, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and collapsed within the confines of his room. In a corner of Bai Jing's chamber, Huajin floated, quietly observing him with her eyes darting about, lost in her own thoughts. The following day, everyone had fully regained their vitality. Longma casually retrieved 2 swords from the warehouse, fastening them to his waist. Early in the morning, he commenced his training on the deck, wielding the familiar blades. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a fearsome sword aura towards the sea, momentarily cleaving the water in two. Within this divide, a water scar stretching 100 feet emerged, the two bodies of water refraining from rejoining for an extended period. Bai Jing gazed down upon Long Ma as he practiced his swordplay, uttering little but adorned with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He mused, eagerly anticipating the day when Zoro and Long Ma would reunite. A senior, passing down the swords he bore to his junior, embodies a profound spiritual legacy. Now that Long Ma has returned, one wonders if this generational exchange will ignite even greater sparks. Beneath the railing of the deck, Corazon leisurely smoked a cigarette, releasing wisps of white smoke as his gaze fixed upon the distant sea, lost in contemplation. Ace and Little Oars also occupied the deck, engaging in lively banter. Gold Emperor Stella were huddled together, sharing endless conversations as a young couple. The pirate ship exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Bai Jing leapt gracefully from above, landing beside Corazon. In his hand, he presented a bounty notice concerning Trafalgar Law, extending it before Corazon. "Behold, this is the child you saved. Now having grown to such an extent." Corazon accepted it, his eyes reflecting a sense of gratification. Bai Jing murmured softly, "Doflamingo, your brother, has now been vanquished by Trafalgar Law and Pirate Monkey D. Luffy. It is likely that he has been confined in a naval prison, reportedly to avenge you." Corazon was taken aback, his expression growing increasingly complex, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. It was uncertain whether his thoughts were directed towards Trafalgar Law or Doflamingo. One could not discern if it was a twisted familial bond or a friendship transcending age. In Bai Jing's eyes, Doflamingo indeed treated Don Quixote Rocinante as if he were his own kin, a true younger brother. Yet, Rocinante's choice to become a naval undercover agent, his decision to betray and become Corazon, caused him profound anguish. Bai Jing can empathize with Doflamingo's sentiments. "Indeed, if you were to endure even half of my childhood, you might not possess even half of the kindness I embody today." Corazon shares a similar understanding. Yet the stark contrast in their characters may be attributed to the Warring States period. The divergence between the two stems from their inherent natures. Doflamingo epitomizes the celestial dragon. He craves a life of opulence, dependent on slaves, and dismisses the resistance of commoners. This explains why he was able to carry his father's severed head to the Holy Land, compelling the celestial dragons to accept him anew. From a young age, Corazon's demeanor revealed his differences from Doflamingo. He is not radical, despite appearing somewhat timid. However, beneath the surface lies a profound kindness, one that, with proper nurturing, could flourish into genuine benevolence. Having conveyed this much, Bai Jing chose to remain silent, granting Corazon the tranquility he deserves. He continues to fondly address Don Quixote Rocinante as Corazon, "The gentle gentleman we have come to know." Chapter 68. Dress Rosa, the bullfighting arena. As for Trafalgar Law, he is now advancing, inheriting the will of Rocinante. Regarding Doflamingo, opportunities will arise in the future. Bai Jing perceives the conflict between Corazon and Doflamingo as inconsequential. What truly matters to Doflamingo is loyalty. Corazon's betrayal led to his demise at Doflamingo's own hands. In contrast, the Don Quixote family remains steadfast, earning Doflamingo's unwavering loyalty. Their attitude towards him illustrates that Doflamingo is undoubtedly their most trusted ally and one of the most worthy of allegiance. Virgo, for instance, infiltrated the Navy for many years on his behalf, while Monet maintained her trust in Doflamingo until her last breath. Doflamingo has already exacted vengeance upon Corazon, an eye for an eye, a life for a betrayal. Thus, the matter may be considered resolved. Now, witnessing Corazon's unexpected resurrection, one wonders what sparks may ignite between the two. That remains a tale for another time. As time quietly passes, with the voyage across the sea, the news of Bai Jing and his companions once again spreads throughout the New World. They have repelled Carp and vanquished an Admiral. As for whether the news will reach the ears of the Straw Hat crew, it remains uncertain. According to the timeline, they are still engaged in a fierce battle with Big Mom, preparing to escape with their sights set on Wano. Thus, Bai Jing finds himself with ample time. If he can resolve his previous regrets within a few months and meet with Luffy, everything will ultimately come to fruition. After several days at sea, they have drawn closer to Dress Rosa. The proximity to Dress Rosa only heightens Bai Jing's anticipation, primarily driven by a desire to see what Rebecca looks like, and not merely because of her golden attire. I also commented on a photograph to verify if her appearance is truly as alluring as depicted in the anime. 3 days passed quietly, And with their pirate ship racing towards the shores of Dress Rosa, Bai Jing and his companions leapt ashore in unison. Little oars remained on the ship, guarding it due to his colossal size. Ace felt it was unfair and chose to stay behind to keep him company. Meanwhile, Bai Jing resolved to acquire a fruit that would allow for size manipulation. Otherwise, little oars would be unable to venture anywhere. Longma, Corazon, the Golden Emperor, Stella, and Wazhian accompanied Bai Jing to the kingdom of Dress Rosa. Corazon wished to revisit a place he had not seen in over a decade, hoping it resembled his memories. Longma aimed to purchase a few fine swords, as the Golden Emperor had no shortage of wealth. They possessed hundreds of billions of berries, along with an unknown quantity of gold, making the acquisition of quality swords more than feasible. In Dress Rosa, they awaited the completion of the Golden Emperor's luxurious pirate ship. Bai Jing imposed no restrictions on their freedom, allowing them to venture wherever their hearts desired, ultimately relying on messenger snails for communication. The group exchanged nods and dispersed, with Stella and the Golden Emperor making their way to the renowned Lovers' Avenue in Dress Rosa. As the name suggests, it is a path traversed by ardent couples. Strolling down this street, they witnessed countless young lovers embracing and sharing tender moments, some even sealing their affection with a kiss. A glance exchanged between them revealed the unique tenderness they held for one another. Meanwhile, Corazon wandered along this familiar path, enveloped in solitude, his demeanor tinged with an unspoken melancholy. Longma observed his state with empathy and gently patted Corazon's shoulder. With new comrades by his side, it was time to let go of the past. After speaking, Longma smiled and headed towards a nearby shop selling swords, walking straight inside. Bai Jing decided against being a mere bystander. He yearned to visit the bullfighting arena to behold the statue of Cyrus and immerse himself in the vibrant atmosphere of the event. Ultimately, he intended to meet Cyrus and Rebecca. As for it was rumored that he had been taken by the Navy. Bai Jing sought to uncover the truth behind his imprisonment to orchestrate a rescue. He aspired to bring this couple aboard his vessel. The ethereal essence of the underworld was still ample, and with the guidance of the Fruit of Fortune, locating anyone would be considerably easier. Today, the bullfighting arena was teeming with throngs of people, and Bai Jing had registered early. Hua Jian, trailing behind him, inquired with confusion. "You are undoubtedly far superior to these individuals. Why do you still feel the need to register?" Bai Jing chuckled, merely to put on a facade, for ultimately, a man's pursuits culminate in 4 cardinal desires: face, wealth, power, and women. Hua Jian, with an innocent nod, cast a suspicious glance at Bai Jing. Transforming into a diminutive figure, she became a shimmering speck of light that merged into Bai Jing's being. Today, the bullfighting arena lacked the fervor of previous occasions, yet it remained filled to capacity. The Roman architectural style featured a central arena surrounded by a throng of spectators. A multitude of voices, numbering in the thousands, resounded above, fervently cheering for Nave, the competitor below. These individuals were often condemned criminals or pirates who willingly signed contracts of life and death. The purpose of Bai Jing, undoubtedly, is to establish 100 consecutive victories. Since Cyrus has accomplished this feat, he too must rise to the challenge. At the very least, he wishes to visit the renowned landmarks of these pirate-infested regions, thereby achieving a record forged within the annals of piracy. This also elucidates why Bai Jing has come here, to engage in a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Bai Jing's identification number is 666888. He stands in the waiting area of the arena, gazing at the statue of Cyrus. Bai Jing could vividly sense the immense vigor of his youth, having triumphed in 3,000 battles. Above him, he was revered as the god of war. 666888. It is your turn to take the stage, a commentator's voice resounded from above. Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly as he murmured, "It's my turn now, although time may not be abundant." Gathering 3,000 to 5,000 individuals should pose no challenge, since Cyrus was able to establish a record of over 3,000 matches. If I managed to attract 30,000 to 50,000, it would indeed mark a historical achievement in this arena of bullfighting. Bai Jing, with a carefree smile, walked steadily down the passage, his hands clasped behind his back. This place held significant memories. It was where Luffy and Sabo had their poignant reunion. He had watched that particular episode countless times. Chapter 69, I will strike 3,000 times. Here we have contestant number 666888, the pirate, the masked Garfy cat. The exhilarating and spirited commentary reverberated above, echoing throughout the bullfighting arena. Bai Jing discovered a golden mask and chose to disguise himself. for he had become a celebrity worth 2 billion. If it were to be known that a pirate of such wealth was here engaging in trivial battles, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Bai Jing still valued his dignity. This new face was unfamiliar. Perhaps this individual was a newcomer to the bullfighting arena, seeking their fortune. Could it be that they were one of the recent criminals from the kingdom? The name Masked Garfield was utterly perplexing. What kind of absurdity was that? Bai Jing, undeterred by the derision above, was akin to an elephant indifferent to the taunts of an ant. Their realms were simply disparate. In this moment, Bai Jing stood aloof in the stratosphere, his vision unclouded. Before his adversary could even emerge, Bai Jing tilted his head upward and addressed the commentator, declaring, "I shall take on 3,000 foes. Anything less would be inadequate for my prowess." Upon hearing this, the commentator was momentarily taken aback, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence, collectively bewildered. What? You intend to confront 3,000? Why not claim you aim for the heavens? The audacity of the boy seemed to border on madness. After all, even confronting 3 was a daunting task. The commentator above merely chuckled, dismissing the proclamation as a jest, and proceeded to introduce Bai Jing's opponent. This is one of the 10 most notorious criminals of the Dress Rosa kingdom, known as the bloodthirsty Sabrin. The man, brandishing 2 long blades in his hands, exuded a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust in his eyes. He licked his cracked lips, fixating intently on Bai Jing, and scoffed, "You, a mere child, believe you can take on 3,000? Do not indulge in fantasies. Today, you shall perish beneath my blade and become the soul of my 30-second victory." With that, Sabrin propelled himself from the ground, wielding his blades with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Bai Jing in the mere blink of an eye. Bai Jing let out a helpless sigh, remarking that his opponent was woefully inadequate. With that, he summoned a spear of lightning upon his right fist and hurled it fiercely forward. The spear shimmered with arcs of blue electricity, crackling and flickering through the air. It pierced directly into Sabriner's body. In disbelief, Sabriner's eyes widened as his dual blades hovered in the air, suspended 3 paces away from Bai Jing. Yet he had not struck. Stiffly, he lowered his gaze to behold the lightning spear that had impaled his abdomen. In an instant, his eyelids fluttered, and his eyes rolled back as the terrifying electricity annihilated all functions within his body. The violent discharge erupted, shattering his abdomen and creating a gaping wound. In Bai Jing's indifferent gaze lies a killer. Thus, he sees no reason to hold back. The arena of bullfighting is a realm where it is either your demise or mine, devoid of any compassion. Hiss. Who is this person? Such ferocity, such a bizarre intensity. Did he not just claim he could take on 3,000 opponents? It may very well be within his capability. Nonsense. 3,000? I doubt he could handle even 30. Let us wager. If he truly accomplishes this feat, I shall dance, perform a handstand, and spin 360 degrees while defecating. If he fails, then you shall do the same. The 2 men above, utterly peculiar, have begun to gamble on Bai Jing's potential. Gasps of shock and awe reverberate around the arena, and the expressions of those watching Bai Jing shift dramatically. This is one of the kingdom's most ruthless murderers, and it is astonishing to witness him being dealt with in such a manner by Bai Jing. Bai Jing raised his head to gaze at the commentator above, and continued with an air of indifference, "I intend to defeat 3,000 of them. This one is merely insufficient and far too feeble." Bai Jing cast a sweeping glance around the bullfighting arena, which could undoubtedly accommodate approximately 5,000 spectators. This single platform was capable of hosting such a multitude in combat. The commentator immediately contacted the personnel at the back of the bullring to discuss whether to grant Bai Jing's request for 3,000 combatants to join him. This number was more than sufficient, as there was no cause for concern. These were all notorious offenders of the kingdom, where the population hovered around 1 million. And the number of prisoners amounted to several tens of thousands, rendering the request entirely feasible. They decided to start by testing the waters with an initial group of 300. If he could conquer them, then the total would be escalated to 3,000. A voice echoed from the communication snail, and the commentator nodded affirmatively, rising from his seat. He was ignited with excitement for the impending battle, proclaiming with fervor that the contestant, the masked Garficat, was now pitted against 300 notorious criminals of the kingdom. All eyes were on the arena to see if the masked Garficat could triumph over each foe. Cheers erupted from the audience at the prospect of 1 against 300. Their enthusiasm reignited as they chanted in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that those behind him still harbored doubts about his abilities. At this moment, it was only through demonstrating his prowess that he could hold any hope, facing off against 3,000 adversaries alone. Bai Jing quietly clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He was on the verge of establishing a record in this bullfighting arena, leaving his mark in the world of pirates. Meanwhile, from another entrance, 300 ruffians emerged slowly, each with bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon the young man donning a golden mask. You will pay dearly for your arrogance, kid. Do you think you can kill one and become invincible? Today, your end is certain. It matters not who comes to your aid. Each of the 300 men was a towering figure, their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded Bai Jing. However, Bai Jing had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He yearned to secure victory swiftly and return for a meal. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared before the 300, his right fist was slightly drawn back, channeling the power of lightning to form an enormous fist extending 10 zhong, which he thrust forward. The staggering voltage of 90 million volts crackled ominously above. Bai Jing bellowed. 9 million volts, Thunder Goddess fist. The terrifying, colossal bolt of lightning surged forth, a single strike that rendered the 300 within its vicinity utterly defenseless. Bai Jing's speed was so extraordinary that, even as they boasted among themselves, he had already unleashed a devastating punch, the fierce lightning cascading down upon them. One by one, the throng of 300 ruffians was sent flying, the unfortunate few at the front reduced to mere remnants, obliterated by the onslaught. Chapter 70, 1 against 5,000, attracting attention with a single blow, so fearsome, nearly half of the 300 lay dead, while the other half succumbed to unconsciousness. It was a swift extermination, another strike, another instant annihilation. Moments prior, he had hurled a lightning spear. Now, it was a punch that resulted in instant death. All onlookers were rendered nearly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the brutality of that recent blow. No one could have anticipated that Bai Jing possessed such overwhelming power. Could one man truly take on 300? It seemed he harbored the potential to challenge 3,000. Was he truly a death row inmate? Or did he hail from elsewhere? How could this individual be so formidable, especially as a wielder of a devil fruit? He had been utilizing the power of lightning. Yet no prior mention of a lightning-based fruit had been heard. Observing closely, it was likely that the next confrontation would involve 3,000 adversaries. Shocked murmurs rose and fell like a tide, as everyone fixated on Bai Jing, eager to witness the unfolding of his next battle. Bai Jing raised his gaze towards the commentator. Now we can have 3,000 participants, can't we? I suggested bringing in a few more, otherwise, it would be utterly lacking in vigor, failing to ignite even a flicker of interest. The commentator, upon hearing Bai Jing's audacious remarks, did not dismiss them with disdain once more. Rather, he found them entirely reasonable, for Bai Jing had substantiated his claims through undeniable prowess. Before he could even utilize the message snail to communicate, a voice from the other side had already relayed its agreement to dispatch 3,000 individuals to the arena. With this directive in hand, the commentator was equally invigorated. He leaped onto the commentary platform and proclaimed, "The masked Garfy cat will now face the most heinous 3,000 criminals of our kingdom. Let the event commence." Opposite Bai Jing stood 3,000 tattooed men, each a towering figure, embodying a myriad of fierce appearances. Some gazed at Bai Jing with curiosity, while others harbored a more sinister intent. To them, anyone who sought to ascend through their ranks and gain renown faced but one inevitable outcome: death. They were not mere brutes. Rather, they were cunning and shrewd. From their previous encounter, they had learned of Bai Jing's strategy. His initial attack had caught everyone off guard, allowing him to dispatch 300 foes in an instant. They reasoned that if they refrained from idle chatter and charged directly at Bai Jing, denying him any opportunity, they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers. A collective smirk spread across the 3,000 as they brandished their weapons, some of them even possessing the powers of devil fruits, albeit of rather unimpressive nature. Bai Jing merely revealed a harmless smile and softly remarked, "I never expected these fools to have learned to strike first. However, when the disparity in strength is too great, it cannot be bridged." Behind Bai Jing, several thunderclouds drifted slowly, settling above the arena, their immense presence casting a shadow over the entire venue. Bai Jing gently snapped his fingers and whispered, 200 million volts, lightning strike. A colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from above. Infused with the ferocious power of electricity, This was the nascent form of a tempestuous thunderstorm. The terrifying force of the lightning struck down upon the crowd and the arena, creating a significant chasm in the platform. Consequently, the spectators found themselves ensnared within a sea of high-voltage electricity. Their bodies rendered unconscious the moment they made contact with the electric surge. The overwhelming pressure obliterated their internal functions, extinguishing the vitality of their organs and causing their blood to stagnate. For Bai Jing, the 3,000 individuals before him were merely 3,000 ordinary souls, without distinction. Although some had donned an air of dominance, it was still far from sufficient. Unsurprisingly, with another swift maneuver, he dispatched them in an instant. The arena was now lined with the lifeless bodies of 3,000, while the remnants of flickering lightning lingered above the fighting ground. The dark clouds of calamity in the sky served as a testament to the authenticity of Bai Jing's devastating strike, dispelling any notions of illusion. The two men, who had previously wagered on Bai Jing's defeat and had boasted about the spectacle of his humiliation, were the first to regain their composure amidst the collective astonishment of the crowd. They swiftly retreated in disarray. In that moment, the gaze of everyone in the arena shifted towards Bai Jing, their voices rising in unison, chanting his name, "Masked Garfy Cat, Masked Garfy Cat, Masked Garfy Cat." Bai Jing remained calm, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. He lifted his gaze once more towards the commentator and declared, "Bring in another 5,000." With his commanding words, the audience above echoed his sentiment, chanting fervently, "Another 5,000. Another 5,000. Another 5,000." The commentator, stirred by Bai Jing's audacious proclamation, shouted in a state of hysteria, "The masked Garfy Cat triumphs once again. What will be the outcome of this battle of 5,000? Let us await the spectacle." Of course, this bold move had received tacit approval from those in the background, granting him the authority to act thus. As the commentator's words resonated, yet another 5,000 emerged from the entrance, a sea of dark figures, each brandishing their weapons, surging forward to confront Bai Jing. They were resolved to deny him any chance of survival. He was far too formidable, a wielder of devil fruit powers. Atop the platform stood two men observing the unfolding battle. The man on the left, muscles taut despite his advanced age and sparse hair, possessed eyes that shimmered with a golden light. This was King Riku. Beside him stood a tall woman clad in a dotted purple dress, her hair cascading down her back like a violet waterfall. Next to her was a blonde woman, notably not in her familiar golden attire, but adorned in a flowing purple gown reminiscent of a pristine rose. Who else could this be but Rebecca? Adjacent to Rebecca was a one-legged man, none other than Cyrus, gripping a longsword, which he used to support himself. He watched the battle below with keen interest, murmuring, "It seems this young lad aims to set a record here in the bullfighting arena." Bai Jing never anticipated the turn of events. His intention was merely to create a stir, yet he inadvertently captured the attention of King Riku and Cyrus. This outcome was fortuitous, as it spared him the trouble of seeking them out. Once he concluded this battle, he would engage in conversation with Cyrus to address the regrets lingering in this regard. He would also take a moment to assess whether Rebecca would be inclined to accompany him. As for this narrative, should it feature multiple female protagonists, a singular heroine, or perhaps none at all? I invite everyone's thoughts on this matter. Additionally, should we incorporate characters from the original One Piece saga, such as Shirahoshi and Vivi? Considering the existing emotional connections to these characters, I welcome the community's opinions. Subsequently, following the conclusion of this chapter, I shall embark on a mission to rescue Senior, thereby rectifying the regrets associated with this endeavor. Chapter 71, The Legends of the Past versus the Legends of the Future. As Bai Jing observed the approaching 5,000 adversaries, he merely smiled, showing little concern. Casting a glance at the four individuals atop the elevated platform, he swiftly returned his focus. The sheer number of 5,000 individuals was sufficient to completely occupy the arena, armed with an array of formidable weapons, and among them were those possessing the powers of devil fruits. Now converging upon him, utilizing their abilities, they sought to take his life. In truth, I am quite formidable. To me, these individuals are merely offering their heads. Bai Jing smiled faintly and addressed the individuals rushing towards him. He gently snapped his fingers once more. With a crack, several thunderclouds descended from the heavens, hovering ominously above the heads of the crowd. Bai Jing offered a faint smile, turning away to avoid their gaze, for he had already anticipated this final outcome. It was not mere arrogance on his part. How infuriating, This little brat. How dare he act so pretentiously, disregarding our presence? How audacious to turn his back upon us, brothers. Let us strike. Braving the heavenly tribulation, we shall rend this impudent child to shreds and see if he dares to be so brazen again. The leading criminal charged towards Bai Jing, swiftly closing the distance of merely a few meters. Bai Jing turned away, no longer gazing at them, and murmured, 200 million volts, let the thunder descend. Once again, the ominous clouds of tribulation unleashed several hundred bolts of lightning with pinpoint accuracy. Each bolt, thicker than a barrel, radiated an aura of apocalyptic dread from the heavens. As the bolts descended, the 5,000 individuals below had yet to react before being struck by the terrifying lightnings, rendering their bodies paralyzed and obliterating their physical functions. Having just boasted moments ago, they now rolled their eyes back, their bodies stiffening as they collapsed to the ground. After Bai Jing had completed all of this, he turned his gaze towards the fallen criminals, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked upwards and declared, bring in another 5,000. He aspired to set a record of over 10,000. Although he could not emulate Cyrus by engaging in battle after battle to amass 3,000 encounters, he could certainly slay 1,000 in a single contest. After all, these were merely the kingdom's offenders. Their demise elicited no remorse. King Liku observed Bai Jing from below and inquired, who is this individual? Could he be a newly arrived criminal? Cyrus, holding a substantial stack of lists, scrutinized them meticulously twice before shaking his head. This man is not among them. He is a volunteer, having signed a life-and-death contract, seemingly with the primary intention of competing in the bullfighting arena. Then there is no necessity for concern. This young fellow likely wishes to make a name for himself. However, if this continues, the bullfighting arena may become untenable. King Liku chuckled, while Violet's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a sentiment echoed by Rebecca. Masked Garfy Cat! Masked Garfy Cat! Masked Garfy Cat! The audience in the elevated stands erupted in fervent cheers, captivated by Bai Jing's unparalleled demeanor. His confident turn, that lethal snap of his fingers, a punch, a spear, a snap, killing everyone on the field in an instant, was simply overwhelming. Indeed, a remarkable youth. Bravo! The sound of King Liku's applause resonated from above. Bai Jing glanced in his direction, merely smiling in response. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the audience, Longma, who had already procured 2 long blades strapped to his waist. Unbeknownst to him, Longma had also made his way into the stands to observe the battle. When their eyes met, Longma offered a slight smile, a nod of acknowledgement. Bai Jing also nodded in agreement. How about we engage in a battle, little one? It shall be a contest of victory, devoid of life and death. Above, Cyrus felt a surge of excitement. He leaped from the high platform and landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a resounding thud, the dust settled, revealing Cyrus standing on one leg, his right hand gripping a longsword, ablaze with fervent battle spirit as he gazed intently at Bai Jing. Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback, for he had originally aspired to create a legend, but now he found himself face to face with the very architect of myth, Cyrus. Initially, Bai Jing intended for Longma to engage in combat with Cyrus, as both were swordsmen. However, upon further reflection, he regarded Cyrus more as a warrior. To achieve an astounding 3,000 victories in the bullfighting arena, the term warrior seemed far more fitting. Once he triumphed over Cyrus, he planned to resurrect Cyrus's deceased wife, which he believed would not pose a significant challenge. After resolving this matter, he would then seek information on Senayur, aiming to bring back his beloved and, incidentally, their child as well. Given that his wife and child were merely ordinary beings, it was likely that they would not be destined for reincarnation in the realm of the dead. This realization afforded Bai Jing ample opportunity. Bai Jing observed the fierce battle spirit emanating from Cyrus, nodding in acknowledgement. He unfastened the trident from his back and gripped it firmly in his hand. Casting a smile at Cyrus as he declared, "Let us engage in combat." Cyrus propelled himself with a single foot, maintaining his speed, which surpassed that of many who utilized both feet, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards Bai Jing. With both hands firmly clasping his longsword, he raised it high above his head, the strike descending with the unstoppable force of a raging tide. A glimmer of light flickered at the corner of Bai Jing's eye. This was the observation hockey. He possessed the ability to foresee the future and discern the precise direction in which Cyrus intended to wield his sword. Bai Jing transformed into a golden flash, retreating swiftly. A strike missed its mark, and Cyrus displayed no discernible emotion, continuing to support himself on one leg as he thrust his longsword downward with great force. Utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself forward at an astonishing velocity, nearly doubling his speed. However, before Bai Jing, who possessed the keen observation of hockey, this was undeniably insufficient. Bai Jing transformed into a golden flash, utilizing the powers of the flash fruit, moving like a specter as he darted back and forth across the arena, never once retaliating. The masked Garfy cat was indeed formidable, managing to evade the onslaught of the arena god. His strikes came one after another with astonishing speed. The masked Garfy cat was no weakling. He was a feared deity capable of annihilating 5,000 foes in a single blow, truly a legend that would be recounted in the bullfighting arena of the future. The anticipation surrounding this clash of titans was palpable. Above, voices echoed, and the crowd watched with bated breath as the battle unfolded below. Rebecca's eyes were filled with concern as she glanced at Violet. "Do you think father might be defeated?" she queried, aware of the considerable disadvantage he faced against this man. Violet's gaze held deep significance as she replied, "In this battle, Brother Cyrus may indeed falter, for thus far, this man has yet to unleash his true prowess. Instead, relying solely on evasion, he may be searching for a moment to strike decisively." Chapter 72, The Fall of a Legend, The Tale of Bai Jing. Rebecca listened, rendered unusually silent. While she could accept the possibility of Cyrus's defeat, the thought still brought a twinge of sadness to her heart. For no one wishes to witness their loved one succumb to failure. Bai Jing was not as the masses perceived. He harbored his own schemes, contemplating the strategies and stances required to vanquish Cyrus. For the time being, he chose to allow Cyrus some leeway, permitting him to engage further. Otherwise, should he be swiftly defeated upon entering the arena, it would reflect poorly on Cyrus. Moreover, this would tarnish the illustrious reputation cultivated by the bullfighting arena. For social nuances must be observed when one is abroad. After Bai Jing had evaded a full 100 strikes, Cyrus began to sense something amiss. No matter how he accelerated his movements or enhanced his force, he could not touch Bai Jing. It was as if his maneuvers had been anticipated in advance. As he continued to elude every attempt, his gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave. He too possessed the ability of Kenbunchika hockey, allowing him to foresee his opponent's subsequent actions. He understood that Bai Jing must also wield this power, yet as a perennial champion of the arena, he remained unfazed. With a determined glint in his eyes, he charged once more towards Bai Jing, seemingly predicting the direction in which Bai Jing would dodge next, and swiftly descended to the ground. At that moment, Bai Jing darted to the left, and Cyrus, with a smirk upon his lips, raised his longsword high, leaping with fervor. This strike was reminiscent of the one he had employed to defeat Diamante, a cadre of the Flamingo. With a resounding shout, Thunder Destruction Sword, he executed a powerful downward slash, delivering a formidable blow to his adversary. Bai Jing gazed at the crescent-shaped sword light cleaving through the sky, exhibiting no trace of panic upon his countenance. His heart was serene, for he had anticipated this moment, aware that Cyrus might resort to such a formidable strike. To grant one's opponent the utmost respect is to vanquish him. Bai Jing, propelled by his feet against the ground, experienced a remarkable increase in speed as he ascended into the air, brandishing the golden trident with an air of dominance. The prongs of the golden trident shimmered with the elemental forces of lightning, ice, and fire. Notably, the power of ice was derived from the Huangquan fruit. Naturally, Bai Jing possessed other formidable techniques. Although the superhuman-type fruits do not allow for the elemental transformation of the body, such as the Jingxin fruit, he was not bound by such constraints. His arrival in this world was marked by a plethora of extraordinary phenomena, rendering such limitations irrelevant. He focused solely on his own creations. One could assert that Bai Jing epitomized a glitch in the system. Can a natural-type fruit not awaken? Watch me awaken it. In a state of invincibility, he transformed everything around him into elemental forms, skillfully integrating the abilities of other fruits. This was Bai Jing's ultimate technique, a creation entirely of his own devising. Bai Jing roared as Wang Ji executed a triple kill, a master of battle. Gripping the tail of his trident with one hand, he swung it upward with great force, creating a sweeping arc that clashed directly with Cyrus's attack. A metallic clang echoed through the air, and both combatants felt a slight numbness in their hands from the impact. However, the disparity between having a fruit ability and lacking one became evident. The electric power coursing from the tip of the golden trident transferred through the metal, striking Cyrus with ferocity, while flames erupted swiftly and ice slowed his movements. In that brief exchange, Cyrus was forced back 100 paces, while Bai Jing stood firm, the golden trident resting in his hand, exuding an undeniable grace. Aware that he could not counter Bai Jing's most formidable move, Cyrus accepted his defeat with a smile, candidly acknowledging, "In this battle, I have lost, and you have triumphed." Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward. Bai Jing slowly shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips, conceding gracefully. To the astonishment of all, the masked Garfi cat emerged victorious, indeed defeating the legendary figure of the bullfighting arena. Today, we have borne witness to a momentous occasion in history. Such is the prowess of the masked Garfi cat. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their voices crashing like waves. Rising to their feet, waving their arms, their eyes ablaze, fixed upon Bai Jing. Li Ko Wang laughed heartily, displaying no signs of disappointment or dismay at Cyrus's defeat. Rebecca and Violet exchanged glances, a resigned sigh escaping their lips. They had anticipated this outcome. Just as Cyrus prepared to turn away, Bai Jing softly inquired, "Captain, would you like to hear a tale?" Without waiting for Cyrus to respond, Bai Jing continued. The captain entered the pirate camp alone, rescuing the kidnapped Princess Scarlet. This valiant spirit captivated the heart of a princess, igniting a mutual affection between them. Their sincere feelings blossomed into love, with Scarlet unwavering in her belief in love, and Cyrus proving to be a worthy companion. Yet, the disparity in their statuses posed a challenge, leading to an orchestrated misfortune for the princess. This misfortune, however, was merely a ruse, a lie crafted to conceal the truth from all, enabling their union. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Cyrus froze, a tremor coursing through him, his grip on the sword quivering ever so slightly. Bai Jing continued to speak, the blood staining the hands of the youth. While the princess appeared to him as flawless as jade, the young man dared not meet her gaze, treating her like a treasured gem. 2 years later, after the birth of their first daughter, he had never once held her in his hands, fearing that he might tarnish her pure essence. To him, his hands were those of a demon, while his daughter was a sacred angel, deserving of protection from corruption. Ultimately, amidst his 3,000 consecutive victories, he donned gloves to finally embrace his child. Upon hearing this, Cyrus trembled more violently, disbelief etched across his features as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Jing. Life was beautiful, yet the hardships that followed were equally profound. The arrival of a single individual altered everything. The king of Liku was manipulated, chaos erupted within the city, and everyone succumbed to uncontrollable violence. The young man knew he had to rescue the king of Liku. Thus, he recklessly struck at Doflamingo, only to be transformed into a toy by Sugar. That night, he lost far too much, nearly everything. Scarlet was shot dead by the enemy while trying to buy bread. Enraged, the young man slaughtered all who stood in his way, cradling his wife's lifeless body, weeping in despair, his toy-like hands unable to feel a trace of warmth. Before Rebecca, he felt helpless, engulfed in sorrow and heartbreak, to the point of wishing for death as he lamented, "I did not protect your mother." This must have been the moment of utmost despair. As Bai Jing spoke of this, a subtle heaviness began to weigh upon his heart. Indeed, love among pirates often unfolds as a tragedy. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Cyrus was ensnared by his most profound memories, his gaze becoming utterly vacant. It seemed as though he was reminiscing about a woman, ethereal as a celestial being, his eyes quietly glistening with unshed tears. The men among pirates are truly brave souls. There was one sentiment that Bai Jing refrained from voicing. If a person is forgotten by all, then they have truly perished, have they not? Has everyone indeed forgotten her existence? Furthermore, before her demise, Cyrus had already transformed into a toy, cradling his sorrow, engulfed in grief. Yet, as a toy, he could not shed a single tear. What pained him most was his heart, for it was this state that had rendered him unrecognizable to Scarlet. Scarlet uttered a phrase, "Though I do not know who you are." Chapter 73. Cyrus's Hope. Re-entering the underworld, Cyrus's gaze towards Bai Jing had entirely shifted. When he regained his senses, he realized, to his surprise, that his eyes had become moist, tears gathering at the corners. Bai Jing slowly approached, softly stating, "In this battle, you have lost. However, in the roles of father and lover, you have never been defeated." Cyrus lifted his gaze, sorrow filling his eyes. His voice, hoarse and deep, broke the silence as he asked, "How do you know all of this?" "I have confided in no one." His heart was heavy with confusion, now replaced by profound grief. He could not comprehend how Bai Jing was aware of these matters, even articulating intricate details, including the most painful event of that fateful night. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of anger ignited within him, directed at Doflamingo, who had shattered his life and destroyed his beloved. Fortunately, he had later assumed the guise of a soldier, safeguarding Rebecca's childhood and nurturing her growth. Eventually, with the assistance of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, he was reunited with Rebecca, and the two finally reconciled. Bai Jing shook his head, stating that how he knew was of little significance. What truly mattered was whether there existed a possibility of rekindling their shattered bond. Was there a way? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Scarlet was indeed dead. He had witnessed it with his own eyes, the life extinguished right before him, cradled in his embrace. At that moment, he was merely a lifeless doll, his once warm hands now entirely cold, devoid of any trace of the warmth that Scarlet had possessed after his demise. That had been his moment of utmost despair. Bai Jing understood that whatever he said now would not convince Cyrus. Therefore, he remained unhurried and began, "If you trust me, wait for me within the palace over the next few days. I shall come to find you, accompanied by Scarlet. If you do not trust me, then consider this day as but an illusion." With such words, Bai Jing smiled, nodding in the direction of Longma, and transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the heavens and vanishing from the bullfighting arena. This course of action greatly facilitated his plans, as it resolved numerous issues and spared him the need to seek out King Liku and Cyrus within the palace. He would not permit Cyrus to board the ship. As Cyrus was ill-suited for the life of a pirate, it was far better for him to remain safely with Rebecca in the palace, reuniting with Scarlet and King Liku. This was indeed their most favorable outcome. After all, Bai Jing intended to recruit Doflamingo and Onisar, which included Corazon, all of whom were adversaries of Cyrus. Although Bai Jing had resurrected his beloved, conflicts were still likely to arise, and given Cyrus's relatively weak abilities, he might eventually struggle to keep pace. Thus, considering multiple factors, Bai Jing ultimately decided to fill this void but refrain from bringing them aboard. Sometimes, offering hope can rejuvenate the spirit. Cyrus stood still, absorbing Bai Jing's words, lingering in contemplation for a prolonged time. Even after the crowd dispersed, he remained, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "Is there truly hope? Are your words genuine? Will Scarlet really be resurrected?" Above him, King Liku and his companions were baffled by Cyrus's prolonged presence, having not heard the exchange between him and Bai Jing. Once the crowd had entirely faded away, they approached Cyrus. King Liku, perplexed and bearing a visage full of questions, inquired, "Cyrus, what troubles you?" At the sound of this voice, Cyrus snapped back to reality, gently shaking his head, still unwilling to divulge his thoughts. With Rebecca present, should he inadvertently instill hope in her, only for it to culminate in disappointment? The resulting sorrow would be overwhelming. If possible, he preferred to bear this grief alone. After all, both Rebecca and Violet were women, perceptive and delicate, unlike the robust King Liku. They could clearly see the traces of tears beneath Cyrus's eyes. Though faint, it did not escape their attention. After Bai Jing and Long Ma departed, they convened at a street corner. Kula Song had also arrived at this location, while Huang Jindi and Shi Dai La continued to enjoy their romantic life in this vicinity. As long as they were not disturbed, it sufficed. Later, one could explore the possibility of discovering other fruit abilities to enhance the crew's capabilities. Bai Jing addressed Long Ma, stating that he would seek an individual in the same manner as before, acknowledging that the process might take some time. He urged them not to allow anyone to steal his physical form. Long Ma and Kala Song nodded in agreement, and the trio soon found a modest inn where they paid for their stay and settled in. They shared a room, with Bai Jing sitting cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gradually closing. A terrifying aura of the Nine Nether power emanated from him, freezing the surrounding space. Long Ma and Kala Song, feeling this dreadful presence, could not help but change their expressions, as they were all too familiar with it. This was the same ominous energy they had encountered in the realm of death. The two retreated to a corner. Bai Jing's soul thus departed from his corporeal form, the verdant spirit breaking into a mischievous grin at the two before gradually dimming within this expanse, ultimately vanishing from this realm. It journeyed directly to the realm of death. The familiar Niha Bridge, the well-known Yellow Springs, and the three cities of the underworld greeted him with an air of nostalgia. The fruit of fortune, indeed, could awaken. As for which fruits could awaken and which could not, Bai Jing considered such distinctions to be mere nonsense. In his case, anything was possible. After all, he was a transcender. This fact alone rendered everything feasible for him. The notion that natural fruits could not awaken defied reason? Apologies, but my existence itself contradicts the mundane. Upon awakening, the fruit of fortune could directly influence fate, granting the ability to discern the future of an individual and, through the guidance of destiny, locate those one sought to find. It bore resemblance to the powers of Basil Hawkins, capable of predicting fortune and misfortune alike. In Bai Jing's heart, as he contemplated the visage of an individual, guided by the serendipity of fate's fruit, it seemed to him that a delicate line, stretching infinitely, extended before him, leading directly to the presence of this person. In Bai Jing's eyes, a glimmer of joy appeared as she whispered, "Indeed, it is feasible. It can be accomplished. I can locate this person. She still exists, so reviving her is all that is required." However, the distance seemed somewhat daunting. As she passed through the third city, Bai Jing observed Whitebeard still pondering below, a look of contemplation evident in his gaze. In truth, Bai Jing believed that a decade was unnecessary once the luck fruit awakened. She could resurrect Oniseal's companion. She would seek out the two disciples of Black Arm Zephyr, and upon finding them, she would first revive Black Arm Zephyr and then Whitebeard, thus assembling the crew. As for the pirates of the previous generation, such as Roger, assistance from Whitebeard would likely be needed, as they were acquainted and communication would be more straightforward. In this manner, the era of maritime supremacy would once again be ushered in. Chapter 74, Sixth City. Reviving Scarlet following the guidance of the luck fruit, Bai Jing soared upwards, enveloped in the ethereal mist of the Nine Nether, rendering her presence undetectable to those below. She traversed the fourth city and the fifth city. At the terminus of the verdant line, it pointed directly towards the sixth city. A soft white mist drifted down from above, guided by the long lines, until it found a woman at the corner of the sixth layer. Could it be Scarlet? Dressed in a pale green gown and sporting pink hair, she bore a striking resemblance to Rebecca. Yet, within this sixth city, her existence seemed far from prosperous. She stood at the corner, her face drawn and weary. Lost in thought, she murmured softly about the increasingly harsh conditions, lamenting that without strength, survival was nearly impossible, let alone the prospect of reincarnation. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, his eyes vacant and filled with nostalgia. He wondered whether Cyrus and Rebecca were safe now. After more than a decade, Rebecca must have blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Yet, it pained him to think he would not witness her wedding or see Cyrus again. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's eyes glimmered with a smile. Indeed, this is how it should be, mutual concern and affection between one another, which epitomizes love among pirates. The silhouette of Bai Jing gradually emerged as he turned to Scarlet and spoke. "There is no need to worry any longer about Cyrus and Rebecca. Rebecca has grown into a beautiful young woman, strikingly similar to you in appearance. The nation has been liberated and has now settled into peace. All that is required is for you to return to the pirate world with me." The sudden sound of Bai Jing's voice startled Scarlet, causing her heart to race as she instinctively patted her chest. Confusion enveloped her as she pondered how Bai Jing had appeared so unexpectedly, just moments ago. She had observed the desolate streets around her, nearly empty save for a scant few individuals. Bai Jing shook his head, asserting that how he arrived was of little consequence. What mattered now was her cooperation. She must remain silent and still. The events that were about to unfold might seem unbelievable. Yet if she wished to return to the world of pirates, to reunite with Gullus and Rebecca, as well as King Liku, she should simply follow him. Scarlet was momentarily stunned. Before she could utter a word, Bai Jing had already emanated the aura of the Nine Nether, enveloping her form and whisking her away from the sixth city. Despite her skepticism towards his claims, she found herself inexplicably rising from the ground, her body no longer under her control. Having endured enough of this existence and yearning to see her daughter and husband again, she ceased her resistance, allowing the Nine Nether's energy to guide her. They soared above the sixth city and into the first city, crossing the vast, endless yellow springs and traversing the bridge of helplessness. The exhilaration coursing through her was palpable. It was indeed true that Bai Jing could lead her away from this place, unnoticed by anyone. A joyous smile graced her face, and her heart brimmed with boundless gratitude towards Bai Jing. If a reunion were truly possible, he would be considered her savior, a debt of gratitude that could scarcely be repaid. Ahead, a familiar light beckoned. If they could breach this threshold, she would successfully be revived, her physical form restored to its former self. Bai Jing had only lingered in this realm of the Nine Nether for a mere 3 hours before successfully departing. As her spirit transcended that luminous threshold, Scarlet felt an extraordinary light envelop her. In that instant, her soul swiftly solidified, and her attire reverted to its former state, a green gown adorning her entire figure. Within this chamber, Corazon and Longma vigilantly guarded Bai Jing's corporeal form, thwarting any potential theft. In the next moment, a woman suddenly descended from above, crashing heavily onto the floor. Scarlet felt a sharp pain in her backside and yelped in surprise. Ah? Familiar light, familiar air. Experiencing this palpable agony, she bewilderedly opened her eyes, lowered her gaze, and beheld her own hands. Overcome with excitement, she tenderly caressed her body, pinched her face with fervor, her eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to glance at Bai Jing, she recognized the very person who had just guided her from the realm of death. Bai Jing's spirit thus returned to the corporeal realm. Bai Jing rose to his feet, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he welcomed her back to the realm of reality, the kingdom she knew so well. Scarlet's face lit up with excitement as she rushed forward, enveloping Bai Jing in a heartfelt embrace, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. She continuously expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I am truly grateful. I cannot repay your immense kindness." Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted Scarlet's back, choosing not to utter a word. The profound emotions of being resurrected and reuniting with her husband and daughter were likely known only to her. Longma and Corazon, being men, were less inclined toward romantic sentiments. For them, the act of resurrection was merely about safeguarding what they cherished, protecting those they wished to shield, and encountering familiar faces once more. All those who yearn for revival are driven by attachments and shackles of the mortal realm. In essence, it boils down to 3 words: unable to let go. Bai Jing possesses remarkable insight. The term Bai Jing, in ancient times, signified the sun, symbolizing the act of illuminating others and warming the world. Perhaps this is one of the reasons Bai Jing can traverse realms. This name carries profound significance, though its depths will only be revealed in due course. For now, let us address the regrets of the pirates and fill the void of Bai Jing's youthful years. Corazon and Longma, understanding the gravity of the moment, discreetly exited the dwelling, as such situations were most unbearable for them. After a considerable while, Scarlet managed to compose herself. Having wept copiously, she gently released Bai Jing, who smiled and remarked, "Prepare your appearance, for we shall now return to the royal palace of Li Qiu to meet your father, your husband, and your now adult daughter." Bai Jing had thoughtfully prepared a considerable amount of cosmetics, all of which had, of course, been borrowed from Stella. It could hardly be deemed theft, as he regarded them as belonging to his own crew. While the quantity was modest, merely tucked away in his pockets, it was sufficient for Scarlet's makeup needs. Moments later, everything was resolved, and Bai Jing, followed by Scarlet, made their way to the Riku Palace. As for Corazon and Longma, their presence was unnecessary. Corazon, having previously been one of Doflamingo's subordinates, might very well reignite tensions upon witnessing the scene. Bai Jing did not wish to witness this originally heartwarming scene transform into one filled with tension. The night, often the most tender time, promised tears upon their reunion. Chapter 75. The Final Encounter, Rebecca's Mother. The streets at night were particularly lively, with numerous groups of people strolling about. Women, linked arm in arm with men, engaged in cheerful conversation along the sides of the streets. Almost every couple was part of a larger gathering, making solitary figures a rare sight in the kingdom. Ever since Doflamingo's departure, the atmosphere had naturally improved, as even pirates adhered to the kingdom's rules, jovially drinking together in the taverns, united in camaraderie. Bai Jing, followed closely by Scarlet, made his way step by step toward the royal palace's elevated grounds. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Some basked in the fervor of romance, while others endured the torment of anxiety, and naturally, it was Cyrus who found himself in the latter predicament. As Bai Jing had instructed him to await his arrival at the palace, Cyrus had uncharacteristically ventured there this evening. With flowing black curls and a goatee, he donned the attire of a swordsman, complete with a helmet, cloak, metallic bracers, and a sword, his signature ensemble. Alone, he stood within the grand hall of the palace, his gaze flickering across the luminous expanse, eagerly awaiting the arrival of an unknown figure. Observing the lofty heights of the royal grounds, Bai Jing regarded the diminutive hill with a discerning eye. Although a path was available, he deemed it too sluggish. Thus, he pondered, why not seek a swifter means? Bai Jing's fingers gently touched Scarlet, manifesting the power of the gravity fruit. which allows one to significantly lighten their body. This represents Bai Jing's innovative utilization of the gravity fruit's abilities. If one can attract falling meteors from the sky, why not ascend to the heavens themselves? This capability bears resemblance to that of the float fruit, illustrating the multifaceted potential of a single fruit, a testament to the ingenuity of the travelers from Huaxia. The two figures gradually began to rise, soaring until they reached the lofty heights of the king's domain. Bai Jing snapped his fingers, and the anti-gravity effect surrounding them was lifted, allowing them to gently descend onto the sunflower field above the king's heights. This expanse of sunflowers was vividly etched in Bai Jing's memory, for it was here that Cyrus had decisively dealt with Ming Ji's subordinates. Upon encountering this familiar terrain, Scarlet's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, her face adorned with a wistful expression, as she seemed to reminisce about a bygone era. That period had been a genuine oasis of carefree joy, a time when both she and Cyrus had basked in happiness. Now, she found herself back on this land, both familiar and foreign. Looking up, she beheld the palace where she had lived for over a decade, and before her lay the sunflower field where she had often frolicked. Everything had changed, yet paradoxically, it felt as though nothing had altered. The sole distinction lay in her own transformation. She was no longer that innocent little girl, nor the carefree princess she once was. Everything had irrevocably shifted. Had it not been for Bai Jing's arrival to resurrect her, she might have remained lost to eternity, forever forgotten by the world. Bai Jing once again summoned a beam of dark light that enveloped her, and the two of them gently ascended to the resplendent palace above. Directly in front of the palace lay the grand hall. At this moment, within the hall, it seemed that King Liko had sensed something unusual in his old friend today, a hint of concern evident on his countenance. Accompanied by Rebecca, they exited from one side of the grand hall. Why was he alone in the hall today? Lost in thought, King Liko smiled as he gazed at Cyrus. Rebecca, troubled, furrowed her brows and spoke, "Father, what troubles you today? Ever since we returned from the bullfighting arena, you have been acting strangely. So what if you lost a match? You are still the legendary creator of the bullfighting arena." Observing the worried expressions on their faces, Cyrus forced a faint smile and softly replied, "It is not about that." He hesitated, glanced at them, and ultimately spoke up. "This morning, that masked man recounted in detail the story of Scarlet and me, even how she met her demise. My reaction at that moment was no different from the truth. If it were only that, I wouldn't be so troubled. However, he claimed he could resurrect her, the veracity of which I cannot ascertain. Hence, I await his arrival here today, hoping it is not merely a dream or an illusion." "Daughter? Mother?" Both Rebecca and King Liko exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with astonishment. In that instant, the smiles that adorned their faces faded, replaced by a somber weight. Over the years, King Liko had somewhat forgotten, striving to conceal his sorrow deep within, refusing to express it outwardly. Yet now, with this mention, the man in his 50s felt a pang of discomfort. Rebecca's memories of Scarlet lingered from her childhood, yet they were profoundly etched in her mind. Hearing such news now left her visage frozen in shock. Noticing their reactions, Cyrus sighed softly. He had anticipated this. The three of them, at this moment, fixated their gazes on the empty expanse outside the grand hall. The hall itself descended into an eerie silence. Bai Jing floated with Castlight from the exterior of the grand hall to its entrance. Castlight's face was filled with anticipation, his inner emotions almost too much to contain. As he and Bai Jing hurried into the center of the hall, the gaze of the three individuals was fixed intently on the outside, and upon noticing two figures entering, their attention silently converged, scrutinizing with unwavering focus. At the moment Bai Jing and Castlight stepped into the heart of the hall, and their eyes met those of the three above, the space seemed to ignite with an unseen force. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Cyrus gazed at the figure within the hall, a visage he had longed for over a decade, burdened with guilt for just as long. In that instant, tears welled up and moistened his eyes. A man's tears are seldom shed, especially in moments of deep sorrow. A flicker of dazed disbelief crossed his mind. Could it be that he was truly seeing the one he had yearned for? Likewise, the King of Liku and Rebecca shared this sentiment. One grieved for a daughter lost for over a decade, a pain so profound that none could comprehend it better than he. The other mourned a mother absent for years, having spent countless cold winters longing for her. Now, this figure stood before her. Even this elder, nearing 50, found tears escaping his eyes. As for Rebecca, her tears cascaded forth like a flood breaching its dam, her lips quivering, the corners drawn downward, biting her upper lip. This was the visage of one desperately stifling her sorrow. In that moment, Castlight could no longer restrain herself, revealing the most beautiful smile she had ever felt. Stepping forward to embrace the three, two streams of tears flowed gently down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Bai Jing felt a surge of emotion. As if the essence of crocodile had entered his eyes, his nose tinged with red. Bai Jing cursed under his breath. Damn crocodile, why must he intrude upon my sight? Chapter 76, A Night of Reunion, News from Onisal. Bai Jing refrained from shedding tears, perceiving it as somewhat shameful. In his view, amidst the warmth of mutual acquaintances, what reason did an outsider have to weep? Thus, he maintained a semblance of composure, a smile flickering in his eyes, despite the overwhelming urge to cry. Rebecca, Cyrus, and King Liko swiftly descended from above, enveloping Lysgate in their embrace. Two robust gentlemen and two women found themselves in a poignant embrace, tears flowing freely. This evening, the moon appeared to mirror the sorrow of both men and women, fragmented yet whole. The grief of a daughter's demise and her subsequent resurrection. The anguish of a mother lost and revived. The pain of a partner's death and return. Only these three bore witness to such profound emotions. Similarly, these sentiments were vividly reflected in Castlight. Tonight, the moonlight seemed more tender, the evening breeze gently caressing Bai Jing's hair, filling the void of regret while softly brushing his face, offering a heartfelt gratitude. Among life's four greatest joys, finding sweet rain after a long drought, encountering an old friend in a foreign land, achieving success in examinations, and the bliss of wedding days. None could surpass the joy of reunion after a prolonged separation in this grand hall. Bai Jing wore a smile at the corners of his eyes. After completing all of this, he quietly exited, having filled the void of regret within himself. The four remained enveloped in warmth, weeping profusely, oblivious to Bai Jing's departure. Bai Jing, akin to a solitary traveler in the depths of night, departed from the palace of the lofty king, wandering amidst the fields of sunflowers. Bai Jing stood with his hands clasped behind him, under the luminous glow of the full moon. Bai Jing pondered, what constitutes regret? It is that which cannot be obtained anew, the individuals one can never encounter again. To lose what has already been acquired, to see once more those who have departed. Such is the nature of humanity. When present, we often fail to cherish. Yet in absence, we are consumed by profound anguish. In the realm of pirates, however, the narrative unfolds in stark contrast. They are predominantly united by love, holding each other in high regard. Yet, fate is a cruel architect, often assigning one to bear the burden of their demise. Thus, I shall resurrect them one by one. If given the chance to return, armed with such an ability, I would surely place the blade upon the throat of that wretched soul who orchestrates their suffering. At the climax of the tale, I would demand the revival of all, ensuring that every grave injustice is rectified. Bai Jing, lost in thought, felt a sense of bewilderment in his eyes. The gentle breeze and the bright moon accompany my laughter as I roam freely beneath the pirate's moonlight. On this splendid day, with its exquisite scenery, may all perfect matters reflect the beauty of the full moon, shining brilliantly. Bai Jing laughed heartily as he departed from the sunflower field, turning swiftly and leaping down from the heights of Wangji, plunging several hundred meters without a moment's hesitation. He utilized a communication snail to check if anyone remained in the city. Ace and Little as might have succumbed to slumber, as they did not respond. The Golden Emperor and Stella were lost in their own sweet reverie, prompting Bai Jing to refrain from disturbing them, displaying remarkable discretion. At that moment, Corazon and Longma were amidst the bustling streets. Upon receiving Bai Jing's call, the two joined him at a pirate tavern, raising their glasses filled with fine wine, clinking them together before downing the contents in one go. This night in Wanqing was filled solely with joy, devoid of sorrow. As night deepened, the trio collapsed upon the table, thoroughly intoxicated. Before succumbing to inebriation, Corazon employed his abilities to envelop them in a tranquil aura, allowing the three to drift into peaceful slumber, undisturbed. Indeed, the usually reticent Corazon exhibited extraordinary tenderness, proving to be a considerate gentleman. Meanwhile, the four in the grand hall had finally extricated themselves from the emotions of their long-awaited reunion. Where has he gone? Where is the gentleman who saved me? Cosselet pondered, her eyes red and glistening. Turning her gaze around, her heart sank upon realizing he had truly vanished. She had intended to express her gratitude, yet Bai Jing had departed, leaving her without the opportunity to repay his kindness. Cyrus, King Liku, and Rebecca suddenly realized that the young man had indeed spoken the truth. he could truly bring one back to life. "Mother, we must find a way to properly thank that gentleman," Rebecca murmured, recalling how Bai Jing had not concealed his face, revealing features that had momentarily eluded their recognition. King Li Ku immediately issued a decree to search the entire nation for Bai Jing, inviting him to the royal palace with the utmost honors, ensuring they could adequately express their gratitude. Cyrus's eyes reflected confusion mixed with a hint of skepticism. If Bai Jing possessed such power, why would he choose to act in this manner? Yet, this fleeting doubt lingered only for a moment before being cast aside. After all, a life had been restored. What did it matter if doubts remained? Even if it meant stepping into an elaborate trap, he would accept it. The following day, the trio had completely sobered up. Corazon quietly withdrew his powers and ordered 3 cups of light tea at the bar to aid in their recovery. Bai Jing exchanged a knowing smile with his companions. This night was indeed enchanting. Thus, it was time to inquire about the whereabouts of Sei, or who was imprisoned in a naval facility. The moment had come to rescue him. First, they would liberate him, and then they would seek to revive his beloved wife and children. As for how to resolve the resentment held by Orzel's partner, Bai Jing had his own methods. Have you heard? It appears that a former officer of Doflamingo has now been confined in one of the Navy S branch prisons. How could we not have heard? He is the most notorious criminal in our kingdom, and it is fortunate that his associates are also imprisoned. The individual in question is known as Sei Or, and he is quite the peculiar character, donning a pink dress in an outrageous display. One wonders what Doflamingo was thinking to accept such a subordinate. Could it be that their entire cadre is composed of oddities? The voices of the nearby pirates echoed, laced with mockery as they ridiculed Sei Or. Bai Jing did not intervene, even though he deeply admired Senior for his willingness to sacrifice so much for his wife. However, what had transpired before could not be undone. There was no way to absolve it. As a member of the Don Quixote family, he bore the brunt of public scorn. Such is the narrative of history. And thus the world continues to unfold. Bai Jing and the 2 others listened in silence, while Corazon maintained an impassive demeanor. Once a member of the family's leadership, he was well aware of Senier's presence. However, at that time, he had not yet donned the pink dress, nor had his wife met her untimely demise. Now, faced with such circumstances, he found himself at a loss for words. The impending encounter between the two was likely to be tinged with a degree of awkwardness, given that Corazon had once served in the Navy and had betrayed the family. Chapter 77. The Naval Division, the Abduction of Onisol. Yet, for Bai Jing, these matters were of no concern. Bai Jing saved Onisol Pick, and in doing so, he incurred a debt of gratitude from him, a bond that would aid in reconciling past grievances with Corazon. The second favor, however, was of far greater significance. It involved resurrecting his wife and children, granting them forgiveness, and reuniting their family. Such a benevolence far surpassed the first. As for Bai Jing's future endeavors, he would respect his decisions. Whether or not he chose to board the ship mattered little. Regardless of whether it was a straightforward or covert plot, Bai Jing maneuvered with remarkable finesse. For he was a son of Huaxia, well-versed in the 36 stratagems and adept in various military tactics. The 3 men listened intently to the whereabouts of the Naval Division and the extent of its forces. "You only just learned this news?" one remarked. "I was aware of it 6 months ago. It is said that he is imprisoned several hundred nautical miles from our kingdom in a naval facility. Allegedly, due to his affiliation with the Don Quixote family, he is receiving special treatment, guarded by 5 major generals. Furthermore, nearly 50,000 naval personnel are stationed there, equipped with comprehensive measures to prevent any abduction. Is that truly necessary? After all, he is merely a cadre. Why mobilize such a force?" The nearby pirates discussed the matter with bewilderment. Consider this. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, and when he was imprisoned, Admiral Suru and others were also involved. All for the sake of detaining Doflamingo. Their evident concern for Doflamingo mirrored the same level of regard for their own cadre. The trio gathered valuable information, exchanged knowing glances, drained their cups of lukewarm tea, and stood to depart. At that moment, the entire kingdom was in search of Bai Jing, employing the collective strength of the nation. Both spies in the shadows and residents in the streets had received the same message, a call to find Bai Jing, with substantial rewards offered to those who succeeded. As the 3 emerged from the tavern, they overheard this very news. Corazon and Ryuma exchanged glances with Bai Jing, piecing together the unfolding events. The woman who had resurrected from the underworld surely had some connection to King Li Ku and Cyrus. As an act of gratitude, they sought Bai Jing's whereabouts. Bai Jing, adorned with a mask, stealthily evaded detection. Do you not wish to meet them, even if only to acknowledge the reward? Long Ma, perplexed, inquired with curiosity. Bai Jing gently shook his head, indicating that it posed no issue for me. However, it might present some difficulties for Corazon. Bai Jing chuckled playfully. Corazon merely curled his lips in a faint smile, shaking his head without uttering a word. Although he did not directly instigate those crimes, there existed some indirect connections. Bai Jing gently patted Corazon's shoulder and spoke reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if you encounter them, nothing dire will transpire, for all prior matters have been resolved. He continued. Now, let us proceed to the Naval Division to rescue Onisal and rectify this lingering regret. The two nodded in a state of bewilderment, and the trio vanished around the street corner. After ensuring that all was in order, they returned to their pirate ship. Initially, the crew intended to remain in this kingdom for a time, awaiting the opulent pirate vessel crafted by the Golden Emperor Tezelo. However, the priority was to rescue Senior first, after which they would return to this place, acquire a new ship, and continue their voyage. The forthcoming adventures would undoubtedly be more intense. Bai Jing could already envision the escapades ahead, likely filled with relentless pursuits by the Navy. In these past few days, it was certain that several naval officers within the kingdom had taken note of their presence. Bai Jing was contemplative, yet he remained indifferent, for the arrival of naval forces was merely a boon to him. He may not excel in one-on-one combat, and, for the time being, could not contend with the likes of Garp, Sengoku, or Akainu. After all, seasoned veterans and admirals stationed at the Navy headquarters possessed formidable strength. However, when it came to admirals, he could take on one, and if two appeared, he would face them both. If three were to confront him, he would assess his chances. If he could fight, he would engage, but if not, he would retreat. While his individual combat prowess may be lacking, his efficacy in group battles was remarkable. One strike from the Thunder Fruit could unleash a tempest of lightning across a 100-mile radius, claiming countless lives. Furthermore, the terrifying capabilities of the Tremor Fruit were daunting to contemplate. Fearless of sea prism stone, hockey, or seawater, it bore no discernible weaknesses. Little Oars and Ace, upon witnessing the swift return of the three, could not help but express their confusion. Why are you leaving now without completing your mission? Bai Jing shook his head and spoke. Let us proceed to the nearest naval base in this vicinity to seize an individual. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ace could not help but express his astonishment. Bai Jing was utterly unlike a typical pirate. Fearless of the Navy, he even dared to place a bounty on them and now intended to stir trouble at the naval base. It was likely that Bai Jing's bounty would increase yet again. Presently, it stood at a staggering 2 billion, and the Navy had already mobilized once, even calling upon Carp. It was anticipated that they would mobilize again, this time with meticulous preparations. A demon-slaying order would be issued, resulting in indiscriminate attacks on the waters where Bai Jing resided, solely to eradicate him. However, from Bai Jing's perspective, there was little difference. Previously, the Navy had dispatched 100,000 personnel and 20 vice admirals, a scale that already rivaled the demon-slaying order. The only distinction lay in the fact that their warships were not constructed by the Royal Shipyard of Water 7. The vessels crafted here were the Navy's most formidable, possessing devastating capabilities. After receiving Bai Jing's transmission, Stella and the Golden Emperor arrived, slightly late, offering a polite smile of apology to the 5 individuals before leaping aboard the pirate ship. Hua Jian emerged from Bai Jing's body, floating gracefully in the air. Bai Jing observed that everyone had gathered and spoke, set sail towards the Naval Division to seize Onisal. Excitement radiated from their faces. The prospect of launching an assault on the Naval Division to rescue someone was exhilarating. The gilded pirate ship gradually departed from the shore, navigating towards the naval headquarters. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Naval Division, behind the Naval Plaza lay a prison where all the pirate captives were confined. Crack! The sound of a whip striking a prisoner resounded, landing heavily upon his back. The naval officer wielding the whip bellowed, "Hurry up! Are you so famished that you can barely walk?" The lash fell, leaving the flesh mangled, and the prisoner's body was already a canvas of scars. His hands and feet were shackled tightly with chains forged from sea prism stone. It was evident that this naval officer was deliberately tormenting him. And among the 100 naval personnel present, smiles of amusement flickered in their eyes, with no intention of intervening. They stood by, mockingly observing, even brandishing their own whips to chastise the nearby criminals. In the realm of victors and vanquished, who was to say what is right or wrong? Chapter 78. The Golden Land, Before the Seawall Gate. The Navy pursues the pirates, the Navy slays the pirates, and equally, the pirates kill the Navy and civilians alike. In this cycle of violence, there is no clear distinction of right or wrong. It is merely a clash of class and differing stances, each with its own mission. To Bai Jing, this was entirely normal. The dichotomy of victors and vanquished is simply the way of the world. The Navy is not necessarily virtuous. Yet most bear the responsibility of upholding the superficial order for the common folk, even though many pirates and Navy personnel collude behind the scenes. Without the Navy, chaos would reign in this world. Conversely, while the majority of pirates embody malevolence, a small fraction may possess goodness. The two factions represent opposing forces, akin to yin and yang. Maintaining the balance of this realm, the absence of either side would lead to imbalance. The pirate ship, helmed by Bai Jing and his crew, sailed for hundreds of nautical miles towards the northwest before the silhouette of the naval base gradually came into view. This naval stronghold was nestled within a tri-mountain gorge, with towering peaks flanking it on either side, forming a U-shape that provided a natural defensive position, making it easy to guard yet difficult to assault. The forepart consisted of sturdy walls, and any naval vessels wishing to enter were required to have the gates opened. Otherwise, they would be repelled at the threshold. Upon entry, the surrounding walls were lined with naval platforms, and behind these platforms lay the prison that housed the captured offenders. Layer upon layer of defense was established here, housing nearly 50,000 Navy personnel, if not more. 5 vice admirals and a dozen rear admirals presided over the order within this formidable establishment. As Bai Jing's pirate ship approached the naval base, it attracted the keen attention of the sentinels stationed atop the walls. One guard, spotting the distant vessel, quickly seized a nearby communication snail and dispatched a message to the higher echelons of the Navy. Report: a pirate ship is slowly advancing towards our naval base. Without hesitation, orders were issued to ready the cannons and obliterate the intruder, for pirates deserved no mercy. Let justice be served according to their convictions. The upper command swiftly commanded the engagement, and the handful of Navy personnel stationed on the walls began to prepare the artillery. The cannons were aimed squarely at Bai Jing's vessel, with the order given to eliminate the pirates. The crew of several hundred on the deck observed the unfolding scene with cold indifference. Bai Jingyuan caught sight from afar of the rows of cannons, glinting with a cold light, aimed directly at them. Bang, bang, bang. Enormous shells hurtled toward the group, creating a veritable rain of artillery in the sky. The pirate ship of Bai Jing continues to sail forward, showing no signs of halting. Bai Jing leisurely settled onto the deck, producing a lounge chair before reclining upon it with a mischievous grin, casting a sidelong glance at Long Ma. Understanding the unspoken cue, Long Ma silently tightened his grip on the scabbard with his left hand while his right hand clasped the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, tracing a crescent arc before him. His thumb gently pressed against the hilt as he smoothly returned the long blade to its sheath, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly as if choreographed. The sound of the blade sheathing resonated, a crisp clang, and simultaneously, dozens of cannonballs detonated above, cleaved in half by a surge of sword energy that sliced through their center. Bang! Bai Jing was aware of the outcome. With Long Ma and even the Golden Emperor at his side, such a lavish configuration seemed excessive for merely seizing a prison. What? The adversary possesses a swordsman? Continue the bombardment. Intensify the assault. Load the cannons. I refuse to believe he can sever all of this in one breath. Boom, boom. From atop the city walls, dozens of cannons were wheeled out, aimed directly at Bai Jing's warship, each one unleashing its fury. Meanwhile, Long Ma wielded his blade, skillfully cleaving through the air. As Bai Jing's pirate vessel approached the very gates of the naval division, the expressions of the soldiers darkening with trepidation. A sentinel atop the wall shouted, "Close the sea gates. We cannot allow a single one of them to enter. Annihilate them all." Orders were given for immediate naval reinforcements to assemble, erecting cannons to retaliate once more. On the surrounding hills, thousands of Navy soldiers emerged in a dark wave, each brandishing their firearms, directing their aim toward Bai Jing and his crew. Ace observed the deluge of cannonballs raining down, adjusting his cowboy hat slightly down over his brow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Flames ignited in his hand as he thrust it forward with tremendous force, bellowing, "Fire fist." The barrage of cannonballs disintegrated into ashes beneath the might of his fiery strike. Hua Jin and Stella stood resolutely upon the deck, their expressions unwavering amidst the chaos. Bai Jing rose to his feet and leaped gracefully from the pirate ship, his body crackling with electric energy as he hovered above the surface of the sea. Slowly, he bent down, his fingers piercing through the waters. In an astonishing display, the sea surrounding him transformed into liquid gold, coalescing into solid form with remarkable speed, creating a vast expanse of golden land spanning hundreds of meters in front of the naval headquarters. The Golden Emperor could not achieve this feat, for the objects he transmuted into gold would revert to their original state upon contact with seawater. Other devil fruit users might possess the ability, yet they would be unable to float above the water. If they should fall, their inability to swim would pose significant peril. Thus, it was Bai Jing who undertook this endeavor, as ahead of him, a magnificent golden land had already materialized. Bai Jing stepped forth, with Longma trailing closely behind. The Golden Emperor cast a glance at Stella before speaking, "I shall descend and join him." In that moment, the colossal figure of Little Oz leapt from the pirate ship, landing upon the golden land. Ace followed suit. Corazon, prioritizing the safety of the two, remained on board, as his combat prowess paled in comparison to the others. His responsibility lay in safeguarding Huaji, Yin, and Stella, along with the pirate vessel itself. The trio stood upon the deck, gazing intently. Leading the group was Bai Jing, flanked by Longma to the left and the Golden Emperor to the right, while Ace and Little Oz followed closely behind. Before them loomed the imposing gates of the naval base, firmly shut, constructed of thick steel. The massive gates of tempered steel boasted a staggering thickness of several meters. Towering at over 20 meters high, the naval personnel above clearly recognized Bai Jing, the infamous supernova that had recently stirred the New World. The pirate Bai Jing, a man with a bounty of 2 billion berries, one whom even the Admirals could not contend with, the slayer of celestial dragons, now stood before them. The sentinels above hastily activated their transponder snails, reporting the matter to their superiors. Within the naval division, 5 vice admirals and numerous rear admirals, upon receiving this news, wore grim expressions as they hurried to the walls, overlooking the 5 below. Their eyes brimmed with trepidation. One by one, the 5 vice admirals spoke. The supernova pirate, Bai Jing, bears a bounty of 20 billion berries. The unknown swordsman, the Golden Emperor Tai Solo, king of the Golden Country, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 550 million berries. Little Oz, also with a bounty of 550 million berries. Chapter 79. Do not hinder our captain such an opulent assembly. Was it truly serious in challenging a mere naval division? With this formidable array, they could easily overpower not just one division, but 4 or 5. Particularly, Little Oz, with his towering height of 38 meters, surpassed even the walls of their military base. Each of his thunderous steps reverberated. Few could stand in his way unless an admiral intervened. Little Oz's bounty of 550 million berries spoke volumes. Those with bounties exceeding 500 million were no weaklings. Moreover, he was a captain in Whitebeard's crew. Given Bai Jing's notorious reputation, it was difficult for them not to feel apprehensive. Pirate Bai Jing, what brings you to our naval base today? Are you not afraid of the Navy's pursuit? Inquired a vice admiral with a square face, his eyes filled with profound apprehension. Bai Jing, the bird, is devoid of any semblance of a general. In his eyes, this is a question of utter foolishness. I have already arrived at your doorstep, yet you still inquire about my purpose for coming and dare to threaten me? Is this not the epitome of ignorance? The 5 generals above are filled with utmost trepidation towards Bai Jing, for he is a madman who boldly placed a bounty on the Admiral Akainu, offering a staggering sum of 100 billion berries. This audacious act has sent ripples throughout the pirate world, prompting countless desperate souls to foolishly venture to the naval headquarters, seeking to abduct Akainu. Yet, without exception, they have all met their demise, and now the grass on their graves stands 3 meters tall, their ashes long scattered to the winds. Bai Jing leaned back on his hands, casually stating, "Split the city walls." Upon receiving the command, Longma tightened his grip on the long sword and unleashed a powerful slash forward. The terrifying sword energy surged forth from below, cleaving the golden continent in 2. In that moment, the naval gate ahead was silently severed by a single strike. However, due to its immense weight, it became lodged to the side and did not fall. The 5 continued their advance, utterly disregarding the surrounding naval forces, perceiving them as inconsequential. A mere tens of thousands of sailors posed no challenge. Slaying such numbers was as effortless as chopping vegetables. The expressions of the 5 vice admirals above darkened. It was their first experience of being so blatantly ignored. With a fierce glint in their eyes, one declared, "Replace all the cannons with sea stone ammunition." The naval personnel hastily complied, preparing to eliminate this threat within the naval fortress, seizing an opportunity for advancement and fortune. The five, resolute, were mirrored in demeanor by dozens of rear admirals, who also began issuing orders for preparation. Within the naval arena, over 50,000 sailors were quietly assembling, encircling the five in layered formations, ready to swarm at the slightest intrusion. Outside, thousands of sailors replaced their bullets and shells with sea stone, aiming directly at the five. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted, and the roar of gunfire resounded incessantly. Bai Jing remained as languid as ever, showing no signs of change. Little Oz gazed ahead at the massive seawall, emerging from behind with his colossal form, towering significantly above the naval fortifications. With heavy steps, he forcefully crushed the naval gate, creating a gaping hole large enough for four to pass through. The air was filled with flying sea tower stone projectiles and cannonballs. The Golden Emperor conjured flames of gold in his hands and bellowed, "Golden Inferno." The terrifying flames, forged from gold, erupted outward with explosive force and destructive power, annihilating all sea tower stone cannonballs and projectiles in the air, causing them to explode before they could reach them. Bai Jing stepped inside, followed closely by Long Ma, the Golden Emperor, Ace, and Little Ors. The moment they crossed the threshold, thousands of Navy soldiers surged forward, some wielding longswords while others clutched firearms, their fingers poised on the triggers, loaded with bullets infused with sea prism stone. Surrounding them, an array of cannons were meticulously prepared, awaiting their entrance. 5 vice admirals and several rear admirals were the first to leap from the city walls. The 5 vice admirals, their eyes fierce and faces twisted with malice, charged towards Bai Jing, their feet enveloped in the color of armament hockey. In unison, they shouted, "Naval 6 styles, shave, iron block." They leapt from the ground, their bodies spinning at high speed, utilizing the shave technique to swiftly turn towards their adversary, employing the iron block to concentrate their force at its apex. Upon striking their foe, the momentum generated by their rapid rotation would unleash a powerful assault capable of breaching a wall and propelling them 3 meters forward. As the 5 vice admirals spun through the air, they aimed to crush Bai Jing's skull with their feet. Should he fail to evade, his head would be obliterated. The numerous rear admirals, equally unwilling to be outdone, showcased their own formidable skills, adept in the naval 6 styles. Wind foot, dragon break. This advanced extension of the wind foot involved an explosive leap, propelling their feet vertically to execute a downward kick, thereby altering the trajectory of a direct attack or evading enemy strikes. The vice admirals and rear admirals charged towards Bai Jing, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, striding forward without a care for their onslaught, his gaze indifferent, for he now had companions. Just as the 5 vice admirals closed in on Bai Jing, Long Ma made his move. Gripping his long sword, he enveloped it in a dark hue of armament hockey, tinged with red, his aura significantly surpassing that of Bai Jing. With a single slash through the air, he unleashed a terrifying sword aura that clashed with the naval 6 styles of the 5 vice admirals. This sword aura, in a state of flowing cherry blossoms, elevated his hockey to an even greater level. The horrifying blade met the Navy's techniques, forcing the 5 vice admirals to halt and retreat to the side. Long Ma, with his right hand waving the sword aside, spoke coolly, "Do not impede my captain's actions." Standing there alone, he eclipsed thousands of soldiers, uttering the most commanding words with the utmost calmness. Golden Bomb. The Golden Emperor's fist transformed into a formidable armor, radiating an imposing aura as it surged towards the multitude above, unleashing the devastating effect of the molten gold cannon, harnessing the immense shockwave generated by the explosion. Along with the heat radiation and shattered fragments of gold, it wreaked havoc upon its targets. The dozen or so major generals, confronted by this mighty blow, found themselves compelled to halt and retreat to the sidelines, casting wary glances at the Golden Emperor, Tezelo. In his eyes, the starry spectacles were subtly donned, restoring his visage from the Golden City. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Do not disturb our captain's endeavors." Surrounding them, a terrifying barrage of artillery erupted as thousands of naval officers surged forward, positioning themselves before Bai Jing. Ace's gaze turned icy as he unleashed his conqueror's hockey, enveloping the area in a chilling pressure that rendered the 1,000 naval soldiers unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Little Ors struck with a mighty fist, scattering the incoming projectiles. For figures shielded Bai Jing, ensuring his safety. Bai Jing advanced step by step, and the crowd dared not obstruct him. Chapter 80. The Terrifying Longma. In front of the rear mountain prison, the expressions of the 5 lieutenant generals and a dozen major generals turned grim. Despite their numbers, they found themselves thwarted by these few individuals, unable even to brush against the hem of Bai Jing's garment, let alone approach him. At this moment, the 12 major generals exchanged glances, suddenly propelling themselves forward with force, charging at Bai Jing. They could not abide his nonchalant demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, head reclined. What manner of stance was this? While they fought fiercely, he appeared utterly at ease. The 12 shouted in unison, launching their signature technique, the finger gun. Renowned for its bullet-like potency, channeling all their strength into their index fingers, they unleashed a swift strike. Their fingertips possessing the penetrative power of bullets capable of easily piercing through flesh. Golden Emperor's gaze sharpened. This was a blatant disregard for their captain's safety. His fist swelled with muscle, red energy pulsating along his skin. With a single, forceful punch, he countered the 12's finger guns, sending them staggering back several paces. As the 12 major generals faced defeat, the battle quietly resumed. Longma brandished his sword, unleashing a fearsome crescent-shaped wave of energy, enveloped in flowing cherry blossoms, that struck the 5 lieutenant generals. Realizing the impending danger, they hastily cloaked themselves in their own aura. However, before they could fully react, the sword energy forced them back, causing them to stagger a considerable distance before regaining their footing. A deep gash marred their abdomens, blood seeping forth, revealing the flesh beneath. Such was the might of the great swordsman Longma, and he had only recently been revived. If allowed to regain his peak strength from his former life, he would be even more formidable, for he had once slain dragons. In Bai Jing's estimation, Longma surpassed even the famed Eagle Eye by a margin, though the difference was not insurmountable. At present, even in his diminished state, he was capable of dispatching foes with a single strike, having felled the mightiest dragons centuries ago. Now, he possessed a viceroyalty akin to imperial authority, and the thought of his full restoration was almost unfathomable. The conflict here was theirs to manage. While Bai Jing's focus lay on the small prison behind the military training ground, it was likely that Onisul was confined there. As for the battle, he entrusted it to them. Bai Jing possessed an unwavering confidence in his capabilities, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone stood powerless, merely observing as Bai Jing advanced further within. Meanwhile, 5 lieutenant generals, 12 major generals, and the remaining soldiers, sergeants and corporals alike, were all restrained by 4 individuals. Notably, the formidable figure of Little Oz, towering like a mountain, swatted down with such force that hundreds of Navy personnel were sent sprawling, clearing a path for Bai Jing ahead. Surrounding gunfire erupted, yet Ace, with his flaming fists, effortlessly deflected every bullet, scattering them into oblivion. The Golden Emperor, with both hands upon the ground, transmuted the area into a state of gold, unleashing a torrent of golden powder that ensnared thousands of Navy personnel, rendering them mere puppets to his will. Longma wielded his blade with relentless ferocity, striking down the 5 lieutenant generals, who lay helpless and battered upon the ground. The vista ahead was unobstructed. No one could approach Bai Jing, nor could anyone impede his relentless advance. Bai Jing's spirit soared, as he finally experienced the sensation that Luffy once felt when supported by Sanji and Zoro. Having someone to pave the way ahead, sparing him from the need to battle, was indeed a delightful change. Unlike Luffy, who boldly faced the ultimate boss, Bai Jing found that he need not engage in combat. A carefree demeanor sufficed. Navigating through the central performance arena, he entered the passageway. Once he crossed this corridor and traversed a few military buildings of the Navy, he would arrive at the prison nestled on the back mountain. Within its confines were notorious pirates and those of slight renown, including Onisul, who was imprisoned there. The battle outside raged fiercely, yet Bai Jing remained unfazed, striding in alone. Within the Navy's several structures lay hidden thousands of soldiers, concealed from view. However, these mere foot soldiers failed to pique Bai Jing's interest, for they were far too weak in his eyes. A terrifying aura of dominance emanated from him. The golden hockey enveloped the space, creating an immense pressure that caused the concealed thousands of Navy personnel to faint simultaneously. The golden ripples radiated outward, and before the Navy could comprehend the situation, they fell victim to his overwhelming presence, their eyelids fluttering as they succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Bai Jing walked leisurely through several buildings and arrived at the prison located at the foothills. Inside the prison, the Navy personnel, unaware of the commotion outside, remained steadfast in their duty to guard the inmates and prevent any uprising. Within a stone cell, secured by iron bars, crafted from sea stone to thwart the escape of devil fruit users, each small confinement room was manned by 2 Navy officers to avert any potential chaos from the pirates. The incarcerated pirates were a motley crew, bearing various scars and injuries. Some had knife marks etched across their faces, while others were missing a leg or an arm, and some were even blind in one eye. Their appearances were ghastly, marred by blood and flesh. Yet, without exception, they exuded a palpable aura of bloodshed, undoubtedly having taken many lives before being imprisoned here. Additionally, there stood an iron gate, rendering the prison seemingly ineffective in its containment efforts. Bai Jing gazed at the iron bars before him, silent, as he summoned the power of flames in his hands. With a slight retraction of his fist, he suddenly swung forward, unleashing a devastating punch that sent the iron bars soaring into the sky. Boom! The commotion quickly drew the attention of the guards stationed at the prison, who rushed out, weapons drawn, their eyes fixed intently on Bai Jing. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Who are you to dare intrude upon this prison? Have you a death wish? Dozens of naval officers, alerted by the commotion, raised their rifles, uttering not a word, and pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing spoke little, instead harnessing the power of gravity fruit. And with a flick of his hand, he summoned a black light that descended before the bullets. The projectiles plummeted violently towards the ground, creating a small crater as if subjected to a 100-fold increase in gravity. This gravitational field emanated from Bai Jing, instilling terror in the hearts of the naval officers, whose expressions shifted dramatically. By the time they comprehended the situation, they found themselves face down, their bodies forcefully thrust into the ground. The overwhelming gravitational force pressed relentlessly upon them, embedding their forms 3 inches deep into the stone pavement. Bloodied and battered, they lay against the unforgiving surface. Sensing the unusual disturbance, the nearby Navy quickly turned their attention, with hundreds, even thousands, of officers swiftly converging to confront Bai Jing. The invaders sought to seize control of the prison. They were determined to eliminate him. Chapter 81, 200 million volts, the reign of spear lightning, on a seal. Bai Jing listened to the words, merely smiling faintly without uttering a sound, and gently snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, another gravitational field emerged, ensnaring the thousands of naval officers present, causing them to crash heavily to the ground, their feet unsteady, embedding them into the floor. After accomplishing this, Bai Jing surveyed his surroundings, observing the trapped pirates, and methodically searching for a room, each corresponding to a pirate. His actions immediately drew the attention of the imprisoned pirates, who turned their gazes towards him. Some shouted, while others resorted to threats. "Let me out! Let me out! You little brat, release me! I am the infamous Lame Roy from these parts, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Free me now, or you will regret it once I am out. You little rascal! What about me? Let me out too. Once you free me, I will grant you anything you desire. Women, wealth, status, everything is yours. And me, release me, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, mark my words, I will end you once I am free." Numerous voices of threat echoed in that moment, as intimidation reigned supreme. In the southwest corner of the prison, Bai Jing spotted a small room where a man donned in a pink dress and a pink hood resided. At last, "I have found you." Bai Jing's eyes narrowed, and a smile graced his face. However, his brows furrowed as he listened to the cacophony of threats, which truly irritated him, creating an uncomfortable sensation. The clamor was unbearable. He wished for silence. Bai Jing's eyes suddenly radiated an imposing authority, emanating a terrifying brilliance. The conqueror's haki pulsated through the air, creating golden ripples that manifested a formidable pressure, silencing the chattering pirates one by one. It was precisely this overwhelming conqueror's haki that caused the Navy personnel, who had been desperately resisting Bai Jing's gravitational field, to succumb to unconsciousness. An unintentional stroke of genius. A masterful feint executed with finesse. Bai Jing gazed down at the unconscious naval personnel, momentarily taken aback, before retracting the gravitational field, causing several to collapse. Among the pirates, a few had also succumbed to unconsciousness, though not many. Observing Bai Jing's actions, some began to harbor trepidation, refraining from further words. Having been confined for an extended period, they were unfamiliar with the notorious pirate Bai Jing, or else they would not dare to speak so brazenly. Nevertheless, there remained a considerable number who were obstinate. After all, with the singular glimmer of hope for survival, who would willingly relinquish it. In the face of life and death, they were resolved to take a chance. Especially the man with a bounty of 500 million. He threatened, "Boy, you would do well to release me. While I am unaware of how you wield such formidable power, should you grant me freedom, I can provide protection for you for a time. After that, we shall owe each other nothing. Is that agreeable?" The man's eyes concealed a profound malice. He believed that once Bai Jing liberated him, and they were both safe, Bai Jing would undoubtedly meet his demise. To expect loyalty from a pirate was nothing short of folly. Once the first voice spoke, a second soon followed, and a cacophony of demands erupted. "Boy, release me. My promise is as good as his. Release me, or I shall annihilate your entire family. I am a notorious murderer. If you do not let me go, your end is assured." One voice after another rang out. In the furthest corner of the prison, Onisil cast a glance towards the commotion. He had been an observer of the recent battle, and he held these individuals in utter disdain. Though they shared the title of pirate, he felt no kinship with such wretches. Bai Jing's eyes narrowed, for his thunder fruit ability bestowed upon him a unique function. By attuning to the rhythmic beats of their hearts, alongside the naturally occurring ions in the surrounding environment and those residing within the human body, he could discern the veracity and sincerity of their words. As he had anticipated, none of the promises made by these pirates bore the truth. Every one of them harbored murderous intent towards Bai Jing. Bai Jing gazed at the throng of dozens who had just issued threats against him, his eyes devoid of any warmth. In his hand, he conjured blue lightning, 200 million volts, storm of 10,000 spears. Behind Bai Jing, the immense current coalesced into blue lightning spears, emerging in the hundreds. They surged forth from behind him, striking with unerring precision, delivering fatal blows to those who had so recently boistered their threats, each spear piercing through with lethal certainty. The horrifying voltage obliterated their bodily functions, and the explosive force shattered their forms, disintegrating them into nothingness from the center of their abdomens. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted, relentless in its intensity. Ah, ah, ah. It became evident that villains often meet their demise through their own incessant chatter. Bai Jing's ruthless display instilled a sense of trepidation and survival among the remaining pirates, who were rendered speechless. Luckily, they had refrained from threatening Bai Jing. Had they done so, they would undoubtedly have met their demise. Before them stood a veritable harbinger of doom, capable of dispatching everyone in an instant. After executing this grim feat, Bai Jing's expression remained serene as he approached Onasir. With a firm grip on the iron bars crafted from sea stone, he forcefully pulled apart the metal, creating a gaping hole. Onasir's eyes reflected confusion, unable to comprehend Bai Jing's motives. Moments earlier, countless individuals had implored him, yet he had remained unyielding, seemingly intent on confronting this singular opponent. Furthermore, the display of power Bai Jing had just exhibited unmistakably indicated he was a user of a devil fruit. The iron bars, composed of sea stone, should have sapped his strength, yet he displayed remarkable vitality, leaving Onasir perplexed. At that moment, Onasir, still clad in his infantile attire and with a pacifier in his mouth, finally spoke. Bai Jing spoke, "Just follow me. We cannot remain trapped in this naval prison, can we? Do you not desire freedom?" Bai Jingxin smiled. Onisil wished to say more, but he merely nodded. Regardless of Bai Jing's intentions, the priority was to escape from this place first. The subsequent matters could be addressed later. Bai Jing gently tapped the handcuffs crafted from sea prism stone, and they swiftly transformed into a golden hue, subsequently melting into a pool of molten gold. Onasai was liberated. Freed from the constraints of the sea prism stone, his fruit powers would now be unleashed. Onasai nodded gravely at Bai Jing, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Bai Jing turned around and spoke, "You may leave first. The pirate ship outside is ready. Our next task is to depart safely." Onasir followed closely behind Bai Jing as the two exited the prison. Their departure was witnessed by the hopeful gazes of all the imprisoned pirates. After the pair had walked a considerable distance, the Navy slowly regained their senses, blinking in confusion as they stood up. They gazed at the deceased pirate and the already vanished Onasir. Chapter 82. All down, rescue, board the ship. Bai Jing and Onasir traversed the numerous edifices of the naval base, arriving at the training grounds. Upon witnessing the entirety of the training field, a fleeting moment of distraction washed over Onasir's eyes. Bai Jing observed the scene before him and deemed it entirely fitting. On the battlefield, all the naval officers had succumbed, with nearly half of the tens of thousands rendered unconscious by Ace's formidable conqueror's haki. The others, caught in Oz's indiscriminate onslaught, had been mercilessly hurled aside. Stripped of their combat capabilities, some lay on the ground, moaning in agony, while others had already perished. As for the 5 vice admirals and 12 rear admirals, they had long since been knocked out. Each of the 5 vice admirals bore a deep gash from a sword, a wound so severe that flesh and bone were visible within. It seemed that Longma had exercised restraint. Otherwise, the fate of these 5 would have been sealed. The 12 rear admirals, however, met with a fate more dire, some dead, others incapacitated, for the Golden Emperor was not as lenient as Longma. Every naval officer on the field had been dealt with, including those on the city walls, leaving no standing sailor in the training ground. Upon noticing Bai Jing's emergence, Longma and the Golden Emperor Taizolo exchanged nods, casting a glance at the oddly dressed man adorned with a pink baby headpiece, yet they said nothing. A mere glance sufficed. For the pirate world is replete with the extraordinary. Oz and Ace, too, shared a fleeting glance with Onisol before averting their eyes, refraining from probing into the identity of Bai Jing's rescued individual, as they were all beneficiaries of Bai Jing's revival, or had received his kindness in some form. Bai Jing smiled and spoke to Onisol, urging him to proceed. Onisol nodded, his expression laden with gravity. Although he was unfamiliar with Longma, a figure from centuries past, he did recognize Xiaozi and Ace. Hadn't they perished during the war on the summit? How could they now materialize before him, and in the flesh no less? Moreover, the presence of the Golden Emperor was equally astonishing. He was a figure of immense wealth, wielding control over 2/5 of the world's berry. Yet now, he served Bai Jing, intensifying Onisol's curiosity about him. The 4 remained stationary, awaiting Bai Jing's direction. They would not move until he did. Bai Jing paused momentarily, then proceeded forward with an air of calm confidence, while Onisol trailed behind. As Bai Jing reached the forefront, Longma gradually caught up, followed by the Golden Emperor, and finally, Ace and Little Oz advanced together. Onisol appeared to discern this sequence. Instead of overtaking, he opted to remain at the rear, walking last. Bai Jing holds a profound admiration for Onisol in his heart. In the realm of animation, Onisol is characterized by his deep loyalty and compassion for the weak, embodying the essence of a steadfast and unyielding hero who shuns deceit. Although he serves under the tyrannical Don Quixote da Flamingo, he remains true to his own principles and emotions. Even when engaged in familial endeavors, he acts in accordance with his innermost desires. Furthermore, his devoted love for his partner and his unwavering passion elevate Bai Jing's respect for Onisol to new heights. What manner of man is he? Capable of disregarding the opinions of others and pursuing his own path? What kind of man adorns himself for the sake of a woman's affection, choosing to embellish his life with such devotion? Should Bai Jing reflect upon this, he would surely find himself unable to emulate such courage. As the group departed from the Navy headquarters, the fate of those within, how many lived, how many lay unconscious, and how many perished, remained unknown. This news would inevitably spread throughout the pirate world once more. The notorious pirate Bai Jing had audaciously attacked the Navy headquarters and abducted Onisol. Upon stepping through the gates, they arrived at the Golden Continent. Ordinarily, had the Golden Emperor undertaken this task, he would have been unable to transform the seawater into such a form due to the nature of his devil fruit powers. For anything turned into gold would revert to its original state upon contact with seawater. However, Bai Jing's fearlessness in the face of the sea allows the manifestations of his abilities to remain unaffected by it. All of this is entirely logical. Bai Jing leaped onto the ship, followed by the others who climbed aboard one by one. Seeing that the Golden Emperor was unharmed, Stella let out a gentle sigh of relief, yet she could not entirely shake off a lingering concern for him. Hua Jin, observing Bai Jing's nonchalant demeanor, cast him a disapproving glance, for he appeared the most at ease among them all. Bai Jing chuckled lightly, choosing to say nothing further. On the vessel, Karasong found the slightly plump man to be oddly familiar, as if he had encountered him before, yet could not recall the specifics at that moment. However, Onisol was well acquainted with Karasong. He was a former cadre of the family who met his demise at the hands of Minggu due to treachery. I trust that both of you are already familiar with one another, so there is no need for me to elaborate further. Onisol, this is Don Quixote Rosalandi. Bai Jing observed as the two exchanged smiles, facilitating their introduction. He then spoke, setting sail towards the kingdom of Dress Rosa. After the golden pirate ship had been exchanged, they embarked on their journey once more. Stella nodded and accompanied Hua Jin to the helm, where the two were learning the art of navigation, acquiring maritime skills. and familiarizing themselves with nautical maps. Meanwhile, Xiao Os, Ace, Longma, and the Golden Emperor turned their gazes towards Bai Jing, seemingly awaiting his next words to elucidate the origins of Onasai and the reasons behind the considerable effort to rescue him from the naval base. Onasai cast a deep glance at Corazon before averting his gaze, choosing to remain silent. For him, the betrayal by Rosinante, though a familial treachery, was a distant memory, as he had already faced death once. Despite the uncertainty of his current revival, the animosities that once plagued him had dissipated into mere shadows of the past. The two now stood as strangers, devoid of enmity or resentment. My intention in rescuing you is quite simple. Whether you board the ship or not is inconsequential. However, only by saving you can you reunite with the woman you love. As for whether she will forgive you, I possess my own methods. Bai Jing fixed his gaze upon Onisol and spoke, "A woman in love? An encounter?" Onisol was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Jing's words. For his one true love was but a single soul. Corazon was aware that Onisol's beloved was Lucian, yet remained oblivious to what transpired thereafter, silently listening to Bai Jing's discourse. Observing the myriad of questions etched upon Onisol's face, Bai Jing gradually parted his lips, articulating each word with deliberate care. "I understand you have many inquiries, but allow me to recount the tale of a young boy and girl, and you shall find your answers. As for the day I speak of, whether or not you believe is entirely within your realm. Should you choose to believe, then perhaps it may come to pass. If doubt prevails, then all shall remain as naught." Chapter 83. The yellow leaves enter the throat, and the world lacks her gaze in this tale. There was a young boy who had a penchant for donning suits, always impeccably dressed. On a certain rainy day, he encountered a girl with orange hair, whose charm and innocence captivated the heart of this man, a pirate by trade. Upon merely hearing these few sentences from Bai Jing, Onisol's pupils dilated in shock, and his body trembled. The boy and girl in the story bore an uncanny resemblance to his own narrative. One might say, they were indistinguishable. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Bai Jing did not falter but continued to speak. The youth clumsily professed his affection to the maiden, concealing his identity as a pirate. And ultimately, they fell in love. The youth's handsomeness and the maiden's beauty seemed to form a match made in heaven. 2 years later, they were blessed with a child. The young man juggled the roles of a pirate, a tender father, and a gentle husband. Yet, one cannot be in two places at once. On a day marked by tempestuous winds and rain, while the child fell ill, the young man was away on a mission, and tragically, the child passed away. As Bai Jing recounted this sorrowful tale, tears streamed down Onisair's face, an unending cascade of sorrow. The man had wept inconsolably when the child had departed from this world. Bai Jing's words pierced through his heart like the sharpest of needles. Unbeknownst to him, Stella had also arrived, drawn to the tale being recounted by Bai Jing, and instinctively tightened her embrace around the Golden Emperor. Bai Jing continued to speak, recounting how his wife had grown to despise him, leading to a fierce argument that culminated in her storming out into the rain, only to encounter a devastating landslide that left her grievously injured, rendering her a vegetative state. The doctors declared her days numbered. From that moment onward, her expression remained vacant, and she was scarcely able to move. Each year, the man remained by her side, yearning for just a glimpse of her smile. In an unexpected turn of events, he donned a garment originally intended for their child, and it was in that moment that a smile graced her lips. From then on, he wore that outfit daily, abandoning his tailored suits in favor of baby clothes. Despite enduring endless ridicule and disdain from society, he resolutely chose to embrace his true self, all for the sake of eliciting a smile from his beloved wife. Even in death, she never found it in her heart to forgive him. After sharing this tale, Bai Jing cast a glance at Onisol, sighing deeply within. A love story fraught with melancholy. At that moment, Onisol's legs buckled, and he sank helplessly to the ground, tears brimming in his eyes. He loathed himself, detesting his identity as a pirate. Yet, without that very identity, how could he have protected her? If not for his abilities, how could he have loved her so deeply? To renounce his life as a pirate, to forsake his position within the organization, to betray Doflamingo, what consequences would that bring? Not only for himself, but for her as well. It echoed the tale Bai Jing had once heard, where the supreme treasure had no choice but to wear the golden circlet. With the circlet, he could not see her. Without it, how could he safeguard her? The words spoken by the woman that day pierced his heart like a dagger. "You are unworthy of being a father. You have forfeited your right to that title. I know you are a pirate. How much longer do you intend to keep this from me?" Corazon opened his mouth, But beneath the crimson brim of his hat, his expression remained inscrutable. He quietly lit a cigarette, hoping the smoke would carry away his sorrow and misfortune. A subtle melancholy lingered in the air. Stella could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into the arms of the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, weeping uncontrollably, while tears glistened in the eyes of Hua Jin. At that moment, the pirate ship sailed calmly across the sea, its crew unusually silent. These were individuals of deep loyalty and sentiment, and upon hearing this tale, they were left with nothing but a resigned sigh. Bai Jing gazed at Anaser's demeanor in silence, offering him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from Corazon's hands. He gently patted Anaser's back and spoke softly. In truth, it is not entirely impossible to revive her. As you can see, every soul aboard this vessel has tasted death at least once, yet they now walk among the living. Though tobacco is not a virtue, it undeniably serves as a comfort for men. Bai Jing unconsciously let out a soft sigh. Half-rolled yellow leaves slipped down his throat, lamenting the passage of time. All infused with sorrow, he particularly mourned the fickleness of life, harboring a deep resentment for the absence of her gaze in this world. Bai Jing offered a cigarette, and promptly returned the remainder to Corazon, as he had no inclination for smoking. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Anasel's eyes sparkled with hope. He suddenly lifted his head and knelt before Bai Jing. In that moment, notions of a man's pride and the adage that a man has gold beneath his knees became meaningless. He was merely a man striving to be a dutiful father and a competent husband. I implore you, if it is within your power, please save her, Anasel pleaded, ready to bow his head in reverence. Bai Jing swiftly assisted him to his feet and spoke. First, take a moment to calm down and have a smoke. As for what you mentioned, I would indeed act accordingly. After patting his shoulder once more, Bai Jing added, in the coming days, it would be wise for you to tend to your appearance. Your current disheveled state is a stark contrast to how you used to be. Once she is revived, Lucian may not even recognize you. If you can return to your former self, that would be preferable. Rest assured, my brother, everything will turn out well. Just relax. Bai Jing patted his shoulder and then stepped into the room alone. Everyone understood what Bai Jing intended to do at that moment. He was about to separate his spirit from his corporeal form and journey to the underworld. Hua Jin followed him into the room. Corazon handed over an entire pack of cigarettes without uttering a word, instead standing on the deck exhaling smoke. Olazer opened his mouth, but ultimately lit a cigarette. He inhaled half while the sea breeze took the other half. Perhaps the wind, upon hearing this tale, had already begun to feel sorrowful, empathizing with Olazer. Ace approached gently, and as soon as he finished his smoke, produced 2 glasses of wine from seemingly nowhere, offering one and proclaiming, only wine can alleviate the myriad woes of the world. My brother, let us toast. He assured, I trust that Mr. Bai Jing will handle everything well, so do not worry. We, who should have perished, are now living quite well. I believe Mr. Bai Jing possesses that same capability. Listening to Ace's words, Olazer felt a measure of comfort, though tears still lingered on his cheeks. Such is the nature of men in the pirate world, often deeply sentimental. When Bai Jing prepared to depart from his physical form, he was taken aback to see Hua Jin enter and curiously asked, Are you intending to guard my body? Hua Jin earnestly nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity, though slightly reddened, likely from recent tears. Why is it that you always manage to find those burdened with regrets and flaws in love? Bai Jing smiled mysteriously. Harboring a secret, Hua Jin had previously heard tales of the Golden Emperor and the enchanting Stella, and within Bai Jing's mind, she had also witnessed the love story between Cyrus and Scadella. Now, another pair emerged. She, still youthful, remained oblivious to the complexities of love and the deeper meanings behind these narratives. Chapter 84, The 7 Cities of the Underworld, The Projection of Fruits. Bai Jing discerned the perplexity in Hua Jin's eyes and softly remarked that the love between Cyrus and Oslet is profound. They transcended social classes. A humble youth and a princess ultimately united. Conversely, the affection between Emperor Tai Zor and Stella was feeble, for they encountered the celestial dragons, and at that time, Tai Zor was powerless to resist. The bond between Anasel and his first wife was beyond the mundane, as he donned an infant's attire for her sake, enduring the scorn of the world. These are the manifestations of love in the realm we inhabit, yet there are others, and as our voyage unfolds, you shall witness them in due course. Certainly, there are numerous adventures among men, extending beyond mere romantic entanglements. Life is meant to be experienced in such a manner. To embrace adventure, and to traverse mountains and seas. Hua Jin listened intently, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. Observing her earnest demeanor, Bai Jing smiled gently and closed his eyes. The fruit of the yellow springs awakened once more, his spirit gradually departing from his corporeal form, vanishing from this realm. Within the room, silence reigned again. Leaving Hua Jin alone, gazing at Bai Jing in the state he had just assumed, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing her eyes. It was as if Bai Jing had endured the vicissitudes of life, having experienced countless trials, bearing the weight of wisdom and weariness. In her heart, Bai Jing loomed larger than life. Similarly, the familiar realm of the Yellow Springs, which she had traversed countless times before, enveloped her once more. Observing the souls traversing the Naiha Bridge, she noted that most of them were devoid of memory, with only a select few retaining recollections from their former lives. Yet, the majority would succumb beneath the Yellow Springs, unable to cross its threshold. Those fortunate enough to navigate through would find themselves within the confines of a city, choosing to await reincarnation. Entering the Yellow Springs did not guarantee death, while avoiding it assured demise. If fate smiled upon them, they might drift to a random city along the currents of the Yellow Springs. Conversely, ill fortune could lead to being engulfed by its depths, ultimately perishing without the hope of rebirth. Skillfully crossing the Yellow Springs and soaring over the 6 cities ahead, Bai Jing harnessed the powers of the Union Fruit, conjuring an image of Lucian in her mind, allowing the fruit's abilities to guide her path. A sense of trepidation began to swell within her. Having just boasted about her prowess, if Lucian had perished in the Yellow Springs, or, worse still, had already been reincarnated, it would spell the end of her quest, leaving an irreplaceable void. In Bai Jing's eyes, he fixated intently on the faint, verdant line stretching before him, contemplating whether it would extend further. The greenish line gradually lengthened, inch by inch, reaching out into the distance. Initially measuring a yard, then 2, it ultimately grew to 10 yards and even several dozen yards, prompting Bai Jing to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. As long as it continued to extend, it signified that Lucian was still alive, and undoubtedly, Lucian's child was also thriving. Within the realm of the underworld, time remains frozen, preserving one's age and appearance, encapsulating everything in the state it was at the moment of death. This implies that within this realm, one does not undergo the passage of time, nor does one's appearance or age evolve. This phenomenon is the key to Bai Jing's ability to resurrect others. Otherwise, after languishing for decades within, upon resurrection, one would emerge with an age significantly advanced beyond their original lifespan, nearing the end of life before they could truly be revived. Bai Jing traversed 6 cities, drawing upon the abundant reserves of the 9 nether chi, and arrived at the 7th city. The name of the 7th city is rather peculiar, known as Zili City. Bai Jing gazed down the emerald green thread woven from the fruits of fate, observing Lucian and her child nestled within the confines of the 7th city. The journey to the 7th city consumed a considerable half-day of Bai Jing's time, for the distance was exceedingly vast. Within his being, the reserves of the 9 underworld's essence would sustain him in this realm of the Yellow Springs for a span of 7 days. However, should he choose to carry both individuals with him, that duration would be halved, leaving him with merely a little over 3 days. As Bai Jing prepared to follow the long line, his peripheral vision caught sight of a vendor at the street corner, his gaze filled with profound intrigue. This vendor was likely a denizen of the pirate world, for an aura of devil fruit ability emanated from him. Bai Jing was captivated by curiosity and slowly approached the vendor, observing his current endeavors. Before the vendor stood several women. Their appearances rather unremarkable. Some were as slender as a reed, while others were 3 times as wide. Yet, a glimmer of lewdness flickered in the vendor's eyes as he murmured, "Better than nothing." In his hands, he conjured images akin to photographs. Astonishingly, these were the visions he had conjured in his mind, gradually materializing for their viewing pleasure. These images were entirely fabricated by the vendor, products of his imagination. How poignant they were. For these women, the vendor had braved treacherous mountains and fiery seas, even traversing the underworld to find them. In the realm of the living, they were a loving couple, and in the world of the deceased, they aspired to be inseparable soulmates. As these images flickered continuously, resembling a film reel, they played relentlessly before the women. Deeply moved, the women nearly wept. And without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward to embrace the vendor tightly. Had their souls been capable of tears, they would surely have wept. The vendor's lips curled into a smug smile, reveling in his triumph. He thought to himself, "Indeed, these foolish women are easily deceived. All of this was merely a fabrication of my own making." Whatever he could envision, he could weave into existence. Initially, he had deemed the powers of this infernal fruit to be rather trifling, but it seemed he possessed a considerable talent for seduction. Alas, he lamented, he was already deceased, unable to savor the joys of physical existence in this world. Bai Jing descended from above, his hand gently resting upon the vendor's shoulder. His interest in the powers of this devil fruit was piqued. Much like Brin's ability to edit memories, it bore certain distinctions. With such a gift, he need not engage in fruitless arguments. Instead, he could conjure in his mind those poignant moments from pirate anime that had been marred by regret. The fleeting instances of couples missing their chances could be woven into a visual tapestry for those yearning for revival, yet hesitant to act. This would spare Bai Jing the effort of verbal persuasion. Initially, he had intended to narrate the tale of Onisul, yet mere words could not rival the vividness of imagery. Thus, Bai Jing resolved to harness the fruit's capabilities to seek out Lucian. By manifesting the myriad sacrifices Onisul had made for her over the years, he was certain she would be moved. Chapter 85. Lucian, the great mother. The vendor felt a fleeting touch on his shoulder, turning in confusion to find no one there. The street thrived with the bustling presence of spirits, yet none had made contact with him. He pondered whether it was merely the brush of the women he had encountered moments prior. Regardless, he mused, he was currently in the company of several ladies. Making life far from tedious, it was a form of amusement as he awaited his next incarnation. It was a pity that such abilities were not employed in the pursuit of romantic conquests. Deceiving those Navi souls would be a trivial endeavor. With a few fabricated tales, ensnaring their hearts would be nothing short of effortless. Bai Jing listened to the thoughts of the soul man, his expression immediately darkening. This fellow truly possessed a sharp intellect, harboring such notions. Yet, upon further reflection, he conceded that the man's assertion held merit. The fruit's abilities bore no lethal force, nor any offensive or defensive capabilities, serving only as a tool for deception. Aside from courting women, it appeared to have no other utility. To suggest one could use this to deceive individuals of great strength was preposterous. What formidable person is not astutely discerning? But I almost overlooked Luffy. That foolish hat wearer has indeed managed to navigate through life with sheer audacity. What is his foundation? It is nothing but his reckless bravado, coupled with a formidable lineage. His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, his grandfather a naval hero, and he is surrounded by powerful allies such as Shanks, Sabo, and his mentors, Rayleigh and Kaku. Moreover, his uncle, Kizaru, is undoubtedly an infiltrator within the Navy. During the Marineford War, it was only Akainu who engaged in true combat, while the others merely performed in a grand charade. I can only imagine that years later, when news of Luffy's wedding breaks, Akainu will be seated in the Navy headquarters office, puffing on a cigar, gazing at the empty halls, lost in contemplation. As for why Bai Jing is able to discern the hidden thoughts of these spirits and his own true intentions, it can be attributed to the Hades fruit. The awakening of the Hades fruit not only allows him to traverse the underworld, but also enables him to perceive the thoughts of these spirits with remarkable clarity, capturing even their concealed schemes and deeply buried secrets. Bai Jing stood at the street corner, observing the comings and goings of the phantoms, pondering whether there might yet be some fruit of power that he could acquire. However, after sweeping his gaze around, he found nothing of value and reluctantly departed, continuing along the verdant thread of destiny. Upon reaching a shattered corner of the Seventh City, he encountered a woman, with her orange hair and gem-like blue eyes. Her exquisite features bore a resemblance to Nami, yet there were subtle differences. In her arms, she cradled a child, who was peacefully lost in slumber. Bai Jing felt a certain curiosity. That is Gimlet. The time of his demise must have preceded Lucian's. This is because, when Lucian suffered a head injury from a landslide, the doctors had declared she would not survive long. However, in Bai Jing's perspective, she must have lingered for a while, indicating a temporal gap between her and the child. Yet, the possibility of her returning intrigued Bai Jing immensely. Bai Jing dispelled the aura of the abyss, gradually advancing forward. He gazed at the child cradled in Lucian's arms and the radiant smile adorning her face, and he could not help but let out a soft sigh, feeling at a loss for words. Yet, in an effort to mend the lingering regrets, he steeled himself to proceed. As for whether Lucian would forgive Onisul, that remained uncertain. The child in the lady's embrace was truly delightful. Bai Jing gazed at the boy cradled in Lucian's arms and spoke softly. Lucian cast a wary glance at Bai Jing, his eyes reflecting caution. In the realm of the underworld, every city loomed vast, yet the number of spirits within these immense cities was scarce, thus affording each individual ample space. Even in this secluded corner, Bai Jing was able to locate them, without revealing his intentions. One could hardly expect the spirits to believe him. Bai Jing sensed the vigilance in Lucian's eyes. He merely smiled and chose not to dwell on it. Anyone would react in such a manner. Bai Jing continued, "Madam, where is the father of the child? Why is he absent?" Upon hearing Bai Jing refer to her husband, Lucian momentarily froze, her body trembling slightly, and a complex expression flickered in her gaze. Bai Jing was able to perceive a hint of resentment, intertwined with an indescribable and elusive affection deeply concealed within. Perhaps, upon hearing of Jim Rader's demise during those years, she was indeed profoundly saddened, even utterly disillusioned with Honest, harboring a sense of bitterness. Yet, following her departure from the mortal realm and her reunion with Jim Rader in the afterlife, that animosity gradually diminished over time. Lucian spoke softly, asserting that he was not dead, that he still lived. Bai Jing nodded, his eyes reflecting curiosity as he inquired, "How did you come across this child? In this realm, where all souls traverse into existence, must one not pass through the Yellow Springs? The inhabitants of the Yellow Springs are devoid of lifespan and do not require sustenance. Their vitality is replenished naturally over the course of a single day in the world of Yellow Springs. This is the peculiar nature of that realm." Ku Xian glanced at Bai Jing, puzzled by his pointed questions and their apparent intent. She maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, wary that Bai Jing might harbor ill intentions. In an effort to alleviate Lucian's distress, Bai Jing took 3 steps back and spoke, "I harbor no ill intentions, merely curiosity." Lucian pondered for a moment, her face reflecting uncertainty, yet she ultimately resolved to speak, for there was nothing to conceal. She gently caressed the face of the child in her arms, reflecting on her fortune and the child's remarkable fate. "When I first entered this world, adrift above the Yellow Springs, he was but 100 zhang away, and I swam with all my might to retrieve him. It was this serendipitous occurrence that allowed me to reclaim the child. Subsequently, I faced numerous trials, barely surviving the treacherous journey through the Yellow Springs." How astonishing, Bai Jing mused. He could not fathom how an infant could arrive in the realm of the Yellow Springs, a fate that seemed utterly doomed. Yet, by some miraculous twist of fate, the child floated above the Yellow Springs, awaiting his mother's arrival, and astonishingly survived. Perhaps it was the heavens, aware of my ability to traverse the world of pirates, wishing to mend past regrets, that orchestrated such an event. 3 parts are destined by fate, 2 parts rely on human will, and the remaining 95 parts depend on Bai Jing. Bai Jing gazed at the peacefully slumbering Jim Light and the ever-watchful Lucian, and spoke, "In truth, I possess the means to lead you away from this realm of the dead, contingent solely upon your desire to embark on such a journey. Honestly, do you still harbor a reluctance to forgive him? Are you still unwilling to pardon the deceptions he once wrought upon you?" Bai Jing delved straight into the subject, promptly introducing the topic and then allowing his eloquence to unfold. Chapter 86, The Flickering Image, Onisir's Resolve. Upon hearing Bai Jing mention Onisir, Lucian shuddered from head to toe. A tremor that awakened Jim Light in her arms. Her gaze, initially vacant, quickly reignited with fervor as she fixed her eyes on Bai Jing, a spark of hatred once again igniting within. She spoke, "How do you know Onisir? Who are you to him? Has he also perished? Descending into this realm of the dead, why does he not dare to meet me?" A flurry of questions arose. Whether they concealed Lucian's profound affection for Onisir remained uncertain. However, it is evident that the intertwining of love and hate, along with the mingling of hope and disappointment, has led to the present predicament. She harbored resentment. Her animosity stemmed from Onisir's deceit that spanned numerous years. She loathed the fact that Onisir failed to appear during their child's most vulnerable moments, and she despised herself for not preserving their singular child. It was that fateful night when tragedy struck, rendering her a mere shell of a being, and shortly thereafter, she departed from this world. Only upon her arrival in this realm of the dead did she awaken from her comatose state, returning to her former self. After enduring countless hardships, she traversed the river of the dead, cradling her child, ultimately arriving in the 7th city. The cities corresponding to the realm of the dead do not necessarily follow a sequential order from 1st to 7th. Each city is reached at random. Given that Onisir could enter this realm, it implied his demise, leading her to deduce that she too resided within the realm of the dead. Lucian's emotions surged, transforming into fervor and excitement. Bai Jing shook his head, asserting that it was not so. He had not perished, rather. My arrival in this realm of death was solely to resurrect you and this child. Do you not wish to return? Lucian's emotions remained intensely stirred. her voice rising imperceptibly by 3 degrees, her visage, a ghostly apparition, indistinguishable from that of a living person. Her complexion had begun to flush, and with a pointed finger directed at Bai Jing, she declared, "I do not require it. I have no desire to return to him." Bai Jing observed Lucian's demeanor in silence. If Lucian held no feelings for Anasil, she would likely exhibit indifference, disregarding him entirely and showing no interest in any information pertaining to him. However, at the mere mention of Anasil's name by Bai Jing, her composure faltered, revealing much. It indicated that Anasil still occupied a space in Lucian's heart. Resentment undoubtedly lingered, yet the affection had not dissipated with the passage of time. It was only that with the death of her child, her heart had also succumbed to a state of desolation. Yet now, upon the prospect of seeing her child once more, her heart, once ashen and lifeless, quietly stirred back to life in that fleeting moment. Bai Jing gazed at Lucian and softly remarked, "In truth, he still resides in your heart, does he not? Otherwise, why would you be so flustered? Moreover, do you not yearn to know how Onisir has spent these years? Are you the sole bearer of suffering?" Bai Jing's gentle inquiries, though not harsh in tone, struck Lucian's heart like a powerful blow. She fell silent, gazing at the now-awakened Jim Raid in her arms, lost in her own thoughts. Bai Jing, utilizing the recently acquired powers of the devil fruit, manifested the poignant narrative of Anasil's longing for Lucian as witnessed in various anime over the years, presenting it in a cinematic manner. With his hands clasped together, he forcefully spread them apart, conjuring a vast luminous screen measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. On this screen, frames flickered by, each depicting Anasil's deep yearning for Lucian. In the first frame, upon learning that Lucian had become a vegetable, Anasil wept bitterly. The man clad in a suit, usually stern and unyielding, appeared utterly shattered at that moment. He collapsed beside Lucian's hospital bed, sobbing helplessly, offering apologies. "I am sorry for loving you so deeply that I wove lies to deceive you." The second frame revealed Anasil's relentless efforts to bring a smile to Lucian's face, despite her condition. He stood by her through the changing seasons, visiting daily. After much perseverance, when he dressed her in a baby outfit, Lucian finally smiled. From that day forth, Anasil donned the baby attire himself, visiting Lucian at the hospital every day, bringing a bouquet of flowers reminiscent of their past dates. In the third frame, Anasil persisted in wearing the baby outfit, enduring mockery from passers-by. Yet, he remained unfazed. The scorn of the world meant little to him. As long as he could elicit a smile from Lucian each day, it was his greatest joy. He relinquished his beloved suit for a yellow-bottomed, pink baby ensemble. A pacifier nestled in his mouth. Countless people ridiculed him, deriving amusement from his peculiar demeanor. What a strange fellow! Who would dress in such a bizarre manner? What a sight to behold! Despite the incessant taunts, Anasil walked to the hospital with a smile. As the 3 frames flickered by, the hatred in Luciana's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an intricate complexity of emotions. Her lips trembled slightly as her upper and lower lips brushed against each other repeatedly. Lost in her thoughts, she whispered to herself, "Is it truly worth it to go to such lengths for me? You have suffered so much." Bai Jing was acutely aware that his efforts might be insufficient, as he continued to replay in his mind all that Anasil had done for Lucian. The fourth frame of his recollection depicted the fierce battle between Francie and Anasil, culminating in Francie triumphantly atop Anasil, his iron fist poised to strike. Meanwhile, Anasil, lost in thought, murmured softly to himself, his mind flooded with vivid memories of Lucian's smiling visage and their shared past. As Francie relentlessly pummeled him, Anasil's inner voice lamented that only when donned in this particular attire would Lucian bestow upon him a smile. Francie's fists fell upon his face, each blow distorting Anasil's features. Yet he seemed to have forgotten the pain. With a final, devastating punch, he sent Anasil sprawling. Despite the torment, his thoughts remained fixated on Lucian. At that moment, his sunglasses shattered quietly, tears welling in his eyes, his complexion pallid, blood streaming from his nose, and his pacifier flying from his mouth. He gazed into the sky, which was ostensibly clear, yet his mind drifted back to that fateful rainy night. On that night, Lucian had fled, leaving him to grapple with the reality of her becoming disabled. In that stormy evening, he lost everything, his child, his beloved. At this juncture, Anasil's love for Lucian surged to its zenith. Love mingled with the rain, and as the rain fell, so did his hopes. He collapsed heavily to the ground, powerless to keep his eyes open, slipping into unconsciousness. In that final moment of lucidity, Tears silently streamed down his face, soaking the features of this man. As everything came to a close, and the dust settled, Francie approached the fallen Onissaire, his voice heavy with concern. What could possibly have caused you to weep so profoundly? Brother? He then bent down, using his iron hand to wipe away the 2 streams of tears from Onissaire's eyes. Chapter 87. At the depths of heartache. Even the soul weeps. All images had now reached their conclusion. Luciana's ethereal form trembled, devoid of any lingering resentment. During her vegetative state, she had never anticipated the extent of Onissaire's devotion. Despite enduring the scorn of the world, he had endured it all merely to elicit a smile from his wife. What right did she have to be so cherished by such a man? In her arms, Gimlet seemed to sense his mother's transformation, recognizing her vanishing animosity toward his father, and he broke into a smile. Lucian's voice trembled as she inquired, "Has he been well lately?" This question unmistakably conveyed her concern for Onissaire. Humans are not mere machines. How could they be devoid of emotion? After years of shared days and nights, as partners in life, Onissaire felt an immense guilt regarding all matters concerning Lucian. Yet, it was precisely this guilt that led Lucian to choose forgiveness for Onissaire, absolving him of his deceit. Bai Jing gazed at Lucian's current state and shook his head, feeling a sense of injustice for Onissaire. For Bai Jing, the death of Gimlet was not entirely Onissaire's fault. This is not an attempt to absolve him of responsibility or to provide him with solace. It is merely a perspective. As a man, if one cannot safeguard his own woman and child, it indeed amounts to little. However, the path he has chosen is that of a pirate, and the family he has joined is the Don Quixote family, led by the inherently cruel Doflamingo, even though he treats his subordinates with great loyalty and compassion. To withdraw from the family would be perceived as an act of betrayal. It is precisely because Onissaire is a pirate that he is able to protect Lucian. Bai Jing began to speak, revealing that the events of that fateful night were not solely Alizé's fault. He had been on a mission outside. Upon his return, you informed him that the child had passed away, declaring him unworthy of fatherhood, and in that moment, he too felt as if his heart had perished. Subsequently, after a fierce argument, although neither of you bore any responsibility, it was precisely this unforeseen tragedy that plunged him into an abyss of unrelenting guilt and remorse. Meanwhile, you lay in a vegetative state, oblivious to the torment he endured throughout the years, the profound guilt and anguish that consumed him. He has atoned for a single lie with nearly half of his life, and now, what justification do you have for not forgiving him? What reason do you possess to harbor hatred towards him? Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Lucian's eyes mirrored a complexity of pain. The images conjured by Bai Jing resurfaced in his mind, frame by frame, evoking a profound sense of self-reproach and heartache, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. In that moment, her thoughts transcended her own suffering, turning instead to Alizé's plight. It was then that Lucian's ethereal form shed tears. Such an act, stemming from the depths of emotion and profound hurt, was indeed remarkable. Even a soul could weep. Bai Jing gazed at Lucian, who was weeping bitterly, as large tears cascaded down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her soul's anguish, a manifestation of profound sorrow. These tears embodied the guilt she harbored over the years, a reflection of her self-reproach. In this moment, she finally engaged in a sincere introspection, confronting the depths of her own heart. Love surged intensely, igniting with Bai Jing's words. The sorrow was palpable, foreshadowing the events that were destined to unfold. Bai Jing fixed his gaze intently upon Lucian and spoke. "I shall ask you but one question. Do you still harbor deep affections for Onissaire, and do you wish to see him once more? Should you express even a semblance of desire, I can whisk you away at once. If you claim no such longing exists, then very well, I shall depart, no longer intruding upon your lives, and may even grant you the opportunity for rebirth." Upon hearing these words, Lucian immediately panicked. Rushing forward to grasp Bai Jing's garment with a single hand, her tears flowing incessantly. "Take me back, take me to him, I implore you. I am willing to kneel before you. I miss Onissaire. I have come to understand that it was not solely his fault, for I bear my own share of responsibility. My harshness on that fateful day clouded my judgment with rage, yet he has done so much for me since, while I remained oblivious. Surely, he must have endured great hardship over these years." Bai Jing gazed at the earnest yet sorrowful Lucian and sighed gently. Why must lovers complicate matters for one another? He assisted Lucian to her feet, for she still cradled Jimraid in her arms. He spoke, "You need not bear the entire burden of guilt. After hardship comes sweetness. Let the past scatter with the winds. After years of separation, it is time for reunion. Upon finishing his words, Bai Jing enveloped Lucian's form in a shroud of ethereal energy, proclaiming, "Do not resist or make any sudden movements. Surrender to this essence and transform." With that, Bai Jing levitated, and the trio of Bai Jing, Lucian, and Jim Rate transmuted into a fleeting luminescence, vanishing into the recesses of the sixth city. They traversed from the sixth city to the first, crossing the river of oblivion until they reached the edge of the bridge of no return. They were mere moments away from a luminous point. Crossing it would grant them revival and the chance to reunite with Onisir. The journey over the past 4 to 5 days had drained Bai Jing's ethereal energy entirely. As he prepared to depart, he caught a glimpse of a disturbance beneath the bridge of no return, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He first ensured Lucian and Jim Rate were sent beyond the realm of oblivion, while his form descended. Below, chaos erupted on the bridge, instigated by a man whose actions were swiftly quelled. The man's abilities piqued Bai Jing's interest. He was a wielder of a devil fruit power. His capabilities bore resemblance to those of the immortal bird Marco, yet he resembled more closely the phoenix from Eastern mythology. This majestic phoenix boasted a visage of grandeur, adorned with fiery wings ablaze with the flames of its kind, scorching countless souls on the bridge. The guardian of the bridge struck him down with a soul-binding staff, his anguished cries echoing like a phoenix's mournful song. At that moment, the massive form of the phoenix, measuring perhaps a mere dozen meters, seemed diminutive compared to the legendary 100-meter beings of the Chinese world, suggesting it was still in its juvenile stage. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of a devil fruit. Yet, Bai Jing knew no such power existed within the world of pirates he had witnessed. The realm of the dead in the land of oblivion remained a mystery to him. How many worlds might exist beyond the pirate realm? He pondered the possibility of other worlds. For his interests extended beyond mere piracy, he indulged in various anime as well. If the opportunity arose to explore other realms, it would be a dream come true. His form appeared mysteriously before the man, his hand brushing against his back before he vanished without a trace, unnoticed by those around him. Bai Jing's lips curled ever so slightly, a sign of triumph. Bai Jing transformed into a flash of light, vanishing into the realm of the underworld, and returned to the pirate ship. His spirit and soul gradually found their place again. In the room, Hua Jin regarded the suddenly appeared woman with vigilance. The latter cradled a small child in her arms. The two exchanged intense gazes, scrutinizing each other. Hua Jin awaited Bai Jing's awakening to reveal the identity of this newcomer. Meanwhile, Lucian also anticipated Bai Jing's return, for she recognized him as the one who had recently entered the underworld and brought her back. Her eyes sparkled with boundless astonishment, realizing that she had truly been resurrected, along with her child. The familiar, long-missed sunlight streamed through the window. She could distinctly perceive the swaying sensation of being on a ship, though whether it was a warship or a pirate vessel remained uncertain. At the moment when Bai Jing's spirit returned to his corporeal form, he was filled with astonishment, pondering the name of the fruit he had just acquired. Names like Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon, exuded an impressive aura. Yet, he had never encountered a name for his own fruit. Within the realm of pirates, not a single name bore resemblance. It would be absurd to refer to it as the mythical Zoan fruit, phoenix form. Such a designation would surely. However, concurrently, a surge of exhilaration welled up within Bai Jing. He now possessed the phoenix fruit, and its powers awaited his meticulous exploration and development. He contemplated whether he could eventually cross paths with the immortal Marco to discern whether the immortal bird of the pirate world was superior, or if his eastern phoenix held greater strength. Presently, the utmost priority was to reunite Lucian, Gimlet, and Onisil, bringing the family together once more. Bai Jing opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and looked at the two with a light smile. "Come, this is Lucian, the companion I mentioned to you regarding Onisil." Bai Jing gazed at Hua Jin as she spoke, then turned to introduce her to Lucian, stating, "This is a crew member aboard my ship. We are both pirates." Lucian merely smiled apologetically in response, choosing not to elaborate. Her disdain for pirates had diminished significantly, primarily because her husband was one. He had sacrificed so much for their family, and in turn, she felt indebted to Bai Jing for his role in her revival, allowing their family to reunite. What grounds did she have for complaint? What could she truly harbor animosity towards? Though her prejudice against pirates lingered, it had lessened considerably. Regarding O'Neill, the fact that he was a pirate seemed to fade away entirely. If he wished to persist in this life, then her support would follow suit. He was willing to make such sacrifices for himself. Could she not do the same? Their time in the realm of the underworld spanned 7 days, while nearly 9 days had elapsed in the tangible world due to the asynchronous flow of time. Bai Jing opened the door to the cabin. Upon the deck, the crew had returned to Dress Rosa, yet they had not disembarked, remaining moored at the shore. Over the past few days, Onezier and Corazon had opened the skylights, reminiscing about tales of yore. Each with a cigarette, it had become their customary ritual, exhaling smoke that the wind carried away, alleviating their sorrows. Gold Emperor, Stelly, Little Oars, and Ace shared laughter and stories aboard the pirate ship. As Bai Jing emerged, all eyes turned toward him. Behind him, Lucian stepped forward, capturing everyone's gaze, particularly Onezier. His pupils dilated in shock, his entire body trembling. The cigarette he had been holding fell from his fingers, unnoticed. With a dazed expression, he took heavy steps forward, as if perceiving everything as a fleeting mirage. At that moment, Lucian's eyes welled with tears, and embracing the child in her arms, she rushed toward Onezier. The others, sensing the poignant atmosphere, discreetly retreated to their quarters. Upon witnessing this scenario, Bai Jing gently snapped his fingers. A crisp sound echoed as dark thunderclouds began to spread across the sky behind him. These ominous clouds not only harbored the potential for lightning, but also possessed the capacity to contain rain. A tender rain of longing. A precipitation of reunion after a long separation, quietly descended from the heavens, drop by drop. Bai Jing skillfully controlled the rain. Upon encountering two individuals, it curiously swept past them, as if creating a vacuum between them, leaving their bodies untouched and their garments dry. This exemplifies the unique romanticism inherent to the people of Huaxia. He had heard Oni Sir mention that Lucian adored the rain. Thus, today's joyful reunion should indeed be accompanied by it. Over the past 10 days, Oni Sir might have taken Bai Jing's advice to heart and undergone rigorous training. His once protruding belly had reverted to its former state. Although still slightly plump, it now resembled a miraculous return to at least 70% of its original form. Oni Sir opened his arms wide, enveloping Lucian and the child she held in a heartfelt embrace. Tears cascaded down his cheeks once more, uncontrollably spilling as he wept anew. Is it truly you, Lucian? Am I not dreaming? You have returned, along with Jim Rater. How I have yearned for you over these years, burdened by guilt. It is my fault. I should never have deceived you. In that moment of embrace, Oni Sir's incessant apologies placed the weight of all troubles upon his own shoulders. He was a man who loved his wife and child to the utmost. Chapter 89. Oni Sir's dilemma after orchestrating everything and ensuring that the rain, visible yet not drenching them, fell just right. Bai Jing quietly ascended into the sky. He floated to the highest observation deck, gazing down at the two below, without any intention to intrude, for they likely could not see him at that moment. He was content to observe them from a distance. At that moment, several furtive figures appeared atop the observation deck. Ace had stealthily materialized behind Bai Jing, along with Gold Emperor, Stella, and Karasong, all similarly lurking nearby. On the pirate ship's peculiar mast, there rested a cylindrical platform. While sailing on the ocean, it was designed for distant viewing. However, now it was being cleverly repurposed by the group. The individuals on this small platform cautiously peeked out, revealing only their heads, their eyes fixed intently on the scene below. Karasong murmured softly, "Soundproof wall." A transparent barrier encircled the small platform, ensuring their voices would not escape. Bai Jing admired a glance at Corazon and patted his shoulder, exclaiming in surprise at such an unexpected utility, appreciating the bond they shared. Corazon grinned widely while a group of them, akin to thieves, fixated intently on the scene below. Only young us remained, peering curiously through the crack of the door with his enormous eyes. Lucian listened as Oni Sir bore all the blame upon himself, her eyes glistening with compassion. What tales had this man endured? What tribulations had he faced to bear such anguish? She had witnessed those events, the very scenes Bai Jing had shown him, and their tears flowed relentlessly. In her arms, Jimlet observed their reunion, not sensing the bittersweetness, but rather exuding an animated joy. It seemed that the reconciliation of his parents had brought them back together, no longer separated by the chasm of life and death. It is not entirely your fault. I share the burden as well. These years have been arduous for you. If you wish to pursue a life as a pirate, do so without concealing it from me. I shall support you from behind, Lucian whispered gently through her tears. The two nestled together, holding Jimlet between them. Yet Oni Sir remained profoundly guilt-ridden. No matter how Lucian reassured him, he shook his head and replied, "No, we have been granted a rare opportunity to start anew. Let us retreat to a quiet corner and abandon the pirate life. However, this may require a discussion with Mr. Bai Jing, for it is he who has granted us this second chance." Nodding solemnly at Onisur's words, Lucian continued to savor their tender moment while those atop the lookout tower on the deck were deeply moved. They secretly observed the two below, crying, watching, and smiling, touched by the poignant scene. One must commend Corazon for his ingenious sound barrier, shielding them from discovery. This warm moment was allowed to linger for nearly half an hour. Separation had fostered a bond more profound than newlyweds, particularly given their past estrangement. They seemed to have an inexhaustible well of words, sharing the heartaches of the years gone by. As their exchange neared its conclusion, Bai Jing and the others descended from above, witnessing the two who had returned to their former selves. In Onisur's embrace lay Gimlet, while Bai Jing, with a half-smile, scrutinized the pair and inquired, "Have you come to terms with it?" Onisur nodded, exchanging a glance with Lucian before they both knelt, nearly bowing their heads. This startled Bai Jing, who rushed forward to assist them to their feet, perplexed by such a grand display of gratitude. Their guilt intensified as they expressed, "Mr. Bai Jing, we shall never forget your great kindness. Mr. Bai Jing, should you desire our assistance in any endeavors in the future, do not hesitate to summon us. We shall remain here in the kingdom of Dress Rosa, awaiting your call. However, I regret to inform you that we may no longer accompany you on your maritime ventures." Onisul expressed with a tinge of remorse. Just as Lucian was about to voice his thoughts, he was halted by Onisul. Lucian wished for Onisul to continue his life as a pirate aboard Bai Jing's ship, yet Onisul was resolute in his decision to remain with his family, alongside Lucian and Gimlet. If Bai Jing's intentions were clear and his resolve unwavering, Onisul would indeed join his pirate crew. The ball now lies in Bai Jing's court. The two had deliberated on this matter for quite some time in their recent discussions. Bai Jing smiled gently, stating that whatever you choose to do is entirely your own volition, and there is no need to concern yourselves with me. Assisting you both is merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, I am not without recompense. With a mysterious smile, Bai Jing revealed that the reward he mentioned was indeed the phoenix fruit, the mythical Zoan type, phoenix form. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, Onisir felt a wave of relief wash over him, his admiration for Bai Jing deepening. For Bai Jing, the choices made by the two of them were their own, and even after boarding the ship, they might struggle to keep up, not to mention Lucian's lack of strength, coupled with the burden of an infant, which could divert her attention in times of crisis. Onisir, in comparison to everyone aboard, was likely the weakest. Thus, after careful consideration, the most favorable outcome would be for the two to retreat from the world. Onisir would cease his life as a pirate and, along with Lucian and Gimlet, seek solace in a small town, leading a life of ordinary simplicity and embracing the mundane. Chapter 90, Mythical Zoan. Phoenix form. After spending 2 days aboard the pirate ship with Gimlet and Bai Jing, they returned to the kingdom of Lexus, ready to live as ordinary people, embracing a life of simplicity. Before parting ways, he and Onisir made a pact. Once he had made a name for himself across the seas, he would return to share a drink with Frankie. Bai Jing and his companions remained aboard the pirate ship, awaiting the arrival of the invincible and opulent vessel commissioned by the Golden Emperor. During this time, rather than indulging in frivolities, they dedicated themselves to enhancing their abilities. Those who sought to improve their physical prowess diligently trained, while others focused on developing their fruit powers. As the pace of their training quickened, it became evident that the adversaries they would encounter henceforth would grow increasingly formidable, and the crew members aboard the ship would only become stronger, never weaker. Next, Bai Jing sought to resurrect the former Marine Admiral, Blackarm Zephyr. Utilizing the abilities of the luck fruit, he concentrated his efforts into a thread of fate to locate Zephyr's 2 disciples, particularly the female disciple who possessed the power to reverse age. Once Blackarm Zephyr was resurrected, the next target would be Whitebeard, with whom Bai Jing had a considerable amount of time remaining in their agreement. The plan involved defeating Whitebeard and persuading him to join their ranks. Yet this endeavor necessitated substantial preparation on Bai Jing's part, given Whitebeard's characterization as the world's strongest man. Not to mention the prospect of facing a rejuvenated version of him at his peak. The thought alone was formidable, regardless of whether it pertained to physical combat, swordsmanship, or that extraordinary fruit ability. Bai Jing recognized that he was not yet equipped to confront such a titan. Thus, Bai Jing resolved to first hone his fruit powers and, after resurrecting Admiral Zephyr, to seek his guidance in mastering physical combat. What a splendid arrangement that would be. Bai Jing found himself in a desolate place by the riverbank, where he began to delve into the abilities of the phoenix fruit alone. A transformation enveloped him. His garments, succumbing to the flames of the phoenix, were reduced to ashes. His hands and feet underwent a metamorphosis, with his hands morphing into magnificent wings of a phoenix, each feather composed of the ethereal flames. Unlike the flames of the Mara fruit, the phoenix fire radiated a golden hue, endowed with a higher temperature and a greater potential. When fully unfurled, the wings spanned several meters in width. His feet transformed into sharp talons, agile yet powerful, and his visage entirely altered, resembling the head of a phoenix. He appeared extraordinarily majestic, as the blazing flames enveloped him in an unrelenting embrace. Behind him, 3 elongated phoenix feathers swayed gracefully, exuding an air of elegance. The colossal phoenix let out a resounding cry, unfurling its form, and the entire expanse around him was engulfed in a sea of golden flames. The cry resonated with the essence of the phoenix fire, akin to Marco's immortal bird fruit, both possessing an extraordinary regenerative power. As Bai Jing attuned himself to this newfound strength, he realized that this regenerative ability was likely even more formidable. As long as the damage was not fatal, any injury would prove ineffective against him. He could recover instantaneously. Even the formidable punch of carp, should it not instantly incapacitate him, would be dismissed as a mere scratch. Bai Jing gazed in astonishment, pondering whether this was the enigmatic power of the East. The phoenix was indeed formidable, lowering the majestic head of the phoenix. He glanced at his own form and, with a vigorous flap of its wings, soared into the sky. It was a sight of unparalleled grace and majesty, its entire being radiating a resplendent golden hue as it soared freely above the kingdom. "Goodness, look at that enormous golden bird up there," someone exclaimed. "What? Did you say it's golden? Just look above," another replied. "My word, where did such a colossal golden bird come from? And it's even ablaze with golden flames. Could this be one of the legendary creatures of lore, something he had never before encountered?" On that day, many below in the kingdom raised their heads, gazing at the soaring Bai Jing. They beheld the magnificent phoenix, its grand wings unfurled in all their glory. One could only wonder if they would recognize it as a phoenix. Bai Jing was exceedingly satisfied. Initially, he believed that only upon encountering the immortal bird Marco would he be able to harness the powers of the mythical fruit. To his surprise, he encountered it earlier during his journey in the underworld. Moreover, the fruit's abilities surpassed his wildest imagination. The specifics of these abilities remained for him to explore. Subsequently, he began to gradually synthesize and integrate all these powers. However, the multitude of abilities proved to be a source of vexation. In contrast to Marco, the phoenix form conjured by his fruit was immensely larger, several times the size of Marco himself. Additionally, he was capable of partial transformation, allowing his arms to morph into wings while his body remained unchanged, or altering specific parts of his form. After soaring through the skies, many individuals hurried towards the direction Bai Jing had flown, eager to discern his destination and follow in his wake. Even some unscrupulous pirates entertained nefarious thoughts, contemplating the capture of this golden bird, believing it could fetch an exorbitant price if sold to the nobility. Yet, how swift was Bai Jing in flight? He estimated that his speed rivaled that of naval warships traversing the seas, and with full exertion, he could surpass it. With a powerful flap of his wings, he turned towards the coast. By the time he was halfway there, he had already outpaced nearly 90% of the pursuers, leaving only a small fraction trailing behind, a truly bothersome swarm of flies. Bai Jing, filled with impatience, dove downward, emanating the formidable aura of a colossal phoenix, akin to the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki, capable of instilling fear in others. Those of weak will and uncertain resolve would undoubtedly be rendered unconscious by this immense pressure. As he descended, a multitude of individuals trailing behind him froze in astonishment, their souls nearly paralyzed by terror upon witnessing the giant phoenix hurtling towards them. From above, the silhouette of the phoenix appeared merely larger than an ordinary bird. However, as Bai Jing plummeted, they were struck by the realization that this was no ordinary bird but a magnificent behemoth. Its impressive length reached several meters, and with its wings unfurled, it spanned an astonishing 11 to 12 meters. The indifferent gaze of the phoenix scrutinized the throng of people below, while a blazing golden fire enveloped its form. The terrifying pressure emanating from the phoenix enveloped them, leaving the onlookers with an overwhelming sense of dread. It was a pressure that resonated with their very souls, a disparity of existence that rendered them akin to lesser beings beneath Bai Jing's superiority. One by one, they succumbed, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground. Observing this scene, Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction, turned, and with a powerful flap of his wings, vanished from sight. In a contemplative tone, he mused to himself, surprised to discover such a stark difference in life levels. Could the phoenix truly possess such a high tier of existence? This was certainly beyond the level of Kaido's Azure Dragon. Bai Jing suddenly recalled a rather embarrassing matter. It seemed that his garments had been utterly destroyed. Upon transforming into his phoenix form, all of his clothing had been consumed by flames, leaving behind nothing but carbon dioxide and a series of chemical gases. Feeling somewhat awkward, he realized that should he revert to his human form now, he would be entirely exposed, which could lead to him being perceived as a pervert. He soared back above the pirate ship, gazing down upon the crew below. The expressions of the Golden Emperor, Little Oars, Fire Fist Ace, and Corazon immediately grew grave. The terrifying aura was palpable. At that moment, Long Ma's eyes narrowed, and the blade in his hand silently prepared to be unsheathed. A dreadful intent emanated from his sword, cleaving the clouds above in twain. It seemed he had taken a keen interest, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary existence, murmuring softly to himself, "Interesting." A century ago, he had severed the world's mightiest dragon with a single stroke, and now another being of such high caliber had emerged. A sinister smile crept across his face as he readied to unleash his most formidable strike. Sensing the terrifying battle intent and sword energy radiating from Long Ma, Bai Jing was immediately thrown into a state of panic. From the beak of the phoenix, he emitted a sound, exclaiming, "It's me, it's me." He feared that Long Ma might strike him down. Bai Jing believed that at present, his strength may not be sufficient to contend with Long Ma. After all, Long Ma was the man who had previously slain the most powerful creature, the dragon, with a single blow. It was worth noting that this dragon had posed a formidable challenge even to the Navy, yet Long Ma had accomplished the feat effortlessly. Although Bai Jing had not yet regained his peak power, he surmised that a single strike from Long Ma could easily leave him severely injured. Currently, his physical prowess and mastery of his fruit were still lacking. He could only wield the Phoenix Fire and exert the Phoenix's oppressive presence. While the Phoenix Fire possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, there were limits to its capacity. Should he exceed that threshold, injury was inevitable. He pondered the possibility of awakening his fruit, envisioning the potential to transform into a phoenix of immense proportions, perhaps even hundreds or thousands of meters in height. That would render him nearly invincible. The crew, upon recognizing Bai Jing's voice, finally breathed a sigh of relief, prompting Long Ma to retract the blade that had been on the verge of being drawn. The terrifying sword light gradually dissipated, narrowly averting a colossal blunder. Bai Jing let out a gentle sigh of relief and then continued to speak in the sky, instructing, "You all return to the cabin for a moment. I have matters to attend to, and they are quite urgent." Though the others were perplexed by his words, they complied without question, for he was the captain. One by one, they entered the pirate ship, retreating to their respective quarters. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. His room was, in fact, connected to Hua Jin's room, intertwining their fates. After Bai Jing witnessed everyone leave, he let out a gentle sigh of relief and subsequently retracted his fruit abilities. His form, once a magnificent phoenix, began to gradually shrink, with his wings transforming back into arms. The flames enveloping his body dissipated, and his feathers vanished, reverting to his original human shape. Suspended in the air, a bare figure stealthily glanced below, surveying the desolate surroundings and exhaling softly with relief. He leapt onto the pirate ship and cautiously entered his quarters. Having completed these actions, Bai Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, a thunderous scream shattered the silence. At that moment, Hua Jin witnessed the entire sequence. Initially, he had merely caught sight of the bare backside and the shadow of a figure. Yet, with Hua Jin's piercing scream, Bai Jing was startled and swiftly turned around. This sudden movement created an atmosphere charged with tension. The silence became palpable as the two stared at each other, wide-eyed. During this exchange, Hua Jin discreetly cast a couple of glances. Instantly, Hua Jin's face flushed a deep crimson. Oh, how utterly embarrassing it was. Bai Jing hastily glanced at his clothes nearby, swiftly donned them, and in an instant transformed into a streak of light, rushing out of his room. The embarrassment was palpable. Meanwhile, Hua Jing remained frozen in place. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to the nape of her neck. Although she had experienced something similar before, it was entirely different under the influence of intoxication compared to her current state of sobriety. By the time the crowd arrived, drawn by the commotion, Bai Jing had already fled. Chapter 92. The Puzzlement of the Crowd. Bai Jing provides clarity following the previous instances of awkwardness. Encounters between Bai Jing and Hua Jing were still tinged with a certain discomfort. Despite both being aware of their past interactions, the recollection still brought overwhelming embarrassment. Mr. Bai, why did you exhibit such a terrifying presence, akin to that of a higher life form? AIC inquired, perplexed, while Long Ma observed with a knowing glint in his eyes. The aura reminiscent of a phoenix was strikingly similar to that of a flying dragon he had encountered centuries ago. This resemblance had led to his misunderstanding, almost resulting in a grave mistake. Bai Jing smiled awkwardly, noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. He spoke. This is due to my newly acquired ability from the devil fruit, which allows me to transform into the form of a phoenix. After transforming, my clothes were torn apart. Hence I asked everyone to step back. Mr. Bai Jing's request for us to retreat, could it be? The Golden Emperor scrutinized a particular aspect of Bai Jing, a teasing smile playing on his lips. The implication was clear. Men understand such nuances. The competitive spirit among men is rather straightforward. It's a matter of comparison. Who possesses more wealth? Who has the most attractive partner? Lastly, there is the competition regarding whose companions are more formidable. First, they compare innate abilities, followed by their prowess in battle. Bai Jing chuckled and retorted, nonsense. I merely feared that showcasing it would instill fear in you all, especially with ladies present. Upon hearing this, the Golden Emperor Taizolo couldn't help but understand the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if Stella were to witness it, it would result in a significant blunder. Corazon, with a look of confusion in his eyes, had been harboring a question that lingered in the minds of the others as well. It pertained to the seemingly vast array of devil fruit abilities possessed by Bai Jing. Tentatively, Corazon inquired, Mr. Bai Jing, may I ask how you have acquired such an abundance of devil fruit powers? To date, you have manifested several, including the Rumble fruit, the Gold fruit, and the Flame fruit. The others nodded in agreement, having longed to pose the same question but refrained from doing so out of respect for Bai Jing's privacy regarding his capabilities. However, with Corazon breaking the ice, they all turned their gazes toward Bai Jing, eager for enlightenment. Bai Jing pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, he could hardly declare himself a time traveler. The reason for his possession of such an abundance of fruit abilities stemmed entirely from that peculiar bolt of lightning that had transported him through time. A contemplative glimmer shone in his eyes as he replied, the reason I am able to acquire such a multitude of devil fruit abilities is due to my rather unique constitution. Whenever I come into contact with an individual possessing a devil fruit ability, I can assimilate the corresponding power as my own. Moreover, I am impervious to the effects of seawater and sea prism stone, rendering them inconsequential to me. Even if Haki is unleashed upon me, it merely weakens the impact to a degree. What? Such an extraordinary constitution exists? How terrifying! The Golden Emperor exclaimed, his eyebrows raised in astonishment. He struggled to comprehend how such a formidable constitution could manifest. The existence of such a trait was nothing short of monstrous. While it was one thing for an individual to wield multiple devil fruit abilities, it was unfathomable that he was immune to the restrictions posed by sea prism stone and seawater, the bane of the greatest of sea dwellers. How could they not be astonished? Even Longma, seasoned and worldly, couldn't help but cast a few additional glances at Bai Jing, curious to unravel the origins of such an anomaly. This was indeed extraordinary. While the power of the devil fruits is formidable, it does not necessarily guarantee overwhelming superiority in the later stages, unless one's fruit is exceptionally potent, akin to Akainu's magma fruit or Whitebeard's tremor fruit. In the latter stages, the focus shifts to Haki, martial arts, or swordsmanship. However, if one possesses an amalgamation of various fruit abilities, the situation becomes terrifying. Especially when one is not hindered by seawater, this constitutes the greatest flaw in the system. Observing the reactions of those around him, Bai Jing anticipated their astonishment. He chose not to elaborate further, instead opting to patiently await their next remarks. Does this imply that, Mr. Bai Jing, you now possess several abilities, the Thunder Fruit, the Flame Fruit, the Gold Fruit, and even your father's Tremor Fruit? Ace remarked, his expression reflecting a newfound respect for Bai Jing. Bai Jing nodded. Akin to a bashful maiden, her shy smile revealing her modesty. However, to the onlookers, this seemed nothing short of a veiled display of arrogance. Yet, upon reflecting that Bai Jing was their captain, they found solace in the thought, the greater the captain's prowess, the more formidable their collective strength would be. What more could one say? Mr. Bai Jing, indeed, embodies the essence of a true master, instilling a sense of awe. It is likely that in the future, there will undoubtedly be a place for you among the revered for emperors of the seas. Even the typically unassuming and straightforward little Oz, who seldom indulges in flattery, found his voice, and the others shared a similar sentiment, nodding in agreement. Bai Jing chuckled lightly, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. In truth, he found his fruit ability and his capacity for traversing dimensions rather extraordinary. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it quite reasonable. After all, he was a traveler of realms. And without certain privileges, what purpose would his existence as a traveler serve? Have you ever encountered a traveler who was not remarkably impressive? Unlike many others from neighboring realms, who began their journeys with outrageously powerful fruits, he merely started with a thunder fruit. Was that formidable? Moderately so. Was it logical? Quite so. As for whether he could contend with those extraordinary beings, he mused about the possibility of future encounters where they might engage in a grand melee. Mr. Bai Jing, what was that colossal bird we just witnessed? What creature was that? Why have I never encountered such a being in the world of pirates? As if it were a figment of my imagination? The Golden Emperor, recalling the enormous bird that spanned over 10 meters, felt a pang of trepidation. The aura emanating from it was reminiscent of the highest order of life forms, contrasting sharply with their own seemingly inferior existence. Bai Jing anticipated the inquiries of those present and spoke, that is a species not belonging to this world, or perhaps one that has yet to emerge here. Known as the Phoenix. His abilities are akin to the immortal Marco's fruit powers, though his regenerative capabilities are somewhat superior, and his physique is larger. Other distinctions have yet to be fully explored. Regarding these exalted life forms, Lanma possesses considerable knowledge, having once cleaved a dragon with a single stroke. The crowd listened in a state of confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the discourse, yet naively nodded in agreement. There would be ample time ahead to witness Bai Jing harness the powers of this fruit. Chapter 93, The Sunlight. Setting sail, Bai Jing has now acquired the ability to synergize the fruit's powers, creating a gravitational field through the interplay of the thunder fruit and the gravity fruit. The speed of the thunderbolts descending from the heavens would be exponentially greater, striking with a velocity tenfold or even 100-fold that of the ordinary, delivering an unexpectedly explosive blow to adversaries. Within this gravitational field, the enemy's speed would be significantly hampered. Similarly, the flame fruit can intertwine with the phoenix fruit, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire. The stronger the fire attribute, the more formidable its regenerative abilities, thereby indirectly enhancing its defensive and restorative capabilities. This power is already exceedingly formidable, and now it has been further augmented. The hell fruit can conjure the chilling aura and flames of the 9 netherworlds, representing 2 extremes. However, if one can deftly balance the two, allowing ice and fire to coexist harmoniously, the resulting explosive force would be even more terrifying. Coupled with the explosive potential of the thunder fruit, the magnitude of the devastation is indeed fathomable. The flash fruit can also be paired with the thunder fruit, enabling an unparalleled acceleration of speed. Lightning is inherently one of the swiftest phenomena in existence, and the addition of light only amplifies this speed. Thus, in Bai Jing's perspective, if the fruits are melded effectively, his combat prowess could multiply manifold. Although his physical form may be lacking, the capabilities of the devil fruit can compensate for this deficiency. After 2 days of anticipation, the opulent pirate ship, custom designed by the Golden Emperor Tezalo, finally arrived. This colossal vessel was even larger than the Moby Dick. The ship associated with Whitebeard, as it needed to accommodate the size of little oars. Without a sufficiently large ship, it would be challenging to house and allow for movement of such a formidable figure, which is precisely why Bai Jing commissioned such an expansive vessel. This pirate ship was acquired from the previous giant pirate crew, barely sufficient for little oars to remain on deck. However, the situation has now changed. The customized ship gleamed in golden hues, adorned simply with a red sun emblem at its bow. The ship's flag also bore the insignia of the Sun Pirates. Little Or's chamber was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate his form. Adjacent to his room were training facilities, a kitchen, a music room, and an aquarium, followed by several interconnected quarters for the crew. At the rear of the ship, The Golden Emperor had arranged for a garden, flourishing with greenery and vibrant blossoms. Due to the considerable height of Little Or's quarters, his living space extended deeper beneath the deck than that of the others. The ship also boasted numerous recreational areas. This grand pirate vessel was replete with every conceivable amenity, from gaming zones to various other entertainments, showcasing the opulence of the Golden Emperor. Truly, wealth has its advantages. Ace gazed at the magnificent golden pirate ship before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, why not bestow it with a name?" The Golden Emperor, Tesoro, surveyed the splendid custom-built vessel with immense satisfaction and turned his attention to White Scene. As the captain, it fell upon him to christen the ship, and the crowd's eyes turned expectantly towards him, eager to discover what name he would choose for this new vessel. Bai Jing pondered for a moment and decided to name it Xiangyang. Life is akin to a ray of light, ever striving to grow towards the sun. After this proclamation, the group promptly relinquished their massive pirate ship, transferring all its treasures and riches to the designated parties, thus completing the transaction for the vessel. They ascended the ship with fervor, gazing into the distance from the deck, exclaiming, "Today, we shall officially set sail." The group exchanged knowing smiles. And with the guidance of Hua Jian and Shi Daila, they deftly maneuvered the Grand Xiangyang towards the open sea. Gradually, the ship began its voyage across the waters. The Xiangyang was equipped with power that rivaled that of the Sunny, perhaps even surpassing it. This was due to its mechanical propulsion, which could compete with naval warships, if not exceed them, considering it was all achieved through substantial financial investment. With wealth, anything is attainable. Indeed, money can move mountains. Bai Jing steered the pirate ship towards the vast ocean, officially departing from the shore's edge. On the side, Onisel and Lucian cradled Gimlet in their arms, gazing at the departing figures, silently praying for their safety. Their immediate objective was to locate the disciples of Black Arm Zephyr, particularly to acquire the ability of the retreat fruit. Following that, they intended to seek the underworld to resurrect both Zephyr and Whitebeard, thus augmenting their vessel with two formidable generals. As for whether Black Arm Zephyr would board their ship, that would depend on Bai Jing's capabilities. Dealing with men was, in fact, quite simple. A single battle would suffice. Just like with Whitebeard, an agreement had been made with Bai Jing, and they would assess the situation with Black Arm Zephyr when the time came. After all, in a nominal sense, Black Arm Zephyr was already deceased, having been sent off by his disciples, particularly by Luffy's uncle and Admiral Kizaru. Nonetheless, Bai Jing still regarded Black Arm Zephyr as a true man, for he had steadfastly upheld his beliefs from beginning to end. Chapter 94. The Demon Hunting Order issued. The Navy enraged upon the boundless sea. Bai Jing and his companions sailed above. They reclined on the deck, basking in the sea breeze, gazing into the distant ocean, utterly at ease. Bai Jing harnessed the power of the luck fruit to forge a thread of fortune, an ethereal line that subtly guided him toward a particular destination. This destination was none other than Ein, one of Zephyr's two disciples, who possessed the ability of the reverse fruit. However, much like Zephyr, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates, a contempt that ran to the very core of her being. To locate her and enlist her aid would undoubtedly entail considerable challenges. Fortunately, Bai Jing held a significant leverage, the power to resurrect Zephyr. She held the utmost respect for him, and her willingness to sacrifice for Zephyr's sake would compel Ein to comply with Bai Jing's wishes. After all, Ein, you wouldn't desire Zephyr's demise, would you? Ahem. I digress. Moreover, even in her absence, Bai Jing was prepared to resort to forceful measures to subdue her and acquire her fruit ability. This, indeed, constituted Bai Jing's primary objective. Bai Jing gazed at the vast expanse of the sea, murmuring softly to herself, "It seems that the distance between us remains considerable." Fortunately, she too was within the new world. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort to seek him out. Bai Jing rose to his feet, gazing at Hua Jian and Stella, who were at the helm, and spoke, "Let us head east. There lies the person we seek." The two women nodded in response to Bai Jing's words. Adrift on the vast ocean, they found themselves without a destination, relying entirely on Bai Jing's will. As for Long Ma, he was in no hurry to return to the land of harmony. He understood that he must first restore his strength to its pinnacle before he could confidently reclaim his homeland. The Golden Emperor looked upon his magnificent ship with great satisfaction. He traversed various parts of the pirate vessel, beckoning Ace, Corazon, and Long Ma to inspect whether the ship's features were fully equipped. Little Oars, still donning the straw hat woven by Ace, relished the sea breeze, the wind playfully lifting the brim of his hat as he gazed out over the ocean, seemingly lost in thought. In recent days, Bai Jing's 9 nether chi had been completely depleted, expended in the effort to rescue Lucian. Should he wish to enter the underworld once more, he would need to gather more energy. It appears we are sailing towards the rear of the Dress Rosa kingdom, he observed. Hua Jin and Stella exchanged glances, noticing the peculiar course they were on, and communicated silently, puzzled as to why Mr. Bai Jing chose this route. Yet, they understood that he had his reasons, and as navigators, it was their duty to heed his guidance. Stella dismissed any concerns regarding their current position. Following Bai Jing's lead felt inherently right. Meanwhile, in the realm of pirates, Bai Jing's bounty surged once more, inciting the fury of the Navy headquarters. The audacity of the supernova pirate Bai Jing, who dared to challenge the Navy by infiltrating their division to abduct Oni Cell and subsequently release him, was unprecedented. Such a bold and arrogant pirate warranted an increase in his bounty. The high-ranking officials of the Navy were incensed, demanding, raise his bounty to 3 billion. I refuse to believe no one will seek this audacious rogue. How could it be that a criminal was brazenly taken from a Navy division, which possessed substantial combat power, especially on home turf? The Navy officials were outraged, vehemently condemning Bai Jing's actions in the conference room, where his bounty notice lay on the table, a dagger thrust into it as a symbol of their indignation. This is utterly outrageous. Raise his bounty to 3 billion. We must deploy the Demon Slayer order. This pirate must be eliminated swiftly. Such ruthless pirates are indeed a bane to our peace in this world. The naval headquarters has been in a state of chaos, with numerous personnel engaged in discussions regarding the appropriate measures to address the pirate known as Bai Jing. Speculation abounds regarding the potential increase in the number of naval forces deployed on the next mission. The world of piracy is vast, with countless pirates. A single large pirate crew may boast thousands of members. Consequently, the sheer number of pirate crews, both large and small, necessitates a corresponding increase in naval personnel. Otherwise, they would be utterly overwhelmed and face certain defeat against such a multitude of adversaries. While the number of sailors at the naval headquarters is not substantial, other naval divisions collectively possess a considerable force. Mobilizing these sailors could amass a formidable contingent of over 100,000. The imperative is to swiftly ascertain Bai Jing's whereabouts. And once intelligence operatives locate him, they must report his position so that the Navy can assemble quietly and strike with precision. The aim is to eradicate the menace posed by Bai Jing with overwhelming force. Failure to do so would only embolden his ruthless tendencies. At the naval headquarters, a final communique regarding Bai Jing has been issued, further compounded by pressure from the celestial dragons. It can be said that this endeavor to eliminate Bai Jing is unprecedented in its scope. It may very well be one of the most significant operations in the annals of pirate history. Presently, Bai Jing is sailing across the ocean, reclining on the deck of his pirate ship, relishing the sea breeze, and even enjoying the flowers in the ship's garden. His life is one of remarkable comfort. On an unnamed island, long dominated by pirates of considerable strength, the territory was once under the control of the Whitebeard crew. Following Whitebeard's departure, the island fell into disarray and was subsequently occupied by other pirates. Guided by the long lines of fate, Ein is within this vicinity. Locating him would mean achieving half of the objective. Chapter 95, 5 Ashore. 10 Ambushed. This grand and opulent pirate vessel immediately attracted the attention of numerous pirates on the vast island as it sailed through the waters. In the shadows, hundreds of watchful eyes scrutinized Bai Jing's ship. Initially, they observed the pirate flag, noting its simplistic sun emblem, which they had not encountered before, and then shifted their focus to the individuals aboard the vessel. Inside the ship, Little Oars and Ace were engaged in conversation, while the Golden Emperor and Stella wandered the back garden, admiring the blossoms. On the deck, only Hua Jin, Bai Jing, Corazon, and Longmo were present. The faces of these 4 individuals are not commonly seen in the New World. Despite Bai Jing's burgeoning fame, few have actually laid eyes upon him. Without the reference of a bounty poster, he would be difficult to identify, thus many pirates failed to recognize him. Captain, it appears we have stumbled upon a lucrative target, one pirate remarked, estimating there to be only 4 individuals on the deck, with an uncertain number hidden within the ship. Let us bide our time and observe how many individuals emerge from that pirate ship. Should their numbers not exceed 1,000, we may seize the opportunity to plunder. Ah, well said. You resonate with my thoughts. I share the same sentiment. Along the shores of the vast island, Numerous pirates gleam with anticipation in their eyes as they gaze upon the pirate vessel of Bai Jing. This is undoubtedly a prize target. It is not uncommon for pirates to prey upon one another on the high seas, and when the frenzy escalates, even naval warships become victims of robbery. Yet, these instances are rare. Take, for example, the formidable Jack, who boasts a bounty of 1 billion berries. He is a true warrior of renown. Bai Jing sensed an unusual tranquility enveloping the sea, his gaze profound. He murmured to himself, "It seems an impending battle is inevitable." Aware that these individuals harbored ill intentions, he pondered how they could possibly be considered good people. Yet, La Song appeared perplexed, uncertainty lingering in his eyes. Bai Jing smiled brightly, for he relished the idea of sacrificing his own life to aid in the collection of the ethereal essence from the underworld. Is this not the mark of a good person? Upon finishing his words, he flashed a radiant smile, one that seemed to embody the sun itself. Yet, to the eyes of the three, that smile resembled the grin of death. Over time, they had discerned that Bai Jing's true nature was cunning and unscrupulous. "Steer the ship boldly forward. It poses no issue," he declared, anticipating that soon they would be surrounded. Hua Ji nodded, gracefully ascending into the control room of the pirate ship, slowly piloting the luxurious golden sunshine towards the shores of the island. At the island's edge, a considerable number of pirate vessels were anchored, approximately 30 in total, varying in size. This nameless island boasted a vast expanse of land, comparable to that of a small kingdom. Behind the great island lay a series of smaller islets, inhabited by numerous local residents and pirates who claimed dominion over the region. As the island fell outside the jurisdiction of the Navy, the pirates grew increasingly audacious, frequently engaging in acts of arson, murder, and pillage. The island's inhabitants found themselves powerless against the marauders, compelled to surrender their entire fortunes in exchange for meager protection. However, this arrangement was unsustainable, for there would inevitably come a day when the protection fees would be exhausted. Tell Little is not to emerge just yet. Let the Golden Emperor take the stage. I suspect a grand spectacle is about to unfold. Bai Jing spoke with profound meaning in his eyes as he gazed at Corazon. Corazon nodded and immediately set about executing Bai Jing's instructions. Once their ship, the Sunshine, docked at the shore, Bai Jing, Longma, the Golden Emperor, Corazon, and Ace were the first to leap gracefully from above, landing stylishly on the sandy beach. The coastline was remarkably expansive, bordered by a tropical rainforest where dense trees concealed numerous gaps within. If one did not look closely, it would be challenging to discern the hidden individuals within this thicket. "Brother, shall we proceed?" A voice from the shadows inquired, revealing a leader accompanied by over 1,000 men. Curiously, the young man at the forefront appeared strangely familiar, as if he had been seen before. Moreover, the man adorned with a golden hat also seemed recognizable. This pirate crew was none other than the infamous gas pirates, notorious for their petty thievery and ruthless acts of pillage against passing merchant ships. When the leader of the gas pirates set his gaze upon Ace, his expression shifted dramatically. They had certainly heard of Whitebeard's formidable reputation and were aware of the events during the Marineford War a few years prior, where Fire Fist Ace had met his demise. In his memories, the image of Fire Fist Ace began to merge with that of the man before him. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Ace, leaving no room for doubt. This man was indeed Fire Fist Ace. Engaging him would be a perilous endeavor, one to be entirely avoided lest calamity ensue. The leader of the gas pirates swiftly resolved not to rob Bai Jing and his companions, recognizing the folly in targeting Fire Fist Ace. They were not foolish. They preyed on merchant vessels precisely because their crews were weak and vulnerable. To attempt to rob Fire Fist Ace would be tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, in another area, several other pirate crews lay in ambush, watching Bai Jing and his company. "Captain, shall we engage?" one of the men remarked, noting how the individuals before them appeared naive and seemingly weak. The man's ostentatious display, especially with his golden hat, suggested he was affluent. Furthermore, their lavish ship indicated a potential bounty that could sustain them for months. "Of course, we shall strike. These foolish pups are clearly local nobility, flaunting their wealth without a care. We shall take advantage of this opportunity," the leader declared, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Come, my comrades. Once we seize this hull, we shall revel in luxury once more." Within the dense forest, many pirates eagerly prepared for the impending assault. Chapter 96. 3 Groups. Only 3,000? Heh, little brat, hand over your ship and any valuables you possess. I shall grant you a reprieve, but should you fail to comply, You shall meet your end today. Amidst the dense thicket, a pirate, leading a throng of approximately 1,000 men, emerged with an air of arrogance. Each face bore a menacing expression, wielding either long spears or short blades, brandishing them with ill intent. Their gazes towards Bai Jing and his companions resembled that of a cat eyeing a mouse, filled with mockery. Cursed be it, to have been outpaced by the ragtag band of the local pirates. The Black Dog pirate crew shall not lag behind. Brothers, advance. In another part of the thicket, another man donned an eye patch, stepping forth with a similar entourage of 1,000, appearing upon this golden shore, casting his gaze upon Bai Jing and his crew. The second contingent has arrived, yet there remain 2 more hidden squads in the vicinity. Will they not reveal themselves? Bai Jing spoke to himself, his face calm, betraying no hint of joy. Long Ma, AIC, Huang Jin-di, and Ku La Song followed closely behind him, merely casting a fleeting glance before retracting their gaze. These individuals were far too weak to pique any interest. Among the throng, there was only one devil fruit user, the captain of the Dirt Chicken pirate crew. Concealed in the shadows were 2 other pirate crews, one being the Gas pirate crew, which had resolutely decided against joining the fray. The other, upon the conclusion of Bai Jing's words, emerged from the obscurity. They numbered around 1,000, encircled by the 3,000 present, who watched the 5 with mocking eyes. Boss, look ahead. That individual seems to be the supernova Bai Jing. His bounty was just announced yesterday, and it has reached a terrifying. How much has it skyrocketed to? Though we do not intend to involve ourselves, as members of the Gas pirate crew, you must maintain your composure. The leader of the Gas pirate crew, frustrated with his subordinates' lack of ambition, struck his own head with a fierce blow, producing a noticeable bump. He then snatched the bounty notice from his subordinate's hands, scrutinizing it closely. His knowledge of Bai Jing was limited to 2 months prior, when Bai Jing had first emerged as a supernova with a bounty of merely 300 million. The leader studied the bounty notice intently, counting the zeros behind the number. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions. By the end, his hands began to tremble violently, and his gaze became increasingly erratic. Continuing to count, he reached 1 billion. There was a 3 before it. This newcomer was worth a staggering 3 billion berries. At that moment, the leader of the Gas pirate crew experienced a profound shock, his expression shifting completely. His legs quivered as he ordered, "Retreat. Quickly, we must withdraw." This group is merely pretending to be harmless. They are not to be trifled with, especially their young captain, who boasts a bounty of 3 billion berries. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion berries, the 1,000 subordinates behind him nearly lost their composure. Collectively, they might not even surpass 300 million. Now, faced with a pirate worth 30 times that amount, retreating was their only option. Any attempt to rob Bai Jing would be tantamount to courting death. Hand over the goods. Kid, we do not wish to repeat ourselves. The leader of the Dirt Chicken pirate crew glared at Bai Jing with malice. Did you hear me, brat? Are you deaf? Are you aware that the captain of our rustic chicken pirate crew is valued at a staggering 210 million berries, often referred to as the noisy rustic chicken? Surrender now, or you shall be left in ignorance of how your demise will unfold. The rustic chicken pirate crew provocatively taunts, while the other 2 pirate crews, the Black Dog pirate crew and the Crow pirate crew, equally refuse to back down, all eyes fixed on Bai Jing. They are nothing but a bunch of fools. One wave has already departed, and now only this group remains. Let us resolve this matter swiftly. Bai Jing waved his hand, casting a glance at the 4 individuals behind him, reluctant to soil his hands over such insignificant pests. Long Ma stepped forward, a grin spreading across his face, his left hand gripping the hilt of his sword, while his right hand caressed the blade, poised to slay them all in one swift stroke. Ace and Corazon remained behind, showing no intention of intervening, fully aware that Long Ma alone could effortlessly annihilate everyone present with a single strike. The Golden Emperor swiftly emerged from behind Bai Jing, a spear forged from solid gold materializing in his grasp, aimed at the throng of enemies. He exclaimed, "But do refrain from slaughtering them all. Leave some for me." The Golden Emperor and Long Ma exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with understanding. "Are we mere swine, to be slaughtered at will?" They scoffed. "Such audacity. You lot. Dispatch these fools. As for their treasures, we shall divide them leisurely." The leaders of the Chicken pirate crew and the Crow pirate crew bellowed, charging towards Bai Jing and his companions. A dark wave surged forward, with some pirates gripping their long guns tightly, triggering their weapons as cannonballs erupted forth. The Golden Emperor retaliated with a mighty punch, sending a cascade of golden seawater that scattered and obliterated all incoming projectiles, causing them to explode mid-air. At that moment, Longma sprang into action, drawing his long sword with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that cleaved through the ground ahead. A blade of energy extended for 10 zhong, reducing all pirates in its path to mere fragments. Without holding back, the agonized cries of the pirates echoed as scores fell to the ground, never to rise again. Chapter 97. Mere Chickens and Dogs. All resolved faced with the overwhelming prowess of Bai Jing's group, particularly the sight of Longma slaying hundreds with a single sword strike. The pirates began to panic. Their numbers were limited, insufficient to withstand Longma's wrath. Should they fall, it would be a grave miscalculation. To falter before battle is a dire blunder. Many were already contemplating retreat, casting wary glances at the formidable Longma before them. Do not panic, everyone. This man must be at his limit. This is surely his final gambit. Once he exhausts his strength, he will have no means of defense left. He is merely feigning strength. We must strike quickly and eliminate him, while I deal with their leader, shouted the captain of the chicken pirate crew. The leaders of the Black Dog pirate crew and the Crow pirate crew exchanged understanding glances, immediately grasping the intent of the chicken pirate crew's captain. Target the weak first. That young man appeared rather inexperienced. The warrior before them exuded strength. They would subdue the youth first, confident that the warrior would then yield. Little brat, meet your end. Clearly, you are their leader. Surrender without resistance. The captain of the Triad pirate crew surged forward, charging towards Bai Jing. Notably, the leader of the Earth Chicken pirate crew. With a resounding roar, unleashed a cacophony that reverberated from his mouth, its volume steadily escalating. The members of the Earth Chicken pirate crew, anticipating the onslaught, promptly donned their earplugs. Bai Jing gazed at the captain of the rustic chicken pirate crew, remaining utterly unmoved, his expression darkening. In his heart, he scoffed, pondering the origin of such a fool. What sort of foolish fruit could this be? Merely creating a bit of noise before fading away. Such a trivial ability was beneath his consideration. Bai Jing gazed upon these fools, letting out a sigh of exasperation. How could such foolish individuals exist? As their leader, how weak could I truly be? They speak of capturing the thief by first ensnaring the king. Dare you challenge me and witness my wrath? The three adversaries loomed above Bai Jing, particularly the cacophonous squawking of the so-called rooster, an unbearable sound. Bai Jing, in irritation, exclaimed, "Enough with the noise." In an instant, a white glass dome materialized in his hand, which he struck backward into the air. The power of the tremor fruit erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that shattered the surrounding space into fragments akin to broken glass. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the expressions of the three adversaries shifted drastically. As the rooster realized that his devil fruit abilities were utterly ineffective against Bai Jing, who was, in fact, a formidable power wielder himself. With a single punch, the air fractured, propelling the three away with such force that their internal organs shifted, and they spewed forth blood from their mouths, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The ensuing battlefield transformed into a slaughterhouse, presided over by Long Ma and the Golden Emperor. The pirate crews, witnessing the demise of their captain, scattered in disarray like ants bereft of their queen, fleeing in all directions. Long Ma cast a glance at the over 2,000 fleeing souls, declaring, "A boundless realm of slaughter." A sinister red aura enveloped him as he unleashed a fierce slash towards the fleeing horde. This strike manifested as a crescent-shaped arc of blood, spanning dozens of yards, cleaving through the panicked pirates. Without exception, they could not escape the blade's swiftness. In an instant, the bodies of 2,000 fell, cleaved in two, leaving them lifeless, while also exterminating the three fallen pirate captains. To slay these insignificant pests required but a single stroke. Indeed, Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he had underestimated Long Ma's strength, which was rather extraordinary. He pondered whether the sword technique he had read about in novels, capable of cleaving the heavens, could be applied in this context. Rubbing his chin, he contemplated the possibility of trying it out another day. Once he had dealt with all the adversaries along the shore, he surveyed the vicinity and noted that the pirate crew had already fled. He addressed the people on the ship, saying, "You may remain here while I venture with them to explore this island. We shall seek out familiar faces. Alternatively, feel free to wander about. We have sent a message via the snail for communication." Bai Jing's approach to the crew's freedom was rather lenient, for he believed that each individual possessed their own autonomy, and how they chose to express it was their prerogative. Having expressed this sentiment, Bai Jing transformed into a streak of lightning, darting into the dense forest, thereby granting space to the others. Observing Bai Jing's departure, the remaining crew members began to explore the island at their own pace, confident that with their prowess, they would encounter no peril. As for those aboard the pirate ship, some chose to depart while others scattered, leaving one individual to guard the vessel. Corazon, by nature, was averse to conflict, and thus naturally assumed the role of the watchman. Little Oars, who had long remained inactive, disembarked from the pirate ship, his colossal frame moving across the island like a small mountain, drawing attention wherever he roamed, and no one dared provoke him. This was Little Oars, the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. How had he returned? Was it not rumored that he had perished? An air of caution enveloped the onlookers, who whispered amongst themselves, speculating that perhaps Whitebeard intended to reclaim their former territory, as this had once been their domain. Many pirates regarded Little Oars with trepidation, murmuring quietly. Bai Jingxin followed the fateful line of destiny, formed by the fruit of his abilities, towards the direction of Ein. Moreover, could this retrogressive fruit not facilitate the growth of age? If only it could grant Wazhian a transformation, propelling her directly to the age of 30, allowing her to sprout feet, and then. Chapter 98. The Peculiar Island, Ein's Fist. The shape of this island appears rather peculiar, surrounded by small, extending islets. The largest island in the center resembles the back of an animal. It is quite intriguing, resembling a colossal sea turtle, and it seems this island is anything but ordinary. One cannot help but wonder why such bizarre phenomena exist within the world of pirates. Bai Jing gradually gazed downward, still suspended in the air. Bai Jing slowly shook his head, deciding to let it be for now and focus on finding someone. Once he located them, he would proceed. After all, if he could discover the retro fruit, it would grant him the means to resurrect Whitebeard. With 3 admirals worth of power aboard one ship, they could traverse the pirate world with ease. One was the formidable Black-Armed Zephyr, another the great swordsman Dracul Mihawk, and the last a youthful Whitebeard. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Not to mention, even Big Mom would have to take a few punches if Kaido dared to show up. Regrettably, he could not deceive Shanks, otherwise, he would have lured him aboard as well. Ultimately, he resolved to pay a visit to that foolish straw hat-wearing Luffy to provide closure to his regrets. Guided by the threads of fate, Bai Jing journeyed to the farthest edge of the island, the most distant point from where he had landed. There, he could barely make out a few small grass huts. This was the place, the very location pointed out by the threads of destiny. Bai Jing's gaze sharpened as he descended swiftly, arriving at a thatched cottage below. Bai Jing gently tapped on the door, curious to see if anyone was inside. The sound of knocking echoed, yet an ominous silence lingered within, with no response forthcoming. Bai Jing furrowed her brows slightly, attentively employing the ability of the thunder fruit, allowing her to perceive the unmistakable sound of a heartbeat within the thatched enclosure. This indicated the presence of someone inside, and without a doubt, Ein must be among them. Bai Jing continued to knock, the sound resonating. Ein. Upon hearing her name called, a blue-haired woman inside the dwelling displayed a look of intrigue. She pondered how, despite having distanced herself so far from others, someone could still locate her. This individual could either be a naval officer or a pirate. It was unlikely that the pirates on this island recognized her, thus it was more probable that it was the Navy. In that case, their intentions were surely nefarious, as they typically sought to capture her, given that she was a disciple of Master Z. Her eyes glimmered with caution, and she gathered her haki, maintaining her previous demeanor. Clad in extremely short denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, she draped a blue cloak over her shoulders and wore a purple garment beneath. Stealthily, she approached the thatched cottage. Holding her breath and focusing intently, she opened a narrow gap in the cottage, only to find that the figure before her was merely a youth in his teens. He was not a naval officer, and she exhaled softly in relief. Fortunately, he was not from the Navy. She could handle a pirate, especially one so youthful. In her estimation, he appeared even younger than his years, undoubtedly lacking in strength. As the possessor of the reverse fruit, she could easily revert Bai Jing to the state of a 3-year-old child. With a blade that lacked sharpness and a physique that was too frail, what could Bai Jing possibly use to contend against her? Bai Jing noticed an X-shaped scar on her right thigh, and her silky, sea-blue wavy hair accentuated her pure and ethereal beauty. In truth, he held a commendable admiration for such a woman, as she exhibited unwavering loyalty to Black Arm Zifa, even willing to sacrifice her life for him. "Who are you?" Ian inquired warily, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Jing. "I am but an unremarkable pirate, devoid of any notable fame." Bai Jing pointed at himself and smiled gently, while Ian's expression turned icy at the mention of the word pirate. Her disdain for pirates ran deep, akin to her contempt for Black Arm Zephyr. Bai Jing was certainly aware of the implications reflected in Ain's gaze, yet he remained unfazed. He inquired, "Do you believe that Black Arm Zephyr still harbors the possibility of resurrection? What does that mean? How did you come to know the teacher?" The vigilance in Ain's eyes intensified, and he had already summoned his domineering aura, poised to strike at any moment. The man before him was undoubtedly formidable. Observing Ain's heightened tension, Bai Jing couldn't help but smile gently. In truth, Black Arm Zephyr had not truly perished. He still existed in some hidden corner of the world. Bai Jing continued, "I possess the ability to resurrect He Wanzi." "Really? Do you truly have such power?" Admiral Wen gazed at Bai Jing once more, skepticism etched on his face. Despite scrutinizing Bai Jing from head to toe, he could discern nothing substantial, leading him to conclude that Bai Jing was merely deceiving him. "Stop with the nonsense. Teacher Zephyr has long since passed away. If you believe you can amuse me with this, you have mistaken your audience." His eyes narrowed sharply as he unleashed a powerful punch, exuding an aura of dominance. Bai Jing had long anticipated that Ian would act in such a manner, thus he did not expect to persuade her immediately. His objective was to acquire Ian's ability to reverse fruit. Bai Jing, unflinching and resolute, unleashed his armament hockey towards Ain. Over the past few days, his martial prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering him formidable. As their fists collided, both combatants took a step back, swiftly exiting the thatched dwelling. She charged towards Bai Jing in the distance. Once again, she concentrated her armament hockey, but this time it shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, suggesting that she had harnessed the powers of the reversal fruit to revert her age. Bai Jing merely smiled upon witnessing the situation and chose not to elaborate further. During their recent exchange of blows, he had already acquired the ability of the reversal fruit, rendering this power of little significance to him. A flash of fire erupted from Bai Jing's hand, intertwined with arcs of blue lightning, which surged forward with tremendous force. Bai Jing declared, 60 million volts. Lightning fire-heavy fist. The clash of fists was marked by an explosive violence. The terrifying power of the devil fruit manifested like a rampaging beast, erupting in a thunderous explosion at the moment their fists collided. Ain was sent flying several paces, her garments torn asunder, revealing glimpses of her white rabbit tattoo. Meanwhile, Bai Jing remained steadfast, one hand resting behind his back, his white robe billowing in the sea breeze as he looked down upon Ain with an air of superiority. Ain's eyes were filled with astonishment. Despite having just employed the ability of the reversal fruit, which caused anyone she touched to age backward, it had inexplicably failed against Bai Jing, leaving her utterly perplexed. Chapter 99, Black-Legged Zephyr, The Life of Zephyr. Bai Jing smiled, looking down at Ain with an air of superiority. "What? Do you still intend to do something? Have you not realized that something has been exposed?" Bai Jing smiled with a hint of mockery as he gazed upon the two mountain peaks below, along with the small sun perched atop them. Ain, seemingly sensing something amiss, turned pale and immediately clutched his chest with both hands, watching Bai Jing with a wary expression. Bai Jing shook his head gently and said, "I never intended for things to reach such a stalemate, as I still wish to learn martial arts from teacher Zephyr. Although Zephyr can be resurrected, why is it that you do not believe in me?" Bai Jing sighed helplessly, and for reasons unknown, that expression appeared particularly infuriating in Ain's eyes. Were it not for her inability to overpower Bai Jing, she would undoubtedly have rushed forward to deliver a sound thrashing. Bai Jing observed that Ain remained skeptical of him, which did not particularly concern him. In his view, such disbelief was entirely reasonable. Who among the rational would trust an unexpected individual claiming the ability to resurrect the deceased? Even under duress, he would remain unconvinced. Bai Jing continued to speak. "Black Arm Zifa, a former Admiral of the Navy. What do you comprehend? Do you truly believe that your acquaintance with Teacher Zifa surpasses my own?" Below, Ain's eyes glimmered with animosity as he fixed his gaze intently on Bai Jing. Bai Jing merely responded with a smile, for he believed he understood far more than Ain. "In my eyes, Zeph's life unfolded as a journey marked by justice, a companion of righteousness in his youth. A steadfast advocate of his principles in his adolescence, a seeker of awakening in his mature years, and an embodiment of extreme justice in his old age. To me, ZFA encompasses a depth of understanding far beyond what you could ever comprehend. Bai Jing chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe you comprehend Zifa better than I do? Are you aware of the man's previous convictions and profound beliefs? Throughout his youth and into his later years, he steadfastly upheld what he deemed to be justice. However, this sense of justice has begun to shift. What do you understand? Can you claim to know Master Zifa better than I, his disciple, while you, a stranger, dare to speak so arrogantly? An cast a disdainful glance at Bai Jing, yet Bai Jing disregarded her mockery and continued speaking, his gaze drifting toward the vast, boundless sea. In his youth, Zifa joined the Navy, becoming an ordinary member of its ranks. This was an era brimming with heroes, and fate would not allow this aspiring hero to fade into obscurity. In every battle, he was at the forefront, charging into the most perilous arenas, urging his subordinates to follow suit. During this time, Black Arm Zifa wrestled against destiny, facing formidable adversaries such as Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, renowned pirates with whom he clashed. His formidable mastery of hockey earned him the moniker Black Arm Zifa. Upon hearing Bai Jing's words, An regarded him with skepticism, for these indeed reflected Master Zifa's youthful exploits. As members of the Navy, they were well aware of the greatness embodied by this man. Notably, in his encounters with pirates, he never harmed a single soul, earning the title of the Admiral who does not kill. At the age of 38, he enjoyed a flourishing love life, family, and career. Yet, tragedy struck when his wife was murdered by pirates. Bound by his duty as an admiral, he was compelled to conceal his hatred deep within, striving to forget the harrowing past. However, a single piece of news shattered all his beliefs in the Navy. Consequently, the justice he once held dear began to crumble. Adding to his misfortune, the new recruit training ship he commanded was attacked by a pirate with extraordinary abilities, leaving only 2 recruits alive, while he himself lost his right arm. This admiral, who had never taken a life, witnessed the brutal loss of all those around him at the hands of pirates. At this point, have I uttered a single untruth? Bai Jing gazed at Ein and spoke. At that moment, Ein's expression had already transformed. These matters were no longer secrets within the Navy, and even Zephyr's disciples were well aware of them. Ein was one of the 2 surviving recruits, and subsequently, she followed her mentor Zephyr in renouncing the Navy. She vividly recalled the last words spoken by her mentor before his departure. It is not I who have betrayed the Navy, but rather you who have betrayed my sense of justice. Indeed, the Navy government had become somewhat decayed by that time, accepting murderous pirates as warlords of the sea, all while being manipulated by the celestial dragons. This was the very reason Zephyr chose to renounce his affiliation. Bai Jing continued. The subsequent tale undoubtedly involves Zephyr leading the Marines to seize the Power Stones, which could rival ancient weaponry, obliterating the first and Point volcano in a bid to annihilate the entire New World. The intention was to bury all pirates of this realm alongside the New World itself. You must have already traversed this narrative, the demise of Black Arm Zephyr, while the 2 of you managed to survive. At this juncture, Bai Jing fell silent. Such a man was truly admirable, unwavering in his beliefs until his last breath, embodying justice, albeit a form of justice that grew increasingly extreme over time. Yet, it was this very charisma that captivated Bai Jing, much like the profound respect he held for Whitebeard. The seas are eternally replete with such valiant souls, with heroes emerging time and again. However, all will ultimately be obscured by the relentless passage of time. Yet Bai Jing was unwilling to accept this fate. With his presence, he vowed to stir chaos within the pirate world, igniting a clash between the new and the old eras. Chapter 100. The Confluence of Swordsmanship. A terrifying Ein fixed her gaze intently upon Bai Jing, attempting to discern any subtle shifts in his expression. How do you know all of this? You must be a Marine. She rose from the ground, stealthily retreating a few steps into the room. Bai Jing remained completely indifferent, observing her actions. For he was aware that Ain was also a formidable female swordsman, skilled in the art of the sword, patiently waiting outside. Bai Jing's gaze was profound, and within his mind, the images from the anime lingered on. Zephyr ultimately succumbed, defeated by time and the passage of years. Yet, he had never truly lost, for the battle was far from over, and justice continued to resonate within his heart. The justice of the Navy diverged from his own, leading them down opposing paths. In that final moment, Bai Jing vividly recalled Zephyr's words. This all began because of me, so allow me to resolve it myself. In Bai Jing's gaze, There lingered a sense of bewilderment, as if he beheld the silhouette of the veteran. The old soldier resolutely advanced towards the vast expanse of Navy personnel, while in Bai Jing's ears resonated the battle hymn dedicated to heroes. He approached those naval officers whom he had personally nurtured. Moments later, Ayan, within the confines of her chamber, tied a scrap of cloth across her chest to conceal her vital areas before grasping the military dagger that leaned against the wall. Stepping forth into the unknown. At the instant she seized the dagger, her demeanor transformed entirely. Bai Jing gazed at Ayn with a mocking expression and remarked, "Do you truly believe that wielding a blade, armed with a weapon, will enable you to triumph over me?" Ayn offered no verbal response. Instead, it was the long knife in her grasp that answered. With a swift and powerful motion, she swung downwards with remarkable speed. The keen edge of the blade descended towards Bai Jing's head, enveloped in a dark, menacing aura that exuded an overwhelming presence. Given that her fruit abilities had faltered, she resolved to rely on her swordsmanship. After all, she was a formidable female swordswoman. Bai Jing regarded the blade that was thrust toward him with indifference. Having witnessed the swordsmanship of Longma, the technique of Ayn appeared rather mediocre in comparison. In terms of both grandeur and might, as well as the swiftness of execution, it fell significantly short. With ease, Bai Jing evaded the strike, deftly sidestepping to the side, allowing the blade to slice through the air aimlessly. "Your swordplay is rather sluggish," he remarked. Bai Jing still found the time to mock her, which displeased Ayn. What did he mean by saying the sword was slow? After all, she was a female sword master, a warrior in her own right. How could she endure such ridicule? Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the long blade and swung it fiercely in the direction of Bai Jing. This strike was delivered without restraint, its speed even more formidable. Bai Jing smiled lightly as the conqueror's haki manifested upon his 2 fingers. With his right hand, he extended 2 fingers that perfectly lodged against the blade of the black sword, preventing any further advancement, while others would catch a sharp blade with bare hands. Bai Jing managed to do so with merely his fingers. His physical prowess had undergone a significant transformation through rigorous training over the past several days. In contrast, Ayn, being a woman, possessed considerably less physical strength than Bai Jing, which elucidated the advantage he held in this encounter. Ayn's expression shifted as she prepared to withdraw her long sword, astonished by Bai Jing's formidable physical power. Bai Jing smiled, and as the blade descended, there was no rationale for retracting it. "Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of swordsmanship." Of course, this was merely a casual remark, an expression of sentiment. Instantly, memories of the novels encountered in the Blue Star flooded his mind, tales of the unparalleled Tianjin sword technique, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities. With a sudden surge of strength, he transformed his fingers into a powerful grip, seizing the long sword firmly. The blade did not penetrate Bai Jing's flesh even a fraction, but rather became ensnared within. With a forceful tug of his right hand, he drew the longsword towards himself. A sensation of numbness coursed through Ayn's hand, causing him to instinctively release his hold on the longsword, which fortuitously fell into Bai Jing's grasp. Bai Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke, intending to demonstrate the true essence of swordsmanship. His demeanor grew solemn as he grasped the long blade, stepping back slightly to his left. The sword rested at his left hip, poised for action. His gaze sharpened, recalling the terrifying strikes from his past, fueled by an unwavering conviction. He channeled the powers of the thunder fruit and the flame fruit into the blade. What was once an ordinary longsword now shimmered with a dance of blue arcs and flickering red flames along its edge. It was now. Bai Jing let out a low growl and forcefully struck the surface of the sea with his blade, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous lightning that erupted above. It resonated like the spring thunder, a resounding boom. The blade carved a formidable scar, stretching 50 zhang across the water's surface. For a fleeting moment, the sea refrained from rushing back in, leaving behind a fissure. After several breaths, the waters on either side began to gradually converge, ultimately submerging the mark left by the strike. However, the terrifying might of this blow evidently startled Ayn, as well as Bai Jing himself. He had not anticipated that the force of this strike would be so overwhelmingly potent. Bai Jing smiled, and, observing Ayan's slightly parted lips, tossed the sword back to her. Ayan instinctively wrapped her hands around the long blade, still in a daze from the display of skill Bai Jing had just exhibited. The sheer power was utterly overwhelming. In a contest of physical strength, she was no match, and her fruit abilities were rendered ineffective against Bai Jing. Now, her pride in her swordsmanship seemed laughable in his presence. The comparison was stark, akin to a grand sorcerer standing beside a mere novice. which filled her with an undeniable sense of unease. If this individual truly belonged to the Navy, she feared she would be unable to escape this predicament and would inevitably be forced back into their ranks. Chapter 101: The Strange Giant Island. A glimpse seeing Ian in such a state, Bai Jing stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, encouraging her to relax. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards you, and I am not part of the Navy. Were I a Navy officer, you would have been apprehended by now, with your capabilities. A single strike would suffice to subdue you. Subdue? You still entertain such thoughts? Ian cast a peculiar glance at Bai Jing, her observations indicating that he truly did not resemble a naval officer. Bai Jing's expression darkened, and he silently cursed, "Sister, how can you still jest at a time like this? If I were indeed that nefarious pirate, just imagine the calamities that would ensue. Alas, who am I, Bai Jing? I am a paragon of virtue, incapable of such depravity." He looked at Ian and spoke earnestly. "I assure you, Black Arm Zephyr can indeed be revived. He still exists in this world, having not completely perished. My purpose in coming here today is simply to convey this to you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." With that, Bai Jing turned and departed without hesitation. He harbored his own thoughts, realizing that if he wished to persuade Black Arm Zephyr to board, Ian's influence would be indispensable. After all, these were the two disciples nurtured by Zephyr himself, and their bond was undoubtedly profound. By convincing them to join the ship, he believed that Zephyr would surely follow, employing a range of emotional appeals. Alternatively, he could resort to a more straightforward approach through martial prowess. He was confident he could secure a place on the ship. As he watched Bai Jing's retreating figure, Ian felt a pang of confusion. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Bai Jing, who grew ever distant, unable to suppress the flicker of hope within him. He quietly followed behind. Bai Jing's perception is remarkably extensive. He can even utilize the powers of the thunder fruit to hear the heartbeat of everything around him. He immediately realizes that Ian is trailing behind him, yet he chooses not to reveal this knowledge, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Human nature often reflects this tendency. Once a glimmer of hope is bestowed upon you, a hope that suggests something lost can be regained, there will always be those who rush forward, however faint that hope may be. It resembles the allure of a lottery. Despite the exceedingly slim chances of winning a grand prize, countless individuals are drawn to participate, are they not? Bai Jing did not immediately return to the pirate ship. Instead, he harnessed the power of the thunder fruit to slowly hover above, gazing down upon the island below. There was an inexplicable sensation that this island was unlike any other. However, he could not articulate precisely why. Within the realm of the Pirate King, there exists a notion of celestial kings, who are said to wield control over legendary ancient beasts. This island appeared exceedingly peculiar, resembling the form of a gigantic tortoise. The smaller islands scattered around were merely the limbs extending from this colossal creature, while the central island, where they stood, represented its very body. This feeling intensified within Bai Jing, as if he were certain of this truth. As he strolled along the street, he gradually closed his eyes, employing the abilities granted by the thunder fruit to listen intently for any other sounds that might resonate from the island, akin to a heartbeat. Who was this individual? Why was he walking with his eyes shut? Perhaps he was blind. One ought to tread carefully to avoid colliding with him. We must uphold the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Numerous passers-by observed Bai Jing's peculiar state, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, unable to fathom why he would wander the streets with his eyes closed. Thud, thud. In the depths of the silence, it seemed as though some sound was persistently emerging, rhythmically pulsing with a certain regularity. After a brief silence, it would pulse once more. Thump. The source of this rhythm was the very island beneath his feet. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, he pondered whether he could comprehend what it was trying to convey. Bai Jing opened his eyes, murmuring softly. Lost in his thoughts, it is said that the Heavenly King possesses the ability to command these formidable creatures, regarded as one of the mightiest weapons of antiquity. Nevertheless, regardless of his strength, can a king truly be compared to a deity? Bai Jing smiled effortlessly, for he believed that true strength lies in one's own power. Possessing both the Thunder Goddess fruit and the Quake fruit, he felt undeniably superior to anyone else. First, he decided to return to the pirate ship to resurrect Black Arm Zephyr. Bai Jing set his course towards the coastline, steering his pirate ship with determination. Meanwhile, numerous pirates in the vicinity had turned their gazes towards him, well aware that Bai Jing was a supernova and one of the most audacious pirates upon these tumultuous seas. He had brazenly placed a bounty on the head of Admiral Akainu, a staggering sum of 3 billion berries. Most pirates, not lacking in cunning, understood that a higher bounty directly correlated with greater strength and an increased threat to the world. Yet, the world is never devoid of greedy brutes. And hidden in the shadows were several pairs of watchful eyes, lurking around corners as they observed Bai Jing's departure, their gazes flickering with nefarious intentions. Bai Jing noticed the situation, yet he remained unperturbed, for he required the essence of the 9 hells to replenish his strength, and presently, it was insufficient. Ideally, a multitude of thousands would offer themselves for his slaughter, enabling him to accumulate 100,000 strands of 9 hells essence, thus allowing him to linger longer in the realm of the Yellow Springs. Observing the hidden eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows, Bai Jing leisurely strolled around the street corner. Biding his time for their strike. Chapter 102, surrounded by 5,000. Who is the lamb? A message was dispatched to the leader. Here lies a plump lamb. And he is alone. Although just moments ago, the members of the foul chicken pirate crew, the gas pirate crew, and the crow pirate crew refrained from attacking. Allowing this young boy to ascend, they could not afford to let him escape now that he had been encountered. After all, he was valued at 3 billion berry. Capturing him would ensure our fortune. Our numbers are vast, and subduing him should pose no difficulty. Strike. Once he set foot on our territory, we gathered 1,000 brothers to encircle him, striving to act with utmost swiftness. If we delay, the other old-timers on the island might witness the encounter and demand their share of the spoils, so it is prudent to act swiftly. The sounds of the previous battle by the coast were not particularly loud, and we have heard no commotion. It seems the 3 pirate crews have no intention of engaging, inadvertently leaving the opportunity wide open for us. A few figures in the shadows exchanged glances, assessing Bai Jing and arriving at this decision. The reason they had not heard the ruckus by the coast was that Long Ma, wielding but a single sword, had effortlessly dispatched all those adversaries as if they were mere vegetables. They could not have perceived any disturbance. The back and forth transpired with remarkable speed. Bai Jing had barely been ashore for half an hour, and before they could even contemplate their approach, their focus shifted entirely to him. Should they venture to the coastline now, they would likely discover the remains still soaked in blood. Yet, there were those among them who remained cautious, opting to investigate the coast first to ascertain the nature of the situation. Logically, with 3 pirate crews united, it was unfathomable that they would fail to capture this young boy. Something felt amiss. Bai Jing stood at the corner of the island street, gazing around as the incessant clamor of shouts filled the air, each voice vying for attention in the pursuit of their livelihoods, peddling the island's unique specialties, confections, beverages, and the island's distinctive fruits, fish, and exotic meats were all on offer. Bai Jing observed some unusual movements, particularly regarding the fruits and pastries, such delightful treasures that were sorely lacking on their pirate ship. Ah, at last, is it time to take action? Bai Jing seemed to notice that more and more pirates were lurking in the shadows, hiding in the corners of the streets or within the confines of houses.